I woke up to a strange smell, the scent of burnt forest mixed with the damp earth after rain. My name is Sushing. It stung my nose, and I sneezed multiple times. But then, as I sneezed, a tiny flicker of flame shot out of my mouth. I was so startled I lost my balance and tumbled down to the cold, wet ground. Luckily, I had soft fluff covering me, so I didn't get hurt. When I tried to get up, I realized something was very wrong. My arms didn't bend like they used to, and my feet felt more like claws. I looked around and saw the cracked shell of an egg beside me, the same one I must have broken out of. That's when it hit me. I wasn't human anymore. I was a baby chick. I felt cold and hungry, and I missed the orphanage, especially the kind old lady who had raised me. Just yesterday, on my 5th birthday, I had wished on a shooting star for loving parents. But instead, I woke up as a baby chick, without even a mom to care for me. That star lied to me. Suddenly, I saw pairs of glowing green eyes approaching from the darkness. They were wolves. I panicked and tried to crawl back into my broken eggshell, the only place that felt safe. But just as I managed to wiggle partway in, the shell lifted off the ground. Something big was sniffing me from behind. I flapped my tiny wings desperately, but I couldn't fly. The eggshell shattered, and I tumbled into a puddle, surrounded by hungry wolves. Then, I heard a powerful whoosh from the sky. The wolves backed away, and before I could blink, blue flames rained down, consuming everything in their path. I thought I'd be roasted alive, but instead, the fire felt warm and comforting, like a mother's embrace. The flames dried my feathers and left me unharmed. That's when I realized I wasn't a chick after all. I was a baby dragon. A massive black dragon landed in front of me, swallowing a wolf whole with a loud crunch. I was amazed. This dragon could fly and breathe fire. Just like me. Could it be my mom? Excited, I ran to the dragon and snuggled against its huge claw. But the dragon gave me a little flick, sending me flying across the ground. I wasn't ready to give up, though. I kept running back, only to get flicked away again. After a few tries, exhaustion hit me. I lay there, shivering and hungry, realizing that maybe this dragon didn't want me. I let out a weak chirp, hoping for some kind of response. The dragon paused, looked down at me, and then offered me a strip of meat. I tried to eat it, but it made me feel sick, and I ended up throwing it back up. I was so hungry, but I couldn't stomach the meat. Just when I thought things couldn't get worse, the dragon lifted me up and flew off into the sky. I held on tightly, terrified of falling. After what felt like forever, the dragon landed and poked me with its claw. Then, it gave me something sweet to eat, juicy fruit. I gobbled it up happily, finally feeling warm and full. With a satisfied burp, I snuggled against the dragon's claw, grateful that it didn't leave me behind. Maybe this dragon really was my mom after all. It even took me into the sky again, carrying me and a branch full of red fruit toward what I hoped would be our home. I wasn't just any dragon. I was a little dragon with a mom to protect me, and that made everything feel just right. I woke up starving again. As a little one, all I seemed to do is eat and sleep, then wake up hungry and eat more. But this time, even though it was still pitch black, I noticed a warm, steady breeze brushing over me, like the breath of a huge creature. Since I couldn't see or smell well in this body, I crawled toward the warm air until I bumped into something hard and smooth, scales. I let out a tiny chirp. Chirp, chirp. Mom, I'm hungry. 2 golden dragon eyes snapped open, glowing in the dark. I called again, but instead of food, the dragon huffed, blowing me away like a feather. I just sighed, got back up, and chirped for food again. I was getting used to this routine. Chirp, chirp. I'm hungry. Finally, the dragon gave in, poking my flat little belly with its claw before squeezing a juicy red fruit into my open mouth. I ate so quickly that the juice ran all over my fluffy feathers, soaking me from chin to chest. With no hands to clean myself, I shuffled over to the dragon's side and curled up next to its head. Good night, Mom. The dragon's breath dried my wet feathers as I drifted off to sleep. The next morning, I discovered my chest feathers had clumped together into hard, red patches. I tried to peck them apart, but it didn't work very well. The dragon was still asleep, so I decided to explore the cave on my own. The sunlight outside had turned the dragon's black scales into something beautiful, shining like gems. I reached out to touch them, smooth and hard. Compared to my fluffy white feathers, the difference was huge. It made sense, though. Tadpoles turn into frogs, so why couldn't a little chick like me grow into a dragon? I kept looking around the cave, hoping to find some water. Eventually, I spotted drops of rainwater on some leaves and used them to wash my feathers. As I was busy with that, I heard the dragon wake up, stretching and yawning. Suddenly, it stopped and began coughing. A wave of panic hit me. Was Mom sick? Did it eat something bad? I ran over, calling out, "Mom, are you okay?" The dragon just kept coughing, and finally, out flew a little tuft of white fluff. I stared at it. It looked exactly like my own feathers. Wait, was it coughing because it swallowed my feathers? Was I shedding this badly? Relieved that the dragon wasn't sick, I snuggled up to its paw. "Mom, you shouldn't eat meat if it makes you sick. Let's just eat fruit together from now on, okay?" The dragon looked at me with a strange expression, clearly confused by my suggestion. Then, it started coughing again, and out came more of my feathers. So, no bad meat, just a lot of my own fluff. Great. At this rate, I'd be a bald little dragon chick before I even grow scales. I was worried that I'd turn into a bald little dragon, but to my surprise, new feathers sprouted overnight. Yellow feather shafts started poking out between my fluffy white down, mostly on my wings but also scattered over my body. Chirp. I wondered, was I turning into a porcupine? The new feathers itched like crazy. I could only peck at the ones on my chest and wings, but the ones on my back were out of reach. So, I went straight to my dragon mom for help. She was lying on the ground, her big paw holding me steady while the other hovered above, like she was hunting something tricky. Slowly, she scratched the top of my head with one claw, then paused to see how I'd react. Chirp, I chirped in delight. That felt great. More, please. She kept going, scratching down my neck, across my wings, and along my back, watching me closely. I could tell she wasn't used to doing something so delicate, but I didn't mind. I melted into a fluffy puddle on her paw, completely relaxed. Feeling generous, I climbed onto her head to return the favor. I started pecking between the cracks of her scales, trying to scratch her. Suddenly, one of her scales snapped shut, lightly pinching my beak. I yelped and pulled away, scrambling onto her horn to peek down at her with a mix of shock and curiosity. When I pecked again, another scale snapped open and shut, this time catching my foot. I wasn't hurt, just startled, and I squawked in frustration, pecking at her scales in protest. My dragon mom didn't seem bothered. She just flicked her tail lazily, clearly enjoying teasing me. Her scales were amazing, snapping open and closed at will. I couldn't help but be impressed. If I had scales like that, no predator would stand a chance. But for now, I was still stuck with my soft down. How long would it take to grow cool dragon scales? I decided that eating more would help me grow faster. I ran over to the stash of fruits my dragon mom had collected. There were red soft fruits I could handle on my own, but the hard ones needed her help. I pecked at one stubborn fruit until she came over, poked a hole in it, and let me drink the sweet juice inside. It tasted faintly like milk and was delicious. After stuffing myself, I lay by the cave entrance, basking in the sun while my dragon mom flew off, probably hunting. I wasn't worried anymore when she left. I knew she'd come back. I figured her main meals were animals from the forest, not fruit like me. I still didn't understand why meat made me sick that first day. Maybe I was just allergic to wolves? Before I knew it, she was back, her wings stirring up the air as she landed gracefully in the cave. I stretched and yawned, then ran over to check if she was hurt, like always. Her scales gleamed, spotless as usual. She looked so powerful, it made me feel proud and safe. My dragon mom dropped a branch full of fruit at my feet, nudging me toward it with her tail. I sighed. Did she think I wanted food every time I followed her? Now the corner of the cave was overflowing with fruit I couldn't even finish. As the days passed, I grew bigger. My feathers thickened into soft yellow fluff, and I went from a tiny puffball to a plump one. I still couldn't fly, so I spent my days running around the cave and climbing all over my mom. One day, she grabbed me gently and placed me on a tree stump by the cave entrance. Confused, I pecked at the new leaves sprouting from the charred wood. They tasted surprisingly sweet. Then, she gave me a little nudge toward the edge of the cliff. Chirp! I looked down at the steep drop below and gulped. Was she really going to push me off? A gust of wind hit me, and suddenly, I was airborne. Chirp! 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 I flailed helplessly as I tumbled through the air. My brain knew I should flap my wings, but my body was frozen. I was going to crash. Just then, my dragon mom swooped in beside me, her wings outstretched, showing me how to fly. Her deep roar urged me on. I panicked and flapped my wings wildly, barely managing to land on her head. I scrambled onto her horn and clung to it for dear life, refusing to let go. She touched down gently on the ground below and offered me a leaf I had chewed earlier, as if to make peace. But I was still upset. Chirp, chirp! I scolded her, pecking at the leaf in frustration. Bad mom. How could she scare me like that? I was only trying to give her a snack, not get tossed off a cliff. Despite my protests, my mom just rumbled softly, amused by my tantrum. Then, with a powerful flap of her wings, she took off again, carrying me with her as we soared over the forest. Below us, animals scattered in fear. Birds squawked and hid in the trees, and beasts fled in all directions. It was as if the entire forest bowed before her presence. I felt something swell in my chest, excitement, pride, and joy. I spread my little wings and let out the loudest chirp I could. Chirp, chirp! My dragon mom answered with a roar, her voice echoing across the sky. The forest trembled beneath us, and I couldn't stop myself from giggling. Chirp, chirp! The mighty dragon is here. I flew ahead, with her following close behind, both of us declaring our presence to the world. At that moment, I knew. I belonged with her, the queen of the skies. And one day, I'd grow strong enough to fly beside her, not just as her baby, but as a dragon. Flying over the forest with my dragon mom, roaring beside me made my heart race with excitement. Hearing the birds and beasts scatter below filled me with a wild energy. I wanted to do something big, like hunt. I couldn't just stay in the nest eating fruit forever. Dragons are supposed to eat meat, but not wolf meat. That stuff was terrible. This time, I'd find something better. I spotted a herd of long-necked beasts grazing peacefully. They were huge, towering like trees, but I locked my eyes on a smaller one in the group, the baby. Seemed like a good place to start for my first hunt. Without thinking, I dived toward the herd. I was so fast that even my dragon mom didn't react in time. The herd panicked, running wildly, and one of the beasts collided with me mid-air. Chirp! I went flying, smacking into the ground with a painful thud. My head spun, and I felt like I might have a concussion. Before I could recover, a hoof came down right at me. I froze. Chirp! Chirp! In a flash, my dragon mom swooped down, grabbing the long-necked beast by the neck and tossing it aside like it was nothing. She roared, her scales bristling like spikes, and blue fire gathered in her throat. The herd fled in terror. Any beast too slow to escape got either swatted aside or bitten. When the dust settled, only a few injured or dead beasts lay on the ground. I sat in shock, my feathers all ruffled and messy. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would burst from my chest. My dragon mom leaned down to me, her golden eyes filled with worry, softening as she let out a low, comforting growl. Tears welled up in my eyes as I threw myself at her, hugging her tightly. Mom, I'm sorry. I made you worry. She hummed softly, licking the blood off my feathers with her huge tongue. It was overwhelming. One lick soaked me completely. I felt so tiny in her care, realizing how much I still had to grow before I could hunt like her. I needed to wash up. Nearby, I found a shallow creek, and with my mom watching over me, I splashed around, soaking my feathers and scrubbing off the blood. But when I climbed out, I sniffed myself. I smelled weird, like boiled chicken. My dragon mom sniffed me too, then recoiled in horror. Chirp? Seriously? I pouted. She didn't have to act so dramatic. Feeling embarrassed, I washed again, but the weird smell wouldn't go away. Eventually, I gave up and laid in the sun to dry. My mom returned with a bunch of shiny red berries. She wisely kept her distance this time, probably afraid of my weird smell. I chirped, feeling frustrated. Dragons should eat meat. Ignoring my protests, she kept bringing me more berries. I couldn't resist. They were sweet and juicy. Before I knew it, I was munching away, forgetting all about the meat I wanted earlier. While I ate berries, my mom feasted on the long-necked beast she'd killed. I peeked at her, curious. The meat must taste amazing if she was enjoying it so much. But when I tried to take a closer look, I immediately turned away in disgust. Raw meat? No way. Even cooked meat didn't seem that appealing after the disaster with wolf meat. Maybe I just wasn't cut out to eat meat. Feeling defeated, I curled up beside my mom and sighed. Mom, if I only eat fruit and leaves, and I can't become a great predator, will you still love me? She blinked sleepily, then swept a few berries toward me with her tail. Gently, she cracked one open and nudged it my way. Touched, I hugged her claw tightly. Chirp. I love you, Mom. And you love me too, right? Even if I wasn't a fierce predator yet, I knew one thing for sure. My dragon mom would always care for me, no matter what. Now that I could fly, I didn't have to stay in the nest all day. I could finally join my dragon mom on hunting trips. Well, she hunted, and I, snacked on fruits and leaves nearby. Meat still didn't interest me at all. In fact, today I discovered something even better. Seeds. It started when I was messing around with flowers, biting petals just for fun. Then, out of curiosity, I nibbled a cluster of tiny seeds. To my surprise, they were delicious. I had just found a whole new world of food. I eagerly flew from flower to flower, munching on seeds and pulling apart petals to get at the good stuff. While I was happily stuffing my face, my dragon mom caught a slow, moving, hard, shelled creature. It wasn't her usual type of prey, but since I was with her, she didn't need to rush home and just made do with what she found. But as she dug into her meal, she suddenly realized something. Where was I? She looked around, called for me with a deep rumble, but there was no answer. Dropping her prey, she sniffed the air and followed my scent trail. Unfortunately, I had wandered so deep into the flowers that even her sharp nose was struggling to track me. Meanwhile, I was lost in a field of bright orange flowers. The seeds hidden beneath the blossoms were the tastiest I'd ever had. I was having such a great time munching away that I didn't even notice a red bird speeding toward me until it was too late. Chirp. I tried to fly away, but I was a little too plump, and before I could get far, the bird knocked me down. Pain shot through my leg. It bit me. Panicking, I flapped my wings and kicked wildly until I managed to push the bird off. I scrambled to my feet and ran, with the bird chasing me out of the flower field. Finally, it stopped pursuing me, but I was already hiding in the grass, my heart racing. I peeked out, relieved it hadn't followed. I checked my leg. It was bleeding a bit, and I'd lost some feathers, but I was okay. Why would a bird that eats seeds attack me? Was it trying to protect the field, or just being territorial? I tried to sneak back through the field, but the red bird spotted me and charged again. This time, I refused to run. I puffed up my feathers to look bigger and waddled forward, determined not to back down. We fought, wings flapping and feathers flying everywhere. It didn't matter that the bird was bigger. I was a dragon, and I wasn't going to lose. Just when things got messy, my dragon mom's roar echoed through the forest. The red bird squawked in fear and fled, limping and missing a bunch of feathers. Victory! I spat out a mouthful of red feathers and stumbled back to my feet just as my dragon mom landed in front of me. She lowered her huge head, her golden eyes filled with concern. Chirp! I chirped proudly. Mom, I won. I fought that bird, and it ran away. She leaned down and licked the blood off my feathers. I tried to explain that the blood wasn't mine. It was from the bird, but she still fussed over me, licking every spot where I'd been hurt. Her warm saliva soothed my wounds instantly, and the bleeding stopped. Wow, I thought. Her spit works like magic. Satisfied that I was okay, my dragon mom nudged me toward her paw, signaling that it was time to go home. But I wasn't leaving empty-handed. I ran back, picked a flower filled with seeds, and placed it on her paw. Then I made several trips, carrying more flowers to bring with us. Seeing me struggle, she swiped her paw through the flower field, gathering a whole bundle in one go. I chirped in frustration. She was being way too rough. Seeds were spilling everywhere. But when I saw how many she managed to collect, I gave up. It was more than enough for me. Back at the nest, I organized the flowers neatly, separating out the seeds to store for later. My mom even helped, carefully pushing aside the petals I didn't want. She seemed to understand my need to keep everything neat and sorted, and she used her collection of gemstones to divide my food into sections. As I snuggled next to her that night, I started cracking open some seeds, pulling out the soft kernels inside. Then I had an idea. I nudged my mom's mouth, and she opened it obediently. One by one, I placed the kernels on her tongue. She swallowed them without complaint, though her eyes looked puzzled, as if wondering what she had just eaten. Still, she let out a low, happy rumble to please me. Overjoyed, I chirped proudly. "I can feed you too now, Mom." She responded with a warm, rumbling purr. Even if I wasn't the fiercest dragon, I knew one thing for sure. I could take care of my mom, just like she took care of me. Su Xing found that white melon seeds are a great food. Not only are they delicious and filling, but they are also more durable than fruits. Especially the advantage of long storage makes Su Xing, who likes to hoard food like a hamster, like them very much. Since then, Su Xing has visited the white melon seed field every day, eating and taking. This time, no animal dared to snatch them from him. Ever since he had a fight with the red-haired bird, the black dragon has been watching him very closely. It follows him wherever he goes and never takes its eyes off him. Su Xing is also happy to be watched by the black dragon. Although he won the fight with the red-haired bird, he also had several flight feathers plucked out, which greatly reduced his flying ability. If he encounters a fast beast, he may not be able to escape. The black dragon mother is watching over him, which makes him feel at ease. Su Xing flutters in the orange-red flower field, bites off the flowers with full receptacles, piles them together, and waits to take them all back when he returns to the nest. The black dragon patrolled the flower field, digging a hole from time to time, grabbing a few rabbit-like long-eared animals from the ground, or poking its claws into a tree hole and taking something out of it. When the black dragon handed a handful of nuts and plant tubers to Su Xing was stunned. What animal's winter granary did the dragon mother dig out? Among these nuts, except for the white melon seeds, which Su Xing was familiar with, most of the others were unfamiliar to him. As for the plant tubers, he had never seen any of them. But anything that can be stored by animals must be edible. Su Xing took a tentative bite of the white plant tuber, and his eyes lit up immediately. It was pink and sweet, sweeter than potatoes, but not as sweet as sweet potatoes, more like sweet potatoes. I wonder if it can be roasted and eaten. Su Xing is already looking forward to it. Very good. Everyone's stored food is great, and now they are mine. Su Xing chirped at the black dragon and flapped his wings to show that he liked them very much. Especially the tuber that looked like a sweet potato. Su Xing took several bites of it in front of the black dragon, pecking its surface into pits and bumps. The black dragon's golden vertical pupils turned, and it put the tubers of nuts on the place where Su Xing piled up the white melon seed receptacles, then picked up a piece of sweet potato and sniffed it, and continued to dig the soil. When Su Xing pecked at the scattered white melon seeds on the ground and ate his fill, when he came out of the flower field, he saw a large number of sweet potato tubers piled up next to the ground where the white melon seed receptacles were piled. They were round and full in shape, and the size was huge. Each one was several times larger than the one taken out from the animal cave. I actually found it, and there are so many. Mom is amazing. Su Xing excitedly flew to the top of the black dragon's head, forgetting that he was missing a few flying feathers and didn't calculate the landing position well. So he sat on the black dragon's forehead and slid all the way to the tip of the black dragon's nose. The black dragon was lowering his head to clean the dirt on his claws. The narrow vertical pupils moved to the middle and looked at the fur ball lying on the tip of his nose. Take a sip first. Chirp. Bringing the day's harvest back to the cave, dinner is of course roasted sweet potatoes, provided that Su Xing can roast them. Hoo chirp chirp. Su Xing flapped his wings at the sweet potatoes and tried to spit fire. Without fire, even the temperature of the sweet potatoes did not rise. Su Xing was hit hard and began to doubt whether he was a dragon cub. If he was his mother's cub, how could he not spit fire? Did he really spit out flames on the day he broke out of his shell? Was it his hallucination? Su Xing felt wronged and sad, and pounced on the black dragon and buried his face in the black dragon's scales. Chirp. Mom, am I really a little dragon cub? Why can't I spit fire? The black dragon vaguely understood what he meant, and his eyes wandered. While Su Xing was not paying attention, it stretched out its tongue and licked the sweet potato, leaving ambergris. Roar. The black dragon gently nudged Su Xing, asked him to turn around and face the sweet potato, and encouraged him to try again. Su Xing opened his mouth unconfidently and blew a breath. A dark blue flame suddenly ignited from the sweet potato, and in an instant, it enveloped the entire sweet potato. Su Xing? He succeeded. He blew out fire. It was still the same dark blue as his mother's fire. But wasn't it orange-yellow fire when it broke out of its shell? Never mind. Such small details are not important. Chirp chirp. I am indeed a dragon cub. Of course I am a dragon cub, my mother's cub. Su Xing was confident, and he was worried that the fire would go out, so he continued to blow hard. The orange-yellow flames whirred out of his mouth, merged into the dark blue flames, and intertwined with them. The black dragon suddenly opened his eyes wide, unconsciously propped up his body, and stared at the two color flames intertwined. His eyes moved from the flames to the little fur ball that was still flapping its wings hard. A small tender yellow figure was reflected in the golden dragon's pupils. Su Xing was tired of blowing and panted heavily. He felt the black dragon's gaze, looked up, and proudly raised his chest to meet the black dragon's gaze. Chirp. Mom, look at how awesome I am. Roar. Roar. The black dragon paused, then let out a low hum of appreciation. Su Xing was very happy to be praised, and his small black eyes sparkled. Hey, where does this burnt smell come from? Su Xing turned around and saw that the originally white plant stem had turned into a black, unknown object with wisps of flames dancing on it. Whoosh whoosh. Su Xing was anxious and wanted to blow out the flame. This blew, and the fire burned even more vigorously. Ing. The first sweet potato was burned to charcoal. Su Xing learned from his lesson and controlled the heat, and the second sweet potato was successfully burned. It was just that too much energy was consumed before, so the second sweet potato was only half cooked. But Su Xing was very happy to eat, and the black dragon he fed also carefully felt the slightly sweet taste in his mouth and did not swallow it all at once. The orange petals gradually withered and faded, leaving only plump receptacles filled with seeds, attracting many small animals to eat. Su Xing also accelerated the speed of collecting, not only white melon seeds, but also grass seeds, tubers, nuts, fruits. He collected all the food, like a busy hamster. There were too many fruits stored and they could not be eaten all at once, so some of them shrank and dehydrated and became shriveled, and some grew mold. The black dragon was the first to discover these bad fruits and cleaned them out of the cave. Su Xing was busy for a month and slept in a rare sleep. As a result, when he woke up, he found that half of the fruits he had stored were gone. Don't mention how upset he was. Roar. The black dragon brought the newly brought back fruits to Su Xing and tried to comfort him. Ing. It's different. He wants new fruits and old fruits. As long as he brings food back to the cave, he will feel very uncomfortable if he loses one. The storage period of fruits is too short, which is indeed a big problem. Is there no way to make the fruits last longer? Su Xing thought of the dried red dates that the grandmother of the dean of his previous life had dried in front of the window. They tasted soft and sweet. If the fruit was dried, could it be stored for a longer time? He did it right away. Su Xing ran to the food storage area and took out a red fruit. There was not enough sunlight in the cave, so he had to move it outside to dry it. Su Xing struggled to carry the fruit to the black dragon's claws, pointed at the pile of fruits, and then pointed at the top of the cave. After a series of words and gestures, the black dragon understood what he meant. It first raised its claws to send Su Xing to the dragon horn above its head, picked up the pile of fruits, spread its wings and flew out of the cave and flew to the top of the cliff. There was a large platform at the top of the cliff. There was only a shallow layer of grass here, no trees, and no birds or animals lived there. It was the most suitable place to dry things. Su Xing flew down from the top of the black dragon's head. His lost flying feathers grew back, and he would no longer be embarrassed by flying to the wrong place and crashing. The black dragon put the fruit on the ground, picked up one of them, pierced the skin, and handed it to Su Xing's mouth. Su Xing didn't know how to explain to Heilong. He was out to dry the fruits, not to have a picnic. The red fruits are really sweet, and they burst with juice. Su Xing took a big bite and suddenly had a doubt. The red fruits have so much water. Why do they need to be dried? It's better to cut them and let some water out. After cutting, the contact area with the sun is larger, and it is easier to dry. There is no knife, but there is the almighty claws of Heilong Mother. Su Xing gestured to Heilong with his claws. At Su Xing's gesture, Heilong used his claws to cut the fruits into pieces, and the bright red juice flowed out. Although it was a bit thick and not so neat, at least the water was drained. Su Xing was very satisfied. In addition to the red fruits, Su Xing also asked Heilong to bring up many fruits one after another. The fruits with small size and less water were mainly small, and the fruits with large size and more water were all cut and sliced. For a while, the platform at the top of the cliff was covered with various fruits. Su Xing would collect them at sunset every day, and then dry them again at sunrise the next day. After several days of drying, the first batch of dried fruits had been completely dehydrated and dried. Su Xing put them into the food storage area. Looking at the dried fruits piled together, Su Xing suddenly realized that he needed containers to hold these dried fruits. The plastic bags and sealed cans that were common in his previous life were definitely gone. He didn't know if there were any hollow plants like bamboo in the jungle, or maybe he could make a can with mud and dry it. Su Xing looked at his wings and claws and immediately gave up the idea of making mud. He couldn't let the black dragon make it. The dragon's claws could hunt beasts and break the hardest fruit shells and beast armor, but letting it make a mud can. Let's let each other go. Wait, fruit shells and beast armor? Su Xing had an idea. The fruit shells with hard shells that he had eaten before, as well as the shells of the crustaceans hunted by the black dragon mother, seemed to be able to be used as containers. Su Xing immediately went to find the black dragon. The black dragon was lying at the entrance of the cave, lazily digesting food, and Su Xing came to it with a small branch in his mouth. Su Xing used a branch to draw the outline of the crustacean on the ground, focusing on the large shell on its back. Then he pointed the direction of the jungle with the tip of his wing. The appearance of the turtle-shelled beast was too unique. Even if Su Xing's painting skills were only at the level of a chicken pecking at rice, it was enough for the black dragon to understand what it was. The black dragon lowered its head and let Su Xing stand on its dragon horns. Then it slowly stood up, stretched its limbs, and jumped down from the cave. The crustacean moves slowly, prefers a damp and cool environment, and its staple food is fresh and tender aquatic plants. As the top predator in the jungle, the black dragon obviously knows the habits of every animal in its diet. It flew along the river and soon found several crustaceans with hard carapaces like stones on the grass on the riverbank. The crustaceans also discovered the giant dragon hovering in the sky and hurriedly moved their heavy bodies to hide in the forest. The black dragon was not in a hurry to catch its prey. It first placed the ball of fur on a tree by the river and made a low sound to tell it not to run around. After getting the assurance from the ball, it turned around and started its hunting. Su Xing stood on a tree with the widest view and watched a crushing hunt. The black dragon suddenly rushed out at a speed that did not match its huge size, like a black lightning that cut through the grass and caught up with the fleeing crustacean in an instant. Unlike those predators who give priority to old, weak, sick and disabled prey. The black dragon's target is the largest and strongest crustacean in the group. Such a choice may be very risky for other predators, which may allow them to obtain more and more sufficient food, or it may make them lose all their money and hunt in vain. But for the black dragon, it was just a simple choice based on its mood. Perhaps it was because Su Xing was watching this time that it had the idea of showing off its skills, or perhaps it was because Su Xing asked for a certain kind of beast, and it wanted to give him the best. Anyway, the black dragon ignored the other smaller crustaceans and caught up with the fastest and largest crustacean. It stepped on the crustacean's hard carapace from the side, causing it to lose balance and fall to the ground, while opening its mouth and biting the crustacean's neck fiercely. The dragon's powerful bite force was enough to crush the crustacean's cervical vertebrae, but after a few breaths, the crustacean lost the strength to struggle. The black dragon let go of the dead crustacean, licked the blood on its teeth, slowly raised its head, looked back at the fur ball on the tree in the distance, and let out a low roar like a call. Su Xing flapped his wings and flew up from the branch, flying happily in the direction of the black dragon. But soon he was no longer happy. Standing on the high branch, the black dragon seemed not far away from him, but it would take his life if it really flew. Su Xing's wings could not flap anymore, and he kept falling down, and finally sat down on the grass with a plop. He was so tired. It was too far, and it was definitely not because he was too fat to fly. The black dragon trotted back to pick him up. Su Xing flew for a long time before he finished half of the distance, but the black dragon came to him in an instant. The huge black dragon lowered its head in front of him and motioned him to stand on it. "Woo, Mom is so nice." Su Xing was too tired to lift his wings, so he could only climb up with his claws on the black dragon's snout. The black dragon also let him step on its face and waited very patiently until Su Xing stood on its dragon horns. It slowly raised its head and took Su Xing to the hunted crustacean. The black dragon walked to the crustacean and lowered its head so that Su Xing could easily get off its head. As soon as Su Xing landed, he immediately stepped forward and pecked at the huge shell, then turned back and chirped to the black dragon, indicating that he wanted it. After several months of getting along, the black dragon had a better understanding of the emotions in the furball's calls and the meaning of some actions. After confirming that Su Xing was only interested in the shell on the back of the crustacean, the black dragon opened its mouth and used its teeth and claws to deal with it. The black dragon has an amazing appetite. Even though it had a full meal this morning, it was no problem for it to eat an adult crustacean. The only problem was that the little fur ball wanted the shell, but it couldn't just bite the crustacean's carapace, which made eating much more difficult. It took a long time for the black dragon to eat all the skin and flesh of the crustacean and peel off a complete shell. Su Xing had been waiting by the side, chewing some grass leaves and eating some grass seeds from time to time. If other animals saw this scene, they would definitely find it incredible. The most ferocious predator was eating, and just a few steps away from it, a pure herbivore was leisurely eating grass seeds. After eating, it would even chase the black dragon and slowly sweep its tail, like a cub chasing its mother's tail for fun. But neither the black dragon nor Su Xing thought there was anything wrong with this way of getting along. The black dragon enjoyed playing with the little fur ball. Sometimes it would deliberately slow down the speed of its tail, sweeping to let the little fur ball catch up. Or when the little fur ball climbs up, he lifts up his tail and lifts the little fur ball up, and every time he gets a series of happy chirps from the little fur ball. Although Su Xing doesn't like to eat meat, especially raw meat, he doesn't feel any psychological pressure when he watches the black dragon eat meat. Because it should be so. The dragon is a predator at the top of the food chain. No matter what animal he hunts or what animal's meat he eats, it's very normal. After all, not all dragons have strange tastes like him and only like to eat vegetarian food. The black dragon lifted the carapace into the stream to wash it, and then shook its tail to wake up the little fur ball sleeping on the tip of its tail. Su Xing opened his sleepy eyes and saw the white bone armor drying on the shore. He jumped off the black dragon's tail with joy. He circled the carapace, then poked his head in the hole of the carapace and got in. The space inside the carapace is very large, and Su Xing can even run and jump inside. As long as he gets a few pieces of cork or plugs the hole, he can create a sealed storage room that can hold all his grass seeds and dried fruits. Only fresh fruits and plant stems like sweet potatoes cannot be put down. Sushing announced that this would be his #1 granary in the future. There is no rush to prepare the granary in the future. When the black dragon mother catches a crustacean to eat, she can leave a shell for him. Now that the granary is ready, he needs a jar to pack the dried fruits. Sushing's choice is the shell of hard-shelled fruits like coconuts. Unfortunately, the shells that were eaten before were thrown down the cliff and were probably broken. Even if they were not broken, they would be difficult to find. However, the black dragon mother picked a lot of that kind of fruit for him, and there were more than a dozen piled in the corner of the cave. He just needed to work hard to eat them. At Sushing's request, the black dragon brought the shell back to the dragon's nest. With a shell in his 2 forelimbs, the black dragon's flying speed did not slow down much. Perhaps it was because the black dragon would naturally slow down as long as he carried Sushing. Sushing had never seen the black dragon flying at full speed. Back in the nest, Sushing asked the black dragon to put the shell in the corner of the cave. The fruit shell jar was not ready yet, so he did not plan to move the food in now. Let's try to eat out the fruit shell jar first. Sushing pecked at the hard fruit shell. The black dragon understood and used the tip of his claws to poke an opening for him. It was obviously impossible for Sushing to drink a fruit that was several times larger than it, so Sushing pushed the fruit to the black dragon, wanting it to drink first. Of course, he did not push it, but it was enough for the black dragon to understand what he meant. The black dragon grabbed the fruit and threw it into his mouth under Sushing's expectant eyes, chewing it and swallowing it, leaving no fruit shell fragments. Sushing was stunned. Although the process was a bit tortuous, Sushing still used rich body language and repeated attempts. After the black dragon chewed 2 and bit 3 fruits, he successfully got a fruit shell that was drained of all the juice and only had a small hole. Sushing was so happy that he almost cried. It was really not easy. In a few years, he might become a master of body language. With the joint efforts of Black Dragon and him, Sushing obtained more than 10 hard fruit shells. There were holes on each fruit shell that were poked by Black Dragon's claws. The holes were of different sizes. The smallest was just big enough for Sushing's head to fit in, and the largest was big enough for Sushing with all his feathers blown up, so that his whole body could easily fit in. Sushing dried the fruit shells, put them into dried fruit and grass seeds that were also dried and dehydrated, and with the help of Black Dragon, transported them all to Granary No. 1. After Granary No. 1 was full, Sushing was extremely satisfied and wanted to let Black Dragon's mother feel this satisfaction and happiness. Black Dragon's staple food is the meat of various large animals, which can also be dried in the sun. Sushing was eager to try. It was already autumn. Most of the flowers in the forest had withered, and many leaves were gradually turning yellow. It was time to store winter food. Food was relatively scarce in winter. Although Black Dragon had strong hunting ability, it was always right to be prepared. Sushing took Black Dragon to act. At first, Black Dragon just thought it was Mauchio's new game. It accompanied Mauchio to hunt various prey, cut their meat and dried it, and moved it to a cool and ventilated place to dry. It was not until Mauchio fed it the dried meat that it realized that this was food prepared for it. It ate the dried meat fed by Mauchio, but no longer continued to hunt animals to dry them in the sun. Sushing was puzzled. Why not do it? Is the dried meat not tasty? Even if the dried meat is not as tasty as the fresh meat, it is still very useful when food is scarce. At least there is food at home, and the heart is not worried. But no matter how Sushing persuaded, the Black Dragon still stopped hunting and drying meat, as if he had completely lost interest in this activity. In order to make Sushing lose interest in this matter and divert his attention, the Black Dragon took Sushing to dig the hole of the long-eared beast. Sushing, this? Sushing stared blankly at the huge Black Dragon digging a hole in front of him and grabbed a sleek, long-eared beast from the hole. As the weather got colder, the long-eared beasts also put on new fur. Unlike the thin brown fur in summer, their fur is now very thick and the fur color has completely turned white. The fur color changed so much that Sushing almost didn't recognize it when he first saw it. After knowing that this was the gray long-eared beast he had seen a few months ago, Sushing quickly figured out the reason for their fur color change. In winter, the jungle will be covered with snow. The snow-white fur is more suitable for survival in winter and is more concealed in the snow. But it was obvious that this nest of long-eared beasts could not wait until winter came. The black dragon caught 2 long-eared beasts in a row and took out the food stored by the long-eared beasts and brought it to Su Xing. It remembered that Mao liked these. Then, the black dragon dealt with the long-eared beasts on the side. Su Xing, a second of silence for the long-eared beasts. I will inherit your legacy well. This red plant root that I have never seen before is also delicious. As expected of a beast living in a cave, it can always find a lot of delicious food hidden underground. The black dragon ate all the meat and bones of the long-eared beasts, leaving behind the fur. This meat was just a snack for it, not even enough for an appetizer. So it was too lazy to even peel off the bones and ate it all clean. It quietly waited for Mao to finish eating, and then took Mao and 2 long-eared beast furs to the stream. The black dragon put the little fur ball upstream to play in the water, and it washed the blood and debris on the fur in the downstream stream, and scraped off the remaining blood, flesh, and fat on it. Finally, he lifted it up and blew flames from his mouth. The blue flames passed over the fur not far away, drying it quickly. Su Xing had no intention of playing in the water. He climbed to the top of the black dragon and watched curiously. Because he had thick feathers on his body and fell asleep with the black dragon's hot breath at night, he didn't think about keeping warm at all. Instead, the black dragon prepared it first. However, the black dragon mother must not be able to use such a small fur, right? Was it for him? Su Xing was looking forward to it. Back in the dragon's nest, the black dragon stuffed a fur into the carapace where the fur ball stored food, and put the other under the fur ball's feet for him to step on and play. Su Xing was so happy that he ran, jumped, and sprinted and rolled on the snow-white fur with his upper beak against the fur. The fur that was too small for the black dragon to make gloves was enough to be a luxurious bed for Su Xing, allowing him to toss and turn on it. Su Xing fell in love with the thick fur made and given by the black dragon. Every night he would drag it to the black dragon's head and sleep on it. Did he forget something? Jerky. Winter food reserves. Su Xing woke up from his sleep. The newly acquired fur attracted too much of his attention, and he actually forgot such an important thing. Oh, forget it. He should trust the black dragon mother more. Mom has lived in this world for so many years, and she knows better than him how to deal with winter. Su Xing figured it out, turned his head, buried his mouth in the feathers on his back, and continued to sleep in a different position. The temperature was getting lower and lower, and the cold wind blew through the forest, making a strange rustling sound and rolling up large pieces of yellow leaves. During this time, Su Xing also changed into warmer winter feathers. I don't know if it was his illusion, but the color of his feathers was a little darker than before, from a light yellow to a deeper warm yellow. Su Xing was speechless. Other animals changed their fur to white in winter, so why did his fur become darker? It was not so reversely enhanced. The change in fur color gave Su Xing a big blow. In addition, as the weather got colder, Su Xing became less and less willing to go out. He stayed in his snow-white fur every day and ate the food that Black Dragon brought back for him. Black Dragon also went out less and less frequently, but unlike Su Xing, it would often stand at the entrance of the cave and look into the distance, as if waiting for something. Su Xing didn't understand. Wouldn't it be cold to squat at the entrance of the cave and get a breeze? He silently wrapped the blanket tightly. Su Xing was awakened by the roar of the beast. In addition to the roar of the beast, there was also the sound of countless hooves stepping on the ground, shaking the earth and mountains. Even in the cave on the towering cliff, Su Xing could feel the vibration. He climbed up from the fur blanket, walked to the edge of the cave, and looked out. He saw a huge group of beasts walking in groups, including long-necked beasts, giant horned beasts, sharp-horned beasts, almost all the large animals in the jungle. They gathered together, and the long queue was like a flowing river, passing through the jungle and flowing to the unknown distance. Is this a great migration? Su Xing opened his eyes wide. As early as half a month ago, Su Xing often saw flocks of birds flying over the jungle, but he didn't take it seriously at that time. It was not until today, when the herd of animals like a long river passed through the forest, that he really realized that winter was really coming. But, all the large animals are gone. What will the black dragon mother eat in winter? Su Xing was anxious. Suddenly, he was picked up from the ground by a claw, and the next moment, he and his big blanket fell into the shell where he stored food. Chirp! Su Xing got out from under the blanket with a confused look on his face, and saw that the hole in front of the shell was blocked by a cork, leaving only a small hole on the side. Su Xing stood up, but the shell suddenly shook, as if it was lifted up by something and left the ground. Su Xing was unstable and fell back. The black dragon grabbed the carapace with its two front paws, walked to the cave entrance, and jumped down. He spread his wings from mid-air, took the carapace and Su Xing in it, and flew up to catch up with the winding herd of beasts. The carapace stabilized after a brief shake. Su Xing shook his head and climbed up from the blanket and walked towards the half-open cave on the side of the carapace in a daze. The sound of wings flapping in the air came from above. Su Xing was very familiar with this sound. He had stood on the dragon horns of the black dragon countless times, and went back and forth between the jungle and the dragon's nest with the sound of the dragon's wings flapping. And now, the black dragon took him and his granary away from the dragon's nest. Where are they going? The sound of the animals' hooves stepping on the ground suddenly became louder and more rapid. They seemed to be frightened by something and started running, and all the beasts were galloping. Su Xing had a guess in his mind. He stuck his head out of the cave and looked out. Below was the bleak jungle and the endless migrating queue. The herd of animals found the giant dragon above them, and they neighed and raised their hooves and ran wildly. The earth trembled and dust flew. But no matter how panicked the beasts below were, they did not flee in all directions as in the past, but ran chaotically but firmly in the direction of migration. From a long river of animals flowing smoothly, it turned into a rushing river of rolling yellow sand. Cool. Su Xing, who watched the migration of the herd of animals up close, was shocked. No wonder the black dragon mother refused to make jerky. It turned out that it was ready to migrate with the herd from the beginning. Su Xing was relieved, and there was no need to worry about the dragon mother starving in the winter. After all, it was all buffets below. Su Xing already had a picture in his mind. The black dragon flew with the long migration queue, and once it was hungry, it randomly picked a lucky person from the herd below. What is this? Long-necked beast, eat it. What is this? Giant horned beast, eat it. What is this? Long-horned beast, eat it. Su Xing was greedy, opened a can of white melon seeds, and cracked them while watching the scenery. Although he couldn't eat animal meat, he had a granary of food. Thanks to his mother for bringing his granary with her. This food was enough for him to eat until next year, as long as the winter wasn't too long. So many animals chose to leave the familiar jungle and travel to another place. Does it mean that the winter here will be difficult to endure? Is it because of the lack of food or the extreme cold? Or maybe both. Su Xing knew nothing about these. Fortunately, he didn't need to think about these, because he had his mother, a careful dragon who would bring him a granary and a small blanket before leaving. The black dragon mother would plan everything, and he just had to follow it. After Su Xing had eaten and drunk enough, he stuck his head out to say good afternoon to the black dragon who was concentrating on flying, and then nestled into the fluffy blanket to sleep. Other animals migrated in the open air, traveled through mountains and rivers, and endured hunger. But he was as leisurely as if he was traveling in a luxury RV. He didn't even need to drive. The black dragon mother took care of everything. The black dragon always kept a distance from the herd. Sometimes it moves forward with the herd, and sometimes it passes them, rests in front of them, and waits for the main herd to pass by before catching up. There are many predators like the black dragon that follow the herd, but other predators are much smaller than the black dragon and pay more attention to the secrecy of their whereabouts. They move in groups, sneaking among the withered grass or woods, following the herd and waiting for an opportunity to move. At dusk, the herd was exhausted after a day's journey and gradually slowed down to eat the dry grass leaves on the ground around them to replenish their energy. The black dragon landed in the distance and gently placed the shell it was holding on its front paws on the grass. It folded its wings, lowered its head, and put its huge golden vertical pupils in front of the half-open shell hole and looked inside. The shell was filled with fruit shells and jars, and the only empty front was also stacked with 2 white furs. The fur moved slightly, and a small round thing moved under the fur. After a while, a warm yellow round head poked out from under the fur. Chirp. Huh. It finally came out. The baby was suffocated. Su Xing raised his eyes and suddenly saw the golden vertical pupils blocking the entire hole. He was startled, but soon realized that it was the eyes of the black dragon mother. He happily crawled out from under the fur and ran towards the hole. The black dragon moved its head and retreated from the hole, allowing the fur ball to crawl out of the hole. The hole on the side of the shell was mostly sealed by a cork, and the remaining space was just enough for Su Xing to enter and exit. Su Xing shot out of the hole like a small cannonball. As soon as he landed, he flapped his wings and flew up, landing on the tip of the black dragon's nose, hugging the scales on the black dragon's face and sticking to it. Chirp. Mom, I miss you so much. After staying alone in the shell for a day, without the black dragon's scorching breath to keep warm, he couldn't get used to sleeping. The black dragon took a deep breath of Su Xing's breath, slowly lowered his head and placed him on the ground, and gently nudged his furry belly, then turned around to dig a hole. Digging a hole? Are there long-eared beasts here too? Su Xing leaned over to take a look, and found that the black dragon was digging plant rhizomes for him. This plant rhizome is very small, and it is completely incomparable to the ones he has stored. It's a pity that his storehouse for storing plant rhizomes, tubers, etc. is another carapace, which he didn't bring with him. But if Su Xing had to choose, he would still choose the current carapace. All his grass seeds, nuts, and dried fruits are stored in it, which can last longer and are lighter, so it won't be so difficult for the black dragon to carry them when flying. Su Xing, with the idea of trying new varieties, walked up to eat the green rhizomes pulled out by the black dragon. However, the black dragon stuffed the rhizome into the carapace and gently nudged him with his head lowered, indicating that he should go in too. But I just came out, Su Xing muttered in his heart, but still climbed back into the carapace obediently. This is not the familiar dragon's nest, nor is it even the jungle in the black dragon's territory. During the long migration journey, Su Xing, who is still a cub, can only be obedient and try not to cause trouble to his mother. After the fur ball entered the shell and started to eat, the black dragon turned his head to the herd of animals in the distance. The black dragon crouched down, rushed out suddenly, and pounced on a giant horned beast that was busy eating grass. The beasts ran away, and the resting herd fell into chaos. The giant horned beasts and long-horned beasts crowded and ran in the same direction, and various different beasts were interspersed. Su Xing was startled by the sound of running hooves. He dropped the bitter green rhizome, ran to the entrance of the cave, stretched his neck, and looked out. What happened? The grass in front of the shell was too high, blocking most of the sight. Su Xing could only see many animals running, but he couldn't see the specific situation at all. Soon, the chaos was over. The black dragon dragged the giant horned beast that had just died back. The animals that were running in panic also stopped running, and those who needed to eat grass continued to eat grass. Those who needed to watch the wind continued to watch the wind, and those who had run away from the cubs went to find the cubs. The dragon had food, so it would no longer hunt them, and they were temporarily safe. This is the life of most herbivorous animals. Many times, they don't need to run faster than predators, just run faster than their companions. Sometimes they will fight back. The herd of giant horns often gather together and unanimously point the giant horns on their heads at the predators, forcing the predators to retreat. This trick is very useful when dealing with predators that are similar or smaller than them, but the dragons are obviously not one of them. If they stupidly stand together to fight against the dragon will definitely not mind killing them all with a mouthful of dragon flame. The black dragon dragged the giant horned beast to the vicinity of the carapace, turned his head and saw the little fur ball looking out from the hole in the carapace. It made a gentle low moan in its throat, which formed a sharp contrast with the ferocious appearance with blood all over its jaws. Su Xing came out of the shell. Facing the black dragon with blood dripping between its scales, he did not feel any panic or fear. He even dared to flap his wings and fly to the top of the black dragon. The blood on the black dragon mother's face was from the giant horned beast, not its blood. If it was its blood, he would panic. The black dragon buried its head in eating. After flying for a day, it had consumed a lot of energy and was in urgent need of replenishing it. Su Xing stood on the dragon's horn and looked at the herd of beasts in the distance. He had never seen so many beasts at such a close distance. It seemed that there were more beasts than when he left the jungle. Did beasts from other places join in? The distance between them was so close that he could almost hear the sound of them chewing grass leaves. Now most of the grass has turned yellow, and only a small amount of green is left at the roots close to the ground. Those dry grasses must not taste good. They are dry and hard, and eating them will cut your throat. Su Xing was thankful that he had stored enough food. The black dragon mother also took his granary with her when she migrated. Now he didn't have to eat hay like those beasts. He could even be a little picky about food and not eat the bitter roots of plants. Su Xing stood on the top of the black dragon and watched the animals in the herd eating grass and resting. A patch of dry grass in front of the herd moved. At first, Su Xing thought it was the wind and didn't pay attention to it. But when he glanced over it, he felt a sense of creepiness. He looked again and saw a light brown animal head rising from the grass, with orange eyes staring at him. And there was more than one. In those grasses that seemed to be slightly moved by the wind, there were hidden beasts lurking. Their fur color was too similar to the dry grass, and if you didn't look closely, you couldn't find them at all. When Su Xing saw them, they all stopped, and pairs of yellow eyes stared at Su Xing. Su Xing was so shocked that the hair on his body stood up. There was actually a group of beasts lurking in the grass. What did they want to do? Attack him and the dragon mother? Even Su Xing discovered the lurking beast, but the black dragon, whose 5 senses were several times more sensitive than his, remained indifferent and just focused on eating. Su Xing was so anxious that he pecked at the scales on the black dragon's head. The defensive power of the scales was too strong. After a long time, the black dragon realized that the slight itch on his head was the little fur ball calling him. He looked up blankly and tilted his head slightly, wondering what the fur ball was calling him about. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A beast is ambushing us. Su Xing flapped his wings anxiously. If it was just one beast, Su Xing would never believe that it could pose a threat to the black dragon. But this was a group. Roar? The black dragon was puzzled. Is the little fur ball hungry? Or does he want it to play with him? In fact, the most panicked of all the beasts present was the orange-eyed beast that almost blended into the dead grass. They had been following the migrating herd for a day and were already hungry. The herd of giant horned beasts in front of them made them drool. But the dragon was nearby, so they didn't dare disturb it and thought about looking for hunting opportunities in the herds ahead. They tried their best to reduce their presence and tried to pass through the grass in front of the dragon. The dragon was eating and ignored them. Just when their action was about to succeed, the bird on the dragon's head interrupted the dragon's feeding. Chirp! Su Xing jumped onto the black dragon's shoulder, calling out eagerly, and raised one wing, pointing the tip of the wing at the grass between them and the herd of giant horned beasts. The black dragon lowered his eyes slightly and looked in the direction pointed by the little fur ball. Roar! The black dragon opened his mouth and let out a low and majestic roar. The giant horned beasts that had just relaxed and eaten grass immediately became alert, and the sharp horned beasts a little further away suddenly pricked up their ears, and they all began to run forward at the same time. The orange-eyed predator lurking in the grass, as the beast closest to the giant dragon, faced the roar and ran away first. Was it scared away just like that? Su Xing was a little surprised. But this did not affect his pride in himself. He discovered the ambush beast in advance, warned the mother dragon, and avoided a possible attack. Today is also a useful dragon cub. Night fell. The sky was full of stars, as if you could hold the galaxy in your hand with just one hand. Chirp, 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 chirp. Twinkle, twinkle little star. The sky is full of little stars. Su Xing sang, lying on his back on the gray-white shell in a very relaxed posture, with his paws pressed against his belly and facing upwards, admiring the vast and dazzling starry sky and enjoying the quiet night. The black dragon lay beside him, slightly raised his head and stared at him for a long time. It couldn't figure out why an animal would sleep in this posture, lying on his back, belly up. This is not in a nest, but in the wild where dangers are lurking everywhere. If attacked, there is no time to turn over and get up. Too dangerous. The black dragon came over and gently nudged the little fur ball. Chirp! Su Xing, who was almost knocked down, hurriedly kicked his paws, and after accidentally kicking the black dragon's face several times, he finally turned himself over. As soon as he stood up, Su Xing chirped in protest. This is too much. He was counting stars originally, and now he has forgotten where he counted. The black dragon continued to nudge him, trying to push him into the shell. This is in the wild, and emergencies may occur at any time. Although it is guarding, it is safer to sleep in the shell. After being nudged a few times, Su Xing understood what it meant. Well, I can't see the stars. Su Xing jumped off the shell with some regret and was pushed into the shell hole by the black dragon on his furry ace. The black dragon circled the shell and lay down again, with its head resting in front of the hole on the side of the shell. The broad wings covered it. The black dragon closed one eye, and the eye on the side close to the hole continued to open, and the bright golden dragon pupil shone brightly in the darkness. Su Xing, who originally regretted not being able to sleep under the starry sky, was immediately attracted by the glowing dragon pupils at the hole. Mom's eyes are so beautiful, like the warm yellow night light at the head of the bed. Oh no, this is much bigger than a night light. It should be said to be the warm street light on the roadside outside the window. Su Xing rested his chin on the blanket and watched the dragon pupil outside for a long time. He didn't see the black dragon close this eye, but heard the black dragon's even and soothing breathing. Asleep? Sleeping with eyes open? Well, not completely open, one eye was closed. But can you really sleep like this? Su Xing was very curious and couldn't help but try it too, sleeping with one eye open and one eye closed. Su Xing gradually fell asleep, and the black dragon's bright eye was always imprinted in his mind. He could even see clearly how many times the vertical pupil moved. The sky gradually brightened, and Su Xing woke up hazily, with half of his head aching, as if he was asleep, but as if he wasn't asleep. He slept, but only half of it. The black dragon outside had already stood up, and the sun shone in from the narrow hole. This was a rare sunny day after the beginning of winter. Su Xing tried to open his eyes, feeling awake, but a little sleepy. He gave up struggling, buried his head in the blanket, closed his eyes, and went back to sleep. This sleep was not a good one. Su Xing was half asleep and half awake. He could clearly feel the flapping of the black dragon's wings and hear the cries and hooves of the beasts below. It was not until his stomach began to protest that Su Xing woke up completely, crawled out of the blanket, and went to eat the white melon seeds he had opened yesterday. Although he had mastered a new skill, he did not plan to use it again. He might as well sleep normally. By the way, in the nest before, the mother dragon would not sleep with one eye open. Why did she sleep last night? Was it for vigilance? If it was for vigilance, he could be responsible for it. Anyway, he was in the shell during the day and did not have to do anything except watching the scenery, eating, and sleeping. He slept enough during the day and kept watch with both eyes open at night. There was the sound of rushing river water outside. There were also the sounds of heavy objects falling into the water, breaking the water flow, and passing through the river. Su Xing held the melon seeds in his mouth, walked to the entrance of the cave, and tilted his head while knocking and looking down with one eye. He saw a wide river stretching in front of the migrating beasts, and the river water was surging. The first sharp-horned beast to arrive was drinking water. As time went by, more and more beasts arrived. They kept rushing forward and squeezed the beasts in the front into the water. Some sharp-horned beasts were squeezed off the shore. They struggled and jumped in the water, trying to climb onto the shore. Some succeeded, and some failed. Regardless of whether they succeeded or not, when the beasts behind them arrived in a steady stream, they would all be squeezed into the water. Under the river, there was a huge black shadow approaching. What was that? Su Xing stretched his head out a little, and the melon seed shells in his mouth fell out. However, before he could see clearly, the black dragon took him across the river. It did not continue to fly forward, but changed direction and flew upstream of the river, choosing a place with clear water and landing. The black dragon put down its shell and lowered its head to drink water. Su Xing thought about the underwater black shadow that he could not see clearly, crawled out of the hole, stood on the shell, and looked downstream. But he saw a sharp-horned beast drowning, with only its head and long sharp horns sticking out of the water. It kept struggling towards the shore, trying to get out. But the more it struggled, the farther it got from the riverbank, and soon it was in the middle of the river. No, it wasn't drowning. Something had bitten it underwater. It was dragged to the middle of the river. Scarlet blood spread from underwater, and the sharp-horned beast gradually stopped struggling and was completely dragged underwater. Su Xing, there's a monster in the water. Su Xing turned his head to look at the black dragon drinking water beside him. Just as he was about to remind it to be careful, he saw a bubble coming up from underwater and a black shadow emerged. Chirp, get away from the river. Before Su Xing finished speaking, the black dragon plunged into the water, splashing water all over Su Xing next to him. Instantly becoming a drowned chicken, Su Xing didn't even bother to shake off the water on his body and hurried to look into the river. The black dragon plunged into the water. A huge black shadow could be seen surging underwater. The wings or neck of the black dragon would occasionally appear above the water. Its long tail swept underwater, disturbing the river sand in the area. Su Xing was so anxious that he ran back and forth on the shore. He wanted to go down, but he knew that he would only cause more trouble. No, he didn't even have the chance to cause more trouble. With his size, he would be immediately washed away by the rushing river water as soon as he entered the water. It seemed like several centuries had passed, but it also seemed like only a few breaths had passed. The water surface calmed down and the black dragon emerged from the water. It was biting a huge black fish in its mouth. Its sharp teeth pierced deeply into the flesh under the scales of the fish, and blood continued to flow out. The river water brought up by the black dragon flowed down from its head. Its golden vertical pupils opened under the water curtain, and its eyes were cold and cruel. The black dragon dragged the fish ashore. When it saw the wet fur ball still dripping water on the shore, it paused, and a bit of guilt appeared in its fierce vertical pupils. Throwing the strange fish aside, the black dragon stretched out its claws to hold up the fur ball, opened its mouth, and a wisp of faint blue flame passed by the fur ball, bringing heat waves without touching his feathers. Seeing that the black dragon was fine, Su Xing was relieved. It was too cold to be wet in the winter, so he quickly shook his body and shook his head to get rid of the water on his body. A lot of water droplets splashed on the black dragon's face. The black dragon didn't even blink and continued to spit fire to help dry the fur ball. Steam came out of Su Xing's body. It was quite comfortable. After roasting the fire for a while, when the fur on his body was dry, Su Xing stepped on the black dragon's claws and climbed up, all the way to its shoulder, to see the strange fish that was brought ashore. The strange fish was covered with black scales. It had a strong and powerful long tail. Its tail and back were covered with thorn cones like rocks. Its head and mouth were extremely huge, and its mouth was filled with sharp teeth. Just by looking at its appearance, Su Xing could imagine it sneaking in the water, quietly approaching the drinking animals on the shore, then suddenly jumping out, biting the neck of the animal and dragging it into the water. Perhaps this is what the strange fish wanted to do just now, but it obviously chose the wrong target. When it took the black dragon as prey and approached, the black dragon also took it as prey. In this duel between prey and hunter, the black dragon was better. So, the black dragon won the right to eat. However, the black dragon did not start eating immediately, but first went around in the forest, stopped under a tree, and started digging a hole. Soon, it caught a snow-white long-eared beast from the cave, threw it out without even looking at it, and continued to dig, digging out a bunch of nuts and plant stems, and then returned with them and Su Xing with satisfaction. The black dragon stuffed the food looted from the long-eared beast into its shell, and sent Su Xing back, and then began to bite the strange fish and feast on it. Su Xing looked at the various dried fruits and stems scattered in the shell, and his mood was very complicated. In fact, There was enough food in his granary for him to eat for a long time, but the black dragon still insisted on finding new food for him every day. Maybe he found that he didn't like the green plant roots from yesterday, or maybe he thought he didn't eat root foods, and it was too difficult to find other food in this season. So the black dragon chose to dig directly into the long-eared beast's nest. Only the world where the long-eared beast was injured appeared. In the next half-month, the black dragon took Su Xing and followed the migrating herds over the mountains and ridges. Except for the necessary eating and rest, the herds would hardly stop and would continue to travel even at night. The black dragon would take Su Xing to sleep all night, and then set off at dawn, following the traces left by the herd. Millions of animals migrated together, and the traces along the way were very obvious, so there was no need to worry about losing them. Even if he didn't rest with the herd, the black dragon would keep one eye open while sleeping. Su Xing tried to take over the task of keeping watch, but failed. No matter how he expressed it, the black dragon seemed to not understand and insisted on sleeping with one eye open. If he also kept watch, the black dragon would only spend more energy to accompany him and sleep worse. Su Xing could only try to keep quiet at night. Even if he couldn't sleep because he slept too much during the day, he had to pretend to be asleep and try not to affect the black dragon's rest. Sometimes, Su Xing felt that the black dragon actually understood what he meant. But in its eyes, the cub only needed to eat well, sleep well, and grow up quickly, and everything else was its responsibility. For example, night watch and foraging for food. Even if he was exhausted after flying all day, the black dragon still insisted on preparing new food for him every day. Most of this food came from long-eared beasts. Su Xing was surprised by the wide distribution of long-eared beasts. No matter where the migrating team went, the black dragon could find a long-eared beast cave nearby. It did not eat the long-eared beasts, but just dug the caves and took away the food stored in the caves. These long-eared beasts probably never thought that the food they stored for the winter would be favored by the dragon one day. Their melons and dates were not enough to fill the dragon's teeth, but it was enough for Su Xing to eat until he was full. Su Xing squatted on the pile of nuts and thought about life. Half a month after the migration began, not much of the food prepared before was eaten, but the granary was getting fuller and fuller. There was no place to stay in the shell, and he could only sleep on the pile of nuts with a blanket. Su Xing had good reason to suspect that the black dragon brought this shell before leaving just to have something to hold him. In any case, this shell did come in handy. Not only could it store enough food for warm blankets, but it could also block the cold wind when flying at high altitudes and serve as a shelter when camping in the wild. It not only ensures Su Xing's safety, but also provides him with a comfortable environment. While other migrating animals inevitably become thinner, Su Xing becomes more plump. Staying in the self-driving luxury air RV every day, apart from eating and sleeping, the biggest amount of exercise is to crack melon seeds and look at the scenery outside. How can he not get fat if he continues like this? Su Xing only hopes that he can still fly after the migration is over. It would be too embarrassing if he was too fat to fly. I don't know how long this migration will last. Su Xing's thoughts drifted for a while, and suddenly he found that the surroundings were too quiet. The hoofbeats and neighing of the beasts disappeared, and only the sound of the black dragon flapping its wings remained in his ears. He walked down the nut pile and looked out of the cave. Outside was the still bleak jungle, with withered and yellow grass and trees, and it was difficult to see green. It was even more difficult to see birds and beasts. Where are the beasts? Su Xing looked down. Let alone the huge herd of beasts, he didn't even see any traces of the herd walking. The black dragon left the migration team. What is it going to do? At first, Su Xing thought that the black dragon was just taking him away temporarily and would return to the migration team later. But for the next few days, the black dragon kept flying forward without looking back, and Su Xing was sure that they had really parted ways with the herd. Su Xing didn't quite understand why they had to separate. Were their destinations different from the herd? Unfortunately, he couldn't get an answer from the black dragon and could only be taken to an unknown direction. Without the mobile herd buffet, Su Xing began to worry that the black dragon would starve. It was difficult to see large animals in the mountains and forests in winter. Even the crustaceans that did not participate in the migration had left the riverbank and hibernated in hidden corners. Even if there were small animals such as long-eared beasts, it would be difficult for the huge black dragon to be fed. What should it eat? Su Xing soon knew the answer. The black dragon did not intend to spend energy looking for those hibernating animals. Most of the time, it chose to hunt in lakes or rivers. As always, the black dragon dug a long-eared animal nest and prepared food for the fur ball before diving into the lake. The swimming fish school could not attract the black dragon's attention. Its target was the big fish at the bottom of the lake, which required it to dive to the bottom of the lake. It was huge and had a lot of tonnage, so it was easy for it to dive deep. The big fish with a mouth full of sharp teeth swam slowly along the mud at the bottom of the lake, and the black dragon swung its tail and pounced on it. Soon, the black dragon dragged a big fish to the shore. Su Xing, who had been waiting on the shore for a long time, was relieved to see it return safely and was also amazed at the black dragon's hunting ability. He had also seen the black dragon prey on strange fish, but that was only a brief confrontation, which was completely different from the current situation. It had just dived into the lake for a long time before it emerged. It was not until then that he realized how strong the black dragon's underwater hunting ability was. As a dragon with wings, it could actually dive. Su Xing was shocked and eager to try. As a dragon cub, if the black dragon mother can do it, he will definitely do it too. At this time, there was no wind or waves on the lake, and the lake was calm, so he would not be swept away. Moreover, the black dragon was right next to him and could rescue him at any time if something unexpected happened. Su Xing bravely walked into the lake. After a while, a warm yellow fur ball floated on the calm lake. Su Xing slid his feet underwater in a daze. It seemed to be successful, but it seemed that something was wrong. Why was he floating on the water? He was obviously going to dive into the water. Su Xing took a deep breath, held his breath, buried his head in the water, and tried to dive down. The black dragon tore off a large piece of fish meat and swallowed it. When he turned around, he found that the little fur ball was gone, and there was a furry ace struggling on the lake next to it. Fortunately, the fur ball was not far from the shore, and the black dragon quickly stretched out his claws and scooped up the fur ball. Su Xing didn't realize that he had left the water. He was still closing his eyes and holding his breath and swimming hard. Suddenly, he realized that the touch was wrong. Why did he touch something hard? Did it swim to the bottom of the river? Am I so awesome? Su Xing opened his eyes suddenly, only to find that the riverbed in front of him had no sand or stones, only tightly arranged black scales. Such familiar scales. Su Xing slowly raised his head and met the black dragon's golden vertical pupils full of worry and concern. Chirp! When Su Xing was about to shake off the water on his body, he found that his down feathers were all dry, and only the feathers on the surface were stained with some water droplets. His surface feathers were layered and tightly arranged, which had a strong waterproof effect. Previously, on the riverbank, the reason why he was soaked by the huge splash of water from the black dragon was because he was frightened and his feathers stood up, and the falling river water directly contacted its down feathers. Under normal circumstances, he was not so easily wet. This thick and waterproof feather is a natural life jacket. No wonder he can't sink into the water. His attempt to imitate the black dragon mother and learn new skills failed. Su Xing hung his head in dejection and silently combed his hair with his mouth. Even though the little ball of fur wasn't very wet, the black dragon still used dragon flame to dry it thoroughly before stuffing the warm and fluffy ball of fur back into its shell. In order to prevent the little ball of fur from getting into trouble again, the black dragon changed direction and ate through the hole in its shell, its golden vertical pupils staring straight at the ball of fur in the hole. Su Xing? Are you looking at him while eating? The huge dragon is tearing the fish meat apart and eating with blood all over its mouth while staring at you. It's scary, isn't it? If Su Xing, who was being targeted, wasn't the dragon's cub, he would have been scared to death. Su Xing didn't feel scared, he just felt guilty and flustered, as if he had done something bad and was caught by his parents, and was being watched and reformed. But he didn't do anything bad, he just wanted to learn the skills of the black dragon mother. Cubs will imitate their parents. Chicks will learn to peck at rice from their mother chickens, and dragon cubs will certainly learn to dive and catch fish from their mother dragons. Su Xing remembered that he had not tried fish yet. Animal meat tastes terrible, but what about fish? He eagerly poked his head out, and his dull sense of smell finally caught the fishy smell in the air. The strong smell made Su Xing want to escape. He immediately retracted his head. I'd better continue to be a herbivorous dragon cub. After a short meal and rest, the black dragon continued to take Su Xing on the road. Su Xing clearly felt that since leaving the herd, the black dragon's speed has increased a lot. Not only did it fly faster, but the rest time was also compressed as much as possible. In the past, the black dragon would take him to sleep at night, but now he was on the road regardless of day or night. It seemed that the reason he stopped to rest at night was just to keep up with the speed of the herd's migration. Su Xing was very worried that the black dragon would have problems with his body if he continued to travel day and night. It rested too little, and during the short sleep time, it had to keep one eye open to be alert. Would it really not die suddenly? When to take off and how fast to fly are all decided by the black dragon. Su Xing cannot change it. He can only take care of himself as much as possible and not let the black dragon consume more energy on him. After being separated from the herd for more than 10 days, the forest below is still bleak, and the weather has not warmed up at all. This does not seem to be going to a warm place to spend the winter. Su Xing does not know the destination of this trip, so he can only be carried over mountains and rivers in the shell. In fact, it doesn't matter where Su Xing goes. He has no understanding of this strange world. The only thing he is familiar with is the black dragon. As long as he is with his mother, he can go anywhere. Without the roar and hoofbeats of the herd, everything is lonely. It seems that only he and the black dragon are left in the world. Lonely, but closely connected. After flying for half a month, the black dragon stopped on a beach. It found seaweed and algae for Su Xing and caught a huge sea fish. Due to the lack of light, the seaweed has turned yellow and is not so fresh. But this is food that Su Xing has never eaten before. He is very interested, especially the salty feeling of the seaweed, which makes him miss it a little. The black dragon rarely stopped to rest for a whole night. It was not until the sun rose the next day that the black dragon ate the fish meat left over from yesterday and prepared some fresh seaweed for Su Xing before setting off again. It grabbed the shell, flapped its wings, and flew towards the direction of the rising sun on the sea. Su Xing? This is the sea. The endless sea. Not the kind of big lake that can be flown over in half a day. Are you really sure? Su Xing looked out for a long time, but did not see any land in front of him. Not to mention the mainland, there was not even an island. And the land they left behind was getting smaller and smaller, almost only a black dot. Su Xing chirped and persuaded the black dragon to return. At least now you can find the way back, but there is really a vast sea ahead, and it is hard to say whether you can encounter land. The black dragon uttered a gentle low hum in its throat to soothe Su Xing's emotions, but it still insisted on flying forward. Su Xing had no choice but to choose to believe in the black dragon. Su Xing lay at the entrance of the cave all day, looking forward to the appearance of land in front of him, almost looking forward to it. But there was nothing. The only time he saw an island was when a sea monster came out of the water to breathe. The black dragon was very interested in the monster and circled around it in the air. Su Xing was very nervous, worried that it would go hunting the monster. The part of the monster that was exposed to the sea was as big as the black dragon, and there was no one who knew how much was hidden under the sea. There was sea water all around, and there was no land to land on. Even if the black dragon was good at diving, it would be too crazy to fight a giant in the sea in such a place. Fortunately, the monster quickly sank into the water and swam away. The black dragon continued to fly forward. Su Xing was relieved. However, the black dragon had to turn around and look back after flying for a while. Seeing its appearance, Su Xing always felt that it seemed to regret not preying on the monster. As the sky darkened, the black dragon's flying speed gradually slowed down, but there was still only the vast sea in front. The black dragon had been flying for a day and had consumed a lot of physical strength. Su Xing didn't know how long it could hold on. After dark, it would be even more difficult to find land. Su Xing looked around the shell full of food. The black dragon had been flying for a day without food or water, and it still carried him and his granary with it. Su Xing passed through the pile of nuts and came to the shell where the dried fruits were stored. He picked up the largest piece of dried fruit, flew out of the shell, and landed on the black dragon's claws. The wind was too strong, and with a large piece of dried fruit in his mouth, Su Xing didn't dare to fly, fearing that he couldn't keep up with the black dragon's speed and would be blown away by the wind. He could only climb up along the black dragon's forelimbs against the cold sea breeze, and finally came to the black dragon's shoulder. I don't know if it was because the scales were too thick or the limbs were stiffened by the cold wind. The black dragon didn't notice his movements. It wasn't until Su Xing stepped on its shoulder and chirped to it that it turned its head suddenly. A pair of golden vertical pupils glowing in the night stared at him in astonishment, obviously frightened by his behavior. Chirp! Su Xing raised the dried fruit in his mouth and handed it to the black dragon's mouth. The black dragon didn't take it. It slowed down its flight speed, lifted the carapace it was holding on its front paw, passed it to its shoulder, turned the whole towards Su Xing, and let out a low humming sound with a hint of urging. Su Xing knew what it meant, but he didn't want to go back just like that. He flapped his wings, flew onto the carapace, and used the carapace as a step to pass the dried fruit to the black dragon's mouth. Seeing that Mouchio was not going to go back unless he ate it, the black dragon could only open its mouth and let Mouchio throw the dried fruit in. The dried fruit was just a small piece for it, but as soon as it entered its mouth, the sweet fruity taste spread in its mouth. It didn't swallow it directly, but just let it stay in its mouth. The longer it stayed, the sweetness gradually filled its entire mouth. Seeing it eat it, Su Xing returned to the carapace, and the black dragon immediately took the carapace off its shoulder. Then it kept an eye on the hole in the carapace. Sure enough, in just a few breaths, Mouchio popped out of the hole with a new piece of dried fruit in his mouth. Roaring, the black dragon growled and forced him to go back. Su Xing was not afraid of it at all, and would climb up as soon as he flew onto its claws. But this time, before he started to climb, the claws under his feet automatically rose and came to the black dragon's head. Su Xing pushed the dried fruit forward, and the black dragon took the initiative to open its mouth to catch it. The black dragon found that he could not stop him, so for his safety, he chose to cooperate with him. Su Xing happily returned to the shell and continued to hold the dried fruit. The black dragon did not put the shell down again, but let the whole of the shell against its shoulder so that the fur ball could step on its shoulder as soon as it came out, reducing the risk of falling. Su Xing ran back and forth, feeding the black dragon several cans of dried fruit, and his neck was sore from exhaustion. He was tired and sleepy, his eyelids were fighting, but he still insisted on passing the dried fruit to the black dragon's mouth. The black dragon stopped taking his food and urged him to go back to sleep. Su Xing really couldn't hold on any longer and no longer insisted on feeding him. He opened his mouth and let the dried fruit fall. But then he did not choose to return to the shell, but climbed to the top of the black dragon and slept standing on the black dragon's dragon horn. Originally, he wanted to use body language to signal the black dragon to drop its shell, but he was too sleepy and hoped that the black dragon could understand what he meant. Flying with a shell is like carrying a heavy load. In this situation where you can't see the way forward and are constantly consuming energy, you should make some choices. Su Xing stood on the black dragon's horn, yawned, and gradually closed his eyes. His claws can automatically tighten when he is relaxed, so he doesn't have to worry about falling off the dragon's horn after falling asleep. It's just that the wind is blowing all the time, and it's a bit cold. Su Xing turned his head and buried his mouth in the feathers to keep warm. Before he completely closed his eyes and fell asleep, he vaguely saw a little red flame erupting in the darkness. How could there be fire on the sea? He must have been so sleepy that he had hallucinations. Su Xing woke up in a warm place. There was no biting cold wind, and the air was filled with rolling heat waves, which was very warm. Unlike the hot air flow from top to bottom when the black dragon breathes, this time the heat source comes from below, and even the ground is warm. Such an environment was extremely comfortable for Su Xing. He was so addicted to the warmth that he didn't want to open his eyes. He turned over, his head pressed against the ground, listening to the sound of the sea surging and boiling water below, feeling the geothermal heat up close. In the slightly noisy sound of water, Su Xing also faintly heard a few roars of beasts. This roar was very special, different from the roars of long-necked beasts and giant horned beasts he had heard before, but it was a bit like the usual roar of the black dragon. Of course, he knew that it was not the voice of the black dragon. The voice of the black dragon mother was more majestic and more penetrating. Huh, there are other beasts here? And there is also the ground. He was sleeping on the ground. Did the black dragon mother take him to land? Su Xing opened his eyes in surprise. There was darkness in front of him. He was shrouded by the black dragon's wings, and only a faint red light shone through the gap under the wings. Su Xing walked towards the light source and got out from under the black dragon's wings. What they saw was a black ground and stone walls. They were in a black stone cave. The entrance was filled with red light, and there was the sound of surging water and the occasional roar of beasts coming from outside. Da, da. A red stone flew in from outside the cave and landed on the ground. Who is it? Throwing a stone into their cave? How unethical! Su Xing was furious. The black dragon was still sleeping. It was exhausted after a day and night of sea flight and a month-long migration. Su Xing didn't want to disturb it. He walked towards the stone alone, ready to throw it out of the cave. After the stone landed, part of it turned gray, and only the middle part was still glowing red, which inexplicably reminded Su Xing of coal that was about to burn out. Su Xing lowered his head, and as soon as his mouth approached it, he felt the scorching temperature. This stone was actually hot. Then the red light in the middle. Couldn't it really be burning? Su Xing immediately retreated. He didn't want to hold the burning coal in his mouth. Why did something like this fly into their cave? Su Xing looked at the cave entrance, emitting red light in confusion. There was a constant sound of surging water coming from outside, and the sound made people panic inexplicably. Su Xing hesitated for a moment, but still walked over. Then, he saw a huge pot of boiling tomato soup. No, that was surging magma. Su Xing widened his eyes and stared blankly at the surging magma below. It was so huge that the slurry that surged when it was active was like a wave, giving him a shock of facing a tsunami. The difference was that this tsunami was hot, with a temperature of thousands of degrees, which could destroy everything it touched and turn it into part of it. There was another surge of magma, and the surging red slurry seemed to be able to hit the cave at any time and turn him into ashes. Su Xing subconsciously stepped back. Magma. Magma. Why is there such active magma outside the cave? What exactly is this place? Su Xing slowly raised his head and saw the black mountain wall extending upwards and the nearly circular sky. This is an active volcano. Su Xing thought of the fire he saw before going to bed last night. It turned out that it was not an illusion caused by his sleepiness. There could really be fire on the sea, such as an active volcanic island that could erupt at any time. What is it like to wake up and find yourself in a volcano? Su Xing's legs were weak and he could hardly walk. Although his current body was not afraid of flames and high temperatures, the mighty power of nature displayed by the surging magma still made him tremble. In front of the magma, he was as small as dust. A roar of beasts came from above. There are other beasts in this volcano? Su Xing looked up in astonishment. There were dozens of black shadows standing on the rock platform above. At first, when Su Xing looked up at the crater, he thought it was just rocks and ignored them. Now, with the red light of the magma, he found that there were dozens of dragons lying or standing. Su Xing opened his eyes wide in shock. Dragons? All dragons? So many dragons. Could it be that this volcano is a place where dragons spend the winter together? Spending the winter in an active volcano. What a genius idea! Only a dragon that is not afraid of fire and heat would dare to do this. Since Su Xing hatched, he has lived alone with his black dragon mother in a dragon nest on the cliff. There are no other dragons in the jungle below the cliff. He has never seen a dragon other than himself and his black dragon mother. Curiosity about other dragons overwhelmed his fear of magma. Su Xing forgot about his environment and observed other dragons curiously. The size of these dragons varies greatly. The largest one is comparable to the black dragon mother, and the smallest one is only the size of a long ear. Their appearances are also varied. Some have horns on their heads, some do not. Some have fine and smooth scales, some have huge and rugged scales, and some have no scales but colorful feathers. The only similarity is that they all have 2 wings, a pair of front feet and a pair of hind feet. The colors are even more different. The largest number is the brown scaled dragon, followed by the red scaled dragon, the green scaled dragon, the gold scaled dragon, the white scaled dragon, and a few strange dragons with colorful feathers all over their bodies. The strange thing is that there are no black dragons. Su Xing looked carefully several times, but he didn't see any dragons that looked like the black dragon mother, either in appearance or color. Strange. Have the other black dragons not arrived at this volcanic island yet? And why do the other dragons live in the platforms or caves above? But he and the black dragon mother have to stay at the bottom, in the most dangerous cave closest to the magma. Did they come too late and there was no room up there? Or did the other dragons unite to exclude him and the black dragon mother? Su Xing felt that he and his mother were bullied by the bad dragons and began to feel wronged. Then, he saw a red dragon on the top platform climbing down the rock wall. Its goal was the cave below. But there were already 2 white dragons in that cave. Sensing that other dragons were approaching, the white dragon, who was originally building a nest with various stones, immediately rushed to the entrance of the cave, stretched out his head, and roared angrily at the red dragon. The red dragon retreated, and it changed direction, wanting to go to the cave next to the white dragon. But when it turned around, its tail swept down, and the white dragon immediately opened its mouth and bit it. The red dragon screamed in pain and turned back to bite and fight with the white dragon. In the end, the red dragon was defeated and flapped its wings to escape, returning to the top platform with a bleeding tail. Similar scenes continued to play out. From time to time, dragons tried to seize the caves below. Most of them failed, but there were also successes. A pair of red dragons joined forces to drive out the golden dragon that originally lived in the cave below and occupied that cave. It seems that in the eyes of dragons, the lower and closer to the magma, the better the cave. And the cave where he and the black dragon were was the lowest among all the caves. It turned out that he and the black dragon mother were not bullied, and they even lived in the best cave. Su Xing was relieved. I said that with the size of the black dragon mother, it should be bullied by other dragons. According to the behavior of dragons, this cave might be taken away by the black dragon mother from other dragons. It seems that many wonderful stories happened when he was asleep, but Su Xing still couldn't understand why these dragons would like caves in low places. He prefers to live in high places. In his cognition, the higher the safer. The cave was too low. There was magma below and a large group of dragons above, which made Su Xing feel insecure. Just as he was thinking, Su Xing saw a huge dragon head sticking out from the top of the cave. There were no scales on the head, but it was covered with colorful feathers. It was a feather dragon. The feather dragon tilted its head and looked at him, its golden vertical pupils moving slowly, as if judging his threat. Obviously, the small Su Xing did not make it feel any threat. So it leaned down more and opened its big mouth full of sharp teeth to Su Xing. Su Xing, you said it was unsafe to live down there. Chirp, chirp. Su Xing rolled and crawled into the cave, seeking the protection of the black dragon. A black shadow rushed out of the cave, bit the feather dragon's head that was sticking out, and tore off a large piece of fur and flesh. Blood and feathers flew everywhere. The feather dragon screamed miserably, flapped its wings quickly, retreated back to the cave above, and never showed its head again. The black dragon spat out the large feathers in its mouth and roared in a threatening and angry way towards the outside of the cave. The whole volcano was quiet, with only the sound of the surging magma and the roar of the black dragon echoing. All the dragons crouched down, close to the ground, and slowly retreated into the depths of the nest. Only when no dragons showed their heads did the black dragon retract its sight and look down at its little ball of fur. Chirp, chirp. Su Xing climbed up all the way on the black dragon's limbs and scales, and stopped with lingering fear when he climbed to its shoulder. The ferocity of dragons was beyond his imagination. Even when facing their own kind, They would bite and fight mercilessly. Moreover, they have a strong chirp. Su Xing climbed up all the way on the black dragon's limbs and scales, and stopped with lingering fear when he climbed to its shoulder. The ferocity of dragons was beyond his imagination. Even when facing their own kind, they would bite and fight mercilessly. Moreover, they have a strong sense of territory and do not allow other dragons to approach their caves. They are probably solitary. Chirp. Su Xing rubbed the scales on the black dragon's face. His body gradually relaxed, and his feathers became fluffy again. Fortunately, his mother was there. If it weren't for his mother, he would have been torn to pieces by the other dragons here. No, if it weren't for his mother, he wouldn't even be able to come to this volcanic island. He could only follow other beasts to migrate. If he was lucky, he could reach a warmer place alive. If he was unlucky, he would probably die on the way. The black dragon waited until Su Xing calmed down before taking him deeper into the cave. He bent down and sent him to a stone platform made of various stones. The stone platform was hemispherical, with high edges and low in the middle. It reminded Su Xing of the nests where birds and beasts incubate eggs. So, it turned out that they had robbed other dragons' caves. The black dragon took him to the island after he fell asleep last night, and he did not bring any colored stones before going to the island. Whether in terms of time or materials, the black dragon did not have time to build such a gem nest. The black dragon sent him into the gem nest and moved his shell to the side, as if preparing for him to sleep in it in the future. Su Xing wanted to tell the dragon mother that he was a cub, not an egg. As a cub that had been hatched for half a year, Su Xing did not want to be treated as an egg. But he had to admit that this nest was really comfortable to sleep in. Under the heat of the volcano, the gemstones used to build the nest became warm. Lying in it was like being in a warm stove, which made Su Xing reluctant to leave, especially when the mother dragon lay down around the nest and accompanied him to sleep in a protective posture. The sense of security was enough to make Su Xing forget that there was surging magma below and ferocious dragons above, and he fell asleep peacefully in the nest. He slept until noon. Su Xing heard the sound of many dragons flapping their wings, and then he poked his head out of the nest and looked out vigilantly. The cave entrance illuminated by the red light of the magma was empty, and no dragon came to rob their cave. Su Xing breathed a sigh of relief and listened carefully. He found that the wings were flapping farther and farther, as if dragons were leaving the volcano in groups and heading to the outside world. The black dragon raised his head, propped up his body, and walked towards the cave entrance. Are you going out? Su Xing quickly flipped out of the nest and trotted to catch up. The black dragon stopped at the entrance of the cave, turned around and pushed Su Xing back. Chew, can't he go with her? Doesn't that mean he has to stay alone in the cave and wait for his mother to come back? Thinking of the feathered dragon with sharp teeth yesterday and other ferocious dragons fighting for the cave, Su Xing shuddered. If his mother is not here, if other dragons want to occupy this cave, he will be torn to pieces, right? Su Xing hugged the black dragon's paw and said he wanted to go out together. Even if the egg nest was comfortable to sleep in, he would never dare to sleep without the black dragon mother guarding by his side. Everything here was unfamiliar to him, strange and dangerous. The black dragon tilted its head to look at him, as if he was hesitating. Su Xing continued to act coquettishly by rubbing the black dragon's paw with the top of his head. The fluffy little ball lowered his head and rubbed its scale-covered paw with the soft hair on the top of his head. The black dragon held on for half a breath, then it flipped its claws, lifted up the little ball of fur, and turned to walk into the cave. It grabbed the carapace next to the nest, sent the little ball of fur to the hole in the carapace, and motioned him to go in. Was it asking him to stay in the nest, or to take him out? Su Xing was not sure. He looked up at the black dragon that was staring at him intently, and chose to believe that his mother would not abandon him. Su Xing got into the carapace, and the black dragon grabbed the carapace and flew out of the cave. It flapped its wings and flew over the magma. The dark red magma surged, as if it wanted to swallow it, but it couldn't touch it at all. The black dragon circled up and flew towards the crater with a bright white sky. The dragons on the rock platform that had not yet left also took off, followed the black dragon, and flew out of the volcano. The surroundings suddenly became bright, and a piece of white floated into the carapace, and after landing on the nut, it turned into a crystal-clear watermark. Is this snow? Is it snowing? Su Xing walked to the cave entrance and looked out. Under the gray sky, snowflakes were falling, dyeing the earth white. Several snow-covered icebergs stood in all directions, cold and lonely. This world of ice and snow made Su Xing dazed for a moment, even though he was still with the rolling lava the moment before. He turned his head and looked behind. The black volcano stood in the world of ice and snow. Even through the thick rocks, he could still feel the boiling slurry inside. The snowflakes falling from the sky fell on the black rocky mountain wall and evaporated in an instant. Ice and fire were magically combined here. The black dragon swooped down. Between the volcano and the icebergs was a huge lake. Dragons were hovering over the lake, occasionally diving into the lake and catching a silver fish. The black dragon did not join them, but took Su Xing to the snow at the foot of the volcano. It used its claws to push aside the thin layer of snow, revealing the yellow-green moss underneath. It is hard to imagine that in this world where ice and fire blend, there is still such vitality hidden. Perhaps the geothermal heat of the volcano provides them with a warm enough environment, and the large lake next to them provides them with sufficient water. Under the dual effects of temperature and humidity, they can grow even in winter. Su Xing fell on the soft moss ground. The thick moss was like an air mattress, soft and elastic, which made him unable to help but step on it a few more times. After stepping on it, he remembered that this seemed to be the food that the black dragon mother found for him. Su Xing silently chose a place he had not stepped on to taste. The moss was fresh and tender, with a crisp and tender taste. It tasted a little bitter, but it was unexpectedly not unpalatable. Su Xing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. According to the habit of the black dragon, whether he had food stored or not, he would find new food for him every day. Fortunately, he can eat this moss. Otherwise, where would the black dragon find other plants for him in this icy and snowy place? It is impossible that there are long-eared beasts digging holes on this island, right? Putting the unfortunate long-eared beast behind, Su Xing raised his head, chirping and flapping his wings happily, showing the black dragon that he liked this kind of food very much. The black dragon stretched out its claws and tore off a large piece of moss and put it on its shell, which meant that it would take it back. After preparing food for the little furball, the black dragon walked towards the lake. When he reached the lake, he turned back to check the safety of the little furball. The little furball was busy chewing the moss on the ground. With the smell left by it, other dragons would not approach. The feather dragon with a dull sense of smell had just been beaten by it, so it should remember the lesson. The little furball is safe. The black dragon then flew up, patrolled around the lake, and suddenly plunged into the lake. Su Xing heard the sound of water and looked at it, and continued to eat moss. He was worried about the black dragon for as long as he flew on the sea. He had not eaten much and was starving. Snowflakes fell on his feathers and gradually accumulated. When Su Xing looked up after eating, a ball of snow slid down his back. He stared at the ball of snow for a few breaths and suddenly became excited. This is snow. In his previous life, he was in poor health and had never been in close contact with snow. When it snowed, he could only lie on the window and watch other children playing in the snow. But now it is different. He is a healthy and strong dragon cub who can live in volcanoes and explore snowfields. Su Xing walked to the edge of the moss ground where the snow layer was cleared, carefully stretched out a small paw, and left a chicken paw print on the snow. No, a dragon paw print. Looking at the small paw print on the snow, Su Xing felt a sense of accomplishment. He flapped his wings and flew up, then suddenly fell down, sitting on the snow with his ace, leaving 2 paw prints and sitting marks, as well as the traces of his short feather tail dragging on the ground. Chirp chirp. So happy. Su Xing flapped his wings, fanning the falling snow and changing their floating trajectory. Suddenly, he saw footprints not far away. He trotted over. This is the footprint left by the black dragon. The footprint alone is bigger than his whole body. He needs to take many steps to walk over the footprint, but he failed. The heavy weight of the black dragon pressed the snow tightly and hard as ice cakes. He couldn't step into it at all. Su Xing pressed the weight of his whole body on one paw, but didn't leave a mark. He jumped up and stomped on the footprint again, but still failed. Instead, he fell and split his legs. Ugh, it hurts. Su Xing closed his split legs and lifted his sore ace from the ground. After making sure that he couldn't shake the big footprint, he made a second choice and left his own small footprint on the snow next to the footprint. The two footprints, one big and one small, stuck together, just like him and the black dragon mother. Su Xing was satisfied. On the lake, the dragons rose and fell. The black dragon stuck its head out, swallowed a fish whole, and then dived back into the water. Their hunting was not over yet. It was too far away for Su Xing to see their movements clearly. Seeing that the black dragon would not come back for a while, he ran on the snow, leaving a series of footprints, forming a painting. The painting showed the fierce and majestic mother dragon, and him standing on the dragon's horn and roaring like a dragon. Although it was a little abstract, it was fine as long as the artistic conception was there. In order to complete this painting, Su Xing was exhausted. He was panting and exhaled bursts of white air from his mouth. He was a little thirsty and needed water. Su Xing looked up at the big lake in the distance, flapped his wings and prepared to fly over, but after taking off, he found that there were small pools next to the big lake. The pools near the iceberg were frozen. The surface of the pool was white, and there was snow. The pools near the volcano were clear blue, and wisps of hot air rose up. Huh, hot air? Su Xing turned around and flew towards the small pool. As soon as he approached the edge of the pool, he felt the heat. He tentatively stretched out his paw and tapped it. Su Xing opened his eyes wide in surprise at the warm touch. The water is really hot. This is a hot spring, a volcanic hot spring. Su Xing leaned over and saw his shadow reflected on the water. The warm yellow fur ball shook its feathers and fluffed up into a round ball. He lowered his head to touch the reflection, and the tip of his mouth touched the water. He took a sip and immediately shook his head, shaking off all the water in his mouth. Puffed, puffed. It tastes weird, a little salty, and has a weird pungent smell. I'd better drink snow water. Su Xing turned his head in disappointment. He pecked a few pieces of clean snow and ate them. The cold snow melted in his mouth and flowed into his stomach. It felt like eating a smoothie. It was okay at first, but if you eat too much, you'll have the illusion that your mouth is frozen. It's so cold. I want to bury my mouth in the warm water. The hot spring next to him was steaming, tempting him. The hot spring water doesn't taste good, but it can be soaked in. Su Xing tested the water temperature with his mouth several times, then jumped in with confidence. The water temperature was very high, and it was very warm to soak in. Su Xing's feathers stretched out. He shook his wings and body, slapped the water surface, and splashed water droplets. It was icy outside, but the hot spring was extremely warm. Su Xing was so comfortable that he didn't want to leave. The black dragon finished hunting, but didn't see the little fur ball in the shell. Following the smell, he saw a wet fur ball floating in the hot spring pool that was almost cooked. Roar! The black dragon quickly scooped up the hot wet fur ball. Su Xing collapsed on the black dragon's claws in a daze. He looked up and saw the black dragon's big head approaching, chirping happily to invite it to soak with him. Su Xing thought he was shouting loudly, but in fact his voice was so weak that he had to get close to hear it clearly. The black dragon quickly took him away from the hot spring pool, away from the steaming environment. Su Xing's body was still wet, and he shivered when the cold wind blew. He quickly moved himself behind the black dragon's claws, crying and asking to go back to the hot spring. Of course, the black dragon couldn't put him back. In the state of the little fur ball, it didn't dare to spit fire to dry him, or take him back to the volcano. He needed fresh air now. It was even worse to let the little fur ball blow the cold wind with a wet body, as it would freeze him. The black dragon could only fly to the edge of the shell, stretch out a claw, reach into the hole of the shell, and hook out the animal skin blanket inside. It rolled up the little fur ball with the snow-white animal skin, leaving only the head outside. Chew! Su Xing was dizzy and slow to react. He stared blankly at himself being rolled into a chicken roll. The black dragon also laid him face up in its claws, with the huge dragon head hanging above him, staring at him closely. Su Xing was confused and subconsciously kicked the blanket on his body with his paws. But he was rolled up in too many layers, and he couldn't kick the heavy animal skin at all. He kicked it a few times and gave up. This position might be difficult for other animals to adapt to, but Su Xing was once a human and had slept on his back with a blanket on for several years. He was used to this position. Being wrapped up in animal skins like this was like wrapping yourself up in a blanket on a cold winter night. The blankets in the orphanage were thin, and it would be much warmer to sleep rolled up. The familiar position and the feeling of being wrapped up made Su Xing feel sleepy. He yawned, slowly closed his eyes, and fell asleep. The black dragon waited until the little fur ball's body temperature, breathing, and heartbeat returned to normal before preparing to leave and return. The two front paws needed to grab the carapace, so they could no longer hold the little fur ball. The little fur ball wrapped in animal skins was a circle larger than the hole in the carapace and could not fit in. The black dragon quickly made a decision after scanning the carapace and the little fur ball. It opened its mouth and grabbed the little fur ball wrapped in animal skins, grabbed the carapace with its two front paws, flapped its wings and took off, flying towards the top of the dark volcano. The dragons that were hunting on the lake saw the black dragon return and left the lake as well. They followed the black dragon in groups and returned with it. The black dragon flew back to the cave, lowered his head, and put the little fur ball in his mouth into the nest. The geothermal heat transmitted through the stones that built the nest would gradually dry him. The moss-covered shell was placed by the black dragon next to the nest so that the little fur ball could eat it as soon as he woke up. Other dragons also returned one after another. At this time, many caves were empty. Without dragons guarding them, many dragons wanted to take the opportunity to occupy better caves, which inevitably led to a fight. The roars of various dragons were heard incessantly, accompanied by the sound of strong bodies covered with scales colliding, and the sound of stones falling off the cliff into the magma. The black dragon, who had been lying down and preparing to fall asleep, raised his head and glanced at the little fur ball who was not sleeping well and seemed to be awakened at any time. The black dragon got up and walked out of the cave. After a while, the black dragon returned, walked leisurely to the nest, and lay down around the nest, closing his eyes to rest. On the platform at the top of the crater, a group of dragons who were beaten so hard that they dared not move huddled together. They were fighting to the death because of a physical contact just a moment ago, but now they were sharing the same narrow platform without hostility. It was not until the sound of the black dragon disappeared at the bottom of the cave that a dragon tentatively moved its claws and crawled along the cliff to the cave below. This time, all the dragons were very friendly, without fighting for the cave or biting each other. Even if the tail of another dragon swept over him while crawling, he just turned his head and bared his teeth and didn't even make a sound. When Su Xing woke up, there was no dragon roar around him. If it weren't for the sound of the churning magma, he would have thought that the black dragon was moving him again. Su Xing wanted to get up, but found that he was fixed by something and couldn't move. He turned his head and saw the animal skin blanket wrapped around him. Chirp? Su Xing, who was dizzy from the hot spring and lost the second half of his memory, was a little confused. Why was he rolled up and placed in the nest? Only human babies have such things as swaddling clothes, right? Do dragons have them too? But he is not a baby dragon. He is already half a year old in this world. Isn't it too late for the dragon mother to remember to swaddle him now? Su Xing kicked the animal skin blanket with his paws, and at the same time tried to move his body upwards, trying to get out of the swaddling clothes. The black dragon heard the movement, raised his head, and saw a small fur ball that was half out of the animal skin. The feathers on the small fur ball had been dried, and it looked particularly messy and sloppy just out of the animal skin roll. Chirp, chirp. Su Xing saw the black dragon and quickly asked it for help. The black dragon stretched out its claws, pinched a corner of the animal skin, and pulled it up. The animal skin roll spread apart, and Su Xing rolled out. As soon as Su Xing came out, he flew to the head of the black dragon, pecking at its scales and asking it why it rolled him up. Although most of his memories after the hot spring bath became blurred, He vaguely remembered seeing the big head of the black dragon before he closed his eyes and fell asleep. The black dragon thought he was just playing around, so he put his head on the ground and let him peck. Under the defense of the black dragon's thick scales, no matter how hard Su Xing pecked, his attack power was almost zero. Even if he turned into a woodpecker and kept hitting a gap in the scales, the force was no different from feathers brushing against the scales. Su Xing was discouraged and squatted on the top of the black dragon to comb his messy feathers. After taking a hot spring bath, it seemed that the blood that had been frozen by the cold wind during the migration all the way was flowing smoothly again, and his limbs were comfortable, but his brain was a little confused. Su Xing shook his head to wake up his slow-reacting head. In order to prevent the black dragon from rolling him up again while he was asleep, Su Xing jumped into the egg nest after combing his hair, grabbed a corner of the animal skin blanket, and dragged it out. Not only did the black dragon not stop him, but it also stretched out its claws to help him when he had difficulty dragging, and stuffed the animal skin into its shell. "Mom is so nice. Mom is so sweet." Su Xing instantly forgot that he was rolled into a chicken roll, and lowered his head slightly to rub against the black dragon's claws. After settling down in the volcano, Su Xing's storage habit came back. It's just that all kinds of resources are scarce in winter, and there are not so many grass seeds, dried fruits, and fruits for him to store. The only plants he can find are mosses. Su Xing set his sights on moss. The large piece of moss brought back by the black dragon became dry and slightly curled under the high temperature inside the volcano, a bit like tea leaves. Su Xing collected some dry moss in an empty dried fruit jar and shared the rest with the black dragon. Although the black dragon's main food is various meats, it occasionally eats some fruits when it is in the jungle. Maybe it's to help digest food, or maybe it's to supplement the minerals and vitamins needed by the body. Su Xing didn't know if dragons had the concept of vitamin supplements. In this place where it's hard to get fruits, he would share some of the food he stored with the black dragon, like the dried fruits stored in the shell, or the moss that the black dragon brought back for him. These foods were placed in the cave, and the black dragon never took them. Only when Su Xing held it in his mouth and fed it, would it cooperate and eat some. He started to support his mother at a young age, and today he is also a very capable dragon cub. Su Xing had thought about planting some grass seeds he brought, but the temperature inside the volcano was too high to plant, and outside the volcano, it was windy and snowy, and the mosses that survived by geothermal heat were miracles. Su Xing didn't know how long the mosses outside could survive, so he stored as much moss as possible and filled the empty fruit shell jars on the road. There were 3 empty jars in total. One was the white melon seeds and grass seeds jar he had eaten, and the other 2 were the dried fruit jars he and the black dragon had eaten together. While he followed the black dragon in and out of the volcano every day and was busy storing moss, other dragons in the volcano were also busy building nests. They would leave the volcano in batches. In addition to hunting, they would also go everywhere to find colored stones to build nests. Su Xing found that they particularly liked brightly colored stones. The brightly colored and smooth stones like gems were the most popular. Every time a dragon brought back such stones, many dragons would fight for them. Once, a feather dragon brought back a glowing stone, and all the dragons fought for it. In the end, the black dragon took action and snatched the fluorite, ending the battle that almost collapsed the volcano. That night, there was a glowing stone in Su Xing's nest. Su Xing looked at the black dragon lying beside his nest, looking at him expectantly, and the tail behind him unconsciously swept gently, like a very happy black dragon mother. He silently told himself in his heart that dragons are extremely strong and are not afraid of radiation at all. Most of the dragons' nests have been built. During this period, new dragons continue to arrive at the volcano. They need to spend more time looking for stones and building nests. Su Xing has been guarding the cave entrance whenever he has time these days, looking at the dragons in other caves, looking forward to the birth of dragon eggs. He hasn't seen other dragon eggs yet. Are they all round and white like his eggs? Before he saw the dragon eggs, he saw 2 white dragons fighting in a cave on the opposite cliff. One white dragon pressed on the other white dragon, biting its neck with its teeth. The white dragon below spread its wings but couldn't fly. There were constant collision sounds. Dragons are extremely ferocious and merciless to their own kind. But dragons living in the same nest rarely fight, let alone such a cruel scene. This is not a fight. This is one-sided bullying. Su Xing was afraid that the white dragon below would be bitten to death. So he ran back to the cave and called the black dragon for help. Chirp, chirp. Help, help, a dragon is going to die. Su Xing ran to the black dragon, flapped his wings, and anxiously asked for help. The black dragon was startled and quickly looked down at him. It observed it carefully, even turning it around with its claws, and finally tilted its head to look at him in confusion, not understanding what was wrong with him. There was no time to explain. Su Xing ran behind the black dragon, arched its legs hard, and pushed it out. The black dragon cooperated blankly and walked out to the cave entrance. Su Xing ran forward, raised his wings and pointed at the two white dragons, chirping loudly. The black dragon looked in the direction he pointed. Feeling the black dragon's gaze, the two white dragons were stiff and dared not move. The black dragon stared at it for a while, but still didn't understand what the little fur ball meant, and lowered his head to look at him in confusion. Su Xing was so anxious. In the past, when other dragons fought fiercely, didn't the black dragon mother always take action? Why did it remain indifferent this time? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Go separate them. Save the dragon below. Seeing the little fur ball anxious and emotional. Although he didn't understand why he was so anxious, the black dragon flew out to calm it down. It landed at the entrance of the two white dragons' cave and roared at them. The two white dragons were terrified and rushed around in the cave in a panic, and finally rushed out of the cave together. Su Xing stood at the entrance of his own cave and saw the two white dragons flying out closely together. They didn't separate until they landed on the top platform. He couldn't help but wonder, why did they stay close together? They flew so close together that their wings bumped, and they almost fell into the magma. Even when they reached the platform of the crater, they didn't separate and looked down together. Why didn't the bullied white dragon take the opportunity to run away? Before Su Xing could figure it out, the black dragon flew back and pushed him into the cave as soon as he landed. In the next few days, Su Xing saw several more incidents of bullying by the same cave dragons. Every time he would rush to the black dragon for help. After so many times, the black dragon didn't allow him to go to the cave entrance. Every time he wanted to go to the cave entrance to see if there were any dragon eggs, he would be swept back by its tail or carried back by its claws. Bad mother. Su Xing pecked the claws that had grabbed him back a few times. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked up from the black dragon's claws, looking at the black dragon with sparkling eyes. If he couldn't see the eggs of other dragons, he could still look forward to his mother's eggs. Chirp, chirp. Mom, mom, when will you lay eggs? Ever since he realized that the black dragon mother could also lay eggs, Su Xing lost interest in the eggs of other dragons. He circled around the black dragon mother every day, feeding her dried fruits and moss, looking forward to the birth of dragon eggs. The black dragon was surrounded by the little fur ball every day, and he couldn't help but feel a little nervous, mainly because he was afraid that he would be hurt if he accidentally moved his claws or tail. He could only stay still as much as possible. Su Xing waited day after day, but he didn't see the black dragon lay even one egg. Su Xing was puzzled. Why didn't the mother lay eggs yet? Look at this big and beautiful nest. Don't you want to put a few eggs in it? Even just one will do. Is it because he occupied the nest? The black dragon saw that there were cubs in the nest, so he didn't want to lay eggs anymore? Su Xing hesitated whether to move out of the nest. But the nest was really comfortable to sleep in. He liked this nest with high sides and a concave middle. It was a bit like a bird's nest, which made him relax as quickly as returning to bed. Just when Su Xing was struggling over whether the eggs or the nest were more important, a new day of hunting began. The dragons flew out of the nest, flapped their wings, and flew to the crater at the top. Su Xing got into the carapace as usual, and the black dragon took the carapace with him. While being carried up, Su Xing looked through the hole in the carapace and saw that there was an oval white stone in the nest of the two fighting white dragons last time. Huh, when did they bring that stone back? It was not there when I returned to the volcano yesterday. Did they steal it from other dragons? This was not an important matter, and Su Xing quickly put the oval white stone behind his mind. The dragon group did not choose to fish in the lake under the volcano today, but went to the farther seaside. After the black dragon placed Su Xing on a reef on the beach, he found a large piece of moss for him and let out a slightly serious growl in his throat, telling him not to run around. Su Xing chewed the moss and nodded obediently in agreement. The black dragon then looked around and made sure that there were no hot springs nearby before turning around and leaving with confidence. It led the group of dragons to fly over the sea, looking for their target. Su Xing ate seriously. There were only barren reefs and snow all around, and there was really nothing that could attract his interest. After filling his stomach, he returned to his shell and crawled under the blanket to sleep. While he was half asleep, Su Xing heard the sound of water, as if something jumped out of the water and fell down, repeating this behavior while getting closer and closer to the beach. Are the dragons back? Su Xing poked his head out from under the blanket, raised his paw and scratched his head, then walked out of the shell, climbed up the reef and looked into the distance. There were no dragons on the sea, only a group of big black fish that kept leaping on the sea and rushing towards this side. Su Xing was confused. Why would fish fly on the sea? Or rather, they were jumping. But their outstretched fins made them look like they were flying on the sea. They catapulted from underwater, jumped out of the water, spread their fins flat, and glided in the air on the sea for a long time before gradually falling. Before their bodies completely fell into the water, they would slap the waves with their tails and soar into the air again. The flying big fish kept approaching the coast. At this time, Su Xing also saw the huge black shadow following the school of fish. It was the black dragon, and there were other dragons following closely behind it. They surrounded them from different directions and drove the school of flying fish to the coast. A flying fish that rushed to the front swung its tail hard when it approached the beach, slapped the waves, and suddenly jumped more than 10 meters and flew over the reef. Su Xing looked up blankly, watching the huge flying fish with transparent pectoral fins like dragonfly wings gliding over his head, and finally fell to the snow with a slap, smashing a snow pit. At this time, the other flying fish driven by the dragon group also arrived at the coast. Su Xing quickly flapped his wings and jumped off the reef, hiding in the shell behind the reef. If he didn't run, a group of fish would fly over, and he would be smashed to death. There were constant sounds of big fish falling on the beach, snow, and reefs, and more fish were still flopping in the shallow water near the coast, and the sound of slapping the water surface was endless. The larger dragons began to feast on the sea, and the smaller dragons would land on the shore to eat. This feeding lasted for a long time. Su Xing went out to take a look and saw a small dragon picking up fish on the beach, so he went back into his shell. During this period of time, Su Xing had enough knowledge of the ferocity of dragons and did not dare to approach them alone. Even the small dragons were much larger than him, a cub, not to mention that they had powerful claws and fangs, and their lethality was extremely terrifying. However, no dragon approached the reef where he was, even though there were several flying fish next to the reef. All dragons deliberately avoided him. Even if they needed to pass the reef to go to the other side, they would deliberately go a long way. Su Xing was a little confused about their reactions, but he still stayed in his shell cautiously until the black dragon came back, and then he stuck his head out. The black dragon picked up the shell and took him up. The other dragons took off right behind them. Flying over the coast and the mountains, the dragons finally slowed down on the lake under the volcano. Su Xing looked at the clear lake water below, wondering why the black dragon stopped on the lake, when he heard the sound of something falling into the water. A group of silvery white flying fish fry swung their tails and swam quickly through the lake in front of Su Xing, with a few slightly larger adult flying fish among them. Huh, are there flying fish in this lake? Why haven't I seen them flying on the lake before? At this time, a small dragon with a bulging mouth stopped in front of Su Xing. Su Xing was startled and retracted his head that was sticking out of the shell. The small dragon's round eyes moved and glanced at the hole in the shell, obviously discovering him. Then, it opened its mouth and spit out a bunch of flying fish fry. The fry fell into the water and swam away quickly by waving its tail. And the small dragon also flapped its wings and flew away. Only Su Xing was left with its figure leaving in astonishment. There are many dragons that do the same as that dragon. All dragons will hover on the lake surface, spit out a bunch of fry and leave. These dragons not only dive to catch fish, but also know how to bring fish from the sea back to the lake under the volcano to breed. Su Xing was shocked by their wisdom. When they were in the jungle, the black dragon never showed similar breeding behavior. Maybe there was too much food in the jungle, so there was no need to spend so much effort. Or that the whole jungle is its breeding ground. As a predator at the top of the jungle food chain, it is fully capable of thinking so. Su Xing was taken back to the volcano by the black dragon. On the way back to the cave, he saw the two white dragons on the opposite side fighting again. The white dragon below spread its wings, and the other one lay on its back. Su Xing wanted the black dragon mother to save the bullied white dragon, but the black dragon seemed to know his intention, turned its shell around, and turned the cave entrance to the other side, preventing him from seeing the two white dragons. After returning to the cave, it took him directly to the deepest part of the cave and blocked him outside with its huge body, preventing him from going out. Su Xing? That doesn't have to be the case. He thought of the oval white stone in the white dragon's egg nest, and a strange feeling emerged in his heart. Su Xing didn't make a fuss about asking the black dragon to save the dragon this time. Anyway, the bullied white dragon didn't ask for help, right? This is also the strangest part. When dragons fight, they mostly roar and hiss continuously, making a lot of noise. But the fights between dragons in the same cave are completely different. They never roar, only the sound of their bodies colliding. Su Xing had a vague guess. Maybe they were not fighting in the way he understood, but were doing some kind of dragon communication that only dragons in the same cave would do. 2 days later, Su Xing found that there was another stone in the egg nest of the two white dragons. It was still an oval white stone, exactly the same as the previous one. When they were placed together, even the size was almost the same. Not only did the white dragon's egg nest have more stones, but other cave egg nests where two dragons lived together also gradually appeared stones that had never been seen before. The colors and appearances of the stones were different. Some were rounder, some were longer, and some had spotted patterns. The only similarity was that they were all placed in the groove in the center of the nest, as if it was not a stone, but an egg. Egg? That was a dragon's egg? Su Xing figured it all out in an instant. Such eggs only appear in a cave where two dragons live together, and these only appear after a fight. Those dragons were not fighting, but making eggs. So, must there be two dragons to lay eggs? No wonder the black dragon mother has never laid eggs. Su Xing understood. As for why the black dragon mother didn't live with other dragons, Su Xing thought of 2 reasons. One was because of him. His mother already had him as a cub. If he joined other strange dragons, with the fighting power of adult dragons, he would probably be hurt or even die. The black dragon mother was protecting him. As for the second reason, although there are many kinds of dragons in the volcano, from appearance to scale color to body size, there are more than a dozen different types. But the dragons living in the same cave all look the same or very similar. Like white dragons and white dragons, red dragons and red dragons. Even the colorful feathered dragon living above their cave, its roommate is also a feathered dragon of similar size. But the color is relatively dull and not so colorful. As for the black dragon mother, they have lived in the volcano for more than 10 days, and dragons have joined one after another. But there has never been a dragon similar to the black dragon. Whether it is similar in appearance, color, or body size, there is no one. Is the branch of the black dragon mother going to be extinct? Su Xing was shocked, and then comforted himself. It's okay. At least the mother has him as a cub. It's just that he looks a little different from the black dragon mother. But he is still young now, and he should be the same when he grows up, right? Days passed, and there were more and more eggs of different shapes in each nest. Since he found out that the mother black dragon had no other kind and couldn't lay eggs, Su Xing liked to stay at the cave entrance and observe other dragons. Because he lived on the bottom floor and couldn't see much, Su Xing gradually liked to visit the feather dragons upstairs. At first, he took the mother black dragon with him. The 2 feather dragons huddled in a corner and didn't dare to have any opinion about their visit. They didn't show the ferocious look they had when they wanted to bite him. Later, Su Xing went to visit alone, and the black dragon waited for him to come back at the cave entrance downstairs. The feather dragon's sense of smell was dull, but its brain was not stupid. It knew what not to provoke and let the little fur ball with no attack power stay at the entrance of its own cave. After getting familiar with them, even if Su Xing approached their egg nest, they had no reaction and continued to sleep or comb each other's hair. Perhaps they found that Su Xing's little mouth had difficulty cracking a nut, so naturally they couldn't peck through the hard dragon egg shell. After this period of observation, Su Xing found that large dragons living near magma would not incubate eggs themselves, but just put the eggs in the egg nest and let the geothermal heat incubate them. Just like these two feathered dragons, they left their eggs in the nest and never took care of them, let alone lay on it to incubate them. Also, with their huge and heavy bodies, if they lay on it, the nest would collapse in an instant and the dragon eggs would be crushed. The small dragons living on the platform of the crater will choose to incubate themselves because the temperature at the top of the volcano is not high enough and they are light in weight. So large dragons can go out to hunt together, while small dragons need to eat alternately. When the male dragon goes out to hunt, the female dragon stays in the nest to incubate the eggs. When the male dragon comes back after eating, he takes over the job of incubating the eggs, and the female dragon goes out to hunt. One afternoon, the dragons had just finished hunting and returned to the nest, and suddenly there were many flapping sounds from above the crater. Su Xing stood at the entrance of the cave and looked up, only to see a large group of strange dragons pouring into the volcano in groups. Are there new members coming? Why are there so many at once today? There are almost more than the original dragons in the volcano. I wonder if there are any of the same kind as the black dragon mother among them. Su Xing carefully identified them, but before he could see clearly, the black dragon mother came to the cave entrance and pushed him in. At the same time, the roars of various dragons rang out, and all the dragons were roaring, as if they were intimidating and expelling them. Then came the sound of bodies colliding, biting, and screaming. Su Xing, who was pushed into the carapace by the black dragon, listened to the fierce fighting outside, and he instantly realized that this was not a new member joining, but an enemy attack. Su Xing cooperated and drilled into the carapace, pulling the animal skin blanket to block the hole in the carapace. He knew how low his fighting power was, and he would never make trouble at this time. As a cub who couldn't even hunt a young long-necked beast, he would definitely die if he participated in the fight between adult dragons. Saying that he couldn't hunt a young long-necked beast was just flattering himself. If a real fight broke out, he might not even be able to escape the long-eared beast that was dug into the cave by the black dragon every day. When the black dragon saw him hiding, he turned and rushed out of the cave. The inside of the volcano was in chaos. The first to suffer were the small dragons that built nests on the platform at the top of the crater. A large number of foreign dragons poured into the volcano. Some of them directly entered the caves on the cliff, and more chose to temporarily stop on the platform of the crater. Many small dragons' nests were trampled down by the huge dragons. Those who were lucky enough to escape were also robbed by foreign small dragons. 2 foreign small dragons joined forces to bite and drive away the male dragon who was lying on the nest to incubate eggs. The female dragon that gave birth to this nest of eggs went out to hunt, and the male dragon was isolated and helpless. Soon it was defeated by the joint efforts of the 2 foreign dragons and abandoned the nest and fled. The winner immediately jumped onto the nest happily and hatched it. Its companion also squeezed into the nest to hatch the eggs, and the 2 dragons almost fought on the nest. These are 2 female dragons who are partners. The partner of one of them went out to hunt and never came back. The other female dragon got lost at sea when she rushed to the volcanic island and arrived nearly a month late. The other male dragons either already had partners or were still subadults, and it could not find a suitable partner. The female dragon that had a partner originally laid an egg. She needed to go out to hunt, and a single dragon could not hatch the egg. So the lost unlucky egg and the widowed female dragon hit it off and hatched the egg together. Their feelings quickly heated up as they took turns hatching the eggs. If nothing unexpected happened, they would spend the entire breeding season together. But an accident occurred. Perhaps the widowed female dragon's previous partner was too young, or for some other reason, the egg laid by the female dragon was an unfertilized white egg. The 2 female dragons who discovered all this instantly broke up. had a big fight, and almost broke up on the spot. Fortunately, dragons have a tradition that has continued for many years, stealing eggs or snatching eggs. All the eggless dragons in every volcano on Dragon Island united to snatch eggs from other dragons. The two female dragons who almost broke up teamed up again and successfully snatched a nest of eggs. With the eggs, their broken relationship was repaired. After a little friction, the female dragon that occupied the egg nest first gave up half of its position. Two dragons squatted on the nest to incubate the eggs, stretching their necks to bite any dragons that approached. Similar scenes were happening in various places. Dragons were crawling on the cliffs, and the dragons in their caves roared intimidatingly, trying to drive them out. The more ferocious ones flew directly into the caves and fought with the dragons inside. Even in this chaotic situation, they would not choose the wrong target. The white dragons took the eggs of the white dragons, and the red dragons took the eggs of the red dragons. Not only did they want to take the eggs, but they also wanted to take the caves. As soon as the black dragon rushed out of the cave, it met several giant dragons flying towards the cave at the bottom. These giant dragons were huge in size, with strong limbs and sharp claws, and they all wanted to occupy the best caves. As the last black dragon in the world, the black dragon had long been gone, and no dragon would steal its cubs. Even if there were still similar dragons in the world, they would not steal its little fur ball cubs covered in feathers. But its cave, as a cave close to the magma, has an irresistible attraction for all dragons. It would not allow any dragon to step into its cave or harm the little fur ball in the cave. The black dragon pounced on the giant dragons, fighting one against many, but it was not at a disadvantage at all. While the black dragon was fighting with the giant dragons, a medium-sized dragon that almost blended into the cliff quietly crawled into the cave at the bottom. Once it entered the cave, the color of its scales changed from dark red to black according to the surrounding environment and light. It was a chameleon. Su Xing heard heavy breathing and the sound of the thick tail covered with scales dragging on the ground. A dragon came in? Su Xing widened his eyes nervously and looked out through the gap in the animal skin blanket. He could not see anything, but he could clearly sense that some huge creature was approaching him. Su Xing held his breath and stood there stiffly, not daring to move. He thought he did not make any sound, but in fact his heart was beating fast. If the light was bright enough, you could see that his whole body was contracting and rising with the beating of his heart. The keen intruder discovered the sound of life and the unusual smell. The huge part of the smell it caught was from the powerful black dragon, so powerful and majestic that it made the dragon tremble. Just stepping into the black dragon's territory made it terrified. But the smell belonging to the black dragon was mixed with a very faint special smell, and it was that smell that attracted it to come here. The smell was extremely sweet and tempting, making the dragon salivate. The chameleon came to the shell, slowly lowered its head, and suddenly stretched out its claws, grabbed the long-eared animal skin blocking the cave entrance, and pulled it out. Without the obstruction, the small ball of hair in the shell was exposed to its eyes. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Su Xing ran to the pile of jars on the other side of the shell, shouting for help. The black dragon outside heard the sound, turned around, and rushed towards the cave. Several dragons blocked it in front of it, not letting it leave. These dragons were all injured and bleeding, but this aroused their ferocity and they wanted to fight the black dragon to the end. The intruder's claws penetrated the shell. Its claws were half the size of the black dragon's, and it could reach 2 claws through the hole on the side of the shell. Su Xing stood on the innermost fruit shell jar and pushed the upper jar hard, causing it to roll down and hit the sharp claw groping in the shell. The claw that was hit subconsciously retracted, but soon stretched out again. Su Xing shrank back in fear. But he also saw that the intruder could not put the entire front foot in, and its 2 claws were not long enough to reach his position. As long as he hid in the shell and did not go out, he would be fine until the mother black dragon came back. The mother black dragon will definitely come back, right? Su Xing prayed secretly in his heart. Soon, he saw the intruder's claws retracted and no longer stretched in. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard a crunching sound coming from the top. Su Xing looked up in astonishment. The intruder wanted to bite through the shell. This is the carapace of the crustacean. There must be no problem, right? There was a cracking sound. In fact, the bite force of a dragon is far stronger than the hardness of the carapace of a crustacean. A piece of white carapace fell off, and Su Xing and the intruder outside the carapace looked at each other. The chameleon lowered its head and stuck out its long tongue, which was completely different from other dragons. Chirp, 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 Su Xing screamed in surprise, and some hot energy gathered in his body and finally poured out of his mouth. Bright orange flames gushed out, illuminating the cave and also covering the intruder's face. The chameleon shook its head and hurriedly retreated. Its body was still black, but the scales on its face had turned orange. Half of it was burned, and the other half was the scales that received the environment and light color changes and changed color spontaneously. But its tongue was almost roasted. The flame didn't last long before it went out. Su Xing tried to spray again, but found that he couldn't spray it out. He quickly took advantage of the intruders still stunned and rushed to the cave entrance. As long as they can reach that place. A figure suddenly swooped over, and its powerful claws grabbed Su Xing and held him firmly. Chirp, chirp. The chameleon looked down at the small ball of hair that was struggling in its claws, and its vertical pupils revealed a little confusion. It looked very strange, and it was not a cub of any dragon it had seen, but it could breathe fire, and it had the smell of a black dragon. Maybe it was a black dragon cub. After all, almost no dragons had ever seen a black dragon cub. The only black dragon they knew was the one outside. Maybe black dragon cubs looked so strange when they were young. The chameleon decided to keep this cub, and it crawled out with the small ball of hair in its claws. Dragons usually only steal eggs or cubs of dragons of the same species to raise, but there are always special circumstances, such as when they have just lost their own cubs and there are no other cubs of the same species to snatch. At this time, they don't mind raising cubs of other dragons or even other beasts. The chameleon left the cave and crawled along the cliff. The magma in the volcano was boiling, and the dragons were roaring and fighting, making a lot of noise. No dragon would notice that a dragon that almost blended into the cliff was crawling past them, even if it was holding a chirping cub in its claws on its belly. Normally, this would be the case, but as soon as the chameleon climbed a few steps, a faint blue flame shot up into the sky. The blue light illuminated the interior of the volcano, even covering the red light of the dark red magma below. The chameleon's scales also turned blue in an instant. The black dragon opened its mouth and spewed flames, which swept across the giant dragons surrounding it. The giant dragons retreated one after another, and no dragon dared to face the burning flames. As the flames swept across, the dragons that originally belonged to this volcano all lowered their heads to show their submission. The foreign dragons crawled out of the occupied caves in fear, flapped their wings to escape, and flew to the top of the crater driven by the flames. At this time, several dragons that had been fighting also calmed down and turned around and flew away. The chameleon spread its wings and flew up from the cliff, trying to leave with the dragons. The dark blue flame suddenly blocked its way, and a huge black figure came to its side, blood gushing and splashing. One of its front legs was bitten off. Everything happened too quickly, and the chameleon had no time to react and fell down in pain. Before falling into the magma, it came to its senses from the pain, flapped its wings violently, and fled in panic. After hitting the rock wall several times, it finally caught up with the dragons and left the crater. The dragons of the original volcano also flew up, followed them, and roared to drive them away, until the foreign dragons were far away from their daily hunting territory. The black dragon rescued the little fur ball from its claws and let the severed limb fall into the magma and was instantly swallowed up. Roar. The black dragon let out a low dragon roar, and the roar was full of self-blame and guilt. Chirp, I'm fine. Don't worry, Mom. And I am super powerful. I can spit fire, and the face of the bad dragon that grabbed me is burned red by me. Su Xing rubbed the scales of the black dragon and put it over to comfort it, and described to it how he bravely fought the big bad dragon with his hands and feet. The black dragon was relieved to see that he was still lively. He was happy and couldn't help but stick out his tongue to lick the fur of the little fur ball. Su Xing, who was licked messy and wet. Lick it, and go out to soak in the hot spring later. The dragons that drove away the foreign dragons returned to the volcano, and a new round of chaos began. Some dragons' egg nests were crashed in the fight, and the dragon eggs were broken. There were also dragons that were seriously injured in the fight, and some dragons even fell into the magma and could never climb out again. The dragons that lost their eggs set their sights on the eggs of other dragons, and the dragons that still had dragon eggs nervously protected their eggs. There were also dragons that spied on the caves of other dragons, especially those caves where dragons were seriously injured or dead, which were very easy to rob. Su Xing also saw that the cliff wall between two caves was pierced. The egg nests in the caves were affected by the fight, collapsed and damaged, and the eggs were almost broken. Only one dragon egg was still intact. Coincidentally, the egg just rolled down between the two caves. The two pairs of red dragons thought it was their egg, and they started fighting again. Before Su Xing saw which pair of red dragons won the custody, he was pushed into the cave by the black dragon, who growled and urged him to rest. The next day, Su Xing dragged the fallen shell fragments to the cave entrance and threw them into the magma. Looking up, he saw that a new egg nest had been built between the two caves where the partition wall collapsed, and the only remaining dragon egg was placed in it. The two pairs of red dragons were lying on each side guarding the egg nest. Whoever got closer to the egg nest or looked at the egg for a little longer would have a new quarrel and physical conflict. Su Xing watched the two pairs of red dragons quarreling for a while, and was about to return when he heard the sound of something falling into the magma. He looked back and saw that the cave opposite, which originally housed two white dragons, was replaced by two golden dragons. They were dismantling the white dragon's nest, leaving some of the stones they liked and throwing others into the magma. Su Xing remembered that when the dragons came back last night, he only saw a white dragon return to the cave, but he didn't go into the cave, just lay at the entrance and wailed. The white dragon with it died in the chaos yesterday, and it alone couldn't beat the two golden dragons, so the cave was occupied by the others. Su Xing looked up to find the white dragon whose cave was occupied, but couldn't find it. Maybe it had left the volcano. In the cave that originally belonged to it, the two golden dragons divided the work. One built a new nest, and the other transported the unwanted waste out and threw it away. The nest was half-built, and there were several beige golden dragon eggs lying in it. And in the pile of stone waste to be discarded, there were a few familiar oval white stones scattered. Those were the white dragon's eggs. Su Xing was stunned for a while when he saw this scene. The golden dragons have their own eggs, and they will not leave the white dragon's eggs. They will throw those dragon eggs into the magma. Su Li, when in doubt, call Mama Xing. The black dragon came out of the cave upon hearing the sound. The dragons that snatched the eggs have been expelled, and they will not visit this volcano again this winter. Logically, there should be nothing that will scare the little fur ball. Why is the little fur ball crying so anxiously? The black dragon quickly came to the cave entrance, first checked the little fur ball up and down, confirmed that he was not injured, then slightly tilted his head, looked at him in confusion, and listened to his request. The little fur ball chirped anxiously and pointed at the cave opposite with the tip of his wing. The golden dragon couple in the cave also noticed the movement here, and they all stopped and turned their heads to look. The black dragon looked in the direction pointed by the tip of his wing. Golden dragon? No, it was the pile of stones at the feet of the golden dragon. Why would the little fur ball like such inferior stone waste? The color is not bright, and the surface is not smooth. It is not as good as the egg nest it snatched for the little fur ball. Although the black dragon was puzzled, that was what the little fur ball wanted. So it flew over and moved all the stones back in front of the two frightened golden dragons who shrank into the corner. Su Xing looked at the stones piled in front of him, containing 100% stones and 0 eggs. Turning his head to look at the cave opposite, 3 oval eggs were lying quietly on the ground, without even a bit of stone debris next to them. It was obviously left behind by the black dragon. Wrong. What he wanted to save was not the stones, but the eggs. Chirp. Su Xing continued to point to the cave opposite. Eggs. I want eggs. The black dragon saw the eggs on the ground in the direction he pointed. Then it lowered its head and focused on fiddling with the stones on the ground, as if these stone wastes were rare gems that it couldn't let go. Su Xing? The black dragon mother definitely understood what he meant, but it didn't want to do it, so it was playing dumb. He was very familiar with the black dragon's behavior. When he wanted the black dragon to make air-dried meat to prepare for the winter, it reacted like this. After the migration began, he understood why the black dragon refused to prepare food for the winter, and he agreed with its approach. But the situation is different now. He can survive without preparing food for the winter, but if he doesn't move the eggs over, they will turn into magma-boiled eggs in the next moment. This is not the tomato egg drop soup he likes. Su Xing has a headache. If creatures like dragons, which are at the top of the food chain, become endangered one day, it must be their own fault. He also understands that the black dragon, like the two golden dragons, is full of rejection of eggs that are not their own. Dragons without eggs steal the eggs of other dragons to raise, and dragons with eggs look down on the eggs of other dragons. Although the black dragon has not laid eggs, it already has him, a cub who has already hatched. Therefore, it will not accept any more eggs or cubs. Su Xing understands the black dragon's thoughts. To be honest, he is actually very happy that the black dragon mother only raises him as a cub. It is his only relative in the world, or a relative dragon. He is also its only cub, and all the mother's love belongs to him alone, which makes Su Xing, who has lacked the love of relatives since childhood, feel very happy. He once expected the black dragon to lay dragon eggs. At that time, in his eyes, an egg was just an egg, like a chicken egg or a duck egg. Of course, a dragon egg would be more special. In short, an egg is just an egg, white and round, and it is different from a chirping chicken or a crying dragon cub. But just now, when he found that the golden dragon was going to throw the white dragon's eggs into the magma, the panic in that moment made him suddenly realize that these eggs were different from the chicken eggs he had eaten before. There was a little life in it. A little dragon cub like him. He wanted to have all the love of the black dragon mother, but he couldn't watch 3 little lives being swallowed by the magma. If he saw it and did nothing, he would definitely have a nightmare. Su Xing climbed up the pile of stones, tilted his head and rubbed the black dragon's claws with the top of his head, staring at it obediently with his big round eyes. Chirp, save them, the best mother in the world. The black dragon's narrow vertical pupils were dilated for a moment, and then became rounded uncontrollably. It couldn't help but bend its claws and gently scratch the back of the little fur ball's head. Ing. It's a little itchy, but so comfortable. Su Xing turned his head and let the black dragon continue to scratch him on the other side. No, now is not the time to scratch my head. After being rubbed, Su Xing suddenly reacted and turned his head to look at the dragon eggs. Could it be thrown away without paying attention? Before he could see the ground of the opposite cave clearly, he saw the black dragon flying out and landing in the opposite cave. The 2 golden dragons that had just crawled out of the corner silently shrank back, lowered their bodies, and their heads were parallel to the ground to show their submission. Then, they saw the black dragon pick up the eggs on the ground and fly back. The 2 golden dragons looked at each other and saw deep confusion on each other's faces. The terrifying black dragon went back and forth twice, but did not occupy their caves or snatch their eggs. All it took away were things that were going to be discarded. So the magic dragon is so willing to help the dragons? Seeing them move into the new cave, he also helped them clean up the garbage. Although they would rather not have such help, it really scared the dragons. The black dragon put down 3 oval dragon eggs and threw them together with the colorful stone waste. Chirp. Thank you, Mom. Mom is so kind. Su Xing climbed up the highest stone and stretched his neck to look at them. The oval dragon eggs look like a football. Only when you look closely can you find that their shells are layered, like dragon scales, which are completely different from the smooth round eggs of the feathered dragon upstairs. This is the egg of the white dragon. It's so big, bigger than him. Su Xing compared the size of the dragon egg with his own size and couldn't help wondering. The white dragon that gave birth to these 3 eggs is much smaller than the black dragon mother. Why are their eggs bigger than his black dragon cub that has been hatched for half a year? Su Xing wanted to take a closer look, and the black dragon's claws rose in front of him. He was used to being picked up and sent by the black dragon's claws. When he saw the claws appear in front of him, his first reaction was to step on them. As soon as he stood on it, the black dragon took him into the cave. Hey, the dragon eggs are still outside. Su Xing turned his head to look at the cave entrance. The paws on the black dragon's claws moved, and he turned around, facing the direction of the dragon eggs, and was about to take off and fly. The black dragon moved its claws in front of him and stopped him with its huge body. Finding that the black dragon really didn't want him to get close to the white dragon eggs, Su Xing gave up his previous idea and let the black dragon put him in the egg nest. By the way, those dragon eggs are safe at the entrance of the cave, right? They won't roll into the magma, right? Su Xing glanced at the entrance of the cave from time to time to make sure that the dragon eggs are still there. That night, while the black dragon was asleep, Su Xing quietly climbed out of the egg nest. With the red light of the magma, he pushed a few small stones and used them to support the dragon eggs under them to prevent the dragon eggs from rolling out. After doing all this, he slipped back quietly. But when he walked to the egg nest, he was in trouble. The nest was much higher than him. It was easy to jump down but difficult to climb up. Normally, he could flap his wings and fly up, but he had slipped out while the black dragon mother was asleep. Flying up would make too much noise and would wake up the black dragon. Su Xing's eyes fell on the black dragon, which was breathing evenly, and he had a bold idea. He approached the black dragon's claws under its head and stepped on them gently, while silently saying in his heart that his mother's scales were very thick and could not feel him. He climbed up the black dragon's face along the claws. His feet slipped halfway, but fortunately he used his hooked upper beak to hook the gap between the scales in time, so he did not fall down. Climbing all the way from the black dragon's head to the nest, Su Xing slid into the nest, lay down in the center, and breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of doing something bad behind his mother's back made his heart beat wildly, and it took a while for him to gradually calm down. The dragon egg would not be in danger of rolling into the magma, and he could finally sleep peacefully. Su Xing yawned, closed his eyes, and soon fell into a deep sleep. After Su Xing's breathing became calm, the black dragon, which had originally closed its eyes, suddenly opened a pair of bright golden dragon pupils. It raised its head slightly and looked at the little fur ball sleeping on its back in the nest with a little helplessness. It was such a strange sleeping posture again. Whenever the little fur ball was very relaxed, it would unconsciously sleep in this posture. It was lying on its back, revealing its fluffy belly, with its paws loosely attached to both sides of its belly, and sometimes it would gently bounce. The black dragon quietly looked at the sleeping posture of the little fur ball for a long time. Then it turned its head and glanced at the dragon egg at the entrance of the cave. Its narrow vertical pupils became cold and without a trace of warmth. The next day, when Su Xing woke up, he saw the black dragon holding a white egg-shaped object and scraping it with its claws. Su Xing glanced at it sleepily and was frightened. He hurried to look at the white dragon eggs at the entrance of the cave, and saw that all three of them fell back to their original positions when they were in the heart. I was so scared. I thought the black dragon mother woke up and was hungry, so she roasted the dragon egg and was about to peel it to eat. No, this egg is so small, and it is not the oval shape of the white dragon egg. It is a bit like the chicken egg that he broke the shell of. Oh no, a dragon egg. So, the mother really laid an egg? Su Xing jumped up in shock. 1 point is surprise, and the remaining 9 points are shock. But soon he found that it was not a real egg. White stone powder accumulated under the claws of the black dragon, proving that it was just a polished egg-shaped stone. The heart that was lifted up high fell back to its original place again. The two huge ups and downs of emotions made Su Xing so tired that he didn't want to move. So he squatted on the edge of the egg nest and watched the black dragon polishing. Does the black dragon mother want to replicate the egg that gave birth to him? Looking forward to it. After a while, the black dragon handed the polished egg-shaped stone to him. After the black dragon's careful polishing, the stone became smaller, and a small piece was stuck in the gap between the black dragon's two claws. Su Xing leaned forward and tapped it with his mouth. When he got closer to compare, he found that the egg was a circle smaller than his head. Su Xing was a little confused. In his memory, the eggshell he broke was a giant that could fit his entire body, definitely not the small and miniature one in front of him. After a little thought, Su Xing understood that he was too small at that time, so he thought the eggshell was very big. His growth rate was very fast, especially in the first month. He changed almost every day, and he grew several times in a month. It is normal to think that the egg is small now. It's really hard to imagine that such a small egg was laid by a behemoth like the black dragon. The size difference is comparable to that of fish and fish eggs. Fish can lay 1 millimeter fish eggs, so it is normal for the black dragon to lay such small eggs, right? Seeing that the little fur ball did not reject this toy, the black dragon stuffed the stone egg into the shell. Everything in the shell belongs to Su Xing, and the black dragon never touches it. It put the stone egg in, which means that this stone egg belongs to him from now on. Su Xing was very happy to receive a gift made by the black dragon mother. But why did she suddenly give him a stone egg? Su Xing thought about it and cast his eyes on the white dragon eggs at the entrance of the cave. Is it because of them? The black dragon mother found that he liked dragon eggs, but didn't want him to touch them too much, so she polished a stone egg for him. Such care made Su Xing so happy that he wanted to jump up. He did jump up, jumped onto the black dragon's claws, rubbed the black dragon's claws affectionately with his fluffy head, and didn't care about the white stone powder on his head. On a leisurely day, Su Xing leaned against his beloved stone egg and sat in the shell to crack melon seeds. Suddenly, he heard a cracking sound, which was certainly not the sound of him cracking melon seeds. Could it be that the black dragon mother crushed something? Su Xing stuck his head out to look, and saw the black dragon raised his head, with a pair of narrow vertical pupils staring at the dragon egg at the entrance of the cave. Dragon egg? Is the dragon egg about to break the shell? Su Xing jumped off the shell and was about to go over to check it out when he was stopped by the black dragon's tail. The long and thick black tail gently swept and pushed him back. Chirp? Can't go over? Since receiving the stone eggs from the black dragon, Su Xing's interest in dragon eggs has waned. He occasionally thought of the dragon eggs and wanted to take a look at them, and the black dragon would not stop him. But if he stayed in contact with the dragon eggs for a long time, the black dragon would come over to take him away, or use a newly polished stone egg to attract him away. In just these few days, the black dragon had polished 4 stone eggs for him, one more than the dragon eggs. Su Xing also found that the black dragon did not prevent him from touching the dragon eggs, but did not want him to stay with them for a long time. Was it worried that he would get too close to them and develop feelings? Now that the dragon eggs were about to hatch, the black dragon stopped him so clearly for the first time. Su Xing climbed onto the black dragon's claws and stretched his neck to look into the cave entrance. A crack appeared on the dragon egg in the middle. The crack was particularly obvious under the red light of the magma. It split from the bottom to the top and broke into fine cracks like spider webs at the top. The eggshell with spider web-like cracks was pushed up, and a small white horn was pushed out. The dragon egg shell, which seemed harder than stone, gradually broke under the impact of the young dragon. More parts were revealed: the nose, mouth, face, and then the whole head. The young dragon's eyes were not open yet. It closed its eyes and shook its head, throwing away all the eggshell fragments beside its head, revealing the full picture of the dragon head. It has a small pointed horn in the middle of its nose and 2 small horns on its head, just like its parents. It is like a smaller version of an adult white dragon, but it looks more childish. The color of its scales is also very light, with a white feeling that is almost transparent, as if you can see the pink blood vessels underneath. Su Xing was looking at it, and suddenly met a pair of light golden vertical pupils. The young dragon had opened its eyes at some point, and its narrow vertical pupils, which had shrunk to the size of a needle, stared at him, sending chills down Su Xing's spine, as if he was being stared at by a predator. Su Xing hid behind the black dragon's raised claws, hiding most of his body, leaving only his head poking out to look. The young dragon's vertical pupils slowly moved, observing the surrounding environment, and its sight stopped when it touched the black dragon. Its head unconsciously shrank back, as if it wanted to get back into the egg. Was it afraid of the black dragon? Was it the dragon's instinctive fear of a stronger being? Su Xing looked back at the black dragon. The black dragon had picked up another piece of stone at some point and was grinding it with one of its claws. While grinding, it glanced coldly at the young dragon, frightening the young dragon, who had just poked its head out, so much that its body stiffened. The black dragon noticed that he was looking at its claws and seemed to think that he wanted to be scratched on the head, so it put down the half-polished stone, bent one of its claws, and lightly scratched the back of his neck. The black dragon was afraid of hurting him, so it didn't dare to go too deep with its claws. Every time it scratched, it only scratched his feathers, not the right place. Su Xing turned his head and took the initiative to rub against the black dragon's claws. After arriving at the volcano, the living environment became warmer. Su Xing's thick winter feathers fell a lot, and recently he began to grow new feather tubes, which made him a little itchy. There must be no dragon cub like him, shedding twice a year, and each time for half a year. Every day he was shedding and growing new feathers. The dense scales on the black dragon's claws were like the bark of a branch, and they were better than bark, without falling sawdust, and it was very comfortable to rub against. Su Xing was so happy to rub against it that he forgot about the young dragon that was breaking out of its shell for a moment and rolled around on the dragon's claws intoxicatedly. Seeing that the black dragon's attention was all attracted by the small ball of hair on its claws, the young dragon dared to continue to crawl out. It tried to move its body out of the eggshell as quietly as possible, while its bright vertical pupils kept staring in the direction of the black dragon and the small ball of hair lying on its claws. Some animal cubs occasionally have similar behaviors, exposing their bellies and rolling around beside their mothers, but powerful and independent dragons never do this. They can open their eyes as soon as they break out of their shells and can walk after a little adaptation. They are natural predators. As long as prey appears in front of them, they will immediately know how to chase and bite. Even if there is no prey, they will find food on their own. The young dragon lowered its head and sniffed, and its keen sense of smell captured the smell of food in the air. The most tempting of all was, of course, the small ball of hair in the black dragon's claws. After all, meat is the main food of dragons. But the young dragon did not dare to hunt him, and even looking at him for a second would attract the black dragon's extremely oppressive gaze. The young dragon crawled along the stone wall, hiding its body as much as possible. Although its pure white body color made it more difficult for it to hide under the black volcanic stone wall, it still sneaked seriously. Its target was the food in the gray-white shell. When there was no meat, dragons would also include plants such as moss, fruits, and nuts in their diet. Being able to fill their stomachs and survive is the most important thing. But before it could get close to the carapace, a thick black tail swung over and slapped it away. Su Xing was lying on his back on the black dragon's claws. The black dragon stretched out a claw and hung over him to tease him. Su Xing raised his claws to grab it, but because his legs were too short, he could only grab the air. Just as he was angry and opened his mouth to bite, Su Xing heard a collision. He was startled and quickly turned over and looked. He saw the white baby dragon hit the stone wall at the entrance of the cave and slid down the stone wall. The black dragon slowly retracted its tail. Chew! When did the baby dragon come out? Why did the black dragon mother beat it? It wouldn't be beaten to death, would it? Su Xing jumped off the black dragon's claws and was about to go to see what was going on, when he saw the baby dragon on the ground shook its head and climbed up like a dragon. It's okay. Su Xing stopped. The young dragon bared its teeth, whether it was in pain or expressing dissatisfaction. Its sharp claws scratched the ground, leaving deep marks on the hard rock. Su Xing looked at the young dragon, which was comparable to the size of an adult long-eared beast, then looked at its gleaming fangs that were arranged in a disorderly manner, and then looked at the scratches deep into the rock and silently took a step back. Why was he so weak and unable to take care of himself during his cub period, and had to be squeezed and broken by his mother black dragon to feed him a red fruit? The cubs of other dragons were well equipped and could crush 10 of him in one bite. The young dragon suddenly raised his head and focused his eyes on him. Su Xing sensed danger and turned to run towards the black dragon. Seeing him running, the young dragon, who was still hesitating, instinctively chased after him, opened his mouth full of sharp teeth, and was about to pounce and bite. The black dragon's tail swung over, slapping the flying young dragon against the wall again, and at the same time stretched out its claws to catch the little fur ball running towards it. Su Xing was in a panic. He climbed up along the black dragon's claws until he reached the top of the black dragon and stood at the highest point of the dragon's horns. He stopped panting. He immediately looked at the white dragon chasing him. The dragon fell down under the stone wall again. This time, it took a long time for it to get up, and it didn't look as relaxed as before. But Su Xing didn't dare to let down his guard against it again. It was not a delicate cub, but a natural predator. If he had faced it alone just now, he might have died. Su Xing finally understood why the black dragon stopped him and didn't let him get close when the dragon egg showed signs of breaking the shell. After being whipped twice, the dragon stopped trying to climb into the cave. It returned to the rubble at the entrance of the cave and buried its head in eating its eggshell. While eating, it stared at the black dragon vigilantly, with its body slightly arched, ready to escape at any time. Soon it ate most of the huge eggshell, burped, and quickly moved its body to hide itself behind two dragon eggs that had not yet broken their shells. Su Xing didn't get down from the black dragon's head until the baby dragon stopped moving. Before that, the black dragon had been soothing him with gentle hums from its throat. When it saw him coming down, it quickly raised its claws to catch him. Roar! The black dragon roared, slapped the ground a few times with its tail, and then swung its tail in a sweeping motion. Su Xing didn't know whether it meant that it would protect him or sweep the baby dragon and the dragon egg out of the cave. There was magma under the cave, and even if the baby dragon was precocious, it couldn't fly as soon as it broke out of the shell. It would have absolutely no chance of survival if it was swept out of the cave. Su Xing had long regarded himself as a dragon cub and other dragons as fellow dragons. Although he was just frightened by the baby dragon, he couldn't let 3 of his fellow cubs die because of him. He pressed against the black dragon's claws and rubbed them with a soft chirping sound. As long as he stayed with his mother, he would be fine. When the baby dragons broke out of their shells and could fly, he would drive them away. With the agility of the baby dragon when it pounced on him, it would not be a problem for them to live independently. That day, the black dragon did not go out to hunt all day. He stayed in the cave with the little fur ball and polished stone eggs for him to comfort him. Each time he polished one, he put it in the nest for the little fur ball to play with. Su Xing slept on the stone eggs for a night. When he woke up the next day, he felt sore in his waist and back. He immediately asked the black dragon to move the eggs into the shell. Su Xing glanced at the cave entrance. The remaining half of the eggshell from yesterday had disappeared. It should have been eaten by the young dragon. The young dragon was still hiding behind the unhatched dragon egg, with only a small white tail showing. The other 2 dragon eggs showed no signs of hatching. Su Xing got into the shell, went in and out several times, and took out a few pieces of dried fruit to share with the black dragon. He ate a bite, and the black dragon mother ate a piece. He ate another bite, and the mother had another piece. Su Xing put a piece of dried fruit into the black dragon's mouth, and vaguely saw something moving. He looked towards the cave entrance. The young dragon was seen lying on an egg, opening its mouth and gesturing with its teeth, as if it was looking for a suitable place to bite. Su Xing? After eating its own eggshell, it will bite the eggs in the same nest? This was beyond Su Xing's acceptance. He had to stop it. Su Xing looked around, lowered his head, picked up a piece of dried fruit, climbed onto the black dragon's tail next to him, and threw the dried fruit out with force. The dried fruit fell to the ground, slid for a distance, and stopped in front of the rubble. The young dragon was startled by the sound of the dried fruit falling, retracted its head, and hid behind the egg. Soon, with its keen sense of smell, it smelled the aroma of food. It stuck out half of its head, looked at the dried fruit on the ground, and then looked at the little fur ball and the black dragon in the distance. It suddenly jumped out, grabbed the dried fruit, and ran back to the egg. It hid behind the egg and chewed it in big mouthfuls, chewing the dried fruit in its mouth and swallowing it, making a happy roar in its throat. One piece of dried fruit was not enough to fill its stomach, so the young dragon quietly stuck its head out, and its pair of light golden vertical pupils turned around, looking for food. Su Xing was afraid that it was not full and continued to gnaw on the eggs, so he threw the remaining 2 pieces of dried fruit out. The black dragon snorted in displeasure, but it didn't stop him. Of the 2 pieces of dried fruit, one was thrown farther and slid to the young dragon's mouth, where it was bitten and quickly eaten. Su Xing was a little exhausted when throwing the other piece, and it landed in the middle of the cave. This was a very dangerous position for both Su Xing and the young dragon. It was too close. If the young dragon came to that position, it could bite Su Xing with just one pounce. Of course, the black dragon would not let this happen. So the more likely scenario is that the young dragon was slapped away by the black dragon's tail before it got close. The young dragon obviously thought of this and hesitated to get close. Hunger and the temptation of food finally overcame fear. It tentatively raised one foot and stared at the black dragon's tail nervously. The warm yellow fur ball was still standing on the black dragon's tail, which was quietly lying on the ground without moving. The young dragon lowered its raised foot and slowly moved forward step by step. When it was about to reach the dried fruit, Su Xing also nervously stepped back a little. As long as the young dragon showed signs of flying towards him, he would immediately jump off the black dragon's tail and let the black dragon beat it. The young dragon opened its mouth to grab the dried fruit and ate it in big mouthfuls. Then, it raised its head and looked at the small ball of fur on the black dragon's tail. It was terrifying to be stared at by a pair of strange vertical pupils. Su Xing's feathers all exploded, and he raised his legs to run. But the young dragon suddenly turned over, with its 4 legs facing the sky, and showed him its belly. Su Xing never expected the young dragon to do such a thing. He thought the young dragon would pounce on him, try to bite him, try to eat him. These behaviors were in line with his understanding of young dragons, but it turned over and showed him its belly? After coming to the volcano for so long, Su Xing had never seen other dragons showing their bellies. This was the first one besides him. Wait, this dragon is not just imitating him, right? So, is it acting cute to him? Su Xing had to admit that he was touched by it for a moment. As long as you ignore the sharp claws of the young dragon, its infantile white dragon appearance is indeed very cute. Moreover, the pupil color of the white dragon is much lighter than that of the black dragon, and it does not have the sense of oppression like the black dragon. When it turns over, the pupils are enlarged and appear less narrow, and the light golden eyes reveal the ignorance and innocence of a cub. Su Xing just had a cute idea in his mind, and then he was frightened by his own idea. If he had not been in contact with dragons and had not seen the ferocious side of this young dragon, he might really be attracted by its cuteness at this moment and regard it as a harmless young animal. But Su Xing has lived in this volcano for more than a month, living next to dozens of ferocious dragons. He knows very well how cruel, irritable, and aggressive dragons are. He has also seen this young dragon with sharp teeth and claws, chasing prey at an extremely fast speed. What a coincidence. He is the prey being chased. Su Xing subconsciously took a step back. As soon as he stepped on it, he found that there was nothing behind him, but it was too late. With a sense of weightlessness, he fell off the black dragon's tail and sat on the ground. Ugh, my foot seems to be sprained. The black dragon, who had been holding back for a long time, was finally able to move. Its tail suddenly swept over and sent the young dragon up the wall. Then it immediately stretched out its claws and caught the little fur ball that fell. Seeing the young dragon being whipped out and smashed against the stone wall, Su Xing, who was gasping in pain, stopped sobbing. He didn't leave the black dragon's tail on purpose. He had been standing on the black dragon's tail before, just to let the young dragon finish eating the dried fruit and leave smoothly, but he didn't expect that the young dragon not only didn't leave, but also lay down on the spot. A beast cub that almost killed him rolled over in front of him to act cute. It was really scary. Su Xing was sorry that the dragon was beaten because of him. He took out a few more pieces of dried fruit from his shell and threw them to the dragon. The black dragon swung its tail and slapped the ground. Even though the little fur ball took some new dried fruit and fed it to the dragon, it did not soften its attitude towards the dragon. Su Xing sprained one of his feet and did not have enough strength to throw the dried fruit, so the dried fruit fell very close to the dragon. He thought the dragon would not dare to come over to eat, but he did not expect that when the dragon was eating the dried fruit that Su Xing was feeding, it rushed up quickly and turned into a white afterimage. The black dragon also reacted quickly. Although its head was still close to Su Xing, Its tail slapped out as if it could automatically search for the enemy. The dragon, which had been slapped several times, had learned to dodge. Although it was still slapped away by the tail that was turned back, it ate the dried fruit. The young dragon fell from the wall, shook its head, ate the dried fruit in its mouth, and then looked for an opportunity to pounce on the food again. Su Xing stood within the protection of the black dragon, watching them fight back and forth. It was not quite accurate to say that they were fighting. The black dragon obviously did not regard the young dragon as an opponent and did not take it seriously. It just habitually flicked its tail, as if to let the young dragon establish the consciousness that it would be beaten if it approached. The young dragon also grew rapidly under such beatings. Although it could not completely avoid the black dragon's tail every time, its running speed, reaction ability, and dodging skills were all improved visibly. If it was still a hunter who hunted by instinct when it just broke out of its shell, now it can look for opportunities and formulate tactics, and has the prototype of a top predator. Of course, this is also due to the fact that the black dragon did not use any ruthless hands. Otherwise, it would have fallen to the ground and could not get up. In addition to the time when the young dragon chased Su Xing, the black dragon was heavier, and the dragon smashed into the stone wall and hit a pit. At other times, the dragon fell on the wall. It was just like there was no dragon. This is the first time that he was so deep in Su Xing. The young dragon flew with his tail, and he would definitely die on the spot. Fortunately, the black dragon would never treat him like this. Su Xing slightly spread his wings, pressed against the black dragon's cheek, and rubbed it wildly on the scales on its face. Roar! The black dragon turned its majestic golden vertical pupils, and when the little fur ball was done rubbing, it slowly turned its head and took a deep breath. Chirp was kissed by its mother, Shy. The other 2 dragon eggs hatched in the next 2 days. This was the first nest of dragon eggs to hatch in the entire volcano. The newly hatched dragonlings usually look for food in the cave. Su Xing already knew the horror of the newborn dragonlings, so he stayed away from them and stayed in the protective circle that the black dragon formed for him with his body. No dragonling dared to snatch food from the mouth of an adult dragon. Su Xing, who was pressed against the mouth of the black dragon mother. Who are you talking about food? So, they cast their targets on the shells filled with dried fruits and plant seeds, and were whipped away by the black dragon's tail. The young dragon that first broke out of its shell did not join in their activities, but had already set its sights on their eggshells. When the 2 young dragons were pulled against the wall, it was holding the eggshells and biting them. The young dragons were very smart. After several unsuccessful attempts, they found that the young dragons that broke out of their shells earlier had eaten their eggshells, so they quickly joined in, snatched the eggshells, and started eating. Su Xing listened to the crisp chewing sounds and felt inexplicably greedy. Many animals have the habit of eating eggshells, even birds. After the young birds break out of their shells, the adult bird couple usually eats the eggshells of the young birds, not only to not miss any edible food, but also to supplement calcium. However, Su Xing took a look at the thick dragon eggshell and felt that he probably couldn't bite it, so he gave up. He was not like these white dragon cubs, who had such sharp teeth and terrifying bite force. 2 eggshells were only enough for the young dragons to have a full meal for one day. On the second day, Su Xing climbed out of the nest and stretched his limbs. He saw the young dragon lying down and showing his belly to him. The black dragon's tail was quietly placed in front of the nest, not swinging out. After a few days, the young dragon had already tested the black dragon's tolerance range for him. This range was not fixed, but changed with the position of the little fur ball and the black dragon's mood. As long as it kept a sufficient distance from the little fur ball and the black dragon was not in a bad mood, it would not be beaten. Su Xing was also used to the young dragon showing its belly to him to beg for food, and he was not scared like the first time. Although it still felt very strange to see a ferocious dragon cub acting coquettishly to him, he still remained vigilant. Every time he gave it food, he would stand in the protective circle of the black dragon's tail and throw it out. The food he fed was sometimes dried fruit and sometimes large nuts. Those huge nuts that Su Xing couldn't bite open for a long time. The young dragon could bite them into pieces in one bite and eat them with the shell and the kernel. Su Xing threw the round nut out, and the nut rolled far away. Hearing the sound of the nut rolling, the The two young dragons that had been hiding behind the rubble at the entrance of the cave immediately rushed out and pounced on the nut. But none of them moved as fast as the largest young dragon. Even if it still needed to turn over and let its limbs land on the ground, it was still the fastest and most agile of the three young dragons. The largest young dragon grabbed the nut in one bite, turned back to show its teeth at the two young dragons that surrounded it, and let out a threatening roar from its throat. The two young dragons, who had been hungry for a night, did not dare to snatch food from the giant dragon's mouth, but they did not have much fear for this brother from the same nest who was only 2 days older than them. The two young dragons looked at each other, reached a consensus in an instant, and attacked the largest young dragon from different directions. The surrounded young dragon was not panicked at all. It was stronger than them and had 2 more days of experience in being beaten, which was enough for it to deal with the attacks of its 2 younger brothers and sisters. 2 days older may not seem to be much older, but in nature, 2 days is sometimes the boundary between life and death. The cubs born earlier and stronger can squeeze out the cubs born later and grab more food. In the case of insufficient food, the smaller cubs are likely to starve to death because they cannot grab food. The big dragon nimbly avoided the attack of a young dragon, knocked the other away with its body, and crushed the nut in its mouth at the same time. The dodged young dragon turned around and pounced on it, biting it on the back. The young dragon felt pain and tried to throw it off but failed. Another young dragon also pounced on it. Even though it was bitten by 2 young dragons, it did not spit out the food and swallowed the nuts despite their attacks. When the 3 young dragons were fighting, 2 crisp nuts falling to the ground were heard. The 3 young dragons turned their heads together. They saw 2 nuts rolling towards them. In the distance, a small warm yellow fur ball stood on the black dragon's tail and chirped anxiously. The 3 young dragons pounced on the nuts together. This time, the largest dragonet hesitated for a moment as it still had a nut in its mouth, so it was a step too late and the nut it stepped on was taken away by another dragonet. Dragonet? Furious, the dragonet started fighting again. Su Xing, destroy it. The only thing to be thankful for is that no matter how hard the dragonets fought, they knew to stay away from the edge of the cave and did not fall into the lava. The black dragon propped itself up and stood up slowly. Su Xing thought it couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to stop them, so he looked at the black dragon expectantly and nervously. He expected the black dragon to separate them, but was also worried that the black dragon would choose to sweep them all into the lava. The reality was that the black dragon didn't even look at the dragonets fighting in a ball, but just grabbed the shell, sent Su Xing steadily in, and flew out of the cave with him. Su Xing was stunned for a moment, and then realized that it was time to go out hunting. Su Xing looked back. The young dragons finished fighting and came to the cave entrance together. They looked up, raised their heads and howled, flapped their wings and tried to fly, but they couldn't get off the ground. Soon, the largest young dragon stuck most of its body out of the cave, clung to the cliff, dug its claws into the cracks of the rocks, and began to climb up. The other 2 young dragons followed suit. Su Xing was terrified. Below was the surging magma, and the 3 young dragons clung to the cliff and climbed up crookedly. One of the young dragons didn't hold on firmly and slid down a bit, but fortunately it grabbed the rock in time and stabilized its body and didn't fall into the magma. Perhaps because the dragon eggs were about to hatch, many dragons did not go out to hunt and chose to stay in the cave. When they heard the sound, they would stick their heads out of the cave entrance and attack all dragons passing by the cave entrance indiscriminately. In such an environment, the 3 young dragons climbed up little by little. They are born with the ability to use their claws to climb steep rock walls, and they also instinctively know to avoid caves where adult dragons live, and they spend more time to bypass those cave entrances. Su Xing didn't know if they could successfully climb up, but in a blink of an eye, the black dragon had already taken him out of the volcano. The dark red magma disappeared from his sight, and the cold wind poured in from the top. Since the invading chameleon bit his carapace has changed from a luxury car to a semi-convertible car. As soon as it was carried up, the cold wind poured into it. Su Xing shrank his neck and got into the animal skin blanket. The thick animal skin blanket blocked the cold wind, and only the whistling sound of the wind could be heard. Soon, the The wind stopped, and the carapace was gently knocked. Su Xing poked his head out of the blanket and saw green moss everywhere. It hadn't snowed for several days. The weather was getting warmer, and the snow had melted a lot. The icebergs were still white, but there was almost no snow near the volcano. Mosses spread on the black volcanic rocks like a carpet. The black dragon followed the dragon group to the lake to hunt, and Su Xing enjoyed the food on the mossy ground. He brought out some dried fruits and melon seeds and spread them on the moss. He cracked a white melon seed and took a bite of the moss. He was still a little worried about the baby dragons and looked towards the crater from time to time. He looked many times, but didn't see the baby dragons. Maybe it was too difficult for them to climb such a high volcano. I hope they can find a place to stay and don't fall into the magma. If they are still hanging on the stone wall when they go back, he can still persuade the black dragon mother to save them. If they fall into the magma, they will lose everything. Just when Su Xing gave up staring at the volcano, he caught a glimpse of a white spot appearing in the crater, followed by 2 and 3 white spots. Su Xing looked up in astonishment. On the black volcano, there were 3 small white spots, and those white spots were moving down quickly. The young dragons were running on the bare cliffs of the volcano. The young dragon running at the end tripped over its own forelimbs, rolled down into a ball, and soon surpassed the 2 brothers who were still running on their legs. The second young dragon seemed to have learned a new way to travel, and took the initiative to roll itself into a ball and rolled down. The largest young dragon. It was determined not to play with 2 fools. It spread its wings while running. Feeling the wind passing under its wings, it flapped its wings and gradually flew up. The young dragon's goal was the big lake at the foot of the volcano, and Su Xing was on the moss ground on the right side of the volcano. The young dragons who were eager to rush to the lake did not notice that there was a white shell on the moss on the other side, and a small warm yellow fur ball stood in front of the shell and watched them. Su Xing breathed a sigh of relief when he found that the young dragons did not notice him. The black dragon mother was not around, and he did not want to contact them. It was too dangerous. Although he had fed them food and had seen them act cute to beg for food, he was still afraid of their sharp teeth and claws and did not dare to be alone with them. The young dragons came to the lake and followed the adult dragons who hunted on the lake surface and plunged into the lake. The first time they failed, they fluttered their limbs and wings and climbed back to the shore as soon as they fell into the water. But they will try again and again until they learn to hold their breath underwater, learn to fold their wings and swing their tails to sneak, and learn to chase prey and bite it back to the lake surface. They always grow very fast. Not long after, a young dragon emerged from the water with a blue-black animal in its mouth. It was not a fish, but more like an arthropod similar to a lobster. Adult? The little thing that the dragon despised was a delicacy for the young dragon. 2 young dragons came over and tried to snatch the food from its mouth, but they were slapped away by the young dragons who were protecting their food. The young dragons did not bother with it anymore. There was food everywhere. As long as they worked hard to hunt, they would not starve. At first, the young dragons were only active around the shore of the lake, but soon they were free to swim farther and farther, and the time they spent underwater became longer. Gradually, Su Xing could not find them. Su Xing was not worried. With the young dragon's strong adaptability, the possibility of drowning was very small. As for being eaten by the big fish at the bottom of the lake, it seemed not impossible. Su Xing recalled the big fish that the black dragon had caught in this lake. The head was as big as that of more than a dozen young dragons combined, and it had a mouthful of teeth. It was a carnivorous fish. If a young dragon encountered such a big fish in the water, who would win? Su Xing imagined the scene of the young dragon fighting the carnivorous fish, with both sides attacking each other. From this, various possibilities can be inferred. Sometimes the young dragon bites the big fish until it bleeds. Sometimes the big fish bites off the young dragon's tail. There are also scenes where the young dragon is swallowed by the big fish, and finally the adult dragon cuts open the fish's belly and rescues it. What kind of Little Red Riding Hood plot is this? Su Xing silently complained, but couldn't help but continue to imagine that the dragon that defeated the big bad fish must be his strong and brave black dragon mother, who was like a god descending from the sky and breaking through the lake water. Walla was just imagining the exciting part when Su Xing heard the real sound of breaking through the water. The sound was very close to him, on the lakeshore next to the moss. Su Xing turned his head and looked at the young dragon who had just emerged from the water. Su Xing? Ah, how did it swim from the other side to this side? It's over, it's over. The black dragon mother is not here. No dragon can protect him. Su Xing wanted to run away, but he didn't dare to. In the past few days of living together, he found that the young dragon was more sensitive to moving objects than to stationary objects. If a nut was placed there, it might hesitate to take it, but if it was a rolling nut, it would definitely pounce on it. When the young dragon chased him, it was probably because he turned around and ran away, leaving his back to it, which stimulated the young dragon's hunting instinct. Su Xing froze there, staring at the young dragon nervously. The young dragon was not much better, staring at the little fur ball on the hillside, and even forgot to shake off the water on his body. After a while, the young dragon took a tentative step forward. Su Xing's eyes widened, and he quickly retreated. But he didn't dare to turn his back to the young dragon, so he could only move backwards slowly, and he didn't dare to retreat too fast or move too much, for fear of stimulating the young dragon's hunting instinct. He retreated back into his shell step by step, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the sun shining down from the top made Su Xing suddenly realize that his shell was half open. There was a big hole on it, big enough for the dragon to stick its head in. Su Xing couldn't catch his breath and almost fell backwards. At this time, the dragon arrived and walked up the hillside. Su Xing opened his mouth to shout. Although the black dragon was still in the lake and too far away, it might not hear his call for help, and the dragon was right in front of him. His shouting might anger the dragon. But he had no place to go, and he would die sooner or later if he dragged it on, so he might as well give it a try. Just when Su Xing was about to scream, the dragon stopped. It squatted on the mossy ground, swung its tail, and a pair of light golden vertical pupils stared at him quietly. Why didn't it come closer? Su Xing looked at it in confusion, and suddenly found that the position where the young dragon squatted was very familiar. It was not the mossy ground where it was, but the distance between them. When they were in the cave, the young dragon was begging for food at this distance with its belly exposed. Su Xing thought. He knew why the young dragon stopped. Because if it got closer, it would be beaten. The black dragon's tail whipped the young dragon again and again, and the young dragon remembered this concept that it must keep at least this distance from him, and if it got closer, it would be beaten. Even if the black dragon was not here, the concept it instilled was deeply rooted in the young dragon's heart, so it squatted in the familiar position. The danger was not over yet, but at least it would not be eaten immediately. Su Xing prayed in his heart that the mother dragon would come back soon, and slowly moved to the back of the dried fruit jar. If the young dragon still came to bite him, he would throw the dried fruits out to attract its attention and buy himself some time. The young dragon's eyes fell on the moss ground, where the dried fruits that Su Xing had taken out for a picnic were scattered. Su Xing thought to himself, this is not good. The dried fruits are too close to the carapace. If the young dragon can't help but come to eat the dried fruits, he will find that he will not be beaten even if he gets close, and then he will be in danger. The young dragon stared at the dried fruits for a while, and seemed to think of something. It stretched its neck and opened its mouth. Su Xing, what's going on? Did you have an upset stomach? The young dragon lowered its head and pushed the flying fish in Su Xing's direction, then looked at him expectantly. This. If he understood correctly, this is for him? Is the young dragon trying to feed him? Sorry, a pure vegetarian dragon cub. I don't eat fish, but... Su Xing was a little moved. The young dragon approached him, and he was afraid. The young dragon stopped outside the range that the black dragon had set for it, and he was still nervous and worried. Until this moment, the young dragon spit out the food it had hunted and tried to feed him. Su Xing really believed that the young dragon would not hurt him. The young dragon tilted its head, wondering why the little ball of fur didn't eat the fish. Was it too far to eat? The young dragon stretched its neck and was about to move the little flying fish a little further, when a huge black shadow suddenly fell behind it. The black dragon slowly lowered its head, and its cold vertical pupils stared at the white young dragon below. which was completely arched because of fear. The young dragon arched its body and spread its wings, trying to make itself look huge. If the white dragon's scales could explode like the black dragon, its scales would definitely explode all over its body. The black dragon had no reaction to its bluffing. After confirming that the little ball of fur was not injured, it waved its claws and slapped the young dragon into the lake. Then, it saw the little flying fish on the ground. The little fur ball doesn't eat any meat, so it's hard to imagine where this fish came from. The black dragon grabbed the small flying fish and the large piece of moss below and threw them into the lake, hitting the head of the little dragon that emerged from the lake. Chirp! Su Xing rushed out of the shell and flew to the black dragon's face. He wanted to tell the black dragon that the dragon had not hurt him and wanted to share with it the experience of being fed by the dragon. But when he pounced on the black dragon, he forgot everything and just wanted to hug it tightly. He originally thought that he was fine and nothing happened until he was enveloped by the sense of security brought by the black dragon, and all the grievances came up. It was not until then that he remembered that he was originally very scared. Now, he can finally vent all his emotions. As long as he is with the black dragon, he is absolutely safe and nothing can hurt him. He can shout out wantonly without worrying about angering anyone. He can run and roll without being afraid of arousing anyone's hunting instinct. The black dragon lay on the mossy hillside, making gentle calls to comfort the little fur ball lying on its face. At the same time, its tail, which was hanging down the hillside, swept the young dragon that had climbed ashore back into the lake. Su Xing held the black dragon and chirped for a long time to vent his feelings. Gradually, he felt sleepy, closed his eyes, and fell asleep on the black dragon's scales. The black dragon lay quietly all the time, allowing the little fur ball lying on it to sleep peacefully. It was not until the sun was about to set and the temperature was getting lower that it gently woke the little fur ball up, put him into the shell, and took him back to the dragon nest. The three young dragons came back earlier than them. Su Xing was a little surprised to see them, as he thought they would never come back to this cave again. The caves on the cliff were occupied by medium or large dragons, and the young dragons could not move in. But there was still a lot of space on the platform at the top of the volcano, where small dragons were active, and these white dragon cubs were fully capable of occupying a place. As a result, they all chose to return to this cave. You know, this cave is located at the bottom of a group of volcanic caves. For young dragons who can't fly skillfully, it is difficult to enter or exit. There is also a black dragon in the cave that beats them every day. It doesn't seem to be a good choice. But they all came back, and they consciously lay down behind the rubble at the entrance of the cave. Is it because this is the cave where they hatched, and they are obsessed with it? Or is it because in the concept of dragons, the closer the cave is to the magma, the better, so they are reluctant to leave here? It can't be that they are reluctant to give up the dried fruits he fed them, right? Seeing Su Xing and the black dragon coming back, the largest cub walked forward, squatted in front of the safety line skillfully, stretched his neck, lowered his head, and began to retch. It seems that he wants to spit out the fish that was not successfully fed because of the black dragon's interruption. Ah, this is unnecessary. Su Xing wanted to stop it, but he didn't know how to do it, so he was spinning around anxiously. The black dragon whipped its tail directly, slapping the young dragon away, interrupting its spitting behavior. This time, the force of its tail swing was obviously much stronger than before, second only to the time when the young dragon pounced on Su Xing. The young dragon hit the wall, and when it fell down, several stones fell with it, almost burying it. Su Xing was shocked by the black dragon's sudden outburst. Why did the black dragon mother suddenly get angry? Did she not want the young dragon to spit out food and dirty the cave? Su Xing guessed that the dragon mother could not accept other dragons feeding her. Except for those animals that borrow nests to lay eggs, most other animals that raise their own cubs will not allow other species to approach or feed their cubs. Dragons are not social animals. They gather in a volcano to spend the winter and the breeding season. They are naturally very repulsive to their own kind. In this case, the white dragon cub approached him, a black dragon cub, and tried to feed him in front of the black dragon mother. In the eyes of the black dragon, it was tantamount to provocation. Just as he was guessing, He saw the black dragon move the moss it brought back in front of him, and pinched the tender moss with the tip of its oversized dragon claws and handed it to his mouth. Seeing the black dragon's angry behavior, Su Xing felt that he had guessed it. Su Xing obediently opened his mouth and ate the moss silk handed over by the black dragon. After all, he was a mama's boy, so of course he would only eat food fed by his mother. The young dragon crawled out from under the pile of rocks and lay at the entrance of the cave to observe them. Looking at the little fur ball eating with big mouthfuls, and then looking at the moss pinched by the black dragon's claws, his vertical pupils slowly turned and seemed to understand something. Young dragons eat little and get hungry quickly. Going out to hunt for food once can only last one night at most, and they will be hungry the next morning. When Su Xing woke up and climbed onto the nest to stretch his wings and claws, he was not surprised to see a young dragon rolling towards him with its belly exposed. He was slightly surprised to see two young dragons imitating it and rolling with their bellies exposed. Okay, it's time to eat. There are not many nuts left, so Su Xing plans to feed them white melon seeds. He has collected a lot of them, and now there are more than a dozen cans, which is enough for them. Su Xing filled a nut shell with some white melon seeds, went out with the full nut shell in his mouth, stood on the claws of the black dragon and sprinkled it down, chirping, calling them to come over to eat the melon seeds. The young dragon quickly swooped over and grabbed the melon seeds. This scene feels like feeding the chickens raised in the yard. Although among the dragons in this cave, only he looks the most like a chicken. The young dragons gnawed the melon seeds with a crunching sound. Their teeth could easily break the hard shells of nuts, not to mention these small white melon seeds. They ate them all with the shells and kernels. Su Xing carried the melon seeds back and forth for them several times. Suddenly, he heard a few baby dragon cries, which came from outside the cave. Have the eggs of other dragons also broken their shells? Su Xing already knew the killing power of baby dragons, so he didn't dare to rashly go to other dragons' caves to see the baby dragons. He didn't go to the feather dragon's house upstairs to make a guest appearance now, for fear that a baby dragon would suddenly break out of its shell and give him a snack. Jackie had the black dragon's deterrence and knew that he couldn't be hurt, but the baby dragon that had just broken out of its shell didn't have this awareness. Su Xing waited patiently for a few days. On the 5th day, when the dragons went out to hunt, he saw groups of baby dragons. There were golden dragons, red dragons, green dragons, blue dragons, and the baby of feather dragons. They follow their parents and look exactly like them. You can tell which one is whose. The cubs of scaly dragons have scales, and the cubs of feathered dragons have feathers. Su Xing stared blankly at the young dragons staying with their parents, not even noticing that his mouth was trembling. He stared wide-eyed, trying to find the young dragons that looked different from their adult parents, such as the parents who were all scales, but the young dragons had feathers. After staring until his eyes were sore, he finally found a kind of dragon. Golden dragons. Golden dragons are covered with light golden scales, but their young dragons have hair on their backs, a bit like the dragons in Eastern myths and legends. Such hair is mainly used to keep the cubs warm, and will gradually fade away as the cubs grow up, leaving only hard scales. The appearance of the golden dragon cub is almost the same as that of the adult golden dragon. It can be imagined that when the hair fades, they will become beautiful and domineering dragons like their parents. Therefore, there is no dragon that is like him and the black dragon mother, who have no similarities except that they can breathe fire. Even the color of the flames they breathe out is different. The black dragon landed on the moss ground and tapped the shell to call him out. Su Xing stood there stiffly, unable to react. After a while, he raised his head stiffly, looking through the top of the semi-open shell, looking at the black dragon outside who was looking down at him. The black dragon mother was covered with hard black scales, while he had only fluffy feathers. From white fluff to light yellow feathers, and then to the warm yellow feathers now, the color became darker and darker, but it never looked like it would turn into scales. In addition to wings, the black dragon mother also had a pair of front feet and a pair of hind feet, but he only had 2 claws. The black dragon mother had powerful claws and sharp teeth, but he didn't have a single tooth in his mouth. He could only eat plants and couldn't digest any meat. But his mother ate everything, except fruits and leaves. Everything that flew in the sky, ran on the ground, swam in the water, and everything he could eat and couldn't eat was on her menu. Those differences that he had tried to ignore and find various reasons to explain were now clearly placed in front of him. Su Xing certainly knew that some species were very different when they were young and when they grew up, such as tadpoles and frogs, caterpillars, and butterflies. But dragons don't have such a development process, and those baby dragons that are very similar to adult dragons are irrefutable evidence. If only the baby white dragon looked like a white dragon, he could continue to deceive himself. But when all baby dragons looked like adult dragons, he couldn't deceive himself anymore. No wonder they were so different. No wonder the black dragon mother was so powerful, but he was so weak. It turned out that he was not his mother's cub at all. Su Xing was so sad that he wanted to cry. But he couldn't cry. His mother was watching him, and he had to hold back his tears. The black dragon circled around the shell for several times, as if he didn't understand why he didn't come out. Let's go. Go to the lake. Dive and fish with other dragons. Go to the bottom of the lake where he could never dive. As long as he left, he could hide alone and cried. Su Xing was looking forward to the black dragon leaving, but he was also afraid that it would leave. The black dragon suddenly spread its wings, and just when Su Xing thought it was finally going to fly to the lake to hunt, the black dragon grabbed the shell and took him flying, not back to the volcano, nor to the seaside. Su Xing looked out with tears in his eyes, only to see the volcano and icebergs quickly retreating behind them. The black dragon flew over the vast snowfield, flew over the volcanoes where other dragons lived, and finally landed in a snow-covered forest. The black dragon lowered its head and sniffed the snow. It took Su Xing in its shell and flew up and down several times. Finally, it stopped beside a big tree. The black dragon put down its shell and used its claws to dig through the snow and the land. This series of actions made Su Xing feel very familiar. And when the black dragon grabbed a snow-white long-eared beast from the cave, this familiarity was confirmed. How come there are long-eared beasts everywhere? There are even volcanic islands like this. There is no place in the world that long-eared beasts can't reach, right? The black dragon threw the long-eared beast, which was frightened and stiff, away and continued to dig holes, pulling out a handful of shriveled plant stems and dried fruits. The black dragon continued to dig, making the gaps between his claws full of mud, and only pulled out some nut shell fragments. Most of the winter has passed, and the long-eared beasts have very little food left. The black dragon could only hand the small handful of harvest to Su Xing. Su Xing looked at the shrunken plant stems and nuts with teeth marks on the black dragon's claws, and the tears he had been holding back all the way fell at this moment. He knew why the black dragon came all the way to dig the long-eared beast cave. Because he didn't come out of his shell before, the black dragon thought he didn't eat moss. In the winter on this volcanic island where plant resources are extremely scarce, if he doesn't eat moss, he can only spend more time and energy looking for hidden food. The black dragon gave up his own hunting and took him across the snowy plains. I came here just to find him food that he was familiar with and could eat. He was obviously not its cub, so why was it so good to him? Crystal tears rolled down from Su Xing's eyes, slid across the feathers on his face, and fell to the ground of the shell without wetting the feathers. The black dragon had never seen tears before and didn't understand what it was. He thought the little fur ball was sick, so he hurriedly approached, lowered his head and stared at the little fur ball nervously, stretched out his tongue to lick him, but was blocked by the shell. Facing the black dragon's worried dragon eyes, Su Xing couldn't help it anymore, rushed out of the cave, flew to the black dragon's face, and hugged it tightly. Even if he was not his mother's cub, his mother would always be his mother. He loved his mother the most. As the sky darkened, the black dragon took Su Xing directly back to the volcano. Thinking that the black dragon hadn't eaten for a day, Su Xing blamed himself very much. It was because he didn't eat the moss that the black dragon mother spent a lot of time and energy looking for other food, resulting in it having no time to hunt for itself and going hungry tonight. Su Xing opened his red eyes and decided to tell his mother when he got back that he liked moss and that moss was the most delicious. He only needed moss and didn't want to dig the long-eared beast's nest again. The black dragon flew in from the crater and landed in the cave closest to the magma, placing the carapace steadily next to the egg nest. Su Xing ran back and forth in the carapace, first sending out some fruits and dried nuts that could fill the black dragon's stomach, and then pushing a can of dry moss to the entrance of the carapace. He wanted to show the black dragon how to eat dry moss, so that the black dragon would know that he could eat moss. The only problem was that he didn't eat the fresh moss on the hillside during the day, but now he started eating dry moss, which might make the black dragon mistakenly think that he only eats dried moss. It would be better if there was fresh moss. Unfortunately, the temperature in the volcano was too high, and the moss brought back dried out overnight. Su Xing jumped off the shell and saw a white figure running towards him from the corner of his eye. It was holding a large piece of green in its mouth. Is that moss? Seeing what the dragon was holding in its mouth, Su Xing's eyes widened in shock. Not only it, but the two little dragons also ran towards him with a piece of moss each. They stopped when they were close to a safe distance, put the moss on the ground, and pushed it in his direction. Was it brought back specially for him? Su Xing was once again shocked by the learning ability of dragons. However, after watching the black dragon feed him moss once, they actually learned to bring moss back and no longer spit fish at him. These mosses were brought into the volcano today. They were not dried by high temperatures and still had a distinct green color. He needed such mosses. Su Xing liked these little white dragons more and more and decided to secretly give them a snack tonight. Su Xing walked towards the moss with brisk steps. He believed that these young dragons who would bring him food would not hurt him. More importantly, the mother black dragon was by his side and would always protect him. As Su Xing approached, the young dragons subconsciously retreated, always keeping a certain distance from Su Xing. It was enough to see how deeply the black dragon's beating had affected them. Su Xing only had moss in his eyes. He took a big bite of moss, turned around and faced the black dragon, and began to perform. He first bit the moss in his mouth until it squeaked, then exaggeratedly flapped his wings at the black dragon, chirping excitedly, indicating that he liked the moss very much. Why did the mother black dragon look unhappy? Was his performance too exaggerated? The black dragon turned his head, and his cold vertical pupils locked onto the three young dragons, and the scales on his back had a tendency to explode. The young dragons instinctively sensed the danger and ran to the cave entrance. The black dragon didn't intend to give up. It walked slowly past Su Xing and approached the cave entrance, letting out a low roar with a sense of oppression, with a hint of expulsion. It was not until this moment that Su Xing suddenly remembered that the black dragon mother would not accept other dragons to feed him. Su Xing was terrified. It was over. It was over. He must have cried and made his brain stupid. When he saw the fresh moss, he threw everything else behind his mind and deliberately showed the black dragon mother how much he liked to eat the moss. The black dragon had already forced the young dragon to the edge of the cave entrance. One of the young dragons stepped on the air and barely grabbed the stone at the entrance to avoid falling. Su Xing quickly moved his short legs to catch up, flapping his wings while running and taking off. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Show mercy. I'm going to kill you. Chirp. Roaring, the black dragon lowered its head and let out a low roar at the throat that was clinging to the edge of the cave entrance. When Su Xing rushed over with his wings flapping and fell in front of the black dragon with a thud, there was no white dragon cub in sight at the cave entrance. Is it too late? Is there anyone alive? Su Xing moved his legs closer to the edge of the cave entrance, tilted his head, and looked down with one eye. He met three pairs of light golden vertical pupils. The three dragon cubs were all clinging to the cliff, shrinking their heads and not daring to climb up. Su Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, at least they were alive. But the surging magma below also made him tremble with fear. If the surging magma was a little higher, it would be able to swallow the dragon cub. The black dragon stretched out its tail and blocked Su Xing in front of him to protect him. Even in anger, it was always concerned about Su Xing's safety. Su Xing turned around, trotted forward, hugged the black dragon's paw and rubbed it gently, and made a sweet and coquettish cry. The most important thing now is to soothe the black dragon's emotions and calm its anger. The black dragon's eyes followed him, as if he thought he was itchy again. and slightly raised a paw and scratched the back of his head. So comfortable. No, he didn't want to scratch his head. He wanted to make the mother dragon happy. If it was in a good mood, maybe it would let the baby dragon come up. Su Xing quietly looked up and observed the black dragon's expression. He was surprised to find that there was no anger on its face. It was calm, its scales were close together, and its dragon eyes that looked at him showed gentleness and pampering, which was completely different from the furious look when it expelled the baby dragon just now. Mom is not angry anymore? Su Xing raised his wings and pointed at the baby dragon on the cliff below, and then pointed at the ground at the entrance of the cave, asking if the baby dragon could come up. The black dragon scratched his head seriously, and when he raised his wings to make a move, he also scratched the area under his wings. There was only a thin layer of fluff under Su Xing's wings, and the innermost part was not protected at all, just tender skin. The black dragon's hard claws scratched gently, and the sudden stimulation made Su Xing quickly clamp his wings. How could a dragon sneak attack his armpit? Su Xing bit the scales on the black dragon's claws and pushed back the claw that was still trying to drill under his wings. The black dragon retracted its claws along with his strength, circled around him, and landed on his head again to scratch his head. This is more than enough. Su Xing was just about to close his eyes and enjoy it, but suddenly remembered that the black dragon had not agreed to let the young dragon come up. Chirp chirp. Su Xing raised his wings again to gesture. The black dragon's claws slipped down again, trying to scratch the base of his wings. Su Xing quickly folded his wings. After a few times, Su Xing gradually realized that the black dragon did it on purpose. It interrupted him in this way. Just like when it encountered something it didn't want to do before, it pretended not to understand what he meant. The black dragon didn't want the young dragons to come up, so it interrupted his actions on purpose to divert his attention. Since the black dragon didn't want them to stay in the cave, let them leave. Anyway, they have the ability to enter and exit the volcano, dive to catch fish, and live independently. Su Xing walked to the edge of the cave and met the eyes of the three young dragons. He sighed softly, turned his head to look at the black dragon lying still, and tried to open his wings and point upwards, indicating that they should go to the platform at the top of the volcano. The black dragon didn't take the opportunity to tickle his armpits. Several young dragons followed his movements and raised their heads to look at the top of the volcano. After a while, the largest young dragon spread its wings and flew up, trying to fly into the cave. The black dragon raised its head and stared at it coldly. The young dragon flapped its wings and hung in the air outside the cave, not daring to go in. Su Xing looked anxious. Why fly up? Why stare at this cave? He kept making gestures to signal the young dragon, but the young dragon fell down and climbed back onto the rock wall. And no matter how Su Xing persuaded them, they stopped moving. Su Xing didn't know what they were insisting on, and after several fruitless attempts, he had to give up. Maybe they were tired of climbing and knew to go up. The black dragon lay at the entrance of the cave, closed one eye, and seemed to be ready to sleep here. Su Xing fed it some dried fruits and nuts, and then lay down beside it. After coming to the volcano, he has been sleeping in the nest. He hasn't slept so close to the black dragon mother for a long time, and he missed it a little. But before going to bed, he still picked up some dried fruits and fed them to the young dragon. Even though they were clinging to the rock wall, the dragons were not affected in the least in their agility. They caught every piece of dried fruit that fell and swallowed it accurately. However, after feeding them a few pieces, he was gently swept back by the black dragon's tail. Can't feed them anymore? Well, I hope they will climb up by themselves when they are hungry. Su Xing fed the remaining dried fruit to the black dragon and slept with his head close to it. When he woke up the next day, the first thing Su Xing did was to see if the dragons were still there. He hoped not to see them on the cliff wall, but also hoped to see them. He hoped not to see them because it might mean that they had gone to the top platform. He hoped to see them because it at least meant that they were not swallowed by the magma. 3 dragons were neatly crawling on the rock wall, not one missing. It seemed that there were more. Su Xing looked to the side in astonishment, and a feathered dragon cub was also crawling on the cliff wall. Looking further away, red dragons, golden dragons, blue dragons. More than a dozen dragonlets from different caves were clinging to the cliff, and their parents were guarding the cave entrance, chasing away the dragonlets that tried to crawl into the cave. Su Xing? What's going on? Are they sweeping the cubs out of the house? Su Xing looked up in amazement, looking at the dragonlets clinging to the cliff. At this time, the feather dragon in the cave upstairs happened to stick its head out and meet Su Xing's eyes. Seeing Su Xing, the feather dragon that was about to roar at the dragonlets immediately closed its mouth, fearing that the black dragon would think it had some bad intentions towards the little fur ball. Long time no see, big guy. Su Xing greeted it enthusiastically. He was deeply impressed by this feather dragon that chased him and bit him the first time they met, and finally the black dragon mother bit him to pieces. Under the absolute military deterrence of the black dragon mother, their neighborly relationship has eased. Some time ago, he often visited each other's home and saw their dragon eggs up close. It was not until he asked the dragon mother to bring back 3 white dragon eggs and saw the fighting power of the young white dragons from the hatched white dragons that Su Xing canceled the daily activity of visiting neighbors. The last time they met, the feather dragon's cub was still a round big white egg, lying quietly in the egg nest. Unexpectedly, when they met again, the big white egg had hatched and became a dragon, hanging pitifully on the cliff, unable to even go home. So, why expel the dragon from the cave? Is this the tradition of the dragon clan? Su Xing asked the feather dragon with a chirp. Of course, the feather dragon did not respond, and it did not even dare to open its mouth. Only when the little dragon climbed to the entrance of the cave, it raised its forelimbs and slapped the little dragon down. The feathered dragon was suddenly knocked down and hurriedly flapped its wings in the air, so it didn't fall into the magma. The dragon flapped its wings vigorously and flew crookedly towards the feathered dragon's cave, and was knocked out by another adult feathered dragon that poked its head out of the cave. Su Xing, are these really his biological parents? They picked up these 3 white dragons, but the other dragons were all their own. Why do they act like they were picked up? In fact, he was also picked up by the black dragon mother. But the dragon mother never treated him like this. No, it seems that there was one time. Su Xing suddenly remembered that after he grew his flying feathers, the black dragon mother blew him off the cliff. The scene in his memory was somewhat similar to the scene in front of him now. The difference was that after the black dragon blew him down, it immediately flew down with him, protected him by his side, and taught him to fly. These dragons not only did not have their parents to accompany and teach them, but the environment was also 100 times more dangerous and cruel than his. If he hadn't been able to fly, at most he would have fallen off the cliff and landed on the rocks. Of course, there was also the possibility of falling to death or being stabbed to death by sharp rocks, but the black dragon was always with him. Even if he couldn't fly in the end, the mother black dragon who was protecting him would definitely catch him. If these baby dragons couldn't fly or hold on to the rock wall, what awaited them was the magma. Once they fell into it, there would be no chance of survival. Su Xing was very angry because the black dragon blew him off the cliff. Now, comparing these baby dragons hanging on the volcanic cliff, he was surprised to realize how much the black dragon took care of him. Sure enough, happiness is compared. Look carefully, the baby dragons hanging on the cliff are the first batch to hatch, and their limbs and wings are strong enough to allow them to climb steadily on the steep cliff. The parents of the baby dragons did not expel them from the cave when they just hatched, and they would at least keep them for 2 or 3 days. This also proves that they did not drive away the young dragons at will, but had a clear purpose and plan. But Su Xing still had to say that this time was ridiculous. 2 or 3 days, even though his body had grown faster than in his previous life and he could run and jump in a month, it took him a full month and a half to learn to fly. When he was 2 or 3 days old, he couldn't even walk steadily, couldn't even peck through the fruit peel, and had to rely on the black dragon mother to squeeze and feed him food. The young dragons of the same age as him had to be able to crawl and fly. Even this was not enough. The young dragons that could fly back to the cave would also be expelled again. They seemed to want the young dragons to be completely independent, to leave their parents and live independently. If this was the tradition of dragons, it was no wonder that dragons that grew up under such a cruel mechanism could become the top predators. But Su Xing could never accept it. It was so terrifying that they had to live independently from their parents just a few days after hatching. Su Xing ran back and threw himself on the side of the black dragon's face, refusing to leave. Ying Mama's boy can never leave his mother. The black dragon turned his head slightly and saw the little fur ball crying and burying himself in its scales. Thinking that he was being bullied, he immediately opened his mouth and sprayed dragon flames at the feather dragon in the cave above. The dark blue flames came towards him, frightening the feather dragon to immediately retract its head. But it was still a step too slow, and the hair on its head was burned black and curled. The feather dragon was angry but dared not speak. The little feather dragon took the opportunity to fly back to the cave, but was beaten out again not long after. In the cave at the bottom, the black dragon skillfully soothed the little fur ball, and a gentle and soft hum came out of his throat. Su Xing stuck to the black dragon, and when it hummed, he could clearly feel the scales connected to its neck vibrating slightly. The sense of security brought by this vibration made him even more reluctant to leave the black dragon, and the black dragon always indulged him. Perhaps this is the biggest difference between the black dragon and other dragons. Other dragons will let their cubs become independent as soon as possible, forcing them to learn to climb and fly. Even if the young dragons learn these, their parents will not accept them back to the cave, but let them leave the nest completely. However, the black dragon has always raised him. After he learned to fly, he never drove him away and still took him back to the dragon's nest. If he didn't want to fly, he just had to stand on the black dragon's dragon horn, and it would take him anywhere he wanted to go. Even if he could find food by himself, find grass seeds, leaves, fruits, and other edible food by himself, the black dragon would still prepare food for him every day. It has always taken care of him as a cub and raised him very well, without having to worry about anything. Before yesterday, his biggest distress was that he didn't look like his mother. Su Xing didn't know why the black dragon was so special to him. As a cub who was particularly loved, he couldn't help but make some guesses. Of course, it was because he was so cute. Cross it out, it's too shameless to speculate like this. Su Xing doesn't have this confidence. The biggest fundamental reason should be the difference between the black dragon and other dragons. Other dragons expel their young dragons from the cave early because the young dragons have strong independent survival ability. But Su Xing guessed there was another reason, that is, they can continue to give birth to other young dragons. This nest of young dragons left, and next winter, they flew to the volcano and could still lay new dragon eggs and hatch new young dragons. But the black dragon is different. After coming to the volcano, he has never seen other black dragons. If the black dragon mother is the last black dragon in the world and is destined to have no cubs, then it is not impossible for it to take care of Su Xing, a small and weak cub who can't live independently, as the only cub in this life. The black dragon is his only mother, and he is also her only cub. He and his mother will be together forever. Su Xing rubbed against the black dragon's scales affectionately and received the black dragon's claws to scratch his head. When it's time to go out hunting, the young dragons leave with the dragon group. The volcano is too high. Even the young dragons who have learned to fly cannot fly up directly. They use a safer way to climb on the cliff with their limbs and climb to the top of the volcano. Then they run, roll, or fly down from the crater and pounce on the sparkling lake. Su Xing eats moss on the hillside. The black dragon finished eating faster than usual. Before the young dragons rushed down from the volcano, it flew back and lay on the hillside to guard Su Xing. Su Xing was a little scared when he saw many young dragons coming down the mountain. When he turned around and saw the black dragon coming towards him, he was no longer afraid. Mom knows that he was scared by the young dragons before, so he came back so quickly this time, right? Su Xing was moved. He picked up a handful of fresh moss and put it to the black dragon's mouth. Mom, eat moss. This is super tender. The snow on the hillside has all melted. The weather has warmed up, and tender green buds have grown in the moss. Winter seems to be coming to an end. The black dragon opened its mouth slightly and ate the moss that was not even as big as its teeth. The huge black dragon lay on the green hillside covered with moss, which was very eye-catching. The young dragons that had just come down from the volcano consciously avoided that hillside, but 3 small white young dragons broke away from the group and took the initiative to run towards that hillside. With the black dragon by his side, Su Xing was not panicked when he saw the 3 young dragons running over. He flapped his wings and friendlily invited them to eat moss. Before the young dragons got close, they were swept away by the black dragon's tail. Before they were swept away, the young dragons were still far away from Su Xing, far from the boundary that the black dragon had set before. The black dragon moved its body to block between him and the young dragons, and surrounded him with its huge body to prevent the young dragons from approaching. This action of surrounding him was more like preventing him from contacting the young dragons than preventing the young dragons from approaching him. Su Xing was puzzled. The black dragon's attitude towards him and the young dragons seemed to have changed. The previous restrictions were not so strict. Because the young dragons fed him moss before? Not really. If it was because of that, the black dragon should be more angry when facing the young dragon, instead of simply sweeping the young dragon away and calmly surrounding him. Su Xing couldn't figure it out, so he temporarily kept his doubts in his heart and continued to feed the black dragon moss. It's not good to eat meat all the time. Let's supplement some vitamins. When they returned to the cave that day, the young dragon who tried to crawl into the cave was blocked outside by the black dragon. The young dragon held the moss in its mouth and looked at Su Xing pitifully. Su Xing didn't know what to say. He thought that if the young dragon didn't bring moss back, it would be more likely to enter the cave. But if it brought moss? Su Xing glanced at the black dragon who kept whipping the ground with his tail and knew that the young dragon would definitely not be able to enter the cave today, and it would probably be beaten. Sure enough, when a young dragon tried to fly in from the top of the cave, the black dragon opened its mouth and sprayed out a stream of fire. The moss turned into ashes in an instant, and the young dragon, which was burned black, fled in a hurry. Perhaps it was because they had recognized the reality and knew they could not enter the cave. In the dead of night, the dragons were still, so the young dragons climbed up along the cliff. Su Xing heard the sound of crawling, and he looked up and looked outside. All the young dragons clinging to the cliff climbed up together and finally landed on the platform of the crater, with each small dragon occupying half of the area. Seeing this scene, Su Xing was suddenly inspired. It seemed that until this moment, the young dragons were truly independent. Su Xing breathed a sigh of relief, but inexplicably felt a sense of loss. He watched the little dragons that had just broken their shells grow up and gradually move away from him. He wished them a better life. Su Xing yawned. Sure enough, I tend to be sentimental when it's late at night, and I slept. He turned over and fell asleep against the black dragon. While he was half asleep, Su Xing felt that his body was being moved. He opened his sleepy eyes and was dazzled by the bright golden pupils of the black dragon, so he closed his eyes again. Anyway, the mother black dragon could not hurt him. Thinking of this, Su Xing let himself continue to sleep. Suddenly, he felt his body touch a fluffy object, which was the animal skin blanket he put in the shell. Then, he felt weightlessness. He was taken to fly. Su Xing lay on the animal skin blanket with sleepy eyes, not understanding why the black dragon took him out so early. It should not be hunting time yet, right? But he heard more flapping wings. Looking up from the hole in the shell, several giant dragons jumped out of the hole on the cliff and flapped their wings to take off. But not all dragons flew out. Some dragons lay at the entrance of the cave, surrounded by their newly hatched dragons or unhatched dragon eggs. They watched the dragons leave, raised their heads, and let out a long roar. The dragons flew out of the crater, awakening the young dragons sleeping on the top platform. Some of the young dragons saw their parents from the flying dragons and immediately got up from the ground, howling and chasing them out. Without the illumination of the magma, Su Xing realized that the sky outside was still dark, with only a little light shining on the horizon. The dragons flew over the quiet lake, over the icebergs with only the tops covered with snow, and arrived at the seaside. The black dragon fell down and put the shell behind the reef. It lowered its head and looked through the hole on the top of the shell to meet Su Xing's eyes, who was not yet fully awake. The black dragon pressed its snout against the shell, and a gentle but serious hum came from its throat, telling Su Xing not to leave the shell. Su Xing nodded obediently. He still didn't quite understand why the dragons came out to hunt so early, before dawn. Sleepy. The black dragon led the dragon group into the sea to hunt. Su Xing yawned, decided to take a nap, and huddled back into the blanket. After an unknown amount of time, Su Xing heard the sound of the dragon group flying back. He opened one eye and looked out from behind the reef. The sky was not yet completely bright, and in the hazy morning light, the dragon group dragged several large fish to the coast and shared the food on the beach. The strong fishy smell drifted with the sea breeze, and even Su Xing, who had a less sensitive sense of smell, could smell it. He closed his eyes and turned over, burying his head in the blanket, leaving only a short feather tail and a fluffy ace outside. The fishy smell was isolated, but he could still hear the sound of the dragon biting off the fish bones and swallowing the fish meat, accompanied by the joyful and satisfied dragon cry. Every time I heard the sound of the dragon eating, I always felt that they were eating great food. It was indeed their food, but not Su Xing's. Fortunately, Su Xing no longer felt sad that he couldn't eat meat. He didn't feel sad when he thought he was a dragon cub with a strange taste, and he doesn't feel sad now, because no matter what time, the black dragon mother would take care of his taste, and was even willing to fly over the ice field to dig a long-eared beast cave for him. The black dragon landed beside the reef, leaned down, tapped its shell a few times, and put a piece of fresh seaweed in front of Su Xing when he got out of the blanket. Such tender seaweed. The weather is getting warmer, and even the seaweed has received more sunlight and has regained its vitality. It is not the brownish-green color last time. The seaweed in front of him is more green and tender, and it is tender and crispy when you bite it. It would be even better if you can mix it with some chili and garlic. Even without chili and other seasonings, the most original flavor is still great. Su Xing ate with big mouthfuls, and the black dragon lay on the beach to watch him eat. Since raising Su Xing, the black dragon has gradually developed the habit of taking a bath after eating. There is no bloody smell on it, only a little salty and wet seawater, which does not affect Su Xing's appetite at all. The black dragon suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the forest with sharp eyes. What's wrong? Is there something coming? Su Xing saw its reaction and poked his head out of the hole. He seemed to hear the cry of the young dragon, but he was not sure, so he looked again. The black dragon suddenly stretched out a claw, stretched it in from the hole above the shell, hooked a piece of long-eared animal skin, and pulled it out of the shell. What is it doing? Su Xing looked up in confusion and saw the black dragon unfold the animal skin and spread it on the shell, completely covering the hole bitten by the chameleon. The shell changed from an open-top RV to a closed RV. Then, the black dragon grabbed the shell and flew with him. The shell had been broken for a long time. It had never been repaired before. Why did it suddenly repair the hole today? To Su Xing, it didn't matter whether the hole was repaired or not. Anyway, it was only a short distance from the volcano to the feeding ground. He could get out of trouble by hiding in the blanket. The wind couldn't reach him. Soon, Su Xing found that the black dragon was not flying to the volcano, but taking him to the sea. The dragons feeding on the coast also flew up and followed the black dragon. Where is it going? Su Xing stood at the hole on the side of the shell and looked out blankly. Suddenly, he heard the cries of many young dragons. Looking back, he saw a group of young dragons rushing out of the forest and running to the beach. The 3 little white dragons were running in the front. The young dragons kept running forward, rushed into the sea, and were beaten back by the waves. They could only look up and howl at the sky. The largest little white dragon flew up and tried to catch up with them. But the flying ability of the young dragon is limited. It can neither fly high nor far. Soon, it gradually fell into the seawater and was pushed to the beach by the waves. Even so, it was trying to wave its limbs and try to swim in the direction where the dragons flew away. Su Xing suddenly realized that this was a separation. The dragons came out to hunt before dawn, contrary to their usual behavior. The black dragon used a blanket to cover the hole on the top of its shell for him. It was because they were about to leave the volcanic island and cross the sea to return to their original residence. The adult dragons left, but the young dragons could not leave. They had to continue to grow on the island until they had trained their strong wings to fly across the sea. By then, the smell of their parents would no longer be found in the vast sea. The young dragons would have their own territory, their own dragon nest, and they would hunt, live, and grow in the territory. And they and their parents might never see each other again in this life. No, they could still see each other again if they all returned to the volcanic island to spend the winter next winter and happened to choose the same volcano. I just don't know if they will fight for the same cave. Su Xing looked at the little dragon swimming vigorously, stretched his neck, and shouted loudly, "Don't chase me, go back. We'll see each other next year." The black dragon lowered his head and looked at the little fur ball. Seeing that he was fine, he just called to the dragon behind him, flapped his wings hard, and flew faster. The volcanic island was getting farther and farther away, and the dragons could no longer be seen. Su Xing reluctantly withdrew his sight. Obviously, due to the intervention of the black dragon, he didn't get along with the three dragons much, but when it came to separation, he still felt reluctant. Maybe that was the reason why the black dragon restricted his contact with the dragons, because they were destined to separate. The more feelings you invest, the harder it is to let go. Mom was worried that he would be too sad when they separated, so she didn't let him have too much contact with the dragons. Woo woo woo. Mom is so good, crying to death. Today is also a day when Mom Su Xing was touched. The black dragon didn't slow down until the volcanic island disappeared from sight. The other dragons had long been left far behind because they couldn't keep up with its speed. The black dragon didn't care. It had no intention of traveling with other dragons, or rather, all dragons had no intention of traveling together. On the volcanic island, they lived together and even worked together to hunt in groups. But outside the volcanic island, they were absolute loners. Even the young dragons, after they had the ability to fly across the sea, would go on their own. During the breeding season, they were loyal to their partners and took good care of the dragon eggs. After the breeding season, they swept the cubs out of the house and parted ways with their partners. Only when the winter of the second year came, they would gather again at the breeding grounds and meet their partners after a year of separation. They would only have one partner in their life and would always be loyal to their partner. Unlike the urgency of rushing to the volcanic island day and night, the black dragon's flight after leaving the volcanic island was obviously much more leisurely. When the sun rose to the top of the head, it landed on a small island with Su Xing. The volcanic island where the dragons gathered in winter was as big as a continent, with mountains, lakes, and ice fields on it. The black dragon could not reach the end of the island even if it flew for a whole day. However, this island was very small, and the end could be seen at a glance. The black dragon lay on it and occupied half of the island. Su Xing came out of the shell and climbed to the top of the black dragon to look out. They had been completely separated from the dragons. The sky was blue, and there was no sign of any dragon. The sea was open, and no other islands could be seen. It seemed that only he and the black dragon were left in the whole world. This was an isolated island, but Su Xing was not lonely or afraid because the black dragon mother was by his side. Staying on such a small island with his mother was also a very wonderful experience for him. Su Xing looked at the sea for a while, then jumped off the black dragon's head, got into the shell, and took out a piece of dried fruit. "Chirp, come and eat something to replenish your energy." Su Xing fed the dried fruit into the black dragon's mouth. He had eaten all the nuts he had stored in the volcano, and there were not many dried fruits left, but there were still a lot of grass seeds that he would eat. Fortunately, the black dragon did not need to rely on him to feed it. After a short rest, the black dragon dived into the water. After a while, it brought back a handful of seaweed for Su Xing. Perhaps because it came from the deep sea and lacked light, the seaweed was brown and not very good looking, but the taste was unexpectedly sweet. Su Xing ate the delicious seaweed. Usually, after preparing food for him, the black dragon would go to hunt, but this time it did not leave. The black dragon lay on the island, even retracting its tail, looking at the sea from time to time, as if waiting for something. Until the evening, an ancient and distant long cry came from afar, awakening Su Xing, who was taking a nap in the shell. He looked over and saw a huge beast emerging from the sea, spraying a spectacular water column like a large fountain. The black dragon, who was resting next to it, stood up and stared at the sea beast that came out to breathe. "Su Xing, Chiyu? Wait, you are not going to." The black dragon suddenly flew up and pounced on the beast. "Ah, this. Su Xing hurriedly climbed onto the shell and looked into the distance. The black dragon had already pounced on the beast, opened its mouth, and bit it hard. Su Xing was stunned. It's on it now? The beast is bigger than the black dragon itself. He remembered the beast. They met one on the way to the volcanic island. The beast was huge, and it was the largest animal he had ever seen. At that time, the black dragon showed great interest in the giant beast. Perhaps it was because he needed to save his energy to go to the volcanic island, or perhaps because he was still holding the shell that contained him. The black dragon only circled the giant beast for a few times and did not take action. In the end, he watched the giant beast dive into the water and swim away. This time, he was not in a hurry to travel, and he was also placed on the island in advance. The black dragon had no scruples. The black dragon's idea was probably, I didn't eat on the way here, so I must make up for it on the way back. Su Xing was left alone and was shocked. The giant beast was caught off guard, and a piece of meat was bitten off. It made a long cry of pain, and it dived into the water suddenly, taking the black dragon with it. The two huge figures sank into the water, leaving only the blood on the giant beast's body escaping on the sea surface. Su Xing stretched his neck, but couldn't see the situation under the water. He was so anxious that he paced back and forth on the shell. He knew that black dragons could also catch fish, but was the fish this time too big? Dragons don't have gills, so they can't breathe underwater. They have to surface to breathe every once in a while. This giant beast also needs to come out to breathe, but as a giant beast that lives in the sea, they can definitely hold their breath longer than dragons. And when underwater, the dragon's wings become a burden, so they can only fold them at their sides. If they unfold them, it will affect their agility. The ubiquitous sea water blocks the spread of fire, and the dragon flame cannot be used. Even if it is used forcibly, the lethality will be greatly reduced. Losing the ability to fly, losing the dragon flame that is invincible on land, holding your breath underwater, and fighting a sea monster alone. This confrontation is very disadvantageous to the black dragon. Su Xing was so anxious that he simply flapped his wings and flew over before the black dragon came out. There was only the sound of the wind and the beating of his heart in his ears. He had never flown so fast in his life. The sea was churning, and under the deep blue sea, there were two huge figures entangled. The smaller black shadow was entangled with the larger one, biting off pieces of flesh from it, and blood was oozing out from the wounds, infecting the nearby seawater. But the beast was so big that the wounds were not noticeable on it. The beast turned around in the water and tried to hit the black dragon with its huge head. The black dragon let go of the flesh it had bitten, swam towards the sea with its tail. Seeing the black dragon's figure getting closer and closer to the water, Su Xing quickly flew away to avoid being accidentally injured. The black dragon broke out of the water, spread its wings, and flew up suddenly. Su Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Although he did not catch the beast, at least the black dragon returned safely. Then, Su Xing found that there was another black shadow below getting closer and closer to the sea surface, and the beast also caught up and was about to surface. Su Xing wanted to call the black dragon back, but he saw the black dragon opening its mouth downwards, with scorching blue light gathering at its throat. At the moment when the giant beast was about to come out of the water, the blue dragon flame suddenly spurted out, spraying all over the head of the giant beast. The giant beast immediately dived into the water, and the black dragon chased it again. Before diving into the water, he turned his head and roared in the direction of Su Xing, asking him to return to the island. Su Xing didn't expect it to fight again, and his heart rose to his throat again. It was impossible to go back, and he was worried because he couldn't see the situation underwater, but he consciously flew farther away and watched from a distance where he would not be affected by their fight. The black dragon was fighting with the giant beast underwater, biting it, causing wounds, and biting off its flippers, making it unable to keep its balance. The giant beast kept trying to fight back, trying to hit the black dragon with its head, bite the black dragon with its teeth, and slap the black dragon with its tail, but the black dragon avoided them all. The huge body gave the giant beast extremely strong defense, but it also affected its agility. In a close-range fight, its attack speed was far slower than that of the black dragon. Every once in a while, the black dragon would fly out of the water, and sometimes the giant beast would follow, and the black dragon would spit out flames to force it to dive. And every time the giant beast wanted to swim away, the black dragon immediately entered the water and entangled it, preventing it from leaving this sea area. Su Xing gradually discovered the intention of the black dragon's actions. It fought with the giant beast, consuming the giant beast's physical strength and oxygen, and at the same time prevented the giant beast from coming out to breathe, hoping to suffocate the giant beast to death. Su Xing was amazed by the hunting wisdom of the black dragon. It didn't just rely on its physical strength to rush up. It even had its own tactics. The giant beast obviously discovered the black dragon's intention. When the black dragon went into the water again, it swung violently to the surface. Su Xing saw it and subconsciously opened his mouth and sprayed flames at the breathing hole on the top of the giant beast's head. The orange-yellow flames fell, forcing the giant beast to dive. At the same time, the black dragon bit the giant beast's tail fin underwater and dragged it down. This mouthful of flames almost drained Su Xing's remaining strength. His wings became heavy and he could hardly fly. With a last look underwater, the giant beast's tail fin was bitten off and it was completely trapped. Su Xing felt relieved and turned to fly towards the direction of the island. The island looked very close, but he didn't fly to it after flying for a long time. Su Xing finally fell into the water and swam over. When Su Xing fell into the water, the black dragon sensed the message from the water and swam out of the water. When it saw Su Xing safely on the shore, it returned to the water to eat. Su Xing was completely exhausted and lay on the rocks of the island to dry his feathers. He didn't want to move at all. Chirp. It's already a useless chirp. But when he saw the black dragon biting a large piece of deep red meat, emerging from the water and feasting on the sea, Su Xing still felt a sense of satisfaction that everything was worth it. He also contributed to the hunting of this giant beast. As a half-year-old dragon cub, he can already cooperate with the black dragon mother to hunt. How can a cub raised by a giant dragon not be considered a dragon cub? Today is also a useful dragon cub. The sun fell to the sea level, and the light of dusk sprinkled on the sea. It should be the time for birds and beasts to return to their nests, but Su Xing suddenly heard the sound of wings flapping, accompanied by a quacking sound. He looked up and found a group of white seabirds circling on the sea in the distance. That was the place where the black dragon and the giant beast had fought before. Was it the smell of blood that attracted these seabirds? If so, then it is impossible that only the seabirds were attracted. Su Xing looked at the endless deep blue sea, and suddenly he felt a sense of horror. Under the seemingly calm sea surface, there may have been a large number of marine predators that came for the smell of blood, and they will rush over as soon as the black dragon finishes eating. This kind of hidden and invisible horror frightened Su Xing more than the flock of birds in the sky, even if he was on the island. Without the black dragon, Su Xing felt that the island was so small that it made him panic, as if it could be submerged by the sea at any time. He quickly climbed up from the reef and got into the shell. As soon as he got into the shell, a seabird with a big beak flew over. The seabird was circling over the island. Perhaps it smelled the scent left by the black dragon, so it didn't land, but circled in the sky to observe. Su Xing heard the sound of the seabird circling and chirping in the sky. He hid behind the blanket and didn't dare to look. He was afraid that if he showed his head, the bird would swoop down and take him away. The sharp scream of the seabird suddenly came from the sky, and the next moment, the huge black dragon landed on the island, and the whole island seemed to tremble. Chiyu? Su Xing jumped out happily. The black dragon still had a seabird in its mouth, and its white tail feathers were exposed. Seeing the little ball of fur flying out, it moved its lower jaw slightly, swallowed the seabird in its mouth as a snack, and turned its head to spit out a few feathers that were stuck in its throat. Then, the black dragon lowered its head and rubbed Su Xing lightly. The throat made a soft dragon roar that Su Xing was familiar with. As soon as the black dragon landed, it occupied most of the island, but Su Xing didn't think the island was small at this time. As long as the black dragon is there, no matter the seabirds in the sky, the monsters in the sea, or the turbulent seawater, they can't threaten him. Su Xing flapped his wings and made a gesture of spitting fire downwards to let the black dragon know how well he performed in the hunt just now. They reached a perfect hunting cooperation together. The black dragon's eyes were a little helpless, but it still gently touched Su Xing's fluffy little head with its snout and made a sound of approval and cooperation. In the dim afterglow of the sun sinking into the sea level, the huge black dragon lowered its head and its snout touched the forehead of the warm yellow fur ball. In the sea farther away, seabirds dived into the sea, tore off pieces of meat from the broken sea beasts, swam back to the sea, and scrambled for food with their companions who rushed over with a quack. Underwater, various fishes competed to bite the remains of the giant beasts and feasted on them. The smell of blood attracted many carnivores, and this island was not suitable for staying overnight. The black dragon put the little fur ball into its shell and took off with him. If the black dragon was migrating alone, it might choose to stay for another day to guard the giant beast it hunted, but it was still carrying a fluffy little cub, and a slight wave could wash away its little fur ball. Such a chaotic environment was too dangerous for the cub. It set off overnight until it encountered a larger island. Then it landed with the little fur ball to spend the night, and set off again the next day. During the winter migration, the black dragon chose the shortest route, and it only took a day and a night to fly across the ocean to reach the volcanic island, and it did not pass any islands on the way. When it returned in spring, time was no longer urgent. The black dragon took Su Xing to rest on various small islands along the way and found food and water for him. Finally, after flying for 3 days, their sea journey ended. Back on the mainland, the feeling of stepping on the forest grass is completely different from the feeling of stepping on moss or sand. In spring, tender new grass grows among the withered old grass. The newly grown grass was tender and sweet. Even the originally bitter grass was now more palatable because it was tender enough. Su Xing buried his head in the food, taking a bite here and there. It was so delicious that he couldn't stop eating. The black dragon's tail swept slowly on the grass. It leaned down slightly and used its sharp claws to dig up the grass, dig out the soil, and continue to dig deeper. Su Xing ran to the place where the black dragon dug a hole while eating. Then, he watched the black dragon grab 1, 2, 3, 10 long-eared beasts from the small hole. 2 were adult long-eared beasts, and the remaining 8 were long-eared beast cubs. Only Su Xing was a circle bigger. Su Xing was so surprised that he didn't even notice that the grass in his mouth fell. So many. Can long-eared beasts be so fertile? The number has increased several times after a winter. Most of the dragons he saw in the volcano only laid 1 egg, and some laid 2 or 3, and it was not certain that all of them could hatch. It's nothing compared to the long-eared beasts that have 8 cubs in a litter. With such a strong reproductive capacity, no wonder they are everywhere. The black dragon had no interest in the long-eared beasts. He took them out and piled them up with the excavated soil. The long-eared beasts that fell to the ground lay stiffly on the soil. When Su Xing thought they were scared to death, the largest one suddenly rushed out, and the others followed closely and ran into the woods. The black dragon was still concentrating on digging the cave until it collapsed. After a winter, the stored food had long been consumed. Sweeping away the collapsed soil, there were only nut shell fragments and white hair shed by the long-eared beasts in the cave. The black dragon was a little confused. Su Xing leaned over to take a look. Wow, this nest of long-eared beasts has lost a lot of hair. No wonder the 2 big long-eared beasts looked a little ugly before. Some parts were so bald that the skin underneath was exposed. It's really pitiful. Soon, Su Xing could no longer sympathize with the long-eared beast because he also began to lose hair. However, after more than 10 days of not cleaning, the bottom of the shell was covered with a layer of feathers. There was the innermost layer of white down feathers and the outer layer of warm yellow feathers. Su Xing even found 3 tail feathers and 2 flight feathers in it. Chirp! Su Xing screamed miserably. Chirp! Why did he lose so much hair? When Su Xing ran on the grass these days, he felt that his body was much lighter. How could he not feel lighter? With the hair falling like this, the burden on his body was suddenly reduced. The black dragon was startled by the cry of the little fur ball, and let go of the crustacean that had just entered his mouth, came to the shell where the little fur ball was, put his head on the grass, and looked inside from the hole. The little fur ball's feathers were tightened all over his body, close to his skin, and he looked down from time to time to observe the fur on his body, as if he was afraid that the feathers would fall off. The black dragon let out a slightly puzzled dragon roar. Chirp! Su Xing pounced on the black dragon for comfort. He was going to become a bald-haired kid. Chirp! The black dragon listened to the little fur ball's sad cry and thought he was injured. It gently nudged the little fur ball and flipped him over on the grass. The black dragon stretched out a claw and carefully turned over the fur ball's body to check. Chirp! So comfortable. Scratch it again. Su Xing let himself lie flat on the grass with his feet facing the sky, enjoying the black dragon's tickling service. The black dragon parted the fur on the left side of his neck, and he cooperated by turning his head to the right to allow the black dragon to perform better. The black dragon parted the fur on his chin, and he also cooperated by tilting his head. The black dragon looked around but couldn't find the injury, but found a few orange-red feather tubes in the feathers on the top of the little fur ball's head and neck. Su Xing saw the black dragon stop and took the initiative to put his head on its claws, leaning against his claws and looking at him with his head tilted. The black dragon understood his intention and continued to scratch him. After enjoying the scratching service of the black dragon, Su Xing felt comfortable all over and his feathers became fluffy again. He walked to the river and looked down at his reflection in the river. He was still a round little ball of fur. Except for the thin tail feathers, there was no sign of missing feathers in other places. Fortunately, he did not lose hair in large chunks like the long-eared beast. He lost one feather here and one feather there, and a new feather tube grew here. Overall, there was not much change. In short, not obvious baldness. Su Xing felt relieved. If he was like the long-eared beast, bald to the point of exposing his skin, he would definitely have to stay in his shell for several months until his hair grew back before going out. Su Xing raised his wings and combed his flight feathers one by one with his mouth. By the way, he admired his reflection in the water and was a little proud of himself. Suddenly, he found that the water was shaking. Not only the water, but also the ground seemed to be shaking, and there was a faint sound of hooves coming from the other side of the river. Such a familiar sound, and the feeling of the ground shaking. Is it a herd of animals? Su Xing opened his eyes wide and looked towards the other side. A pair of huge horns appeared on the hillside opposite the river. The sturdy giant horned beast walked slowly up the hillside, and a particularly short and hornless little beast followed by its legs. Su Xing looked for a long time before he realized that the hornless little beast was a giant horned beast cub. Giant horned beasts actually have no horns when they are young. So cute. More and more giant horned beasts appeared on the hillside, including many cubs whose legs were only slightly taller than those of adult giant horned beasts. On the way back from Dragon Island, Su Xing encountered a herd of animals that had also migrated back, and he felt excited to meet an old friend after a long absence. He flew up, jumped onto the dragon horn on the top of the black dragon, flapped his wings and chirped at the herd of beasts on the opposite hillside. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Long time no see, everyone. The black dragon raised his head and roared along with Su Xing's call. The roar of the giant dragon is short and dull, but very penetrating, and it can be heard far away in the vast wilderness. The herd of giant horned beasts turned around and ran away without a moment's hesitation. The herd of beasts behind that did not climb up the hillside also fell into restlessness after hearing the roar of the black dragon. No new beasts climbed up the hillside for a long time. Su Xing. Chirp? I just wanted to say hello, but now it's embarrassing. The black dragon didn't care and buried his head in eating the crustaceans he had captured earlier. As the weather warmed up, the crustaceans ended their hibernation, left their sleeping places, and came to the riverbank to eat the new and fresh water plants. At this time, the crustaceans are very easy to find, and you can run into several groups by flying along the riverbank. These days, the black dragon has been relying on crustaceans to fill his stomach, but he won't need it anymore in the future. They met a migrating herd of animals, and there appeared food that tasted better, was more abundant, and would go to its territory on its own. Adhering to the good habit of not wasting food, The black dragon ate the crustaceans, then sent the small fur ball into the hole on the top of the shell, picked up the shell, and flew across the river. The black dragon wanted to replace Su Xing with a complete shell before. But as the weather warmed up, Su Xing thought this half-open shell was not bad. He refused the new shell that the black dragon had just peeled off, and tore off the long-eared animal skin that originally covered the shell. He sat in the open-top RV every day and was taken for a ride by the black dragon. Now, he enjoyed the wind blowing from his head and was taken by the black dragon to fly over the river and up the hillside. The herd gathered at the foot of the hillside, and there was a long migrating team behind them, led by several leading giant horned beasts. They were trying to bypass the hillside and cross the river from the lower reaches of the river a little further away. The black dragon spread its wings and flew over the panicked herd. The herd didn't care about taking any more detours and ran up the hillside to cross the river quickly. Su Xing was originally worried that the cubs were too small to cross the river smoothly, but they did not fall behind. Even though the water was over their shoulders, with only one head exposed, they relied on the body of the giant horned beast mother and tried to swim to the other side until they successfully climbed ashore with their front feet bent. There are many cubs like this in the herd, not only the cubs of giant horned beasts, but also the cubs of long-necked beasts, sharp-horned beasts, and other beasts. Su Xing was shocked by the tenacity of these cubs. The cubs born this year, so young, have to migrate with the herd and walk this long migration step by step with their hooves. He also migrated with the black dragon mother, but he stayed safely in his shell, eating melon seeds and dried fruits, covered with animal skin blankets, and relied solely on the black dragon mother to take him to fly. No, I can't be outdone by a group of small beasts. He wanted to be independent and not a parasite that could only rely on his mother for care. Su Xing flew out of the shell, flapped his wings, and flew beside the black dragon. From now on, he would work hard to fly to the volcanic island by himself this winter. When the black dragon saw the little fur ball leaping out, he immediately slowed down and accompanied him in the flight. Su Xing was tired after flying for only a short while, and the black dragon handed over the shell at the right time, signaling him to come back and rest. No, I said I wanted to be independent and not be a parasite. How could I give up after flying for such a short time and continue to rely on my mother to fly? Looking down at the herd of beasts below, Su Xing suddenly had an idea. He swooped down and landed on the head of a giant horned beast and stood on its big horn. It was not considered parasite if he took a ride with the giant horned beast. The giant horned beast noticed something on its head, and it shook its head, and its long and thin tail swung upwards. The tail of the giant horn can only be swung on its back to drive away mosquitoes. It poses no threat to Su Xing on the horn. It's just that it shakes its head too violently, making him a little dizzy. Su Xing fixed himself firmly on the horn with his claws. After the giant horn stopped shaking its head and tail, he flapped his wings to give a bad review. Chirp, chirp. Your car is very unstable. It can't compare with the stable driving of the black dragon mother. Whether the black dragon takes off or descends, or accelerates or decelerates to dive, Su Xing standing on its horn will not feel any bumps. Even if he stays in the shell, he will not be disturbed when eating melon seeds, combing feathers, and sleeping. With the comparison, Su Xing missed the comfort of being carried by the black dragon. But he wants to be an independent cub and can't always bother the black dragon mother. For this reason, Su Xing can endure the bumps of the giant horn hitchhiking. Roaring black dragons circled in the sky, calling the little fur ball back. It can't get too close. Its approach would scare the herd and throw it into chaos, and the little fur ball would probably get hurt in the chaos. Su Xing understood what it meant. But, Mom, is it really good for you to spoil your cub so much? He will be raised to be a waste. Su Xing knew that he was not a very perseverant type. If the black dragon mother called him, he would just go back to his shell and lie down. It would be even more difficult to persist afterwards. So he chirped and refused. Mom, believe me, I can do it myself. I can. Find a ride. The black dragon didn't understand why the little fur ball wanted to stay in the herd. Maybe he didn't like the wind in the sky. Maybe he was tired of the scenery in the sky. Or maybe he liked the excitement in the herd. The little cub's thoughts changed too quickly, which always made it difficult for the dragon to understand. The black dragon fell from the sky and landed on the grass on the side of the herd. It always kept a distance from the migrating team. This distance would not cause panic and confusion in the herd, and the little fur ball could still see it. The herd raised their heads to be alert to the black dragon falling in the distance. The female used her body to protect the cub inside and continued to eat grass while traveling, but the speed was faster than before. The migration route was full of dangers, and there were also various predators accompanying them. They had long been accustomed to those predators following the team. If they had to run away every time they saw a predator, they would have died of exhaustion on the road. Only when predators charge or approach a certain range will they burst out in an instant and run away. The giant horned beast lowered its head and bit a handful of fresh grass, raised its head and stared at the direction of the black dragon, chewing slowly in its mouth. Su Xing stretched his neck, bit off a piece of grass from the giant horned beast next to him, and chewed it. At the same time, he was alert to the angry attack of the giant horned beast whose grass was stolen. But the giant horned beast didn't notice him at all. This beast, who was not concentrating on eating grass, didn't even notice that the grass next to his mouth was stolen. What was it looking at? Su Xing followed the giant horned beast's line of sight and saw the black dragon following on the side of the herd. The black dragon held the shell in its mouth and walked on the grass with its limbs. Seeing him looking over, it made a low call with a slightly changed tone. Su Xing immediately flapped his wings and flew over. Chirp? Mom, are you tired of flying too? Su Xing landed on the black dragon's horn and asked. The black dragon was very satisfied to see the little fur ball coming back and walked forward steadily with him. Su Xing also had a reason to say that. He came back at this time not to rely on his parents, but to take a walk with the black dragon mother who was tired of flying. The black dragon followed the speed of the herd and walked slowly on the grass. The little fur ball stood on its dragon horn and chirped. We must have flown for a long time just now, right? Even Mom is tired of flying. Is Mom hungry? Do you want to bring a giant horn beast? We can cooperate in hunting. I will intercept from the flank. It's inconvenient to carry the shell in your mouth, right? You don't need it now, just throw it away, although it's a pity to have the fruit shell jar and food inside. Do you want to continue to carry it? Then we will twist a strong straw rope, string it together, and hang it around your neck. Su Xing would fly for a while every day. When he was hungry, he would land on the ground and eat grass. When he was tired, he would climb up to the black dragon's horn and stand. When he practiced flying, the black dragon slowed down and flew with him. After half a month, Su Xing's endurance and flying skills had been significantly improved. Although he still couldn't compare with the black dragon's terrifying endurance and speed, at least he wouldn't be unable to flap his wings and fall to the ground due to exhaustion after flying for a while. Food was also ready, and the ground was full of fresh grass. No beast dared to approach the dragon. The grass around them had not been trampled by the beasts, so it was very clean. Moreover, it belonged to him alone, and Su Xing could eat until he was full every time. Gradually, Su Xing liked this fulfilling and happy migratory life. One day, Su Xing woke up from the black dragon's horn, stretched his limbs in the morning light, and was about to start his first flight today. But the black dragon took him to fly first. The black dragon flew over the herd, over the mountains and rivers, and flew towards a vast jungle that was glowing with new green. Su Xing always felt that this jungle looked familiar. Whether it was the distribution of rivers or the trees in the forest, they all gave him a strong sense of familiarity. It was not until he saw the towering cliff at the end of the jungle that he suddenly realized they were home. Chirp! Su Xing excitedly flapped his wings and flew out from the black dragon's dragon horn, flying towards the towering and steep cliff. He increased his speed to the extreme, leaving no effort, like a small cannonball fired from the dragon's horn, whizzing over the jungle and shooting into the dragon's nest on the cliff. The black dragon followed him and fell into the cave. Su Xing circled in the empty and familiar cave and landed in the corner where he stored food. A thick layer of dust and sand fell on the ground and on the fruit shell jars where food was stored. There were faint footprints of many birds in the dust and sand, and a large number of husks were piled up next to the fruit shell jars. Su Xing knew something was wrong, so he leaned over to the mouth of the fruit shell jar and took a look. The grass seeds and white melon seeds inside were all empty, leaving only the shells. Thief! Su Xing was a little angry. Fortunately, he had expected this and was not unacceptable. It is normal for a house that has been vacant for several months to be robbed, not to mention that their house does not even have a door. After making sure that the jars placed outside were empty, Su Xing cast his eyes on the carapace next to him. All the holes in the carapace were plugged with corks, and there was no sign of damage to the wood. Chirp chirp. A chirp. Su Xing flapped his wings and called Black Dragon to help open the carapace, but he was choked by the dust and sneezed loudly. It looks like we need to do some general cleaning. The Black Dragon came over, stretched out its claws to pick up Su Xing, and let him stand on top of its head, away from the dust. It pinched the cork with 2 claws and pulled it out easily. Su Xing jumped down impatiently and got into the shell to check. This is the shell he used to store plant tubers. As soon as he entered the shell, Su Xing saw the piled up sweet potatoes and other plant tubers. Fortunately, these are still there, and they are well preserved, not rotten or sprouted. It is decided that this will be the food for today. But before eating, we have to clean the dragon's nest first. It is full of sand and dust, and there is no place to rest. If you accidentally flap your wings, dust will fly all over the cave. The new year has arrived, and it is time to do some general cleaning. Su Xing called the Black Dragon and flew to the woods under the cliff together, breaking off a few branches and bringing them back. Su Xing held a small branch in his mouth and cleaned the dust on the shells and fruit shells, as well as the husks piled on the ground. All of these had to be transported out. He decided to ask the Black Dragon Mother to prepare more shells for him this year. He would store all the food in the shells and plug the hole with cork, never giving other animals the opportunity to plunder his stored food. If there is enough food, he can set aside some and place it on the cliff to give to the birds that can't find food in winter. Anyway, they can't be allowed to eat all the husks in the cave, which is too difficult to clean. Su Xing swept the floor hard. The Black Dragon originally thought that the little fur ball brought the branches back to eat tender leaves, but after seeing him holding a small branch to clean the dust, he also learned to pick up a large branch and sweep it. When he lived alone, he never cared about the dust after the cave was empty, because it would disappear after sleeping for a while. But the little fur ball obviously cared about this. He had to pay more attention to cleaning in the future. With the efforts of a dragon and a ball of fur, the dragon's nest was soon renovated. The Black Dragon moved the 2 charred woods blocking the entrance of the cave and swept the accumulated sand and dust out of the cave. The 2 charred woods had already regained vitality, and the newly grown branches were much taller than Su Xing. Since the little ball of fur could fly, there was no need to block the entrance of the cave to prevent him from falling. The Black Dragon carried the 2 charred woods out of the cave and threw them into the jungle under the cliff. Su Xing threw the broken branches down the cliff and sat at the entrance of the cave, panting to rest. He only swept the small area of the food storage area, but he was still exhausted and covered in dust. On the other hand, the mother Black Dragon, who was almost responsible for cleaning the entire dragon's nest, acted like a normal dragon, and her breath was particularly stable. Even after moving 2 charred woods out, she didn't even have a disordered breath when she came back. Dragon versus dragon. Dragon is so angry. Ah, I forgot that I am not a dragon again. After working, I was hungry. Su Xing pushed a few sweet potatoes out of their shells and took them to the top of the cliff with the help of the Black Dragon to roast. Spring is suitable for picnics. The top of the cliff was covered with new green grass, dotted with light-colored flowers, and the bright sunshine was warm and comfortable. Su Xing found a flat stone and asked the Black Dragon to put the sweet potatoes on it. He also jumped on it and spit fire to roast them. With the experience of spitting fire several times, he became more and more adept at controlling the flames, and there would be no more accidents of roasting the sweet potatoes into charcoal. The flame should not be too far or too close to the sweet potatoes. If it is too close, it will burn, and if it is too far, it will be difficult to cook. After spitting fire for a while, Su Xing would stop and turn the sweet potatoes over. At first, Su Xing turned them over by himself, and after watching for a while, The black dragon would stretch out its claws to turn the sweet potatoes over before Su Xing took action. The black dragon's claws went directly into the orange flames, scaring Su Xing so much that he choked. The black dragon, however, acted as if nothing had happened, as if it had just turned over the sweet potatoes in the air instead of reaching into the fire. Yes, even its feathers could prevent fire. How could a black dragon with thick scales and being a real dragon be afraid of fire? Su Xing quickly relaxed and continued to spit fire. But a trace of doubt still emerged in his mind. The black dragon's mother was a dragon, and from a volcano, it was normal for it to spit fire. Why did he spit fire? He was not the black dragon's mother's biological cub. He was not even a dragon. Whether it was the dragon of the volcano where they lived, or the foreign dragon that came to the volcano to steal eggs, none of them looked like him. Of course, it was not ruled out that there were other types of dragons that he had never seen. But the possibility that he was just a dragon cub that he had never seen was too small. Moreover, dragons are precocious animals. They are in the late stage of development as soon as they break out of their shells and have the ability to survive independently. In this respect, he is completely different from dragons. He had no ability to survive when he just broke out of his shell. If it weren't for the black dragon mother who finally chose to raise him, he would have frozen to death and starved to death. He is not a dragon, but he can breathe fire. So what is he? Judging from his appearance, he should be a bird. And unlike precocious birds such as chickens, ducks, and geese, although he can open his eyes as soon as he breaks out of his shell and can barely stand on the first day, he cannot get food and keep warm by himself, and can only be considered a semi-precocious bird. Does the black dragon mother know his race? Has it seen his kind? Su Xing is a little curious. Curious about the answers to these questions, and also curious about his own race. The sweet potato gradually exudes a roasted aroma, and Su Xing is drooling with greed. The shells that the black dragon brought to migrate were filled with food such as grass seeds and dried fruits, and there were not many plant stems. He hasn't eaten sweet potatoes for a long time. The last time he ate them was in the winter when he dug them out of the cave of the long-eared beast. No matter what race or answer, it is not as important as the roasted sweet potato in front of him. Su Xing peeled off the skin, revealing the golden and charred inside. It smelled so good. Su Xing swallowed his saliva, resisted the urge to bite it, and pushed the peeled sweet potato towards the black dragon. The black dragon looked at him puzzledly and pushed the sweet potato in front of Su Xing with his claws. Su Xing pushed it back again. Mommy eats first. The black dragon mother has been taking care of him and preparing food for him throughout the winter. Now that he has returned to the dragon's nest, it's time for him to prepare some. Snacks for mommy. Don't want to eat it? The black dragon was even more puzzled. It originally thought that the little furball liked this. Since the little furball didn't eat this, it should prepare other food for him. The black dragon stood up and turned towards the jungle. Chirp, chirp, chirp. After getting along for a long time, Su Xing knew what the black dragon was going to do when he saw it stand up at this time, and hurriedly called it to stop. To prove that he eats sweet potatoes, Su Xing took a big bite. The temperature of the freshly baked sweet potatoes was very high, but Su Xing didn't feel it was hot. It was hot, sweet, and delicious. With his appetite, no matter how much he ate, he could only eat half of it. The remaining 3.5 sweet potatoes belonged to Black Dragon. Black Dragon ate one by one and finished the remaining sweet potatoes on the stone, and it had long been accustomed to eating the remaining food after the furball was full. As early as the first day of feeding the furball, it was responsible for the red fruits, white fruits, plant stems, etc. that he couldn't finish. The food that was enough for Su Xing to eat for several days was just a small snack for Black Dragon, not enough to fill his stomach. But now the herd has not returned yet. There are only a few small animals in the forest, and there is almost no food that can fill Black Dragon. Wait, he seems to have overlooked something. Su Xing remembered the Black Dragon diving into the water to catch fish, and then looked at the big lake on the right side of the jungle. Chirp, let's go fishing. It just so happened that he needed to take a bath. He was now a dirty chick, covered in sand and dust from cleaning the cave, and his feathers were a shade darker. If he shook them off, he might be able to shake off a few pounds of sand. The Black Dragon was not much better than him, and there was sand in the gaps between its scales. Su Xing was the first to flap his wings and fly up, inviting the black dragon to go to the lake with him. By the way, he hadn't been to the big lake over there yet. When they were in the jungle before, the black dragon never took him to hunt near the lake, and he didn't even know that the black dragon could actually dive to catch fish. The black dragon saw the direction the little fur ball was going, hesitated for a moment, and flapped his wings to catch up quickly. Su Xing landed at the lake. This lake was very large, almost as large as the big lake where the dragons hunted on the volcanic island. The other side of the lake seemed to be a jungle as well, but the trunks of the trees over there were all black, and green branches and new leaves grew on the branches. The combination of the dead black and the green representing vitality is particularly strange. Black trunks and green branches and leaves. He seemed to have seen this combination somewhere before. Su Xing thought of the two charred trees that had just been moved out of the cave by the black dragon, and suddenly he understood. The trunks are black because they were burned by fire. New branches sprouted from the charred wood because the tree was not completely burned to death. As long as the conditions are right, it can still be full of vitality. It turns out that the two charred woods came from the jungle across the lake. I don't know what kind of terrible fire turned the entire jungle into this. If it weren't blocked by the big lake, maybe even the jungle they were in would not be spared. Su Xing looked at the charred jungle on the other side, and the scene of the raging wildfire seemed to emerge in his mind. He even smelled the smell of burning flames and the choking smell of thick smoke. Then, the rain poured down, the flames were gradually extinguished, the soil became moist, and only the pungent smell of smoke mixed into the water and lingered for a long time. Seeing Su Xing staring at the jungle on the other side for a long time, the black dragon stepped forward and blocked his sight with his body. Roar! The black dragon looked down at Su Xing, and there was a rare panic in the dragon's eyes, which were always calm and majestic. Su Xing came back to his senses. For the first time, he found that his imagination was so rich that he could even imagine the smell, as if he had experienced it himself. Mom, go fishing quickly. As for himself, he wanted to find a shallow place to take a bath. There was sand in the feathers on his head. It was so itchy, as if he was growing a brain. Su Xing found a shallow place to enter the lake. The lake water was clear, and he could see the mud and water plants at the bottom. The newly grown water plants surrounded Su Xing, which was a natural barrier that would not allow him to be carried to the deep water by the slow-flowing lake water. Su Xing spread his wings and fluttered on the water surface, splashing water on himself, trying to wet all his feathers. The black dragon went into the water beside him, and the water on the lake shore just covered its claws. The waves it created as it moved pushed Su Xing onto the water plants. Su Xing was caught off guard and had a close contact with the water plants. He was very confused. Su Xing decided to retaliate. He called the black dragon sweetly, and when the black dragon lowered its head and leaned forward, he fluttered his wings and splashed water, splashing water all over the black dragon's face. The revenge was successful, and Su Xing chirped happily. The water drops flowed down the gaps between the scales on the black dragon's face. It opened its golden vertical pupils and looked at the small fur ball curiously. The tips of the little fur ball's feathers were all wet, and the feathers were much darker than the original color, which made him look like a gradient fur ball, which was particularly cute. The black dragon knew that the little fur ball was playing with it. After the little fur ball shook the water to wet it, it looked very happy. The little fur ball likes water. The black dragon lay down in the lake and immersed his head in the water. The water at the lake shore was too shallow to even submerge its entire head. Its eyes and the parts above were all exposed above the water. A pair of vertical pupils stared at him without blinking on the water surface, and he felt like being stared at by a crocodile. Su Xing didn't feel scared, but he had a bad premonition. The black dragon shook his head violently, splashing water. If the water that looked like a small wave could be called a splash. Su Xing stared at the water wave that was taller than him rushing towards him with wide eyes. He was so frightened that his feathers stood on end, and he spread his wings to fly, but the waves came too fast, and before he could leave the water, he was hit by the waves on his head and slapped back into the water. The black dragon stopped shaking off the water, and looked at the little fur ball with shining eyes, expecting his reaction. Su Xing, who still kept his wings open, spit out a stream of water from his mouth. His feathers were soaked, hanging on his body in clumps, and each clump was dripping water. Now he couldn't fly at all. There was no need to take a bath, and he washed it thoroughly, and it seemed that water was flowing out of his ear holes. Roar? The black dragon wondered why the little fur ball was standing still. The black dragon moved his head closer and smelled the strong chicken smell of the little fur ball after being wetted by water. It stopped, stretched out a claw, and gently touched the upper beak of the little fur ball. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Su Xing opened his mouth and bit wildly, scraping the scales on the black dragon's hand. A loud and long cry came from the other side of the lake. After this loud cry, all the birds on the lakeshore and in the forest stopped singing. For a moment, everything was silent. Su Xing was unaware of anything and buried his head in the chirping and biting wildly. The black dragon suddenly looked up, picked up the puffy little ball of fur in the water, spread its wings and flew towards the dragon's nest on the cliff. There was the sound of the wind rustling in his ears. Su Xing bit the scales on the black dragon's claws and blinked blankly. What happened? Why did the black dragon mother suddenly take him to fly, and fly so fast? He remembered that he seemed to have heard some kind of cry just now, which was extremely loud and penetrating, as if it contained extreme anger. And after that cry, he didn't hear the calls of other birds anymore, and all the birds spontaneously quieted down. This reaction was too strange, and it was not even the reaction one should have when encountering a natural enemy. In the past, when the black dragon mother flew over the jungle, the birds would quickly hide and make a mournful and rough cry, which was a kind of alarm call to remind their kind to hide. Could it be that it was a monster more terrifying than the dragon? All the birds were so scared that they dared not cry out. What kind of terrifying monster was it that even the black dragon mother did not dare to fight it? And her first reaction was to take him away. Su Xing nervously hugged the black dragon's claws. Run! Run! There is a monster. The black dragon flew back to the dragon's nest, blocked the entrance with his body, and nervously looked at the wet ball of hair in his claws. Su Xing gently rubbed the black dragon's claws. He finally understood why the black dragon mother never went to the big lake to hunt, and never took him to the jungle on the other side. It turned out that there was a terrifying monster there. Woo! He never suggested going to the lake to catch fish again, and he would stay away from that place in the future. Su Xing rubbed his left cheek and then his right cheek, rubbing all the water off his face onto the black dragon's claws. Seeing that the little fur ball was still very close to him, the black dragon felt relieved and took the initiative to stretch out his claws for him to rub. Today's weather is very good and sunny. As long as it is exposed to the sun for a while, the fur ball of the little fur ball will be dry. But the black dragon didn't want to take the little fur ball out to bask in the sun at this time. It opened its mouth and spit out flames, using the temperature of the flames to dry the little fur ball. The feathers were wet and turned into a bunch of prickly balls, and soon they became fluffy and soft little fur balls. Su Xing shook off the fluffy feathers on his body and climbed up on the black dragon's claws. He wanted to climb onto the black dragon's shoulder and look out to see if the monsters in the jungle on the opposite side had chased him out. The black dragon stopped the little fur ball and sent him into the shell with a hole on the top. He made a rhythmic and gentle hum in his throat, trying to coax him to sleep. Chirp? Can't I just look at the entrance of the cave? Su Xing listened to the rhythmic low hum of the black dragon, and inexplicably felt that the black dragon was lying outside its shell, watching him, and the humming sound in its throat was very much like the parents in the cartoons who told horror stories to scare children and make them go to sleep quickly. No one had ever told him a bedtime story, and Su Xing cooperated by crawling into the blanket, leaving only a small head exposed, listening carefully. He guessed that in the story told by the black dragon's mother, there lived a terrible monster in the forest on the other side of the lake, which would catch all the cubs who didn't sleep at night and eat them up. So scary. Su Xing also retracted his mouth into the blanket. But now it was daytime, and the sun was still high in the sky. Would the monster also catch the cubs who didn't sleep during the day? Perhaps the black dragon's slow dragon hum had some special magic, Or perhaps it was because he was too tired from cleaning the cave before, and Su Xing really fell asleep gradually. The black dragon stayed by Su Xing's side all day, never leaving for a moment. Even when the migrating herds returned to the jungle, it did not go out to hunt. But when Su Xing woke up, the sun was rising, and the first ray of sunlight of the day shone into the dragon's nest. He walked out of the shell in a daze, a little confused about the time. He slept through the whole day? It seemed that he was really exhausted from the big cleaning yesterday. The black dragon lying beside him opened his eyes, and his first reaction was to look at the little fur ball. Seeing the little fur ball sleeping in a daze with its feathers messy, it relaxed. "Good morning, Mom. Have you eaten? Are you hungry? Let's go hunting." Su Xing flew to the black dragon's head and flapped his wings. The black dragon immediately understood what he meant. It propped itself up, stretched its limbs, walked slowly to the entrance of the cave, jumped down, and flew high. After it flew out of the cave, Su Xing also flapped its wings and flew up. He did not rashly choose a hunting spot for the black dragon, but just flew beside it, waiting for its decision. The black dragon flew to the left side of the jungle, where the long-necked beasts mainly moved. Su Xing also flew over. In fact, he originally wanted to go to the white melon seed flower field on the right side of the jungle, but that was close to the big lake, and because of yesterday's experience, Su Xing didn't dare to go there recently. Let's wait and see in a few days. They had lived in the dragon's nest for several months before, running into the jungle every day, but they didn't see the monsters from the jungle next door come to them. Maybe the monster didn't like to go out? What's more, equally powerful creatures always keep a certain distance tacitly and will not rashly invade the territory of the other party. This jungle is obviously the territory of the Black Dragon Mother, and the possibility of the monsters on the opposite side breaking in directly is still very small. In the next few days, Su Xing paid special attention to the movements on the other side of the lake. The angry and penetrating chirping sound like last time did not appear again. Occasionally, he could hear a few calls that sounded like calls, but they were too far away to be heard clearly. During this period, a strange thing happened. One night, when Su Xing was watching the stars on the cliff, he caught a glimpse of red flames dancing in the jungle across the lake. He was shocked and thought that the jungle was on fire, so he quickly woke up the black dragon who was taking a nap next to him. After the black dragon woke up, he turned his head and looked at the jungle next door, and immediately took him back to the dragon's nest. That whole night, Su Xing was worried about the forest fire. Once the forest fire started, countless animals would die in it, and those who were lucky enough to escape would also lose their homes that had just been revitalized not long ago. Although their jungle and the next door were separated by a large lake, it only took a gust of wind and a burning leaf to blow in the wind, and this jungle would also become a sea of fire. But the fire that was enough to illuminate the sky red never appeared. The next day, Su Xing flew to the top of the mountain to see that the trunks of the trees in the jungle next door were still charred, and the leaves were still green, with no changes from before. It was so strange. Was the fire extinguished? Or was there no fire from the beginning to the end? Then what was the moving fire he saw? Su Xing couldn't figure it out. The black dragon jumped out of the dragon's nest, spread its wings, and flew up, calling him to go out to find food together. Su Xing flew over immediately. No monsters have appeared for so many days. This jungle should be safe. Today, we can go to the white melon seed field. Su Xing circled around the black dragon, flapped his wings, and flew towards the white melon seed field on the right side of the jungle. The black dragon followed behind him without stopping. Su Xing flew lightly over the jungle, and his new tail feathers rose and fell with his flying. A month after the tail feathers fell, he grew new tail feathers. The new tail feathers are slightly longer than before, and the roots of the feathers are slightly orange-red. They are usually covered by the feathers on the back of the waist and cannot be seen at all. Only when he turns his head to comb the tail feathers one by one can he see the bright orange-red. The needle-like feather tubes that grew on the top of his head before have gradually turned into sheet-like feathers. The color is a deeper orange-red than the body color, but because there are fewer of them, they are mixed with a large number of warm yellow feathers and are not obvious. Su Xing landed on a flat ground. The black dragon landed not far from him and habitually checked the surroundings. This is the original location of the white melon seed flower field. After a winter, all the white melon seed plants have dried up and fallen. Thin green grass grows from the fallen yellow plants and occupies the entire land. Chirp! His favorite white melon seeds are all gone? Su Xing was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Although this kind of small green grass is also delicious, similar green grass is everywhere, and the white melon seed flower field is only in this one place. Su Xing ran forward and searched among the dry branches on the ground, trying to see if he could find some more white melon seeds. A white one half buried in the soil attracted his attention, and Su Xing quickly picked it up. The next moment, a slightly dull cracking sound was heard. Su Xing was used to cracking melon seeds, and he subconsciously cracked it as soon as he bit it into his mouth. But the sound seemed a little wrong, muffled, not crisp at all, and it was not a good melon seed. Pa. Su Xing was worried about eating moldy and spoiled melon seeds, so he quickly spit it out. The cracked white melon seeds fell to the ground, and in one of the shells, there was a melon seed kernel with a small white bud on the tip. Chirp! It turned out that it was not moldy or spoiled, but sprouted. Su Xing searched around the dead branches and found many similar white melon seeds. There must be more under the dead branches and under the soil. The melon seeds are sprouting, and his white melon seed field may grow again. Su Xing rekindled hope, but looking at the green grass on the ground again, he felt uncomfortable. His white melon seeds have just sprouted, and other grasses have grown so high. Wouldn't it take up all the nutrients and sunlight for the white melon seeds? How could this be possible? Su Xing bit the grass in front of him, bit it off, chewed it, and ate it. It tasted good, but not as good as white melon seeds. In order to make the white melon seeds grow better, Su Xing decided that the staple food for the next period of time would be the grass here. Eating them is equivalent to removing the grass. Well, this grass shouldn't grow faster than he eats it, right? After a period of time, his figure became much rounder. He ate back the weight he lost during the molting period. He was afraid that the melon seeds would not grow enough this year. So he brought the only remaining can of melon seeds from the grain reserves and planted them. Most of them were planted in the weeded melon seed field, and a small part was planted under the cliff where he lived. He was serious about growing food. He stuck the melon seeds into the soil with the tip facing down, arranged them neatly, and then covered them with a thin layer of soil and the grass leaves that were not eaten after weeding. From the long-eared beasts living underground, to the giant horned beasts that passed by and ate grass, to the various birds of prey that nested in the trees, all animals that might threaten the little fur ball went into his stomach. For a while, birds and animals were kept away from the melon seed field. At dusk, the afterglow of the setting sun cast a faint golden light on the newly grown melon seed seedlings. After finishing a day of weeding, Su Xing went to find Black Dragon to go home together. But before returning home, he still needed to take a bath to wash off the dirty dirt and grass. The best place to take a bath should be the big lake separated by a small forest. But the big lake and the jungle on the opposite side are dangerous areas, which may attract terrifying monsters. Su Xing can only fly a little further to the stream on the other side to wash. The stream water is enough to wash him, but it is a bit difficult to wash Black Dragon. The deepest stream water only barely covers half of Black Dragon's forelimbs. Fortunately, it is not like Su Xing, a bird rolling in the mud, covered in dirt. Its scales are always clean and bright, and it is enough to wash its face and claws. Su Xing, whose feathers are completely wet, cannot fly. He can only stand on Black Dragon's claws and be carried back by Black Dragon. Whenever the Black Dragon flew over the jungle with him in his arms, Su Xing would feel a sense of being watched. But when he looked for the source of the sight, he could not find anything. He saw more and more fire in the jungle next door. At first, the fire was flying everywhere, as if it was looking for something, and then the fire gradually fixed on the river bank. It landed on the charred branches, and the long tail of fire fell behind it, as if it was quietly observing something. This description may be strange. How can fire look for and observe? But Su Xing felt so. He always felt that the fire was alive. The red fire that seemed to have life often appeared at night, but it never caused a fire from beginning to end. Su Xing suspected that the fire was the will-o'-the-wisp of this world, the fire that only appeared at night. with a long tail, and would not ignite other objects, looked like a will-o'-the-wisp. Is the will-o'-the-wisp of this world also a natural phenomenon? Su Xing wanted to go to the other side to find out, but it was just a thought. There is a big monster on the other side that even the Black Dragon Mother doesn't want to run into. He won't risk his own and the Black Dragon Mother's safety. It's another new day. Su Xing crawled out from under the Black Dragon's wings, stood at the entrance of the cave, and stretched his wings and legs in the morning light. He habitually looked at the other side of the lake on the right. The light of fire last night had disappeared. Su Xing didn't care too much. He raised his claws and scratched his neck, scratching off a light-colored feather. I can never get used to losing my hair. Even if I know that new quills and new feathers will grow soon, I will still worry that I will become a bald-haired cub. Su Xing didn't dare to scratch it anymore. He turned his head and combed his feathers carefully, fearing that he would accidentally pull out another one. He bit a half-long tail feather that had grown this year and combed it from the root to the tip. I don't know if it was his illusion, but the orange-red area at the root of the tail feather has become a little larger. Maybe one day, his entire tail feather will turn orange-red. If he continues to molt like this, it is possible that the whole bird will turn orange-red. Black Dragon opened his eyes and looked under his wings. He didn't see the little ball of fur. He looked up and saw the little ball of fur combing its tail feathers at the entrance of the cave. He stood up and walked over slowly, lowered his head, and took a breath. The feather blocked Black Dragon's nostrils and was sprayed out with Black Dragon's breath, falling from the entrance of the cave. Su Xing, this hair can't be combed today. As long as you don't comb the hair, it won't fall off. Chirp. Su Xing flapped his wings and flew up, calling Black Dragon to go out together. A new day, a new job. Now most of the white melon seed seedlings have grown taller than Su Xing. They are not evenly distributed. Some places are densely packed, while some places are empty. Su Xing needs to pull out some of the seedlings that are too dense and plant them in other open spaces. Su Xing pulls out the seedlings and eats grass at the same time, and occasionally he will accidentally eat the white melon seedlings. It's all because it tastes so good. The melon seeds are delicious, and the tender seedlings are not much worse. As always, the Black Dragon checked the surroundings and confirmed that there were no animals that could harm the little fur ball before it set out to hunt nearby. It would not leave for too long. Once it hunted prey, it would return with the prey and eat where it could see the little fur ball. Su Xing felt that it was too troublesome for the Black Dragon to drag the prey back like this, so he persuaded the Black Dragon to come back after eating. It didn't even matter if he didn't come. He already had enough self-protection ability. He could fly, run, and breathe fire, and could deal with most dangers. To Su Xing, the Black Dragon Mother was just too nervous about him, as if human traffickers or bird traffickers would kidnap him at any time. So it had to watch over him all the time. Just when Su Xing accidentally ate the third white melon seedling, he suddenly heard several loud calls, followed by the familiar dragon roar and the sound of trees breaking and falling. Su Xing suddenly looked up and looked in the direction of the sound. That sound, that direction. The monster on the other side of the lake is coming. It's fighting with the Black Dragon Mother. Su Xing flapped his wings and flew up, rushing towards the sound. Before he flew out of the white melon seed field, a gentle bird's song sounded behind him. Su Xing looked back in midair. A big red bird with long tail feathers flew down from the jungle, like a cluster of flames falling from the sky. No, it's not like fire. It really has fire on its body. Su Xing's eyes widened in shock, forgetting to look ahead, and crashed into the branches. He frantically flapped his wings, but couldn't keep his body steady. In the end, he fell with several leaves torn off by his claws. Just when he was about to make close contact with the ground, a warm embrace caught him, and he fell into the fiery red feathers. So warm as fire. The big bird slowly landed on the ground with him. It lowered its head, its red eyes looked at him gently, and its forehead touched his. The warm energy flowed into his mind from the contact point. At the same time, Su Xing clearly felt the big bird's emotions towards him. Kindness, pity, full of the love of an elder for a younger generation. What a strange feeling. Did the big bird recognize the wrong bird? Su Xing was a little at a loss. Until the warm current passed, the big bird raised its head, and Su Xing realized that he was hanging in front of the big bird, and his claws were still grabbing the other's hair. How embarrassed! Su Xing quickly loosened his claws and flapped his wings to retreat. The action was too hasty, and he still grabbed several feathers of the big bird. The red feathers slowly fell and suddenly ignited before landing. The flame flashed by, and only black ashes fell to the ground. Chirp, chirp. Feathers. Feathers are burning, Su Xing reminded him, and then realized that it would be strange if a bird like it, with fire all over its body, didn't catch fire. What was even more strange was that it landed on the ground with dry branches, but those dry white melon seed branches were not ignited. It seemed that the flame would only burn itself out. Su Xing's eyes unconsciously fell on the tail feathers of the big bird. The end of the tail feathers had disappeared, and only the red flames were burning quietly. Will it be burned to ashes by this fire? But it didn't look painful at all, and seemed very calm. Su Xing looked at the flames, and an inexplicable feeling surged in his heart, as if it was something very sacred. He plucked the feathers of the big bird, and the big bird didn't mean to blame him at all, but made a gentle cry to comfort him. Then it flapped its wings and flew away, calling him to leave with it. Of course, Su Xing couldn't go with it, even if it made him feel very close. He still wanted to go find the black dragon mother. The loud bird calls and the roar of the dragon came one after another, and gradually got closer and closer. Su Xing did not stop, flapping his wings and flew towards the source of the dragon's roar. The big bird followed him and called him anxiously. It was obviously the first time they met, and they had never been together before, but Su Xing was inexplicably. He could understand their calls. They said there was a vicious dragon over there, and told him not to go over there. But they didn't know that he was actually the dragon's cub. Su Xing flew at full speed, passing over the treetops, and soon saw the figure of the black dragon. In addition to the black dragon, there was a group of red birds with long tail feathers. Except for the lack of flames on their bodies, these birds were exactly the same as the one he had just met. Not counting the wings and tail, the bodies of these birds were as big as the black dragon's head. They surrounded the black dragon and kept making sharp and loud calls. Su Xing was so angry that his feathers exploded. They were actually in the same group, bullying his black dragon mother together. He thought that big bird was close to him. The black dragon opened its mouth and tried to bite the big bird, and swung its tail to try to shoot them down. But every attack would go to a strange corner, causing every move to fail, which made it more and more manic. Su Xing immediately discovered that the black dragon was not in the right state. It seemed to be affected by something and could not control its limbs accurately. Sometimes it wanted to rush forward, but it swayed and pounced to the side. What affected it? The only thing these big birds did was to chirp around the black dragon all the time. Was it the chirping? Su Xing quickly reacted and had to interrupt their chirping. Chirp! Su Xing shouted loudly to disrupt their rhythm, and flew towards the big bird closest to the black dragon. I don't know if it was because the big bird's attention was on the black dragon. It didn't dodge. Su Xing landed on the big bird smoothly, grabbed its feathers tightly with his claws, opened his mouth and bit it wildly, biting off a mouthful of feathers. The big bird felt pain, made a distorted chirp, and flapped its wings in panic to fly away. Su Xing also fell from it and fell to the ground. He spit out the feathers in his mouth, opened his mouth and roared at the big birds in the sky. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Big bad bird, you are not allowed to bully my mother. The cry of the little fur ball reached the black dragon's ears, and the dizzy feeling of not being able to tell the direction disappeared instantly. As soon as it regained its clarity, it protected the little fur ball on the grass under its body. It raised its head and bared its teeth at the big birds surrounding it. The scales on its back stood up, and there was a faint blue energy gathering in its throat. Su Xing's feathers also exploded all over his body, and he made a fierce fire-breathing posture. The big birds stopped singing for a while and looked at each other, as if they didn't know how to react. Su Xing's feathers exploded all over his body, like a hedgehog bird ball, and fierce breaths kept coming out of his open mouth, ready to baptize the big bad bird with fire at any time. The big birds around him were nervous and at a loss. They made soft calls like coaxing cubs one after another, trying to comfort him. Su Xing was unmoved. The birds that bullied his mother were all bad birds. He would not be deceived by their friendly expressions. A gentle and majestic cry sounded, and the big birds spontaneously retreated and made way. The big birds surrounded by flames flew over and landed on the branch right in front of the black dragon. Su Xing became more alert. When the other big birds attacked the black dragon's mother, it was this one that suddenly appeared and tried to kidnap him. The big flame bird looked at Su Xing, who was alert like a hedgehog bird, with a loving look and gentle words. It said that he mistook the evil dragon for his mother. Su Xing didn't care about what it said at all, but just wondered why he could understand its words. Its cry was the same as those big birds, but he could only vaguely sense the emotions of those big birds and couldn't understand the specific meaning of their calls. As for it, he could truly understand the meaning of every call it made. Are they different? At first, he could only sense the emotions of this flame bird. When did it start to change? Su Xing thought about it carefully, and when he thought of it touching his forehead, a special warm current flowed into his mind. It seemed that since that contact, he could fully understand its words. Is this their ability? Just like their ability to influence the black dragon mother with their calls? He was influenced by it. Su Xing was shocked and quickly said in his heart, "Calm down. Sober. Don't be confused by its words. Protect your mother." Then, Su Xing heard the flame bird say that the black dragon was not his mother at all. It was a male evil dragon. That's it? He already knew. Male evil dragon? Male? Su Xing was dumbfounded. Even though he tried hard to tell himself that the big bird was deliberately saying this to confuse him and disturb his mind, he still couldn't help but look back, staring at the black dragon with his big eyes wide open. Although the black dragon didn't understand the big bird's words, it saw the little ball of fur looking back at him with wide eyes after hearing the big bird's words, as if it knew something incredible. The black dragon's heart suddenly jumped, and he felt that something unexpected had happened that he couldn't control. Its claws were tightly clasped in the grass, and it moved restlessly. Its vertical pupils moved, looking for a breakthrough in the flock of birds. It suddenly opened its mouth, and a fire in its throat flared up. When the flock of birds subconsciously retreated to avoid it, the black dragon suddenly lowered its head, ate the little ball of fur into its mouth, and spread its wings and flew away. A series of actions were as smooth as flowing water. By the time the big birds reacted and wanted to stop it, it was too late. The flock of birds behind the black dragon let out a shrill cry, painful and full of anger. The black dragon didn't care about them. It only cared about the little ball of fur from beginning to end. They increased their speed to the extreme, and in a flash, they flew through the jungle and flew into the dragon's nest. The black dragon leaned over and laid its head flat on the ground, opening its mouth. Su Xing staggered out in a daze. During the process, he hit a big tooth of the black dragon and kicked the black dragon's gums. But the black dragon didn't move until he came out. Su Xing tripped over his left foot and fell to the ground. He had never been in such a fast car. His soul had already flown away, and his brain and body were each doing their own thing. The black dragon stuck out its tongue, licked Su Xing's body, and turned him over. Su Xing lay on his back on the ground, and the world in front of him was spinning in circles. The fastest spinning was the black dragon's head above his head. Chirp, chirp, stop turning, I'm dizzy. Su Xing weakly kicked his paws upwards twice. The black dragon moved its head and rested its chin on his paws. With a support, the spinning world seemed to really stop. Su Xing blinked his eyes and identified the black dragon above his head. Chirp, chirp, Mom? Or Dad? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Su Xing immediately kicked his paws and turned over, backing away and constantly looking at the black dragon. He had seen many kinds of dragons in the volcano, and dragons of the same kind were very similar, and it was almost difficult to tell the male from the female. But if you look closely, you can still find some differences. For example, the dragon horns on the top of the male dragon's head are larger and more obvious than those of the female dragon. For another example, The female dragon's hind legs are relatively shorter and wider. The hind legs were not comparable to the same kind, so they could not be seen, but the dragon horns. The black dragon had 2 pairs of large horns on top of its head that were curved backwards, and the connection with the head was as thick as 3 of his horns. Even though he had never seen other black dragons and could not compare them, he was sure that the pair of dragon horns was very big. Could it be that he had always thought it was wrong? The black dragon mother was not the mother at all, but the father? This was really too unbelievable. After he hatched, he encountered a pack of wolves and mistook a passing male dragon for his mother, and pounced on the other's claws and chirped. He was driven away several times, but he still persevered and crawled back to call his mother. He called the other party so soft-hearted that he fed him. In this way, the male black dragon, who was suspected to be the last dragon of the entire race, began to raise him, a little cub of an unknown race. And he had been calling it wrong all along. It turns out that he should call it Dad. Su Xing was stagnant in place, not noticing the lonely look of the black dragon after he pulled away. A sharp cry of extreme anger came from outside. The black dragon turned its head suddenly, and its tail swept gently behind it, pushing the little fur ball deep into the cave, while it blocked the entrance of the cave, facing the aggressive flock of birds. The big birds swooped down from the sky in groups, flying towards the black dragon at the entrance of the cliff cave. As herbivorous birds, they are not good at attacking and fighting. But after the only cub in the tribe in decades was eaten by the black dragon, they ignored themselves and launched a suicide attack on the black dragon. The one rushing in the front was the big bird surrounded by flames. The black dragon opened its mouth, and the dark blue flame condensed in its throat, and it spewed out in the next moment. The big birds avoided the most violent part of the dragon flame and rushed to the front of the black dragon with some of the dragon flame. The hard and huge bird beak pecked at the black dragon's eyes, and the curved claws grabbed the black dragon's face. The black dragon turned its head and opened its mouth to bite the flaming bird that rushed in front of it. Su Xing climbed up to the top of the black dragon, spread its wings and used its body to protect the black dragon's eyes, and screamed loudly before the attacks from both sides fell. Chirp, chirp, don't hit me. Don't hit my mother. She was used to screaming, and when the situation was urgent and she couldn't think of words, Su Xing subconsciously blurted out Mom. The big bird suddenly stopped attacking after hearing the sound, and turned sharply to change direction. The hard beak brushed Su Xing's feathers and hit the curved claws that attacked from the other side. The 2 big birds collided with each other, screamed at the same time, and fell off the cliff together. The black dragon also bit nothing because one of its eyes was suddenly black. After reacting, it didn't care about the big bird outside, and immediately pulled the small ball of hair on its eye off and protected it behind it. All the big birds stopped attacking and circled outside the dragon's nest. The 2 birds that fell off the cliff also separated at the last moment, flapping their wings in a panic and flying back to the group. Su Xing tried hard to squeeze out, but the black dragon stopped him with his claws and tail. The black dragon stared at the flock of birds outside, and the big birds were also on guard against it. The atmosphere gradually became solemn, and a fight was about to break out. Chirp, don't hit me. You guys, don't hit my mom. Dad. Chirp. Mom, let me out. Su Xing jumped hard, jumping behind the black dragon, trying to jump out of the black dragon's interception, but he couldn't jump over it. Before the 2 sides fought again, he finally remembered that he was a bird, flapped his wings and flew up, landing on the head of the black dragon. Su Xing's appearance interrupted the fight that was about to break out. The black dragon hurriedly raised his claws and tried to grab him and protect him. The big birds saw the black dragon's actions and rushed forward to protect him angrily. Chirp, stop. Su Xing flew up to avoid the black dragon's claws and gently rubbed the back of its claws to reassure it. Then he turned his head to look at the group of big birds that stopped because of his calls. They can communicate, and they are not unreasonable and attacking blindly. So there must be a reason why they hate the black dragon so much. Just based on the fact that these big birds would rather get hurt than hurt him when he pounced on the black dragon's eyes, Su Xing couldn't completely regard them as enemies. But he would never let them hurt the black dragon. Maybe they can have a chat first. It would be better if they can make sense. If not, he would also fight side by side with the black dragon. Su Xing looked at the big flame bird that could communicate with him and asked, "Why did you attack my father?" The big flame bird was surprised at the little cub's address to the black dragon. It told the little cub that it was a male dragon, and the little cub believed it, so it changed its name to Dad instead of Mother. But what it wanted to express was that they were not of the same species at all. The black dragon was neither his mother nor his father. Its true identity was the evil dragon that robbed its cubs. The big bird was furious when he thought of the dragon abducting the little cub and deceiving it like this, and cried out in anger. Su Xing listened to the big bird's cry, and it said that he was deceived by the dragon, and that he was not the dragon's cub at all, but a cub of their clan, and they were of the same clan. This answer surprised Su Xing, but not too much. The closeness they felt as soon as they met, the similar calls, the ability to easily sense each other's emotions in each other's calls, and the flames on the big bird's body. Everything had been foreshadowed, but if the big bird hadn't brought it up, Su Xing wouldn't have thought in that direction. Because he had been hurt, he subconsciously avoided it. In his previous life, he was abandoned at the door of an orphanage, which made him lose hope for his biological parents. In this life, he was raised by a black dragon. After knowing that he was not the black dragon's biological cub, he was only afraid of losing the black dragon and never thought about who his biological parents were. Is there any need to think about it? When he broke out of the shell, it was pitch black all around, without his parents or even a nest. His eggshell fell to the ground, surrounded by black ashes soaked by rain, staining the eggshell dirty. Obviously, he was an abandoned egg. Su Xing's eyes felt uncomfortable, and they were wet, as if he was about to cry, but he held back. He was living well now, and he didn't want to recall the fear and helplessness he felt when he just broke out of his shell. But he knew very well that if the black dragon hadn't appeared that night, he would have died. Even if he didn't die at the hands of the wolves, he would have died of hunger and cold. He still remembers the burning flames brought by the black dragon, which dried his whole body when he fell into the water and shivered with cold, and brought him warmth like a new life. It descended from the sky with flames, protecting him under its belly and preventing any beast from hurting him, just like the warm, powerful, and deeply loving parents in his imagination. Perhaps it was because of this that he could forcibly find a few similarities between him and the black dragon, that they both had wings and could spit fire, and then ignored all other differences and firmly recognized it as his mother. Is it too late for the big birds to come now? Abandonment has already happened, and nothing can be reversed. But Su Xing still wants to know why he was abandoned. In the last life, it was because of congenital heart disease. What about this life? He held back his tears and sought an answer. Chirp, chirp, why did you abandon me in the first place? The black dragon felt the emotional fluctuations of the little fur ball, and it roared at the big birds in anger. At the same time, it raised its claws to catch the little fur ball from the top of its head and protected it in its claws. This time, Su Xing did not refuse and huddled in the black dragon's claws obediently, looking at the big birds outside through the gap between the claws. The flock of birds was agitated by the bitterness in the little cub's voice. They chirped anxiously and panically, and helplessly surrounded the patriarch, who was the only one who could communicate with the little cub, hoping that he could make the little cub happy. The big bird's kind and gentle phoenix eyes were also stained with deep pain, and it slowly spoke. We never abandoned you. The tribe will not abandon any member, and every member is precious. Liar bird, fake. If they were never abandoned, why were they not by their side when they hatched? The egg that he hatched was not even in the bird's nest, but in the dirty ashes on the ground. Su Xing felt deceived by his personal experience and resisted listening. But there was a small voice in his heart saying, maybe there are other reasons? Maybe they have their own difficulties? That voice came from his heart, who always expected to love and be loved, and always believed in the beauty of the world. He wanted to know more clearly. He wanted to know the reasons for everything, even if he might be hurt more deeply in the end. Su Xing looked at the big bird through the gap between the black dragon's claws, and his claws rubbed the black dragon's scales anxiously. The black dragon sensed his uneasy and tense mood. stretched out his claws, and gently stroked his head to help him relax. The sharp golden vertical pupils stared at the flock of birds outside. It would not let the little fur ball be taken away by them, nor would it allow them to hurt the little fur ball. If they made the little fur ball sad, the black dragon bared its teeth. The dragon flame could not burn them to death instantly, but its teeth could. Under the gaze of the dragon and the bird, the flame bird slowly told a story about wildfires. The jungle has lacked rainfall in recent years and has been dry. Last year's summer was long and hot, and the rainy season was delayed. Even the big lake was almost dry. Extreme heat and drought are likely to cause wildfires. They are not afraid of heat and flames, but they cannot withstand the thick smoke when wildfires occur, and once a wildfire occurs, they will also lose their food source. After careful decision, as the leader of the tribe, he led the tribe and the birds and animals in the jungle to migrate to a more humid and rainy area. The wildfire really happened, and the billowing smoke blackened the entire sky, and black embers fell from the sky. Even creatures far away from several forests could peek into the purgatory like seen through the dark sky. More birds and animals that fled in panic joined the migration team. When they decided to migrate further, all members of the tribe sensed the birth of the cub. This is a unique way of sensing for their tribe. When a cub is born, every member of the tribe will sense it and know the approximate location of the cub, so that the tribe can take the cub back. The tribe, which had not had a new life for decades, had a new cub on this day, and all members were delighted. However, the location of the cub was the jungle they left, which was being ravaged by wildfires. Without any hesitation, all members of the tribe rushed back. The long-awaited rainy season arrived at this time, and heavy rain poured down, soaking their wings. They still insisted on returning, until their feathers were soaked and they could not fly and fell to the ground. On the way, they would find a place to take shelter from the rain, spray fire to dry their wings, and take off again. But they were still a step too late. When they rushed back to the jungle, the wildfire had been extinguished, and the cubs were nowhere to be found. They only found a broken eggshell and several wolf bodies that were eaten by various carnivores, and only skeletons were left. The fire and heavy rain destroyed the rest of the traces, and they didn't even know whether the cub was alive or dead. Until half a month ago, it heard the angry cry of the frightened cub from the other side of the lake. Knowing that the cub was alive and found that the cub was in danger, it let out a loud and angry cry, which frightened the beasts beside the cubs and made them flap their wings and rush to the lake. It was a step too late again. The cubs and the beasts that frightened the cubs were gone. But this time, there was no wildfire and no heavy rain, which was enough for it to find some traces, such as the footprints of the dragon on the grass on the riverbank. There was only one giant dragon in the nearby jungle, a black dragon living on the cliff. For the next half-month, they kept an eye on the black dragon's movements and confirmed that the little cub was abducted by the black dragon. The black dragon took the little cub back and forth between the grassland and the dragon's nest every day, watching the little cub eat grass, feeding the little cub as if it were a reserve of food, and its cold-blooded and greedy eyes always stayed on the little cub. The tribe members who learned all this were furious and vowed to bring the little cub back. The black dragon's destructive power was extremely strong. In order not to affect the little cub, they could only choose to take action when the black dragon and the little cub were separated. But the black dragon kept a close eye on the little cub, and they waited for a long time before they waited for this opportunity today. Su Xing, after listening to the big bird story, the black dragon, who didn't understand it all but sensed the hostility of the birds, roared. The flock of birds, which had long been hostile to the black dragon, screamed in unison. Su Xing hurried to separate them. He first slapped the black dragon's upper jaw with his claws to close its mouth that was trying to spit fire. He then took a deep breath and chirped loudly to disrupt the birds' chirping. Only then did both sides calm down a little. He separated the fights many times a day. He made an indelible contribution to the harmony of the jungle. Please make him a peace ambassador. Su Xing was very happy to know from the big bird that he was not abandoned. But the second half of its story was really a bit outrageous. What the black dragon raised him as a reserve food, what cold-blooded and greedy eyes always stayed on him. That was a look of love. Love. Maybe the pair of vertical pupils were too easy to be misunderstood. Animals that don't understand the black dragon can't judge its emotions from its vertical pupils. As for reserved food, there is no such thing. The black dragon would rather starve himself than bring food back to him first. Finally, he knew why the big birds were so hostile to the black dragon. To put it bluntly, it was all a misunderstanding. Now that he knew it was a misunderstanding, it would be easy to deal with. As long as he explained his encounter with the black dragon, the misunderstanding would be solved. If they still didn't believe him, he could still tell them how much the black dragon loved him, and he would say it all day without repeating himself. But before that, Su Xing had another question. The big birds said that he was the cub of their tribe. They sensed his birth, but they never mentioned his parents from beginning to end. This was too strange. If it said it directly, he wouldn't care too much. Avoiding the topic would inevitably make him suspicious. Who laid the egg and gave birth to him in the jungle? Hearing his question, the big flame bird paused, as if he didn't know how to answer. After a long while, it said something that made Su Xing confused. You were born from ashes. Ashes? Could it be the blackness under his eggshell that was soaked by rain? Thinking from another angle, Su Xing understood. Of course he didn't have biological parents, because he was not originally a creature of this world. On the night of his 5th birthday, he made a wish to a shooting star, hoping to meet his loving parents in the next life. So, he came to this world, was born from the ashes after the fire, and met the black dragon who was both his mother and father. From then on, he had a father and a mother. The last black dragon in the world also had a cub. Chirp. I love Black Dragon, Dad. Dad and I will be together forever. Su Xing hugged the black dragon's claws and rubbed them. After telling the little cub's life story and telling the little cub how hateful the magic dragon was, it was very suspicious. Could it be that it was not talking about the evil, cold-blooded, and greedy magic dragon, but the truth, kindness, and beauty of the magic dragon? The black dragon moved its vertical pupils and looked at the little fur ball rubbing against its claws. Since returning to the jungle, the little fur ball has been in a state of tension and anxiety when it hears the calls of the birds in the tribe. It is not afraid of the flock of birds, but it is afraid that the little fur ball does not want to live with it anymore and wants to return to the tribe. Now, the closeness shown by the little fur ball has soothed its anxiety. The scales on its back gradually closed, and the black dragon slightly bent its claws and scratched the little fur ball's head. When it looked at the flock of birds again, there was enough confidence in its eyes. The little fur ball is its cub. As long as he doesn't want to leave, nothing can take him away from it. If you want to fight, then fight. When it comes to fighting, it is never afraid, even if it is fighting against a tribe alone. The big birds were angered by the black dragon's eyes, but the little cub was in the black dragon's hand and was bewitched by the black dragon. They used their small bodies to protect the black dragon. They wanted to attack, but were afraid of hurting the little cub, so they could only cry angrily and anxiously. Even so, they still had to call out in a split voice. If the little cub thought that they were using their calls to affect the black dragon, the little cub would angrily chirp at them. The two sides were on the verge of a fight, and Su Xing realized that now was not the time to get close. He did not want them to fight, and he did not want to see either side get hurt. He looked at the big bird and tried to express it to them. He was very happy to see his own tribe and know that he was not abandoned. But he already had a father. When he was just born and surrounded by wolves, it was the black dragon father who saved him and raised him up without any ability to survive. He wanted to be with the black dragon father forever. Knowing that the black dragon had saved the little cub did change the big bird's opinion of it. But when it saw the black dragon's sharp teeth and the claws scratching the little cub's neck, it almost couldn't help but rush forward to take the little cub back. It's impossible to let the cub live with the black dragon without worry. It's an evil dragon. It eats everything. It will eat you. The big bird cried anxiously. There's no way the black dragon could eat him. How could a dragon that took him across the ice field to dig long-eared beast caves and find food he liked just because he didn't eat the moss it prepared eat him? But how can I prove this to the big birds? Even if I tell them, they won't believe it, right? Then, crawl into the black dragon's mouth and come out? No, it will scare them. Huh. It seems that there's no need to crawl. The black dragon ate him in front of them. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Black dragon daddy won't eat me. You've seen it too? Daddy swallowed me into his mouth. Am I not fine now? It's just because you are too young. When it raises you, it will show its cruel and terrible side. The big bird said. Su Xing was helpless. Is there a possibility that the time and energy spent on raising him is enough for the black dragon to catch tens of thousands of giant horned beasts to eat? Even raising long-eared beasts is more reliable than raising him. At least long-eared beasts are bigger than it and reproduce faster. Su Xing really couldn't explain this kind of hypothesis involving the future. The best way is to let time prove it. Chirp, chirp, chirp. You have a misunderstanding about the black dragon, father. It is a little big and not picky about food, but it is a very good and gentle dragon. As long as you spend more time with it and put aside your prejudices against each other, you will change your mind about it. Anyway, we are neighbors separated by a lake and can visit each other at any time. Let time prove everything. The flame bird looked at the black dragon's huge body like a mountain, its sharp claws with cold light, and its cold-blooded and ruthless vertical pupils. It could never connect it with the good and gentleness mentioned by the little cub, but it also saw that the cub was determined to stay with the black dragon. It would not work to forcefully snatch it. Not only would that make the cub hate them and completely lose trust in the tribe, but it might also affect the cub in the fight, causing him to be injured or even killed. The tribe had not had a cub for decades, and the cub was their hope given by God. They could not afford such a loss. The cub was too young, and the black dragon would not touch it yet. As the cub said, let time prove it. When he sees the bloodthirstiness and cruelty of the black dragon towards its prey, he will understand. Then, they will take the cub home. The big flame bird said goodbye to the cub and led the tribe away. They did not leave too far, and all landed on the tree on the other side of the lake. Here, they can always keep an eye on the movements of the black dragon, and the cub can easily find them when he wants to find them. The flock of birds left, and the little fur ball stayed in the dragon's nest. This made the whole black dragon relaxed and happy. Even though the flock of birds were still eyeing it from the other side of the lake, it was not afraid at all. The little ball of fur chose it. The black dragon excitedly lifted the little ball of fur with its snout, watching it spread its wings and flutter down, landing back in the middle of its nose, and it raised its snout to lift it up again. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Su Xing could feel the black dragon's happiness, and he was also happy, flapping his wings happily, flying up and down. This game is a bit like human lifting up high. He had seen fathers and sons do it in cartoons, and he envied such personal interaction. Now, he also has a father who can lift him up high. Although his father and he don't speak the same language, he can clearly feel his love. Wait, language. Su Xing remembered his communication with the big bird. He flapped his wings and flew to the top of the black dragon. The black dragon stopped throwing the top and turned its vertical pupil to look up. From this angle, it could only vaguely see a ball of fluffy figures. But this did not affect its constant attention to the little ball of fur. Su Xing lowered his head, closed his eyes, and put his forehead against the black dragon. At that time, the big flame bird was just like this, and then a warm current entered his brain. Since then, he has had a certain connection with the big bird. He can easily understand all the meanings of the big bird's calls and communicate with the big bird without obstacles. Warm current, warm current. Su Xing kept repeating in his heart. Is there a warm current? Perhaps only the party whose brain is entered by the warm current can feel it? Su Xing opened his eyes and whispered excitedly, Chirp. My name is Su Xing, Xing of Xingxing. Then he looked forward to the black dragon's response. Roar. The black dragon let out a pleasant hum from his throat. Roar? So did you understand it? Chirp. I'm hungry. Let's eat roasted sweet potatoes tonight. The black dragon seemed to be touched, stood up, spread its wings, and flew out of the cave with Su Xing. Where are we going? The black dragon flew over the jungle and landed on the white melon seed field that Su Xing often went to recently. It leaned over and lowered its head, letting Su Xing get off its head. What are you doing here? Su Xing flew down from the black dragon and looked at it in confusion. The black dragon stared at him for a while, stretched out its claws, pulled a handful of fresh grass from the side, and put it in front of him. This obviously meant for him to eat. Su Xing was stunned. He said he would eat sweet potatoes tonight. So the black dragon took him to the white melon seed field and pulled out the grass he often ate recently. The black dragon still couldn't understand the exact meaning of his calls, but it remembered some of his common calls, such as eating or hungry. Really? Su Xing sighed and picked up a piece of grass and chewed it slowly. It was a bit regrettable, but I felt there was nothing to regret. Although they still couldn't communicate, it didn't have any impact. They could actually communicate, but maybe the communication wasn't so accurate, and sometimes they needed some body language to help, which was acceptable. But he still wanted to eat roasted sweet potatoes. Su Xing picked up a hard grass stem and drew the shape of sweet potatoes on the ground. With his skill of drawing a picture of a chicken pecking at rice, he drew a few irregular ovals. Then he made a fire-breathing gesture towards them and repeated the calls of hunger and eating to the black dragon. The black dragon looked at it carefully for a while, stretched out its claws and sent him to the dragon horn on the top of its head, took him into the jungle, lowered his head to sniff the grass everywhere, and then found a place to dig. Su Xing stretched his neck and looked curiously. After a while, the black dragon dug out a big sweet potato that had sprouted. Su Xing exclaimed happily. Sometimes, it is also very meaningful to make the black dragon understand what you mean by constantly using calls and gestures. Especially when the black dragon gives the feedback he wants. The surprise of that moment makes Su Xing happy for a long time. He likes such interactions. On the other side of the lake, the birds in the giant tree are communicating. The evil black dragon took the little cub out. Stare at it. It took the cub to the meadow again and fed the little cub with fine grass. Why is it fine grass again? Fine grass is delicious, especially the fine grass in spring, which is very tender and sweet. The big bird who said this was stared at by the whole tribe and silently shrank his neck and dared not say a word. The other birds continued to discuss. The black dragon must have a conspiracy, and I will report it again. Report. The black dragon took the little cub to dig in the jungle. He dug a sprouting sweet potato, and the little cub was very happy. Sweet potato? Sprouting sweet potato? Cunning black dragon. Finally, its vicious nature was revealed. It wanted to poison the little cub. Stop it. Expose it. Take the little cub back. Back to the dragon's nest, Su Xing, who was roasting sweet potatoes on the platform at the top of the cliff, saw the black dragon beside him suddenly stand up and bar his teeth in the direction of the lake. He stopped spitting fire and looked sideways, only to see the big bird that had just left at noon coming back aggressively. Chirp? Su Xing was puzzled. Did the promised visit start so soon? The big bird circled in the sky, chirping in a mess. The black dragon moved his body to protect Su Xing under him, alert to the flock of birds in the sky. The big flame bird that could communicate with Su Xing flew down and landed on the cliff. The first sentence was to expose the black dragon's sinister intentions and tell the little cub that the sprouted sweet potatoes were poisonous and could not be eaten. Chirp? Huh. That? When the black dragon found that the sweet potato had sprouted, he stuffed it back. He asked him to bring it back, but he didn't eat it. He planted it. He planted it. Where the big bird stepped. The big bird paused, raised its claws, peeled off the renovated soil, and sure enough, saw a sprouted sweet potato. It silently covered the soil back, failed to expose it. What a cunning black dragon! The big bird couldn't stay any longer, and was about to leave, but was stopped by the little cub. Chirp! Since we are here, let's eat roasted sweet potatoes together. The big bird stopped, a little hesitant. Of course they want to eat with the little cub. The little cub has been separated from them since birth, and they have never had the opportunity to get close to the little cub. No bird wants to miss such a good opportunity, but the black dragon. Su Xing also looked at the black dragon. He felt that the black dragon actually knew that those were his birds. Except when the big birds attacked it and tried to snatch it, it would fight back. Otherwise, it would not actively attack them. Perhaps, they could also coexist relatively peacefully in a space. Su Xing raised his wings and pointed at the flock of birds, and then pointed at the sweet potato and gestured to it. The black dragon was not happy and scratched the ground with his claws. Su Xing hugged its claws and rubbed it, chirping sweetly and acting like a spoiled child. Chirp, just this time, Dad will agree, right? The big birds circling in the sky were jealous. The little cubs had never spoken to them in such a sweet and soft voice. They would only roar at them angrily because they attacked the black dragon. The contrast was too great, and tears came to his eyes. The black dragon could not resist the little furball's coquetry and agreed. Chirp. Thank you, Dad. Dad is so nice. Su Xing took the black dragon into the dragon's nest to get the sweet potato. Although the sweet potatoes he stored were not enough for all the big birds, it was still okay for each bird to have one to taste. It was just that he couldn't spit fire to roast so many sweet potatoes. He couldn't roast them all even if he squeezed them dry. He had to ask Black Dragon's father for help. With the experience of roasting sweet potatoes many times, Black Dragon knew how roasted the sweet potatoes he liked to eat, and he would not roast the sweet potatoes into charcoal with one fire. Well, he shouldn't deliberately roast the sweet potatoes for the big birds into charcoal, right? I always think it's very likely. Otherwise, let the big birds roast them themselves. He wanted to ask the big birds about barrier-free communication later, but he couldn't ask them to eat charcoal at such a critical moment. Why can he understand the big bird's calls when the big birds touch his forehead, but it doesn't work when he touches Black Dragon? Is there something important missing? Although the language barrier didn't affect anything, if there was a possibility for them to communicate without obstacles, they couldn't help but try. With the help of the Black Dragon, Su Xing brought the sweet potato to the cliff and sent one bird after another. When he walked in front of the first bird, the big bird lowered its head towards him, as if wanting to make physical contact with him. The roaring Black Dragon immediately squeezed over, put its head on top of his head, and bared its teeth and growled at the big bird. Su Xing immediately reacted to what the big bird wanted to do through its familiar movements, and immediately chirped to persuade the Black Dragon to calm down. The Black Dragon reluctantly moved his head away, and his pair of vertical pupils stared at the big bird. Whenever the big bird was bad for the little furball, it would bite off its neck as quickly as possible. The big bird was dissatisfied with the Black Dragon's high intensity of watching the little cub. The big bird was so angry that its feathers slightly exploded. But the little cub was protecting the Black Dragon, and it was eager to establish a connection with the little cub, so it could only endure it for the time being. The big bird lowered its head, endured the sharp gaze of the Black Dragon patrolling its neck, and touched its forehead with the little cub. A familiar warm current rushed into his head, and Su Xing clearly felt the big bird's love for him. Then he heard the big bird introduce himself. Hello, little cub. My name is Jinding, because when I was a child, the feathers on my head turned golden first. According to the ranking in the tribe, I should be considered your aunt. Chirp. Hello, aunt. Su Xing said hello obediently. He really wanted to ask Aunt Jinding, what exactly is that warm current? How did it make him understand what it said? But the sweet potatoes had not been distributed yet, and it was not good to keep the other big birds waiting for a long time. So he had to say goodbye to it first and continue to distribute sweet potatoes. The next big bird also lowered its head and touched his forehead. Su Xing took the initiative to raise his head and stick to it, closing his eyes and silently chanting warm current in his heart. A warm current flowed into his mind from the point of contact, and then Su Xing heard the big bird that was sticking to him laugh. Smart little cub, but you shouldn't think about the warm current, but should think about communicating with me. Chirp. Will it succeed if you think about this? Of course, this is an ability we are born with. There is no difficulty. As long as you find the right method, you can communicate successfully. Go and find your second uncle to try. By the way, I am your eldest uncle. Thank you, uncle. Goodbye. Su Xing put down the sweet potato and came to the third big bird. Second uncle? The big bird lowered its head, and Su Xing took the initiative to touch its forehead with it. Communicate with it. Su Xing gradually felt that a part of his consciousness was connected with the big bird in front of him. He clearly sensed the other party's current emotions, happy and proud of him. Success? Yes, you succeeded. The big bird gave him affirmation. Su Xing was pleasantly surprised. With such an ability, is it equivalent to having a built-in translator? However, is this kind of communication limited to their race, or can it also communicate with other birds and beasts? Su Xing asked his own question. Do you want to communicate with other birds and beasts? Of course you can, but they are different from us. Most birds and beasts are very stupid and can only understand things like eating and sleeping. Black Dragon Dad is very smart. It knows a lot of things. Su Xing said immediately. The big bird was shocked when he first understood the little cub's name for the black dragon. Especially after learning that he still wanted to communicate with the black dragon, he was hit hard, and all the feathers on his body drooped. Su Xing didn't know how to comfort this suddenly depressed second uncle, so he could only pick the biggest sweet potato for him. He distributed the sweet potatoes one by one and established contact with all the big birds in turn. After this communication, Su Xing discovered that the big birds actually had their own systematic language, and the pronunciation of many words was actually the same. For example, when he called him little cub, he always used the same gentle and melodious pronunciation. Su Xing thought that they didn't need this ability. He named a translator to communicate with each other. The reason why they needed a translator to communicate with him was probably because he and they spoke different languages. Of course it was different. Every time Su Xing chirped, the language running in his mind was from his previous life. He just used the chirping sound to repeat the language of his previous life. For example, when he sang the nursery rhyme Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, he sang it like this. Chirp, 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 twinkle, twinkle, little star. A dragon and a chirp shared a meal of roasted sweet potatoes with a group of big birds. Su Xing was very happy to learn new abilities, and was also happy that the black dragon and the big birds took the first step to coexist peacefully. The big birds were also happy to be able to get along with the little cubs, and even if there was a nasty black dragon next to them, it did not affect their good mood. The only one who was unhappy was probably the black dragon. This group of big birds that bothered the dragon in its territory ate the food sent by its young and stuck to its young one by one. They were itching, so they rubbed their teeth. It was not until night fell that the big birds reluctantly said goodbye and left. The black dragon's vertical pupils glowed golden in the night, and its sharp eyes swept over the figures of the big birds until they saw them crossing the lake. It immediately picked up the little ball of fur and flew back to the dragon's nest. The black dragon placed the little ball of fur in the center of the cave and lay down with its body around him, and its wings covered it. After a day of tossing and turning, Su Xing was a little sleepy, but he had more important things to do. Chirp, don't sleep yet. Su Xing climbed onto the black dragon's head and put his forehead against it. Communicate, communicate. Let me and the black dragon father communicate. It depends on you, translator. Su Xing said silently in his heart. A part of his consciousness extended out and connected with the black dragon. The black dragon seemed to sense something and slightly raised his head. His pupils moved upwards blankly, looking at the little fur ball. Su Xing slid down from the black dragon's forehead and lay down between its noses. He looked at the black dragon nervously and expectantly, and even his voice was trembling. Chiyu? Mom? Black dragon? Black dragon? The black dragon stood up with his eyes wide open. Su Xing only then realized that he had mistakenly called out the most familiar name. Oops. Since the black dragon remembered the pronunciation of eat and hungry, it must have also remembered the mother he called the most, and knew that this word represented his name for it. It's over. It must think he is a fool who can even get the gender wrong. The dark history that could have been covered up in the past was directly exposed because he was too nervous and didn't think before speaking. Otherwise, Dad, you'd better not understand what I'm saying for now. But it was obviously too late. Even if the translator can be turned off, what has been understood cannot be erased. Su Xing buried his face in his wings and pretended to be dead, unwilling to face reality. The black dragon leaned over, lowered his head slightly, and let the curled Su Xing slowly roll off his body. The black dragon came close, pressed against his furry belly, and made a low dragon roar. It called him Little Furball. Su Xing, you are the little furball. Your whole family is little furballs. Oops, the black dragon's whole family is only him except for itself. Is this title finally falling on his head? Sure enough, you shouldn't expect a thick black dragon to have any touching name for him. Su Xing tried to correct the black dragon's name for him. Chirp, chirp, chirp. I am your cub. You should call me cub, baby, good boy. The black dragon looked at him and listened carefully. Su Xing said he was tired and fell asleep leaning against the black dragon. The black dragon circled around him as usual, covering his wings, and the golden dragon pupils in the darkness slowly closed. The hot breath of the dragon flowed under his wings. Su Xing's feathers were fluffy, and he slept soundly. The next day, the black dragon gently woke up Su Xing, who had overslept, reminding him to go out for food. Su Xing, who had just experienced a series of events yesterday, such as the battle for the cubs in the tribe and the use of the translator, did not want to move. He wanted to stay in bed. Then, he heard the black dragon whispering in his ear, "Little fur ball." Su Xing woke up instantly and chirped at the black dragon, asking it to call him my favorite cub. The black dragon lifted him up on its head and flew him out of the cave. Su Xing pecked its scales angrily and gave it a morning massage. He suspected that the black dragon deliberately called him Little Fur Ball because he called it Mom, but he had no evidence. The black dragon was a taciturn dragon, and even if the language was mutually understood, it rarely spoke. Most of the time, it was Su Xing who chirped there, and Hei Long occasionally responded with a simple word. Except that Hei Long could always understand his meaning and his needs faster. Everything else seemed to be no different from before. Su Xing was still used to using rich body language when communicating with Hei Long. Hei Long would always meet all his needs. Except for the name he called him. Su Xing secretly sulked for a while, and then he let it go. This was the name Hei Long was used to. After he got used to calling Hei Long Mom, it took him a while to change. Sometimes when he was nervous, he would unconsciously use the previous name. Even he found it so difficult to change a habit, let alone Hei Long. Just call him a little fur ball. It's also very cute. And it's a name that belongs to him alone. Rounding it off is another version of my favorite cub. Under Su Xing's careful care, the white melon seed seedlings on the ground are growing well. He watched them transform from a green meadow into a sea of flowers, with orange-red flowers waving in the wind like burning waves of fire. Su Xing waited for the white melon seeds to mature, but suddenly realized that something was missing. The flower fields were empty, with no busy bees or fluttering butterflies. Su Xing recalled the past and found that he had never seen bees buzzing or butterflies dancing since he came to this world. This world probably doesn't have the pollinating insects he is familiar with, such as bees and butterflies. How do the flowering plants here pollinate? By wind? Su Xing stayed in the flower fields and observed carefully, and found a small beetle with short wings lying on the flowers, with a lot of pollen on its body. This discovery made him feel relieved. At least there are animals that can pollinate, not just by wind. He named this small beetle that pollinates flowers Huajia. The small beetles quietly lie on the flowers, not as eye-catching as the flying bees and butterflies, so Su Xing doubts their ability to work. In order to have a good harvest of white melon seeds, Su Xing decided to do bird pollination. He landed on the orange-red flower, holding a small feather in his mouth, and lowered his head to gently sweep the stamen. Soon, Su Xing found that this pollination was tiring and slow, and it hurt his neck. After just sweeping a dozen flowers, his neck was so sore that he couldn't lift it. If he swept the flowers in the entire flower field one by one, his neck might break. In order to save his poor neck, Su Xing decided to change the way of pollination. Using feathers to gently sweep the stamens can pollinate, and he himself is an enlarged version of the feather ball. Wouldn't it be more efficient to sweep it himself? Su Xiaochu gave a thumbs up for his cleverness. He spit out the feather in his mouth, pounced on the flower, and rubbed it with the feathers on his belly and chest. After rubbing against each flower for a few times, it would fly to the next one and continue rubbing against it. When the black dragon finished hunting and came back with its prey, it saw a small fur ball fluttering around on the flowers. It seemed to be having a lot of fun playing the small fur ball's new game. Should I bring some flowers back to the dragon's nest so that the small fur ball can play in the nest as well? But the small fur ball wouldn't let it get close to the flowers. Last time, it flew back directly after hunting and landed in the middle of the flower field, stepping on some flowers. The small fur ball screamed like a broken heart, and the sound went straight to the sky, attracting the flock of birds on the other side of the lake. It was also scared to death. If the small fur ball's scream had not come from the flower field, It would have thought that it was not the flowers that it stepped on, but the small fur ball. Since then, the black dragon has developed the habit of carefully avoiding the flowers on the ground when walking. The black dragon didn't dare to pick the flowers. It found an open space outside the flower field and ate while watching the little fur ball fluttering on the flowers. Su Xing used his body as a powder puff and happily pollinated the flowers. Because he was having too much fun and had a wrong estimate of his weight, he pounced on the next flower and knocked it over. The flower disc hit another flower, and the two flowers came into close contact. When two flowers collided, it was considered mutual pollination, right? Su Xing opened up a new world. He flapped his wings and pounced on the flowers, making their flower discs collide with each other. Fierce pounce on the flowers. Huh. Eat my kick. The black dragon, who was gnawing on his prey, heard the movement from the flower field, looked up, and found that the little fur ball had found a new game. This is how the cubs are, always energetic and full of energy. The black dragon likes to see such noisy little fur balls. If the little fur ball is quiet one day, it must be doing something naughty. For example, it's secretly soaked in the volcanic hot spring and almost boiled itself. For example, it secretly went to the lake to swim, buried its head in the water, and only its fluffy ace was left outside. The little fur ball covered with pollen must need a bath. Black Dragon quickly finished eating the food, picked up the fruit shell jar that the little fur ball brought to water the white melon seed seedlings, and went to the nearby stream to fetch water. As soon as the jar was filled with water, the black dragon smelled a smell that the dragon hated. It immediately rushed back. The sound of flapping wings came, and a group of big red birds flew towards the white melon seed flower field, flapping their wings and slowly landing. Su Xing looked up and saw it, and screamed in panic. Chirp! Don't step on the flowers. Don't step on my white melon seed flowers. The flowers that were crushed by the black dragon last time have not grown well yet. Maybe they can't grow well. Every time you look down from the sky, you can see a dark hole in the middle of the flower field. Su Xing doesn't want to have more than a dozen holes like this. He will be heartbroken. The big birds know that he cares about these flowers, and they all land on the trees. There are also a few naughty ones who deliberately swoop down to the flower field to tease the little cubs. When the little cubs are anxious to flutter their wings and fly over, they land next to the flower field. Su Xing's heart just fell down when he saw the big bird on the ground biting his flowers, so he quickly flew over. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Second uncle, don't bite, don't bite. There are no melon seeds now. Wait until the white melon seeds grow well. I'll give you as many as you want. The big bird stopped and asked him, Little Star, are these white melon seeds you are talking about delicious? According to the custom of the tribe, Su Xing needs to have a name. He told them that his name is Xing Xing, because he was sent to this world by the stars in the sky. Hearing the second uncle's question, the other big birds also looked over. Their usual food is mainly various fruits and tender leaves on the trees. They rarely try flower and grass seeds. They are very curious about the white melon seeds that the little cubs often talk about. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Super delicious. Especially fragrant. I can't stop eating it once I crack it. No bird can refuse melon seeds. When the white melon seeds are ripe, I invite everyone to eat them. Another chirping sound came from the tree. It was the flame bird. It is the oldest bird in the tribe. According to seniority, it is Su Xing's great-grandmother. It said that it might not be able to wait for the melon seeds that Xing Xing invited. Can't wait? Why? Su Xing looked up and was almost burned in the eyes by the dazzling flames. The flame bird was completely wrapped in flames. The bird's tail feathers disappeared, replaced by pure flames. The body was also like that, with almost no feathers, all burning flames. It was about to be burned out by the flames on its body, heading towards the end of its life. Su Xing opened his mouth in a daze, unable to speak. Don't be sad. This is not death. It is a new life. The flame bird gently comforted Su Xing. New life? Su Xing thought of what the other party had said to him. Born from ashes. After being completely burned, we will be reborn from ashes. This is the reincarnation of life. The flame bird flew down from the tree, lowered its head and touched Su Xing's forehead. Su Xing seemed to feel its world of consciousness, which was peaceful and tranquil. Facing the fate of being reduced to ashes, it was calm and calm, without any fear. The roaring black dragon hurried over, took the little fur ball away, and stared at the big bird beside him with a warning. I hate birds that have no sense of propriety, always staring at other dragon cubs. The big birds chirped in dissatisfaction. They also hated the black dragon that had taken over the young cubs of their tribe. After this period of contact, they had a deeper understanding of the black dragon and believed that it would not harm the young cubs. A dragon that dared not step on flowers for the sake of its young cubs would never eat the young cubs in the future, but they would not treat it well because of this. After all, it was it that kidnapped the young cubs that their tribe cherished the most, and the young cubs clung to it and protected it, leaving the big birds helpless. They also revealed the true face of the black dragon to the young cubs. They took the young cubs to watch the brutal scene of the black dragon preying on the long-necked beasts. The young cubs praised the black dragons for their superb hunting skills and said that it was the nature of giant dragons to eat meat. They took the young cubs to watch the brutal scene of the black dragon biting animals to death in an instant. The young cubs said that the black dragons were kind and tried to shorten their suffering as much as possible, unlike some beasts that eat animals alive and let the animals gradually die in the pain of being bitten. Big birds. They were desperate. Their little cubs had been completely bewitched by the cunning black dragon. A dragon and a group of birds, they didn't like each other. They had conflicts because of the little cubs, but they also had to suppress the conflicts because of the little cubs to maintain superficial peace. So, the competition between them became, who did the little cub stick to more times today, and who did the little cub chirp more to? Generally speaking, the black dragon always wins. Su Xing didn't know that the two sides were having a childish competition. He just felt that both sides were too enthusiastic and he was almost rubbed bald. At this time, Su Xing had just been scooped up by the black dragon, and the big birds took out the berries they brought with them, trying to lure him over. The red berries were wrapped in leaves, which was very attractive to birds. Hei Long took out a fruit shell jar filled with water. No bird could refuse a bowl of clean water. The berries looked delicious, and the clear water was also suitable for bathing. Su Xing hesitated for a long time, and suddenly found that he could choose between two options. So, he ate berries while bathing, feeling particularly happy. In the first round of competition, the black dragon and the big bird ended in a draw. After taking a bath, Su Xing approached the flame bird and tried to dry his feathers by rubbing the flames on its body. Chirp? Great-grandmother. Being burned by flames, does it hurt? No, it's just like drying feathers with flames, warm and comfortable, just like going back to the beginning of everything. The big bird controlled the flames to surround Su Xing, lowered its head and used its beak to comb his feathers. The black dragon looked at its big claws and even bigger beak. Its claws were barely enough to scratch its head, and it couldn't comb finer hair, let alone its beak. It was so angry that it dug the soil. In the second round of competition, the big bird won. But it's okay. When we return to the dragon's nest, the black dragon will make up for what he lost. Su Xing lowered his head and let the big bird help him comb the hair on the back of his neck. He couldn't comb that place himself, so he usually just raised his claws and scratched it twice and considered it combed. The big bird combed the hair on the back of Su Xing's neck, raised its head and said, "I'm going to say goodbye." Chirp? Are you going back now? Su Xing looked back and saw the fire was blazing. The big bird smiled at him lovingly in the flames. Su Xing suddenly realized something and subconsciously raised his wings, trying to keep something. He heard the big bird say, "Don't be sad. This is just a short separation. The separation at this moment is for a longer reunion." Su Xing didn't catch anything. The big bird turned into nothingness in the fire and fell down with black ashes of fire. The big birds on the tree flew down one after another, gathered beside the ashes, and waited for the ashes that were not extinguished by the fire. Su Xing stood there, unable to react at all. Such a big bird turned into a handful of ashes. Su Xing looked up blankly and asked his second uncle beside him, "Chirp? Was my great-grandmother reborn from this handful of ashes?" "Yes, Chirp, but it is so small, not even as tall as me." Su Xing stood beside the ashes and gestured. Because when the time comes, a young bird will be born from the ashes that is smaller than our little Xing Xing. The second uncle answered. Smaller than him? Isn't that what he looked like when he just broke out of the shell? Only white fluff on his body, unstable on his feet, and unable to bite through the fruit skin. No wonder great-grandmother said it couldn't wait for the white melon seeds he asked for. Even if it was reborn from the ashes before the white melon seeds were ripe, it would be a young bird that could only be fed with soft fruits and couldn't eat white melon seeds at all. So here comes the question. In the future, will he call the young bird great-grandmother? Or will the young bird call him brother? Su Xing asked the second uncle beside him. Good question. The second uncle thought seriously. Logically, you should call it great-grandmother. But you can also have your own opinions. Anyway, the newly reborn young bird has lost its memory and will gradually recover its memory as it grows older. Before the memory was restored, it was a real young bird. Su Xing was stunned. Is this possible? The second uncle continued to suggest. We can also give the young bird leader a new name. We have to choose it early, otherwise it will not recognize it when it restores its memory. You see, the fire on the ashes is always on. How about calling it Hua? Su Xing. If I do this, will I really not be chased and pecked by my great-grandmother after she restores her memory? Su Xing retorted sharply. Chirp. No, it should be called Xiao Xiao, because it is younger than me. The flock of birds settled in the white melon seed field in the name of guarding the ashes. The black dragon then realized the purpose of the big bird's nirvana in its territory. It nirvana in the flower field where the little fur ball often comes, so the flock of birds can continue to guard its little fur ball while guarding its ashes. Cunning bird. Originally, it could live with the little fur ball for 3 to 3 years without being disturbed by birds, but now because of its choice of this nirvana place, the good life is gone. It also has to face a group of big birds that bother the dragon every day. The flock of birds guards the ashes, and Su Xing also visits every day, looking forward to the birth of the little bird. Although the black dragon wanted to throw the ashes back to the jungle opposite, he had to bear it for the sake of the little fur ball. It followed the little fur ball closely, not giving the little fur ball and the flock of birds any chance to be alone. So, the picture became a giant dragon and a group of big birds guarding the ashes together. The benefits are also obvious. Because the big birds live next to the flower field, Su Xing's white melon seed flower field has never been trampled and eaten by animals at night. This makes Su Xing very happy. A month later, the white melon seeds are ripe. Under the orange-red petals is a bulging receptacle that looks like a small bun. When the onion-like layers of the receptacle skin are peeled off, they are full of white melon seeds. With the help of the black dragon, Su Xing brought many fruit shell jars and 2 large shells from the dragon's nest. He invited the large birds to eat melon seeds. The large birds had never tried this kind of food before, but no vegetarian bird could refuse small melon seeds. They fell in love with it as soon as they ate it. They ate melon seeds in the flower field, helping the young cubs collect them while catching them, and put the white melon seeds into the fruit shell jars one by one. The black dragon also joined in. It had no interest in this small plant seed, but it was the favorite food of the little fur ball, and it collected it very seriously. The dragon's powerful claws can easily pry open the receptacle and take out the white melon seeds inside. In terms of collection efficiency, the birds combined cannot match it. When everyone was busy collecting melon seeds, a childish cry came. Su Xing, who was lying on the flowers and eating, looked up at the cabin on the grass beside the flower field. Su Xing built a cabin for the ashes because he was worried that they would be blown away by the wind and wet by the rain. Now, a small white-haired head poked out of the door of the cabin. Chirp! Su Xing flew over and landed at the entrance of the cave, looking at the small bird in front of him in surprise. The little bird was even smaller than he had imagined, only as big as his head. It lay on the ground, half of its body still in the cabin, stretching its neck to look out blankly. Other big birds were rushing over here, and in order to make the little bird accept the name he gave it, Su Xing took the initiative to attack. Chirp, chirp, chirp. My name is Xing Xing, I am your brother, and your name is Xiao Xiao, remember? The little bird looked up at him, suddenly opened its mouth, opened it as wide as possible, and made a tender and urgent cry to beg for food. Is it hungry? But he only had white melon seeds. Sushing looked around helplessly, trying to find out if there were any berries or other food that the young bird could eat. He saw the golden-topped Annie next to him stretching her neck, making a coughing motion several times, then lowering her head and passing the half-digested food into the young bird's wide-open mouth. Sushing was stunned. He thought that feeding the young bird was the same way that the black dragon father fed him when he first fed him, squeezing the sweet and soft fruit to let the juice and pulp flow into his mouth. So that's how the birds in the tribe feed. After feeding the young bird, the golden-topped Annie turned around and asked him, "Do you want some too?" Sushing shook his head quickly. He is already a big bird. He can eat by himself. The black dragon stretched out its claws to scoop Sushing away, baring its teeth at the eager big bird. It is the only one who can feed its young bird. The young bird becomes drowsy after eating. The big bird turned the cabin upside down, picked up the young bird and put it in, then turned around to say goodbye to Sushing, who was standing on the black dragon's claws. The young birds need a more stable and warm environment to grow up, so it's time for them to go back. Chirp, take my white melon seeds and give them to Xiao Xiao. Sushing pushed the can of white melon seeds he had collected over. White melon seeds can be stored for a long time. Although the young bird can't eat them now, they can wait until it grows up. Jean Ding took the white melon seeds, held the small wooden house with the young bird in his mouth, grabbed the fruit shell can in his claws, and flapped his wings to take off. The wind blew the grass and flowers and scattered the ashes on the ground. The ashes that were originally not blown away by the wind and water became ordinary ashes after completing their mission of nurturing life. They scattered with a blow. Sushing watched the ashes disperse and suddenly remembered that he didn't see the eggshell. He landed on the grass and lowered his head to look for it. Other big birds also came to say goodbye to Sushing one after another. Seeing Sushing lowering his head and turning around on the ground, the second uncle asked curiously what he was looking for. Chirp. Eggshell. Birds reborn from ashes don't have eggshells. Only newborn birds like you have eggshells. The second uncle explained. Chirp. Then, when you were born, were you the same as us? No, we were not born from ashes. We were born and hatched by our respective mothers. Chirp. Seeing Sushing at a loss, the second uncle took the initiative to explain. Xing, you are special. You were born from fire and ashes just like our original ancestors. You are the little cub given to us by God. The little cub given by God was separated from the tribe due to an accident and was occupied by the black dragon. How could they not be angry about this? If it wasn't for the black dragon who saved the little cub, and the little cub regarded the black dragon as its parent and didn't want to leave the black dragon, they would have said anything to take the little cub back. The second uncle lowered his head to comb the feathers behind Sushing's neck and said goodbye to him. Goodbye, little star. When little fire can fly, we will bring it to play with you. Sushing angrily retorted. Chirp. It's Xiao Xiao. We have already told it. Okay. Second uncle agreed, but he had already decided in his heart that he would call fire every day in the little bird's ear when he returned, so that it would remember this name. Sushing asked the flock of birds to take the melon seeds they collected and watch them leave. Black Dragon lifted Sushing up, let him stand on his head, and took him to see the white melon seeds it collected. After the flock of birds left, its steps became much lighter. The flock of birds only took away half of the white melon seeds they collected, and the rest were put in a fruit shell jar and neatly placed next to the flower field. That was what they left for Sushing. Sushing moved the canned white melon seeds into the empty shell, pushed the cork to plug the hole, left it in the flower field, and flapped his wings to call Black Dragon home. Black Dragon took the shell full of white melon seeds he had collected and flew with Sushing. Sushing calculated in his mind as he flew. Black Dragon collected a shell of white melon seeds, plus the more than 10 cans left by the big birds, so today's harvest was quite good. Tomorrow, he will fill the shell in the flower field again, and that will be enough. The white melon seeds in these 2 shells will be enough for him to eat for several years, and the rest will be left for the animals in the jungle. Unfortunately, the white melon seeds are too small, not even enough for Black Dragon as a snack. Is there any food that both he and Black Dragon can eat? Red fruit? Unfortunately, It takes several years for fruit trees to bear fruit after being planted. Then, sweet potatoes? This is good. You can harvest it the same year you plant it. Daddy Choo-Choo, let's plant sweet potatoes next year. Su Xing suggested. Roar. Black Dragon agreed. As long as the little fur ball wants to plant something, even if it is a big bird, it can dig a hole and plant it in. Su Xing, who didn't know the horrible thoughts in the Black Dragon's mind, was still thinking about collecting more sweet potatoes this year so that he would have sweet potatoes to plant next year. Sweet potatoes are not like white melon seeds, which are concentrated in one place. They are all over the jungle, but they are scattered, and it takes time to find and dig. Su Xing flew around the Black Dragon. Chirp, chirp. Dad, you raised me when you were young, and I will raise you when you are old. I will hunt for you. If you can't catch prey, you can still eat the sweet potatoes I planted. I will work hard to plant a lot of sweet potatoes. Black Dragon. The fighting power of the old dragon is still very strong, and the hunting experience is there. Even if it can't hunt super large animals like sea beasts, it's still easy to catch a giant horned beast or a sharp horned beast. If it doesn't work, you can dig a hole to catch a long-eared beast. It really doesn't need to rely on young cubs to raise with sweet potatoes. The Black Dragon remained silent and did not refuse the kindness of the little fur ball, because the little fur ball's words meant that he was willing to stay by its side forever, even until it grew old. It was very happy about this. Su Xing didn't care about the Black Dragon's usual silence. It had always been so quiet. Perhaps this was related to the fact that most dragons lived alone, except for the winter in the volcano, when they often had to quarrel with dragons trying to occupy the cave. They didn't have much opportunity to communicate at other times. The period when dragons communicated most with their companions, apart from winter, was the cub period. After the other adult dragons left the volcano, they lived with other young dragon companions and supported each other to grow up. Until summer, they fully grew up and had the ability to fly across the sea. From then on, they separated from the other young dragons and set out alone to find their own territory. Summer is coming soon. I wonder if there will be any young dragons who accidentally find this place this summer? Even if a young dragon breaks into this forest, it will be driven out by the Black Dragon. Dragons have a strong sense of territory and will never allow other dragons to enter their territory. Su Xing thought of the 3 little white dragons and felt nostalgic. He shook his head and threw them out of his mind. Anyway, he would have a chance to see them again this winter. He continued to think about how to provide for the Black Dragon. Suddenly, Su Xing found that he had overlooked a very important question. How long is the lifespan of a giant dragon? What if he died before the Black Dragon father got old? This question would definitely be fatal if it were placed on other races. But fortunately, his race can be reborn. He just needs to let the Black Dragon father raise him again from a young bird. Su Xing flew to the Black Dragon and asked it, Chirp chirp? Dad, if I burn out like my great-grandmother, you will guard my ashes for me, right? Roar. After getting a positive answer, Su Xing continued to ask, Chirp chirp, then will you raise me again? Raise me from a little cub who can only open his mouth to beg for food, to this size now, and even bigger than now. Roar. Yes. Su Xing was satisfied, but he still needs to make more preparations, because it is not certain how long it will take to be reborn from the ashes. According to the experience of the tribe, the shortest is 3 days, and the longest is 3 full years. It took my great-grandmother a month to be reborn as Xiao Xiao, which should be considered fast. In order not to cause trouble to the Black Dragon, Su Xing decided to prepare an urn for himself in advance. An ash box? Choose the best-looking fruit shell jar to hold his ashes. When the time comes, the Black Dragon can take him wherever he wants to go. Even if it is winter migration, he can take him to the volcanic island. It must be a great trip. The 2 behemoths walked through the dense forest, carefully distinguishing the smell in the air. The wind brought the smell of the triceratops, and they were very close to their target. The 2 behemoths looked at each other, slowed down their steps, followed the smell, and approached quietly. The lush vegetation concealed their figures well. Through the gaps between the leaves, you can see several triceratops nibbling on the palm plants on the grass on the riverbank. Their beak-like mouths easily bite off the petioles and eat the feathery leaves into their mouths. One triceratops is enough for them to eat for a day, provided they can hunt successfully. The predator behind the tree is still waiting for the opportunity. Finally, the opportunity came. An adult triceratops was busy eating leaves and entered its hunting range without realizing it. The huge figure suddenly rushed out from behind the tree, swinging its thick tail and stomping its muscular legs on the ground, almost shaking the earth. It was twice the size of the triceratops and had great explosive power. In the blink of an eye, it rushed in front of the triceratops and bit it with its big mouth full of sharp teeth. The sound of bones breaking and the screams of the triceratops sounded almost at the same time, echoing through the forest. The bitten triceratops howled and struggled hard, constantly stabbing the predator with the horns on its head. When the predator let go of its bite in pain, the triceratops suddenly broke free and rushed into the woods with a bloody bite mark on its back. When the triceratops was about to escape, another huge figure suddenly appeared in front of it and bit its neck. The bitten triceratops fell to the ground and died. The other triceratops took this opportunity to successfully escape. The newly appeared huge dinosaur opened its mouth, raised its head slightly towards its companion, and let out a fast-paced low roar in its throat with a hint of showing off. Its companion came over and put its scaly head against it. They are a pair of partners who just got married this year and already have a nest of eggs. One of the eggs has already shown signs of hatching, and they need to bring back fresh food for the upcoming cubs. This is not difficult for them, because they are Tyrannosaurus rex, the king of dinosaurs, and a super large predator at the top of the food chain. The two Tyrannosaurus rex were intimate for a while, and soon began to enjoy the food they hunted. They devoured the food, leaving only a piece of nutritious neck muscle, picked it up, and ran into the depths of the jungle together. Back at the egg-laying site, the first cub had already broken out of its shell, crawled out of the sand covering the dinosaur egg, and stood up shakily. Unlike the scaly skin of its parents, the little dinosaur was covered with feathers for warmth, which made it look much more cute and had no fierce temperament that a top predator should have. The Tyrannosaurus rex lowered its head and placed the meat it brought back in front of the little dinosaur. The little dinosaur lowered its head to sniff, and soon, its instinct to eat made it open its mouth and bite. Its small but sharp teeth pierced into the meat, tore it off, and swallowed it in big mouthfuls. The two adult Tyrannosaurus rex looked at it softly. This was their first cub, healthy and strong, and this was a good start. They laid a total of 4 eggs, or maybe 5. If they were lucky, 1/3 of the cubs would survive to adulthood. But several days passed, and there was no movement from the remaining eggs. The female Tyrannosaurus rex felt uneasy and had a bad feeling. She walked to the egg pit and pushed away the sand covering the eggs. 3 complete dinosaur eggs appeared in front of her. The 3 eggs were faintly black, and even if you got close, you couldn't hear the heartbeat of the cubs. There was no breath of life. Perhaps it was because of the lack of experience in the first breeding, or perhaps the temperature and humidity were not suitable, and the 3 eggs failed to hatch. The female Tyrannosaurus rex let out a sad roar and gently pushed the eggs, expecting them to respond. Suddenly, she heard some subtle movements. It was the weak but powerful heartbeat of the cubs and the sound of the eggshells cracking. These sounds came from under the 3 dinosaur eggs. She gently poked the 3 eggs apart, and an especially small dinosaur egg appeared in front of her. This egg was nearly half the size of the other eggs, and she even forgot that there was such an egg. Now, a tiny crack appeared on this small egg, and she could clearly feel the little guy inside trying to push out. The Tyrannosaurus rex looked at it nervously and expectantly. This is probably the last surviving egg in its clutch, and it hopes that this little cub can successfully break out of the shell. The little dinosaur that broke out of its shell a few days ago also came over and poked its head out of the egg pit. Su Xing used the strength he had in a fight with the red-feathered bird to push it out. Why is it so crowded and so heavy? I should have known not to give the urn a lid. Hey, is there a dragon outside? Help open the lid. There was no response, so Su Xing had to continue his efforts. He pushed hard against the upper position, and finally, there was a cracking sound, and bright light shone in. Su Xing didn't care about resting and hurried to climb out. I was almost squeezed to death. The fruit shell jar I chose was not small, so why was it so crowded to live in? With a snap, Su Xing fell to the ground, and his chin hit a hard object. The hard object was hot and moving. He was startled, and quickly propped himself up and moved his head away. In front of him was a foot covered with scaly skin. 3 toes were on the ground, and there was a smaller toe on the side that did not touch the ground. This was somewhat similar to a big bird, but the claws of a big bird were obviously not that thick. Su Xing looked up blankly and saw a dinosaur standing on 2 feet, with a big head and a long tail. The iconic short arms and 2 claws reminded Su Xing of the children's dinosaur books he had read before, and a name was about to come out. Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex lowered its head, and its round brown eyes looked at him, and its slightly long snout came closer, about to touch Su Xing. Su Xing was so scared that his soul flew away. He wanted to turn around and run away, but he didn't dare to leave his back to the Tyrannosaurus Rex. At the critical moment, he remembered that he could breathe fire, so he opened his mouth wide and made a fire-breathing motion towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex in front of him. A whir, there was no familiar flame coming out, and there seemed to be something wrong with the cry. But the Tyrannosaurus Rex in front of him retracted his head, as if he was scared by him. Su Xing then realized that this Tyrannosaurus Rex was not as big as he had imagined. It was a little taller than him, but from the looks of it, it was only about twice as big as him. It was covered with dense fur, and it was not as domineering and mighty as in the dinosaur books, but rather a little cute. Su Xing felt that he was doing well again. Isn't it just twice as big as him? He had also run away from red-haired birds that were also bigger than him. He stood up shakily, opened his mouth wide and roared at the Tyrannosaurus Rex in a threatening manner, trying to force it back. A woo, the Tyrannosaurus Rex did not move this time, only looking down at him with its round little eyes. On the contrary, the huge shadow behind it moved. A heavy breath came from the top of his head. Su Xing's hair stood on end. He slowly raised his head and saw an extremely huge dinosaur head. This was a behemoth that was several stories high. In front of it, Su Xing, who had just hatched, was as small as a stone. Help! Help! Su Xing did not dare to confront it at all, and did not care about what kind of attack he would suffer if he left his back to this huge Tyrannosaurus Rex. In the situation where he would surely die if he stood still, he turned around and ran. He stumbled between several dinosaur eggs that were bigger than him, tripped over the broken eggshells, fell, and quickly got up and continued running. After running a few steps, he was blocked by a stone mountain. Without time to think, Su Xing got into the gap of the stone mountain and hid in the darkness. He hoped to avoid the attack of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. As soon as Su Xing got in, the huge rock in front of him moved and lifted up. Light shone in. The huge rock in the air against the light opened its eyes, and its huge yellow-brown round eyes stared at him. This is not a stone mountain at all, but a huge Tyrannosaurus Rex lying on the ground and sleeping, and he hid in the space surrounded by its head and neck. Help! I'm really dead this time. The Tyrannosaurus Rex lowered its head and sniffed Su Xing, who was trembling with fear, as if judging something. Su Xing's legs were too weak to run, and he opened his mouth with his last strength to shout. A woo mama as Su Xing's cry sounded, heavy footsteps came. Another large Tyrannosaurus Rex walked over. A strong sense of oppression came over him, and Su Xing's voice was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't make a sound. The Tyrannosaurus Rex came over and lowered his head and put down a piece of meat. Woo 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 woo, are you going to eat it with meat? He hates meat the most. Can it be replaced with fruit? Grass is also fine. However, this meat is surprisingly not bad. It is quite fragrant. Since he turned into a bird, Su Xing has never thought that meat smells good. Even if it is roasted and fragrant, he has no interest. If he is not about to become a dish, Su Xing really wants to ask the Tyrannosaurus Rex what kind of meat this is. The little Tyrannosaurus Rex ran over, bit the meat, and tore it apart. The 2 big Tyrannosaurus Rex stared at him and the little Tyrannosaurus Rex without any other actions. The scene was extremely quiet for a while, and only the sound of the little Tyrannosaurus Rex howling and swallowing meat could be heard. Su Xing watched the little Tyrannosaurus eat most of the meat in a few bites, and his stomach growled uncontrollably. The Tyrannosaurus had no intention of eating him. Was it because he was too small and didn't have much meat? Since they didn't want to eat him, then he should just slip away? Su Xing moved aside quietly, and the Tyrannosaurus turned their heads to look at him, but didn't attack. Really not going to eat him? So, Su Xing slowly moved out in front of them. When he left the vicinity of the piece of meat, the head of the big Tyrannosaurus stretched out. Su Xing's heart almost jumped out of his chest, but the Tyrannosaurus just gently pushed him back to the side of the meat. The Tyrannosaurus let out a low roar from its throat, with some urging. What does it mean? Not eating him but not allowing him to leave, treating him as a reserve food? Shut up. Unable to run away, Su Xing simply lay down and stopped moving. The two adult Tyrannosaurus Rex looked at each other, and the female Tyrannosaurus Rex tore off a small piece of meat and handed it to Su Xing's mouth. Su Xing thought at first that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was finally going to eat him, and his body was so tense that it was stiff, but he saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex biting a small piece of meat and constantly rubbing his mouth with the meat, trying to make him open his mouth. Su Xing, are they planning to raise the reserve food before eating it? Dinosaurs can also be raised? Isn't this something that only humans and ants can do? Su Xing always felt that something was wrong. He raised his head and looked into the eyes of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. From the huge, round, yellow-brown eyes, he saw his appearance. The same fluffy body as the little Tyrannosaurus Rex, a slightly long snout, a long tapered tail, standing on two legs. He became a little Tyrannosaurus Rex? Why didn't the big bird tell him that Nirvana would not only turn him into a cub, but also change his species? No, maybe not Nirvana. When he ran past the egg pit, he saw two broken eggshells, one large and one small. The big one was the little Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the small one was probably him. There would be no eggshells for Nirvana rebirth. He had traveled through time again. Can he go back? Of course he can. When the ashes he left in the dragon's nest breed new life, he will be reborn from the ashes and return to the black dragon. As for now, he is so hungry. Su Xing tentatively opened his mouth and bit off the meat that the big Tyrannosaurus Rex sent to his mouth, and then nervously observed the reaction of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex looked at him gently, with some expectation and encouragement in his expression. Then he would not be polite. Su Xing took a big bite of the meat in his mouth, and a satisfied roar came from his throat. It tastes so good. How can there be such delicious meat in the world? Does the black dragon always feel this way when eating meat? No wonder it likes to eat meat so much. He likes it too. The meat on the ground had been eaten by the little Tyrannosaurus Rex, and only a small half was left, but it was still eating. Su Xing suspected that there was a bottomless pit in its body. Su Xing looked at the big Tyrannosaurus Rex with a questioning look. The big Tyrannosaurus Rex gently pushed him and urged him to eat. He immediately ran over, opened his mouth wide, and tore the meat like the little Tyrannosaurus Rex. The little Tyrannosaurus Rex bit the other side of the meat and pulled it hard. Su Xing also bit it and didn't let go. Awoo. You have eaten a lot. This piece is mine. Finally, he and the little Tyrannosaurus Rex tore off half together. The little Tyrannosaurus Rex swallowed the meat in its mouth in one gulp and looked at Su Xing with his mouth slightly open. Su Xing quickly put all the meat he had grabbed into his mouth, tilted his head back, and tried to swallow it down. He almost choked to death. Before, Su Xing would never dare to swallow such a large piece of food without chewing. Not to mention whether he would choke to death, he would not be able to digest it even if he successfully ate it. But now the situation is special. If he doesn't eat quickly, there will be nothing to eat. Su Xing can only choose to trust the powerful digestive ability of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Su Xing lay on the ground to digest the food and think about the future. The little Tyrannosaurus Rex came over and lay down with it, resting its head on Su Xing's stomach, and the food that Su Xing had just eaten was almost squeezed out by it. Su Xing used his hands and feet to try to kick the little Tyrannosaurus Rex down. The little Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't resist and was kicked to the ground by him, lying on the ground and fell asleep. Sleepiness surged up like a tide. Su Xing yawned, closed his eyes and wanted to continue thinking about the future, but fell into a dream in an instant. The scenes in the dream kept changing. Sometimes it was a handful of ashes in a fruit shell jar, with red fire flickering in it, quietly nurturing life. Sometimes it was a super large piece of meat in front of him, and he could enjoy it to his heart's content. As the sky gradually darkened, the female Tyrannosaurus Rex used her claws to scratch the sand and buried the eggs in the egg pit again. She walked slowly back to her partner, and the two cubs had already fallen asleep together. The particularly small little dragon bit the tail of the other cub, grinding its teeth slowly, and a humming sound of protecting food came from its throat. The tender little voice made the Tyrannosaurus Rex look loving. Soon, it became distressed again. The little dragon is too thin and small, and there is a huge difference in size between him and his brothers in the same nest. In this case, if there is not enough food, the little dragon will easily die. At the beginning, its two youngest brothers and sisters died in this way. The Tyrannosaurus Rex lying on the ground raised his head slightly, put his face close to his partner, and silently comforted it. There are a large number of herbivorous dinosaurs in the dense forest. It and its partner are at their youngest and strongest. They are experienced in hunting and have a high success rate in hunting. As long as they can bring back enough food, the little dragon has a chance to survive. They will work together to raise both cubs. Su Xing is worried that when the Tyrannosaurus Rex parents leave to hunt, he and the little Tyrannosaurus Rex will be attacked by other dinosaurs. There is no way. Dinosaur animations always like to show such plots. When the dinosaur parents go out hunting, the eggs are stolen or the cubs are eaten. Soon, he found that his worries were unnecessary. The Tyrannosaurus Rex parents took turns to go out hunting, and no matter when, there was always a guardian dinosaur to watch over him and the big dragon. Dalong is the name he gave to another little Tyrannosaurus Rex, because it is bigger than him. Of course, this is only temporary. Su Xing will work hard, and one day he will surpass it and become the biggest Tyrannosaurus Rex. Su Xing didn't know that the Tyrannosaurus Rex's parents called him Xiaolong. Otherwise, he would definitely be impressed by this consistent naming style. A big Tyrannosaurus Rex went out hunting, and the other one was guarding them. And from time to time, he used his big head to gently rub Su Xing, who was lying next to it. Su Xing couldn't actually tell which one was the father and which one was the mother. They were so similar that even their body sizes were almost the same. But when it rubbed him gently, a special smell came into his nose, and he seemed to be able to tell them apart. In front of him was the mother Tyrannosaurus Rex. The mother, who was in the brooding period, had a unique smell, warm and sweet, which made the cubs relax quickly and feel safe when they approached it. Perhaps this was the reason why Su Xing liked to stay with the mother Tyrannosaurus Rex so much. Dalong was completely different from him. The Tyrannosaurus cub, which was a circle bigger than him, was always running around. It was full of energy and never rested all day. At noon, the Tyrannosaurus father brought back a large piece of meat. Su Xing was so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back. He ran forward and waited for the food to be fed. Another figure was faster than him. He jumped up and bit the meat that the Tyrannosaurus father put down, biting and tearing it. In a family with many cubs, every meal time is like a battle. Even though Su Xing knew that the piece of meat was very big and the two of them couldn't finish it together, he was still panicked by Dalong's ferocious eating posture. He tore the meat with big mouthfuls, fearing that if he ate too slowly, it would be gone. The Tyrannosaurus mother looked at the two little guys who were eating and crying, and her eyes were relieved. Xiaolong didn't move much all day, and she was always worried about his health. Now that he is eating normally, I can finally feel relieved. As long as he can eat, there is no big problem. The mother Tyrannosaurus Rex took over from her partner and went out hunting. Su Xing was so full that he could not walk anymore and lay on the ground to rest. Dalong ate more than him and was lying next to him now. As expected, the piece of meat was not finished and nearly half was left. The father Tyrannosaurus Rex saved it for them for dinner. Don't worry that the smell of blood will attract other predators, because the Tyrannosaurus Rex is the strongest predator. The only one who can fight against the Tyrannosaurus Rex is another Tyrannosaurus Rex. And the Tyrannosaurus Rex, with a keen sense of smell, will spontaneously avoid powerful ones. There is no shortage of food in the dense forest, and it is not worth getting hurt by conflicts with one's own kind. Under the pressure of several meals a day fed by the Tyrannosaurus parents and the competition for food with Dalong, Su Xing grew very fast. His body became bigger and his limbs became stronger. Dalong grew even faster. It was taller than him, longer than him, and had stronger legs than him. It would often suddenly pounce on Su Xing, scaring him away, and then it would catch up and pounce on him from behind, and they would wrestle. Or it would deliberately step on Su Xing's tail, bite his claws, and drag him, making him angry and chase him. Su Xing was small in size, and was naturally at a disadvantage in this kind of chase and bite fight. The Tyrannosaurus Rex had a thick skin and flesh, and Dalong was just playing with him, so he was not injured. But he was very angry when he couldn't beat him. The gap was huge, and Su Xing began to play badly. Whenever Dalong chased and bit him, he would run under the body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex father or mother, and usually stayed with his father and mother more often, so that it would not have the opportunity to torment him. But because of the previous fight, Su Xing's speed, reaction ability, and hunting skills have greatly improved. There is a kind of crab in the forest that can climb trees, and it tastes great. Although the crab is small, it is the prey he caught himself, and it feels very fulfilling to eat it. Of course, the most fulfilling thing is to snatch the prey from the big dragon's mouth. Seeing it stunned because the prey in its mouth was snatched away is enough to make Su Xing happy for the whole day, and the frustration of not being able to beat it before is gone. Even if he is chased by the big dragon and runs away in panic, Su Xing dares to snatch it next time. The big dragon does not hold a grudge. After he snatches its food, it will chase and bite him, but as long as he eats the food, it will not waste time chasing him again and will instead look for new prey. Su Xing can always successfully snatch the prey from its mouth and then be chased and bitten. Gradually, Su Xing found something wrong. Isn't this just a variation of the previous chase, bite and fight? It's just that he changed from being chased and bitten passively and resisting passively to actively provoking and resisting actively. Su Xing. He was played by a little Tyrannosaurus Rex. He had sufficient reason to suspect that the big dragon deliberately let him take away its food, and then took the opportunity to chase, fight, and bite him. Will he snatch it next time? Snatch it? Of course he will snatch it. The food of other dragons is the most delicious, and he won't leave any for it. After the physical strength and endurance of the two cubs, especially the little dragon, came up, the Tyrannosaurus Rex couple took the cubs away from the spawning ground and went out hunting together. Of course, this hunting together means that one party walks in front, looking for prey and hunting, and the other party watches the cubs from behind to prevent them from making trouble. Su Xing quietly hid behind the bushes by the river, curiously and nervously looking at the group of dinosaurs drinking water on the other side. It was the first time he saw other dinosaurs, alive ones, not counting the meat. The dinosaurs on the other side had huge head frills, a short and thick horn on their noses, and a pair of long and thin horns on their eyes. These three iconic horns explained their identities. They were Triceratops, the representative of herbivorous dinosaurs, just like Tyrannosaurus Rex was the representative of carnivorous dinosaurs. They were as famous as Tyrannosaurus Rex, and they could be seen in various dinosaur books and animations. Su Xing had also seen in animations that Triceratops fought against Tyrannosaurus Rex and knocked Tyrannosaurus Rex to death. This made him a little scared, especially when there was a group of Triceratops on the other side, 12 adult Triceratops and 3 cubs, and only their parents could be considered as fighting forces. He and Dalong could not participate in the hunt at all. Those Triceratops cubs were much more sturdy than them, like small cannonballs that could knock him away. Su Xing held the miniature hand of Dalong next to him and comforted each other. It's okay. We have more room for growth than them, and in a few years, we will be able to suppress them with our size. Dalong stared at the Triceratops on the opposite side, his eyes shining, eager to try. Even when Su Xing pulled his little hand, he did not look away. Su Xing? You are not going to go up, are you? Little cubs tend to overestimate their own fighting power. He was like this at the beginning, thinking that he could hunt long-necked beasts just because he was a dragon cub and was almost trampled to death by the beasts. Su Xing decided to hold Dalong tightly and bite its tail later, so as not to let it rush out and cause trouble. Hunting large dinosaurs is something that should be left to mom and dad first, and they will grow up. By the way, where is dad? Su Xing looked around, and there was only Dalong hiding behind the bushes with him and mom hiding behind a tree nearby. Daddy Tyrannosaurus disappeared. The Triceratops on the other side made a deep and panicked cry. Su Xing turned his head and saw a huge Tyrannosaurus rushing out of the woods on the other side. It was Dad. It quietly crossed the river from somewhere and went to the other side. The group of Triceratops that were drinking water turned around in a hurry. They gathered together, protecting their cubs behind them, and pointed their triangular horns at the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Su Xing was so nervous that his heart almost jumped out. He was worried that the Tyrannosaurus father would be injured. The Tyrannosaurus slowed down and stopped outside the Triceratops' horn formation and roared at them like thunder. The Triceratops kept its formation and kept pointing its horns at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, trying to force it back. The Tyrannosaurus father could not cross the Triceratops' horn formation, and the Triceratops with its cubs could not cross the river, so they were in a stalemate for a while. Wait, the Triceratops can't cross the river, but the Tyrannosaurus mother can. The Triceratops stood in a row on the other side of the river, pointing their thick head shields and sharp horns at the Tyrannosaurus father, with their defenseless backs facing the river. The river was deep for the cubs, but for the adult Tyrannosaurus Rex, even their legs were not submerged. When Su Xing thought of this, the mother Tyrannosaurus Rex hiding behind the tree had already rushed out. As soon as the mother Tyrannosaurus Rex rushed out, the big dragon beside him also rushed out. Su Xing hurriedly opened his mouth and bit a piece of the tail that passed by in front of him and then was pulled out of the bushes together. The moment before, he was still standing behind the bushes, and the next moment, the huge pulling force lifted his feet off the ground and rushed out of the bushes. Then, the cold river water came over him, and Su Xing was choked and opened his mouth. Help, help, I'm going to drown. Su Xing paddled his upper arms and legs randomly, and suddenly found that he was floating on the water. Although it was different from the fluffy bird body in the previous life, he could float on the water, but he was indeed lifted up by the water, with his head and back floating on the water. He thought he was very heavy and would definitely sink. He didn't sink into the water, and the river was relatively calm, so there was no need to worry about being washed away. Su Xing calmed down and looked up to find the dragon that had dragged him into the water. The dragon was already in the middle of the river. It was heavier than him, but it was also half floating on the water. Its legs were paddling quickly under the water, and it was swimming hard towards the other side of the river. It was obvious that it only had eyes for the Triceratops on the other side. Su Xing suspected that the bad guy didn't even notice that it had dragged him down. Maybe it noticed, but thought that he wanted to join the hunt like it did, so it bit its tail and hitchhiked with it. This was definitely the worst hitchhiking experience he had ever had. Su Xing paddled his legs under the water hard, following the dragon far behind, and swam towards the other side. The mother Tyrannosaurus Rex rushed across the river and bit a Triceratops. With Tyrannosaurus Rex in front and behind, the Triceratops' horn formation was immediately useless. They abandoned their bitten companions, turned around and ran away, running along the river into the forest. A Triceratops cub with short limbs failed to keep up with the group and fell behind. As soon as the big dragon climbed onto the shore, it chased after it with its long legs and bit the little Triceratops on the back. The little Triceratops screamed in pain, twisted its body violently, and threw it off. The big dragon shook its head and stood up from the ground. It did not have the strong bite force of the Tyrannosaurus parents that could bite through bones, and could not cause fatal injuries to the little Triceratops that was several times heavier than itself and had thick skin and flesh. It did not give up and wanted to pounce on it and bite it again. But the female Triceratops heard the cub's screams and rushed back to guard it. The huge head shield and sharp long horns were very intimidating. The Tyrannosaurus parents were dealing with the bitten Triceratops and could not come. The big dragon, who was still a cub, could only watch the little Triceratops being taken away. A woo dragon. Remember that you lost a cub in the water? Su Xing stretched his neck and called the Tyrannosaurus on the shore. The mother Tyrannosaurus killed the Triceratops and turned her head to see the little cubs swimming in the water. Su Xing looked at it expectantly. The mother Tyrannosaurus bit off a piece of meat from the Triceratops and put it on the river bank, shouting encouragement to him. This. A figure rushed over, bit the piece of meat, and ate it with a roar. It was the dragon. Su Xing? That's his meat. Such a big Triceratops didn't eat it, but came to steal his meat, too much. Su Xing, who was paddling slowly at first, suddenly burst out with great strength and moved his legs desperately against the resistance of the water and swam quickly towards the shore. He climbed ashore and collapsed on the sand. He didn't even have time to catch his breath, but he opened his mouth to bite the meat first and snatched the meat from the dragon while lying on the ground. Woohoo, it tastes so good. It turns out that the super delicious meat I ate before was Triceratops. Triceratops is really delicious. I like Triceratops the most. But no matter how delicious the meat is, there is no time for Su Xing to chew and taste it slowly. Since he became a Tyrannosaurus Rex, he has been fighting with the big dragon for meat every day. He doesn't know what chewing is. He swallows the meat directly after tearing it off. As long as he can swallow it, he swallows it all. There are only 2 cubs in their family, and they have to fight so hard for food. If he was born in a family with more than 10 cubs, the scene is simply unimaginable. A large adult Triceratops is enough for their family to have several full meals. Until the Triceratops was finished, the Tyrannosaurus couple did not take them back to the original resting point. They walked through the forest to hunt, and when they were full or it was dark, they would find a comfortable place nearby to rest. In the recipes prepared by the Tyrannosaurus couple for the whole family, the most common one is Triceratops, followed by a dinosaur with a wide and flat mouth, like a duck's beak. According to the usual naming method of dinosaurs, its name should be Hadrosaur. Although Hadrosaur is not as delicious as Triceratops, it tastes great. Su Xing likes its long and thick tail and tongue, a super large duck tongue, which can be eaten at one time. In the distance is a group of Hadrosaur eating while walking. Like Triceratops, Hadrosaur is also a group of dinosaurs. Living in groups means that it is easier to find their traces, but also more difficult to catch. Once lurking close, if any of the dinosaurs is detected, the whole group will be alarmed, resulting in hunting failure. Tyrannosaurus Rex has an extremely large body, and they have strong explosive power, but they are not good at running and chasing. Once the prey starts running, it is difficult to catch up. Therefore, ambush is the most common hunting method of Tyrannosaurus Rex, appearing suddenly like a ghost and giving the prey a fatal blow. Su Xing likes this hunting method, which is very suitable for lazy dragons like him who don't like to run. At this moment, Su Xing was hiding behind the bushes, watching the parents of the Tyrannosaurus Rex teach another hunting lesson. He also held the big dragon. He didn't let it rush out rashly and disturb the group of duck-billed dinosaurs, ruining the hiding of its parents. To be honest, Su Xing didn't have much confidence in holding it. He could only hope that it would be more sensible. The parents of the Tyrannosaurus Rex split into 2 groups and approached quietly. The duck-billed dinosaurs were still eating. Suddenly, one of the duck-billed dinosaurs stood up. Yes, stood up. From 4 feet to 2 feet. It was different from the 4-legged walking of the Triceratops, and it was also different from the short forelimbs of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which could only walk on 2 feet. Their hind limbs were thick and the forelimbs were long enough to switch between these 2 walking methods. Su Xing held his breath, and the 2 Tyrannosaurus Rex also stopped and stared at it. The duck-billed dinosaur stood up and walked to a tree. It turned around and rubbed against the tree with its back facing it. Su Xing. This familiar movement was as if he was rubbing against the scales on the black dragon's claws. Was it scratching itself with the tree? It would be fine if they were not discovered. The Tyrannosaurus parents waited for a while before slowly approaching. They had a strong control over their bodies, and their huge feet would only make a slight sound when they stepped on the ground. That sound was covered by the rustling sound of leaves blown by the wind and did not attract any attention. The duck-billed dinosaur rubbed against the tree for a long time and was about to separate from the group moving forward. This was a good opportunity. The Tyrannosaurus father bowed slightly, preparing for the next burst of sprint. The wind suddenly became stronger, the branches danced, and the leaves rustled. The previous breeze hid the footsteps of the Tyrannosaurus rex, but the sudden gust of wind now exposed the figure of the Tyrannosaurus rex. The duck-billed dinosaur turned and ran, while issuing a rapid and deep call to warn the tribe. Such a low-frequency call can be spread further in the dense forest. The Tyrannosaurus couple chased after it. Although they are not good at running, they are unwilling to let go of such prey that is so close to them. The big dragon next to Su Xing jumped out. Su Xing, who was well prepared, bit the big dragon's tail first and was pulled off the ground by the strong pulling force again and was dragged to move. Su Xing, I knew it would be like this. He tried hard to bite the big dragon's tail and not let go, and a vague call came out of his throat. Oh, wool. Mom and Dad asked us to wait behind the bushes before hunting. We should wait here for Mom and Dad to come back. All children know that they should wait where they are after getting separated from their parents. Obviously, the safety education of this Tyrannosaurus cub is not up to standard. Su Xing knew very well that with the speed of the big dragon, once he let go, there would be no way he could catch up with it. He could only hold the dragon's tail tightly. Even if his face was hit by leaves on the ground and scratched by bushes, he would never let go. Suddenly, the dragon stopped. Su Xing bumped into it due to inertia, knocking it off balance, and Su Xing flew forward. Su Xing only had time to scream, and then the world spun around, and he rolled down like a rolling log. He didn't know how long he rolled, and he bumped into bushes and large plant leaves several times. Finally, when he rolled into a stream, Su Xing's body stopped. The stream was shallow, and Su Xing climbed up smoothly. He lay on the ground to relax, then shook his head and slowly climbed up. Except for some soreness in his body, there were no injuries such as broken hands, broken feet, and broken tails. Fortunately, the body of the Tyrannosaurus rex cub was strong enough to withstand the tossing. Su Xing raised his head and looked around. There were hillsides on both sides, and clear streams flowed down from the mountains. There were the same low shrubs and tall trees everywhere, and the dark green palm plants spread out their leaves like cattail leaves, blocking the view. Where did he roll down from? Su Xing called tentatively, but there was no response. There was no dragon, no Tyrannosaurus rex father and mother, and no duck-billed dinosaurs. He was a little panicked, looking up, and kept howling around. He didn't dare to shout too loudly, for fear of attracting predators. The sound of grass leaves being rolled over came, and Su Xing was so frightened that his hair stood up, and he stared nervously at all the grass and bushes around him. Suddenly, a huge impact came from behind, and he was knocked down by a heavy object and rolled several times with that object and fell into the stream again. Su Xing shook off the water on his body, climbed out of the stream, and looked at the thing in the stream behind him that knocked him down. A Tyrannosaurus rex cub covered with grass debris and wet by the stream. Wu? Dalong? Why did you roll down too? Dalong glanced at him, then lowered his head to wash the grass debris off his body in the stream, focusing on cleaning the tail with a circle of bloody teeth marks. The circle of teeth marks seemed to be bitten by him. Su Xing felt guilty for a moment, but when he thought about this guy dragging him all the way and causing him to roll down the hillside, all his guilt disappeared. Oh, wool. It's all your fault for running around, and now you're in trouble. Amid Su Xing's angry cry in a childish voice, Dalong shook off the water on his body, walked ashore, and gently touched Su Xing's cheek with his side face. The slightly warm touch came, and Su Xing's roar was stuck in his throat and couldn't be uttered. After a while, he turned his head away angrily and refused to stick to him. He was very angry, the kind that couldn't be coaxed. But having a companion by your side is better than being alone. Su Xing had to admit that after the big dragon appeared, he felt less fearful and uneasy. Looking at the bushes and branches, he was no longer so worried that a monster would suddenly rush out and eat him. The big dragon was sniffing the ground, as if looking for the way they rolled down. Su Xing recalled his position before being hit by the big dragon and found that position to simulate it. He was hit from the back, so it should be this direction. Su Xing turned his head to look at the other side. There were still a few broken ferns on the hillside, so it was definitely that side. Su Xing called the big dragon and asked it to follow him. Su Xing called the big dragon and climbed up along the traces of rolling down. The hillside was steep and covered with fallen leaves. The thick fallen leaves made the ground extremely smooth and extremely difficult to climb. Every 2 steps Su Xing climbed up, he had to slide down a distance. He could only lean over as much as possible to lower his center of gravity and climb up slowly. His paws stepped on the smooth leaves, and his feet slipped. His body was about to fall down. Su Xing quickly bit the feathery cycad leaves beside him. He fell to the ground, but the tough cycad leaves managed to hold him. He bit the cycad leaves and tried to get up. The wind blew, blowing up the leaves, and the fallen leaves covered Su Xing's face. Su Xing didn't control his strength, and with a snap, the leaves were bitten off by his sharp teeth. Ouch! Su Xing screamed, fell back to the ground, and slid down. Even if he waved the 4 small fingers on his left and right arms hard and tried to grab the ground, he couldn't slow down the speed of sliding. It wasn't until he hit a tree on the hillside that his sliding body stopped. Su Xing leaned against the tree and climbed up dizzy, feeling a little relieved. Fortunately, he knew that if the ground was slippery, he should try to walk in front of the tree, otherwise he would slide to the bottom and climb in vain. Su Xing looked up and saw that the dragon was several trees away from him. He was a little disappointed. Why was he the only one who slipped when they were all Tyrannosaurus cubs? The dragon walked so steadily. Was it because its claws were bigger and stronger than his and could dig into the soil under the leaves? Su Xing was a little worried that the dragon would abandon him and leave. After all, it had found its way back to the hillside, so there was no need to wait for him. But to his surprise, the dragon took the initiative to walk back after it found that he had fallen down. Su Xing felt a little embarrassed. "Oh, woo. You just wait for me in front. I can climb up. It just might take a little longer." The dragon walked in front of him, raised its tail, and brought it to him. "A woo?" Su Xing had a guess in his mind, but he was not sure. The tail in front of him was raised higher, and the tip of the tail touched his mouth. Is that really what he meant? Looking at the bloody tooth marks that had just scabbed on the dragon's tail, Su Xing's eyes felt a little hot. "Woo, your wound hasn't healed yet." Roar? The dragon turned its head with its back to Su Xing, gently shook its tail, and let out a low hum with a hint of urging. The shaking tail aroused Su Xing's hunting instinct, and he bit the tail, but his reason reminded him to avoid the position of the tooth marks. The dragon climbed up, and Su Xing bit its tail and followed behind it. Seeing that the dragon didn't abandon him and was still pulling him with its tail, Su Xing decided to forgive it for snatching his meat and dragging him on the ground. With a tail that could always hold him, Su Xing climbed much more steadily. Even if he slipped for a moment, he could quickly stand firm with the help of the tail. It only took a moment to roll down the hillside, but it would take a lot of time to climb back up. When he finally reached the top, Su Xing collapsed on the ground, not wanting to move. Dalong was also panting, swinging his tail, which had a circle of shallow teeth marks on it, and leaning over to sniff the fallen leaves. The wind was too strong, blowing away the scent left behind, and the way back was not easy to find. On the other side, the Tyrannosaurus couple returned with their prey, but were surprised to find that both cubs were gone. The Tyrannosaurus couple looked around nearby. There was no blood on the ground, so it should not have been preyed by other carnivorous dinosaurs, but more likely they left on their own. The remaining scent of the cubs was blown away by the continuous wind and was almost nowhere to be found. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus couple raised their heads and made a low cry, calling the cubs. Adult Tyrannosaurus rex is the top predator, but their cubs are not. For the 2 Tyrannosaurus cubs whose down feathers have not faded, this forest is too dangerous. The female Tyrannosaurus rex made a low cry, calling her partner. It found a trail on the ground that looked like a drag, extending from the bushes all the way forward. That direction was the direction they left after chasing the duck-billed dinosaur. The wind blew the fallen leaves. Perhaps in a short time, this remaining trace will be erased. The 2 Tyrannosaurus rex looked at each other and followed this only clue to find the past. Su Xing was lying on the ground to rest, and Dalong was still sniffing. Suddenly, Dalong raised his head and listened. There was a familiar roar, but it was too far away to be heard clearly. In addition, there was a rustling sound. The sound was very close, as if it was right above his head, and it was completely different from the rhythm of the wind blowing the leaves. Dalong raised his head sharply and looked at the sky above the intertwined branches. A swift figure broke through the leaves and pounced from the tree, grabbing Su Xing with sharp claws like the claws of a bird of prey. The roaring dragon rushed from the side, opening its mouth full of sharp teeth and biting at the attacker. The attacker flapped his wings, jumped lightly, avoided the attack, and turned back to fight with the dragon. Su Xing got up from the ground and looked up in shock. The attacker was a dinosaur covered with feathers, with large flight feathers arranged on the back edge of its upper arms, like a pair of wings. Su Xing saw that the attacker had scratched the dragon's neck, and his eyes immediately turned red. He rushed forward with a roar and bit the attacker's slender tail. With his tail bitten, the attacker, who was stepping on the Tyrannosaurus Rex cub and attacking with his claws, instantly lost his balance and fell down. The dragon took the opportunity to bite the attacker's left arm. The attacker turned his head in pain and opened his mouth full of fine and sharp teeth to bite the dragon's neck. It attacked very quickly, but the dragon's reaction speed was also very fast. It let go of its mouth in an instant and retreated to avoid it. When the attacker missed, it jumped onto its back and bit it hard. The attacker wanted to dodge, but because the tail that was used to balance the body was bitten by Su Xing, it lost its flexibility and could not avoid the dragon's bite. It let out a scream full of pain and turned its head to bite the little Tyrannosaurus off its back, but it was avoided. The attacker changed his strategy and decided to deal with the little cub hanging on its tail first. It swung its tail up and down violently, slapping the ground hard, trying to throw the little cub hanging on its tail away. Even though Su Xing was dizzy from being hit, he still held on. He was a dragon who had the experience of being dragged by a big dragon all the way. As long as he wanted to bite the tail, he would not let it go. The attacker suddenly swung his tail forward and threw Su Xing, who was biting his tail, in front of him. It raised its sickle-like claws and stomped down. Su Xing's eyes widened, and he wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Crackling lightning flashed across the sky, thunder and lightning. Strong winds rose, and bean-sized raindrops fell. The sudden thunder frightened the attacker's body and stiffened for a moment. At the same time, the dragon swooped down and bit the attacker's leg, causing its claws that were grabbing Su Xing to deviate from the direction and fall to the ground. "Oh, whoa, get out of the way." Su Xing reminded the dragon to dodge. When the dragon was behind the attacker, it was difficult for the attacker to attack it, but it jumped down to save him, and the attacker's pair of claws would probably pierce its throat. The attacker raised his sharp claws. Su Xing let go of the tail in his mouth and opened his mouth to pounce on the one. The rain poured down. The moment Su Xing let go, the attacker suddenly shook off the dragon biting one of his legs, dragged his tail that was bitten and bent, and ran away. Su Xing missed and fell to the ground, soaked by the sudden rainstorm. He stared at the rain and looked up in the direction where the attacker left. After making sure that it had left, he was relieved and turned to look at the dragon. The dragon had just climbed up from the ground. There was a bloody hole on its left shoulder, and the blood mixed with the rain flowed to the ground, looking extremely scary. Su Xing stretched his head forward, trying to stop the bleeding, but didn't know how to do it. The dragon touched Su Xing's jaw lightly and rubbed his face with blood. Su Xing realized that his mouth was full of blood. Most of this blood was from the attacker. Su Xing rubbed the dragon back to comfort it, telling it not to worry. Su Xing licked his teeth, trying to lick the blood off. Then he found that he was missing a tooth. They looked at the ground, but couldn't find it either. It was probably embedded in the attacker's tail. The heavy rain soaked them all, and the fur stuck to their bodies and dripped water. Dalong looked around and called Su Xing to follow it. The rain was too heavy, and they needed to find a place to shelter. Su Xing followed behind it and walked forward in the rain. Soon, they found a cave. The entrance was not big, but the inside was very deep and dark, and no one knew where it led. Dalong shook off the water on his body, climbed onto the stone in the cave first, and lay down to lick his wound. Su Xing walked behind and brought in a handful of leaves he had bitten on the road. He endured the bitterness, chewed the leaves into pieces, and applied them to the wound on Dalong's shoulder. The appearance and taste of this leaf were very similar to a kind of leaf he accidentally ate when he was a herbivorous bird in his previous life. The sap of that tree was dark red and sticky, like blood, and Su Xing called it the blood tree. The leaves of the blood tree have a strong hemostatic effect. On the way to the cave, Su Xing saw several trees that looked like blood trees. He scratched the bark with his claws and saw that it would also ooze out deep red juice, so he bit off a handful of leaves. Su Xing didn't know if the leaves of the blood tree in this world had a hemostatic effect, but the wound on the dragon's shoulder was too terrible, and it was bleeding all the way, so he had to take the risk and try. The dragon saw Su Xing paste a pool of chewed leaves on its wound, and it tilted its head to sniff and accepted the bitter stuff. Su Xing also lay down on the stone and snuggled with the dragon to keep each other warm. The rain fell all night and didn't stop until the next day. The bright sunlight shone into the cave, and Su Xing squinted and walked out. The rainstorm washed the forest, and even the air became cool and refreshing. The leaves dripped water drops, falling on the low grass leaves, playing a natural concerto. But Su Xing was not in the mood to appreciate it. The rainstorm cleared the smell and all traces, making it more difficult for them to find the way back. Even if they could find the way back, after so long, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's parents had already left. The only good news was that the leaves of the blood tree were useful, and Dalong's bleeding stopped. Dalong walked in front, and Su Xing followed behind. He didn't know where they were going. He hadn't eaten for a day, and every cell in his body was crying out for hunger, and he had no energy to think. Su Xing took a bite of the red berries on the roadside, and the sweet taste brought him back to life. Awu Su Xing called Dalong to let it come and eat together. Seeing him eat, Dalong also ate a berry half-heartedly, and then looked at him strangely. It seemed that in its eyes, he had lost his mind due to hunger. Dalong made a low cry, as if telling him to follow, and it would take him to find food for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The rainstorm wiped out the previous smells and traces, and the new smells that appeared after the rain were particularly obvious. Dalong sniffed the smells brought by the wind and took Su Xing through the wet forest. Gradually, Su Xing heard low calls and the sound of grass leaves being torn and eaten. It was a triceratops. Listen to the movement. It was a large group of triceratops. The sound was getting closer and closer, and the group of triceratops was walking in their direction. Dalong skillfully got into the bushes on the side of the road to hide his body. Su Xing also hid. Hiding in the bushes full of water droplets was not a good feeling, but there was no time to be picky now. Su Xing looked through the gaps between the leaves. A group of triceratops came from the other side of the forest. There were so many of them that it seemed like an endless stream. Su Xing counted them and found that there were nearly 50 triceratops here. It was bigger than any triceratops group they had encountered before, as if several triceratops groups had gathered together. Where were they going? The Triceratops group approached. Their short and thick limbs stepped on the ground, and their heavy breathing was clearly audible. Su Xing held his breath and waited for them to pass by. As two Tyrannosaurus cubs whose down feathers had not yet fallen off, they had no idea about such a huge Triceratops group. Probably not. Su Xing looked at the big dragon beside him uncertainly. The big dragon was staring at the Triceratops outside with full concentration, his body slightly arched and his tail slightly raised behind him, ready to rush out and bite at any time. No way. We only have 2 cubs, and there are more than 40 adult Triceratops with cubs on the opposite side. If we rush up, we will be trampled to death by the adult Triceratops, right? Su Xing raised his head slightly, gently touched the side of the big dragon's face, and advised it to calm down. The big dragon still stared at the front and instinctively rubbed him back as if to comfort him, telling him not to worry and that there would be food soon. Su Xing, this? Don't think too much. It's safer to eat berries than the long horns and big feet of the Triceratops. At least you won't die. Heavy breathing came from the front, and an adult Triceratops stopped in front of the bushes where they were hiding. Su Xing froze, not daring to move. The big dragon opened its mouth slightly, revealing its sharp teeth like blades. An adult Triceratops is not a prey it can deal with, but if the Triceratops finds them, it will take the first step. The Triceratops' head came over, opened its mouth, and bit the cycad leaves in front of the bushes. The parrot-like mouth easily cut the long leaves and ate them. The Triceratops chewed the leaves, turned its head, and walked past the bushes. Su Xing let out a long sigh, slightly moved his stiff neck, and looked in the direction where the Triceratops had left. That was the direction they had come from. If they walked a little further, they would reach the cave where they had taken shelter from the rain before. Were they going to that cave? Or were they just going in the same direction? The cave was deep and dark. Su Xing and his friends only stayed at the entrance for one night and didn't go in to take a look. Triceratops walked past the bushes one by one. Occasionally, a few would stop to nibble on a cycad leaf, and some would bite the bushes directly. Fortunately, the bushes were quite large, and the two Tyrannosaurus cubs, less than 1 year old, were small in size, so they were able to escape danger every time without being exposed. A Triceratops cub walked slowly over and lowered its head to nibble on the bushes. Su Xing was already used to these Triceratops eating while walking, and he held his breath skillfully, quietly waiting for the little Triceratops to pass by. The little Triceratops in front of him didn't seem to be in good condition. It was slightly shaky when walking, and it was also very slow in eating. Several black flies like mosquitoes flew around the little Triceratops and landed on its back. The little Triceratops shook its head, trying to drive them away, but it was no use. Su Xing found that there were several obvious bite marks and light scratch marks on the back of this Triceratops cub. Both the bite marks and the scratch marks were small. These marks were left by either a small carnivorous dinosaur or an immature dinosaur. It should have been several days since it was injured. The claw marks have almost healed, but the more serious bite marks have shown signs of worsening. Perhaps it was because of the bacteria on the teeth of the predator, or perhaps it was exposed to something. Its wound was infected. Dinosaurs don't have antibiotics. Once infected, adult dinosaurs may not be able to bear it and die, let alone cubs. Poor little Triceratops, its life has entered the countdown. Su Xing felt sorry, but remembered the injury on the big dragon's shoulder and couldn't help feeling lucky. Fortunately, the rainstorm yesterday indirectly cleaned the wound of the big dragon, and the blood tree leaves also played a role. The wound on the big dragon's shoulder has scabbed over, and there is no sign of infection. The little Triceratops is still chewing grass slowly. Su Xing can only watch it chew. The more he looks at it, the more familiar this little Triceratops looks, especially the location of its injury. When the Tyrannosaurus Rex's parents took them to the river to hunt, the big dragon pounced on a little Triceratops. The little Triceratops was finally taken away by the female Triceratops and returned to the tribe. It couldn't be. When Su Xing was shocked by the conjecture in his mind, a figure suddenly pounced out from beside him and bit the little Triceratops' neck. Su Xing? This is in the Triceratops group, hunting their cubs in front of so many adult Triceratops? The Triceratops didn't even need to deploy the horn formation that was used to deal with the Tyrannosaurus father. It could just step on them and crush them into a pulp. Su Xing was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. The Triceratops outside were also frightened by the little Tyrannosaurus that suddenly appeared, and they subconsciously scattered and fled. But soon, their escape speed slowed down and gradually stopped. They found that the attacker was only a Tyrannosaurus cub, and there was no adult Tyrannosaurus Rex, their natural enemy. A Tyrannosaurus cub pounced on the little Triceratops and bit its neck. The little Triceratops was brought to the ground and kept wailing and struggling. An adult Triceratops tried to get closer and tried to drive away the Tyrannosaurus cub, but they didn't dare to rush forward rashly, because a little Tyrannosaurus Rex like this, whose down feathers had not yet faded, had always been with the adult Tyrannosaurus Rex. The situation in front of them looked like an adult Tyrannosaurus Rex was hunting with its cubs, and when they were ambushing, the impatient cubs rushed out first. They were worried that there was an adult Tyrannosaurus lurking in the dense woods behind the Tyrannosaurus cub, waiting for them to relax their vigilance. Su Xing was keenly aware of their hesitation, and after a little thought, he understood their concerns. They were worried that there was an adult Tyrannosaurus ambushing, but Su Xing knew that there was nothing behind them. If the Triceratops came closer and lifted the bushes, they would find that there was only a smaller cub behind the Tyrannosaurus cub that attacked them. The Triceratops were gradually approaching this side. If they dragged on, they would sooner or later find out the truth. Looking at the appearance of the big dragon, it was impossible for him to give up the prey that was in his mouth and run with him. He had to do something, since the Triceratops was worried that there was an adult Tyrannosaurus behind the big dragon. Then, Su Xing took a deep breath, lowered his voice, and imitated the deep and rich cry of the Tyrannosaurus father. Roar, roar, woo, woo. Su Xing relied on his short stature to walk through the bushes, biting some branches and shaking them, while constantly imitating the heavy breathing of the Tyrannosaurus father, faking the scene of an adult Tyrannosaurus approaching. The Triceratops probably didn't expect that they would encounter an opponent who imitated an adult Tyrannosaurus to deceive them in this life. Even if a Triceratops found that this was different from the previous habit of the Tyrannosaurus to appear quietly, and the cry was slightly weird, they chose to evacuate in the face of possible danger. The Triceratops fled away. The Triceratops had wide feet and almost no sound when walking, but when they ran, the ground was shaking and a lot of leaves were shaken off. Su Xing listened to the footsteps of the Triceratops group going away and just breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly heard the angry roar of an adult Triceratops right in front of the bushes. One Triceratops did not leave. It rushed to the wailing little Triceratops and stabbed the big dragon with its long horns. The big dragon let go of the dying little Triceratops and dodged nimbly. The Triceratops drove it away angrily and ran headfirst into the bushes. Face to face with the terrified Su Xing, there was no adult Tyrannosaurus at all, only a small, fluffy cub that it could crush to death with one foot. The Triceratops raised its two front feet angrily and stomped down together. "Oh, whoa!" Su Xing screamed and turned to run. The Triceratops' legs brushed past Su Xing's tail and stomped heavily on the ground, making a heavy sound. Su Xing was so scared that his legs softened and he fell to the ground. The Triceratops raised its legs and stomped on him again. The big dragon pounced on the Triceratops' back and bit its neck, but its small teeth and mouth could only bite through the skin of an adult Triceratops at most, and could not pose a fatal threat to it at all. The Triceratops swung its body violently, throwing the Tyrannosaurus cub off its back, and stepped on Su Xing on the ground with its legs raised high. The huge head suddenly rushed out from the side, and the big mouth with more than 50 huge and sharp teeth accurately bit the Triceratops' neck, and the strong impact knocked the Triceratops down. Another huge figure followed closely behind, biting the right front foot of the Triceratops with the strong jaws, and the sound of bones breaking came. The screams of the Triceratops resounded through the jungle. Su Xing stared blankly. The Triceratops that could crush him to death with one foot, and the sturdy Triceratops that even the dragon could only barely bite through the skin, encountered their true natural enemy, and in an instant became meat on the chopping board, bitten by two big mouths like meat grinders, bleeding, and the neck and leg bones were broken and lost their lives. This is the largest pure carnivore on land, the only top predator, the Tyrannosaurus rex, an adult Tyrannosaurus rex. The Tyrannosaurus rex that bit off the neck of the Triceratops came to Su Xing, lowered its head, and gently arched Su Xing's body. "A woo woo, woo, mother." Su Xing climbed up and pressed against the huge head of the Tyrannosaurus mother. The mother Tyrannosaurus rex found Su Xing's missing teeth and gently rubbed him with heartache, and let out a gentle roar from her throat to comfort him. It seemed that she was saying, "Don't worry, the missing teeth will grow back soon." Su Xing also responded with sweet calls and pressed against her mother's jaw to act like a spoiled child. Only after leaving her parents did she realize how happy it was to have her parents raising her little dinosaur. The father Tyrannosaurus rex also came over, as well as the big dragon. Su Xing pressed against them one by one. "We are a family of dragons, and we will never be separated again." The mother Tyrannosaurus rex saw the strange broken leaves on the big dragon's shoulders, and she wanted to rub them off. The big dragon quietly avoided it. She ran to the little Triceratops that had fallen to the ground, called Su Xing, and invited him to eat the little Triceratops it had captured. Su Xing had been fighting for food with the big dragon since he hatched, and this was the first time he was shared food with it, and it felt very novel. He walked over and looked at the whole little triceratops. He was stunned for a moment, not knowing how to eat it. In the past, his parents would bite off a piece of meat and put it in front of him for him to eat. He had never bitten a piece of meat from a complete triceratops. The little triceratops was so cute that he couldn't eat it at all. Seeing that he didn't move, Dalong was a little confused. Then, remembering how he ate in the past, he imitated his parents, tore off a piece of meat, put it in front of Su Xing, and looked at him expectantly. Su Xing had been hungry for a whole day, and he was already hungry. When he saw the meat in a familiar shape, he couldn't help but bite it. The long-lost delicacy fell into his stomach, and Su Xing was so satisfied that he almost cried. Sure enough, the triceratops was the most delicious. Berries and the like were incomparable to the triceratops meat, especially the little triceratops, with thin skin and tender meat. It was so delicious that I couldn't stop eating it. Oh woo, the little triceratops is so cute. I must eat it all. Perhaps because of the time they hunted the little triceratops, the parents of the Tyrannosaurus rex felt that they had some hunting ability and began to look for small prey for them to practice. They were called small prey, but they were only small compared to their main food, the triceratops. In reality, they were much larger than the two Tyrannosaurus cubs that were less than 1 year old. The parents of the Tyrannosaurus rex stayed in the forest, with no intention of attacking. Su Xing and the big dragon relied on the cover of grass and trees to get close to the dinosaurs that built nests on the river beach. This was a dinosaur covered with feathers, with flight feathers on the back of its upper arms and extremely long legs. It was somewhat similar to the dinosaur that attacked them last time and left a bloody hole on the shoulder of the big dragon. But they did not have the extremely aggressive huge claws of that dinosaur, and their heads were smaller. Just looking at the appearance, they were more similar to ostriches. According to the naming method of dinosaurs, it might be called Ornithomimus or Ornithomimus. This less aggressive prey was indeed very suitable for the cubs to practice. But are they really not too big? Su Xing estimated and found that one Ornithomimus was 4 or 5 of his size. Did the little triceratops that the Tyrannosaurus killed give the Tyrannosaurus parents some illusion that they could hunt prey of this size? But it was just a little triceratops in a very bad state, and it was the big dragon that did the hard work. He just shook the branches and called a few times behind. Su Xing had no confidence in catching the Ornithomimus, but this might be related to today's dinner. Su Xing, who didn't want to go hungry, could only follow the big dragon. He did what the big dragon did. He walked lightly, bent forward, and approached little by hiding under the grass and trees. But when he reached the open river beach, there was no grass and trees to hide his body. How could he get close at this time? At the moment when he was about to lose the cover, the figure in front suddenly jumped out and rushed towards the Ornithomimus like a gust of wind. Su Xing? The sudden appearance of the Tyrannosaurus rex cub would alarm the entire Ornithomimus herd, causing them to be alert or flee from the riverbank. There was no time for him to hesitate, so Su Xing moved his legs and rushed out. The big dragon was very fast, and it rushed into the nesting Ornithomimus herd in an instant, biting the target's neck. The Ornithomimus was startled, flapped its forearms with flight feathers, moved its long legs and spread out quickly, screaming and running away. Behind them were the Tyrannosaurus rex cubs that had rushed out of the woods, and in front of them was a large river connected to the ocean, so they could only flee to the left and right banks. Adult Tyrannosaurus rex is not good at running because of its huge size. Juvenile Tyrannosaurus rex is different. They are agile and are good at running or jumping. For dinner, Su Xing almost ran out of fire. He was as fast as the wind, catching up with the last Ornithomimus, stepped on his toes, jumped high, jumped onto its back, and bit its neck. Success! Su Xing opened his eyes wide in surprise. Ornithomimus is indeed a very suitable prey for the Tyrannosaurus cub. It runs very fast, but the Tyrannosaurus cub is also good at running. It is too big for a cub, but its neck is slender. It is not as tough and thick as the Triceratops, which can't be broken by biting for a long time. As long as you can catch up with it and bite its neck, you can basically declare the hunt a success. Then, Su Xing felt something beating in his mouth, which was the rapid beating of the ornithomimus's neck pulse. He was startled and subconsciously let go. The ornithomimus ran at high speed and threw him off its back. Seeing the ornithomimus running away, Su Xing's hunting instinct was aroused and he chased after it again. Perhaps the ornithomimus did not expect that he could survive after being bitten by the neck by a predator, so he ran away in a panic, recklessly. Su Xing actually caught up with him. Su Xing once again jumped on the back of the ornithomimus, bit its neck, and felt its rapidly beating pulse again. He should bite it down and end its life. But it was not as simple as Su Xing thought. This was a living, warm, breathing, running, and beating life. He ate meat. He ate the meat fed by the Tyrannosaurus Rex's parents and the meat shared by the Tyrannosaurus Rex. He would attack with his mouth and teeth. When the attacker attacked the Tyrannosaurus Rex with his sharp claws, he jumped on it and bit the attacker's tail tightly, biting off its tailbone. But he had never ended a life with his own mouth. He had never even killed a chicken. But now he had to bite a dinosaur like an ostrich to death with his own mouth. Not even with a knife, but with his mouth and teeth. This was a huge challenge for him both physically and mentally. He needed to complete this challenge. Su Xing bit down and then released his mouth, then bit down again. No, this is too difficult. Su Xing couldn't bite it at all. The bird-like dragon ran around on the riverbank in a panic and was about to fall into the river. The big dragon, which had already solved its prey, rushed up. But before it arrived, the bird-like dragon suddenly fell to the ground, twitching twice, and stopped moving. Su Xing jumped off it in fear and stood far away, looking at the bird-like dragon with a horrified face. There were 2 shallow bite marks on the neck of the bird-like dragon, which was not fatal. It was frightened to death. Su Xing was also very scared. The big dragon ran over and walked around the bird-like dragon on the ground. Although it didn't know how the bird-like dragon died, it was already dead. It came to Su Xing, gently touched Su Xing's cheek, and made a cheerful sound in its throat. It was as if it was saying to him, "You did a great job." Su Xing could only laugh dryly. No, it couldn't laugh at all. It was too scary. The big dragon noticed Su Xing's low mood, and it didn't understand why Su Xing was not happy after catching the prey. Is it because this bird-like dragon is not big enough? It invited Su Xing to eat the bird-like dragon it caught. Su Xing followed it. He didn't want to face this bird-like dragon that he scared to death for the time being. When passing by the nests dug by the bird-like dragons on the river beach, Su Xing took a few more glances. Most of the nests were semi-finished products, with only scattered branches and leaves. There were a few nests that were well-built, with 1 or 2 eggs inside. Eggs? He can still eat eggs. Compared to biting a live dinosaur to death, it is much easier to eat these eggs that are only a few days old. Su Xing ran back and forth between the nests, collecting the eggs and piling them together. There were 8 eggs in total, a great harvest. Unfortunately, there was no fire, so he couldn't roast the eggs, so he could only eat them raw. It was very fragrant, with a sweet and a little salty taste. Su Xing looked up and shared with the big dragon. Eggs are much easier to accept than berries. But the big dragon still didn't understand why he would eat this kind of thing when there was meat to eat. It rejected Su Xing's sharing and tore off a piece of ornithomimus meat and put it in front of Su Xing. Su Xing didn't really want to eat meat now. But this was given by the big dragon, and it was not a complete ornithomimus, so it didn't seem so difficult to accept. He ate it. It tasted like chicken and was particularly delicious. Just as he finished eating and was about to drink the egg liquid, the big dragon tore off another piece of meat and put it directly on the egg he was holding, urging him to eat. Another piece, that's fine. Then the big dragon brought the 3rd and 4th pieces. As long as it found that Su Xing was about to drink the egg liquid, it would bring new meat. Oh well, I really can't eat anymore. In the woods by the riverbank, the Tyrannosaurus Rex parents who watched the whole hunting process looked at the 2 cubs. They had nothing to worry about the big dragon's hunting ability. It was a natural predator, fierce and sharp, and it could win with 1 strike, which was better than many Tyrannosaurus cubs who were several years older. But the little dragon, God knows, when they saw the little dragon lying on the back of the ornithomimus, being led by the ornithomimus, and failing to bite off its neck for a long time. Their inner thoughts were so complicated. The first Tyrannosaurus Rex cub, who didn't dare to bite off the neck of its prey, was enough to go down in history. The father Tyrannosaurus gently touched his partner's face to comfort his future partner who was worried about the cub. The tactile sense of the face of Tyrannosaurus Rex is extremely sensitive, which makes them like to use sticking to communicate their feelings. The cubs are still young and far from the time they need to be independent. With them guarding by their side, there is still a lot of time and opportunities for the little dragons to grow. If one practice is not enough, then practice twice, 3 times, 10 times, 100 times. One day, the little dragon will become a qualified predator. The mother Tyrannosaurus Rex thought it over with the comfort of her partner. The cubs are still young, so we really can't rush. Moreover, the little dragon also hunted a bird like dragon. Although the process was a bit tortuous, being able to hunt prey is a success, and he even got a lot of eggs. You know, their initial idea was that the little dragon and the big dragon would hunt a bird like dragon together. Now this is a pleasant surprise. In the following days, the parents of the Tyrannosaurus Rex arranged more hunting exercises for the 2 cubs. Sushing also knew that as a carnivorous dinosaur, he had to overcome psychological barriers. If he didn't dare to bite his prey to death, he would really starve to death. He couldn't expect the Triceratops to be scared to death by him, or to crash into a tree and die in a panic, right? It's not enough to just sit and wait for a rabbit, let alone a dragon. Sushing took training seriously. At the beginning, it was Sushing and the prey that scared each other. Some prey were scared to death. Some prey took the opportunity to break free from him and ran away. And some prey were bitten to death by accident because he was too nervous and afraid to hold back his strength. Such hunting made both predators and prey extremely painful. In order to shorten the pain of both parties, Sushing hardened his heart, gave up thinking, and pounced directly, leaving everything to the hunting instinct, and bit the prey to death before he could react. Finally, it succeeded. Sushing stood in front of the fallen prey. Although his teeth were trembling, he had successfully taken the first step. "Do you want to eat it?" Sushing asked himself. He could bite the prey to death. There should be nothing he couldn't do to eat the whole prey, right? But it was still difficult. After finishing his own prey, Dalong ran over. Seeing that his silly brother was staring at the prey again, he skillfully tore the best meat from the prey and fed it to his brother. Sushing ate it in one gulp. "Woohoo, it tastes so good. Brother Dalong is so good. I will overcome the psychological barrier of eating prey next time. I will definitely do it next time." The fur on Sushing and Dalong's bodies gradually faded. They had survived the most difficult and most fatal period for Tyrannosaurus Rex. Dalong's body became larger, his legs and tail became stronger and thicker, and even his head became more ferocious and huge. It should be called an immature Tyrannosaurus Rex, not a baby Tyrannosaurus Rex. Sushing has grown up a lot, if there is no reference to Dalong. When he stands next to Dalong, he is half as short as Dalong. It is not obvious when the body size is small, but when the body size grows, the difference is particularly noticeable. You know, although Tyrannosaurus Rex walks on 2 legs, it does not walk upright. Their spines do not stand up, but extend forward, almost parallel to the ground. In this state, if the height is half shorter, the tonnage will be several times different. Every time Sushing walks next to Dalong, he will doubt whether they are from the same batch of eggs. Maybe his memory is confused, and Dalong is actually several years older than him. It must be like this. Otherwise, there is no way to explain the size difference. Or maybe Dalong secretly ate a lot of food. This is very possible. The big dragon has a huge appetite, and its stomach is like a bottomless pit. It has eaten more than him since it was a child. No matter how hard he tries to grab food, he can't eat more than it. But there is one part where Sushing is longer than the big dragon. His arms are longer than the big dragon. The forelimbs of the big dragon are short and mini like its parents, the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although Sushing's arms are also short, they are the most well-proportioned in the family. It's like a tall person in a family of short people. Although in terms of height, he is the short one. Sushing thought that he might be able to beat the big dragon in arm wrestling. He excitedly went to challenge the big dragon, but was killed by the big dragon, who used his upper limb muscles to connect his chest and back to work together. He was angry, and it must be because he didn't grab the food, which led to his body size being suppressed. Oh, wool. Su Xing bit the big dragon's tail fiercely, forcing it to hand over the food. The big dragon looked back blankly. Didn't the little brother eat enough? Why did he want to eat again? Then feed him again. He tore off the last piece of meat from the neck of the Triceratops and fed it to Su Xing. Su Xing ate it with a roar and was almost choked to death. But he still had to work hard to eat, and eating more would make him grow faster. Seeing that the big dragon's Triceratops no longer had the neck meat he liked, he ran to bite the tails of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's parents and got some meat to feed again. The mother Tyrannosaurus Rex rubbed Su Xing's head lovingly. Poor little dragon. The egg was smaller than the dinosaur eggs in the same nest, and it was still small and weak after hatching. After so long, it still hasn't grown much, and is still like a cub, which really worries the dragon. The wind blowing in the face brought the salty and wet sea water. Su Xing knew that they were about to reach the beach. He liked the beach, because it represented stable food. There were always many herbivorous dinosaurs that came to the beach and ate the plants watered by the waves. This is to replenish salt. Carnivores can replenish salt through the flesh and blood of their prey, and do not need to take in extra salt. Herbivores cannot get enough salt from plants, so they need to replenish salt. The leaves of plants on the coast that have been watered by the waves are a good source of salt. The sound of the surging waves approached, and through a layer of grass and trees, Su Xing saw the vast sea and several strange animals with huge heads on the beach. Those big guys have long and thin necks and huge heads, a bit like giraffes. But their heads are much larger than giraffes, and even the bodies below are particularly small against the big heads. In front of them, adult Tyrannosaurus Rex with the same big head can be said to have a coordinated body proportion. They are looking for food on the beach with their heads down, and from time to time they open their long and thin mouths to pick up the small food they find and eat it. Perhaps Su Xing's gaze was too direct. One of the big guys turned his head and looked in the direction of the woods. Then, it supported itself on all fours, suddenly jumped up, flapped its huge wings, and flew up. Fly, fly? Su Xing was stunned. This strange thing actually has wings? As the big guys jumped and took off, Su Xing discovered that there was a wide membrane between their front and back limbs, like the wing membrane of a bat. They were on the ground? When they flew up, Su Xing didn't recognize them. But when they flew in the sky, Su Xing recognized their identities at a glance. Pterosaurs. Huge Catsinus pterosaurs. When the largest and most ferocious predator on land, Tyrannosaurus Rex, arrived, Catsinus pterosaurs took the initiative to leave the beach and fly away. The Tyrannosaurus parents in the forest raised their heads, looked at the Catsinus pterosaurs flying away in the sky, and quickly retracted their sight. These pterosaurs that don't have much meat and can't fly are not their favorite food. Their target is the duck-billed dinosaurs eating leaves on the beach and the edge of the woods. The Tyrannosaurus parents rushed towards the duck-billed dinosaurs. Su Xing originally followed the Tyrannosaurus parents to charge together, but halfway through the run, he found that he didn't see the big dragon. Looking back, he saw it walking alone to the other side of the beach. Awoo? There are no dinosaurs over there. What is it doing there? Su Xing looked at the parents who subdued the duck-billed dinosaurs without his help, and then looked at the big dragon that was alone, and moved his long legs to chase after it. The dragon walked slowly, and Su Xing soon caught up with it. He lowered his head, crawled under its belly, and came to its front. Awoo? Don't you want to eat the duck-billed dinosaur? Su Xing raised his head and asked. But there was no Triceratops, their staple food, nearby. What should we do? The dragon lowered his head and gently rubbed Su Xing's head, without saying a word, and continued to move forward. In order to better hunt, the Tyrannosaurus Rex will remain silent most of the time. Even if it needs to communicate or express emotions, it will express it more by touching the face. On the contrary, it is rare to see a cub like Su Xing who will awoo when eating delicious food, awoo when falling on the road, and awoo when just walking. The whole family is silent, and only he is a chatterbox. Su Xing said he is used to it. Su Xing followed the dragon and suddenly found that he stepped on something. He lowered his head and saw a small round turtle that had just emerged from the sand. The little turtle struggled to move its limbs and crawled towards the sea. After it, many other little turtles came out of the sand and crawled towards the sea in groups. Su Xing was shocked by the scene in front of him. This position was where the Quetzalcoatlus had stood before, and there were still their footprints on the beach. Perhaps the Quetzalcoatlus had been eating these little turtles before. Now that the Quetzalcoatlus is gone, the little turtles are safe. They can go to the sea safely. Su Xing watched this tribute to life. Suddenly, he saw a little turtle flying up. No, it was picked up by the dragon. The sound of chewing came from the top of his head. This is very embarrassing. Oh, Wool, how could you do this? Do you know that people who behave like you are all villains in the story? The dragon looked down at him in confusion. Why is my brother crying again? Does he want to be eaten too? That must be the case. My brother has been very interested in the food he eats since he was a child. Dalong picked up a small turtle and put it to Su Xing's mouth. Su Xing, oh, Wool, who wants to eat this? Oh, Wool. Dalong took advantage of Su Xing's mouth opening and stuffed the small turtle into his mouth. When Su Xing's upper and lower jaws closed, he just bit the shell of the small turtle. It seems to taste good. Soft, tender, chewy, delicious, and slightly sweet. Su Xing ate the small turtle with tears in his eyes and said he wanted another one. Woohoo, let the villain be the villain. As a top predator, Tyrannosaurus Rex is destined to be the villain in every story. The world is cruel. Quetzalcoatlus and Teacher Feng asked for leave halfway through the class for the little turtles. Teacher Tyrannosaurus Rex successfully took over and continued to provide preschool education for the little turtles. Su Xing followed Dalong across the beach and taught the little turtles a lesson that would benefit them for the rest of their lives. Dalong finally found its target this time, a giant sea turtle crawling from the woods to the sea. Su Xing had never seen such a big sea turtle. It was about the same length as Dalong, but it was wider and had a huge shell. In terms of weight, it even exceeded Dalong. Dalong bit the giant sea turtle's hind legs and dragged it back to prevent the giant turtle from crawling to the sea. But the giant sea turtle was too heavy to drag, and at most it could only hinder the giant turtle for a while. As long as it let go, the giant turtle would continue to crawl to the sea. If you want to completely solve the problem of prey escaping, the best way is to bite it to death. The body structure of the sea turtle makes it impossible to retract its head and limbs into the shell, and its neck is exposed. But its neck is extremely thick, and it is not easy for an underage Tyrannosaurus Rex to bite it to death. Su Xing wanted to persuade Dalong to change his prey, or they should go back to eating small sea turtles. Dalong never listens to advice when hunting. It let go of the giant turtle's hind legs, came to the front of the giant turtle, and bit its neck fiercely. One bite was of course not enough. The dragon avoided the giant turtle's head-turning attack and continued to bite in another direction. The picture was too beautiful to watch. Su Xing decided to educate the little turtle. When he came back after educating the little turtle, the giant turtle had lost its head, and the dragon was feasting on it. As a turtle, the giant turtle's shell is tough but not hard. Such a shell allows it to swim better in the seawater without being crushed. It also allows the underage Tyrannosaurus Rex to easily bite open its shell and get the rich turtle meat inside. As soon as Su Xing approached, the dragon found him. He took the initiative to bite off a piece of turtle meat and put it in front of him. The meat of the giant turtle is not as tender as the little turtle, but a big bite makes the dragon more satisfied. After rubbing a piece of turtle meat from the dragon, Su Xing missed the taste of the duck-billed dinosaur again, so he ran to the other side of the beach. After taking a bite of the mother Tyrannosaurus tail, he was fed with tender hadrosaur meat. Since Dalong could hunt large prey independently, he rarely ate with his parents. Every time, they caught their own prey and ate their own. Su Xing had to run back and forth to get a free meal. Just as Su Xing finished eating the meat in his mouth, the mother Tyrannosaurus brought new meat to his mouth. Su Xing, who was already a little full, could not refuse his mother's feeding and opened his mouth to eat it. Then new meat came to his mouth again. Oh, Wool, I can't eat anymore. I really can't eat anymore. But he was still stuffed with meat. There is a kind of hunger called mother thinks you are hungry. Night fell. Su Xing's family stayed on the coast. Su Xing lay between the mother and father Tyrannosaurus. Dalong lay farther away. Since it grew bigger, it no longer slept close to its parents. It must be the age to sleep in separate beds. Su Xing, who was born only a few days later than Dalong, had no such awareness at all and habitually stuck close to his parents. The Tyrannosaurus parents never refused his approach. At this time, Su Xing was resting his head on the belly of the Tyrannosaurus mother, his tail on the back of the Tyrannosaurus father, and looking up at the stars in the sky. The starry sky here is similar to the starry sky on the Earth in his memory, but it is also different. The stars are bright, magnificent, and gorgeous. Perhaps it was because the night sky was too beautiful today. The Tyrannosaurus father, who always fell to the ground and fell asleep, also opened his eyes and watched the stars with Su Xing. Su Xing explained it in a low voice. This is the North Star. This is Sirius. This is Su Xing. The Tyrannosaurus mother looked at Su Xing gently, rubbing his little head from time to time. Dalong, who was a little further away, closed his eyes and fell asleep listening to the sound of waves hitting the rocks and Su Xing's childish cry. The atmosphere on the coast was warm and peaceful. Su Xing wanted to look for the shooting star in the sky where he made a wish. Of course, it was impossible to find it. He could only whisper in his heart, "Thank you, stars, for letting me meet such a good family." Tyrannosaurus Rex's father and mother, Dalong, and Black Dragon's mother, and the big birds. They made him feel the companionship and love of his family, and made him feel loved and understand love. The red sun rose from the sea level. The warm sunlight sprinkled on Su Xing's closed eyes. Su Xing slowly opened his eyes and found that the surroundings were a little empty. He looked around sleepily. Dalong was lying beside him, but the Tyrannosaurus Rex's parents were nowhere to be seen. Strange. When did Dalong fall asleep? Where are his parents? Did they go hunting so early? Su Xing got up from the ground, shook his tail, and stretched his body. The familiar smell drifted into his nose, and Su Xing turned his head excitedly. A small triceratops was lying in the woods not far away, with fresh blood flowing from its neck. It looked like it had just died not long ago. Triceratops. And it was his favorite little triceratops. Who brought it back? Dalong? Su Xing turned to look at the big dragon next to him. Dalong had woken up and was yawning with his head tilted back. The gaps between its teeth were clean, and there was no smell of blood and flesh. It wasn't it. That was what the Tyrannosaurus Rex's parents brought back. They were not here because the adult Triceratops were difficult to carry, so they only brought the little Triceratops back and went back to the hunting spot to eat the adult Triceratops, right? I didn't expect that he was so big and could still eat the breakfast prepared by his parents as soon as he woke up. Awu Su Xing trotted to the little Triceratops and called Dalong to come and eat together. Dalong came over and skillfully tore off Su Xing's favorite Triceratops neck meat and put it in front of him. Su Xing ate happily. Dalong stayed by Su Xing's side, tearing off pieces of meat for him until he was full, and then started eating. Su Xing always felt that Dalong was a little strange today. Although it would tear meat to feed him in the past, it would tear meat for him while eating. Why is it taking care of him so much today? It's a bit too much. And Mom and Dad haven't come back yet. After eating the little Triceratops and resting for a while at the beach, Dalong took Su Xing into the forest. Su Xing followed it with confidence. Dalong's sense of smell is much more sensitive than his. When going out with Dalong, he doesn't need to find the way at all. He just needs to follow it. But they walked for a long time, and Dalong even caught an ankylosaurus for them to eat, but they never saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex and his parents. As it was getting dark, the forest gradually became quiet, and only the sound of wind blowing the leaves could be heard. Su Xing got up from the ground and sniffed the smell brought by the wind. Although his sense of smell was not as good as Dalong's, he could still distinguish a lot of information from the wind. But he didn't find the smell he was looking for. It didn't smell like the Tyrannosaurus Rex's parents. Except for the time when they got separated. He had never been separated from his parents for so long, and Su Xing was a little anxious. He turned his head to look at the big dragon lying next to him and sleeping. After eating the ankylosaur, the big dragon brought him here to rest. Now it was almost dark, and it didn't get up, and it seemed that it wanted to spend the night here. Su Xing lowered his head and nudged its big head, pushing it awake. Awu? Aren't you going to meet up with your parents? The big dragon looked at him blankly, not understanding what he was going to do. Hungry? But you just ate the ankylosaur. You shouldn't be so hungry. So you can't sleep? It remembered that Su Xing always clung to his parents when he slept and put his head on his mother. The big dragon tilted his head slightly, pushed Su Xing down, and let him lie on him. It imitated its mother, making a soft gurgling sound in its throat to coax him to sleep. Su Xing was caught off guard by the push. He lay on the dragon, his head resting on its back, listening to the soft gurgling sound, and he had many small questions in his mind. Doesn't the dragon dislike sleeping close to other dragons? In the past, when it rested, it slept alone a little further away, not with them. It also ate separately from its parents, and the number of times it slept close to its parents became less and less. Thinking of this, Su Xing vaguely grasped something. In the last world, when the dragons had the ability to survive independently, the parents would drive the dragons out of the nest. The dragon had already had the ability to live independently, and even he could catch small prey on his own. It was time for his parents to let go. Unlike the dragons in another world, the Tyrannosaurus Rex parents did not drive them away, but chose to leave by themselves, leaving them this coastal forest rich in prey. Awu. Su Xing sobbed sadly. He never thought he would be separated from his parents. The dinosaurs he often came into contact with all lived together in a group. Whether it was a Triceratops or a Hadrosaur, they always lived in groups, and only death could separate them. But if you think about it carefully, you will understand. After they hatched, only their parents were with them, and there were no other family members. They were destined to be separated from the beginning. Even though it was a long destined ending, Su Xing still felt very uncomfortable. He hadn't said goodbye to his parents properly yet. Awu, is there a chance to meet again? Su Xing asked softly. He didn't know whether he was asking the big dragon or himself. Tyrannosaurus Rex usually avoid the hunting areas of their own kind and rarely meet. He has lived in this forest for so long, and he has only smelled the scent of other Tyrannosaurus Rex a few times. And those Tyrannosaurus Rex will leave quickly and won't come close. Even if they are the same kind of Tyrannosaurus Rex, they will not want to provoke two adult Tyrannosaurus Rex with cubs. Thinking of the scenes of living with his parents in the past, Su Xing felt even more uncomfortable. Awu. We will definitely meet again. If he smelled the scent of his parents, he would definitely be unable to resist approaching. At that time, would his parents still remember him? Su Xing howled and sobbed all night, and DeLong kept making gurgling sounds to comfort him all night. It was not until the sky gradually brightened that Su Xing could no longer resist the sleepiness and fell asleep. DeLong lay quietly, accompanying him. Even though half of his shoulder was numbed by Su Xing's body, he did not move. Su Xing buried his head in the river and shook it to cheer himself up. Even if he was unwilling to accept it, his parents left. Now only he and DeLong were left, and they had to support each other and rely on each other. In the future, they had to work hard to support themselves and DeLong. Come on, you can do it. Su Xing cheered for his reflection in the river. Roar! DeLong called from behind. Su Xing looked back and saw that DeLong's teeth were stained with some blood, and a dinosaur with a big swollen head was lying at its feet. Su Xing? Where did this pachycephalosaur come from? He got up and washed his face. His brothers from the same nest had already prepared breakfast. While washing his face, Su Xing was still imagining the two brothers struggling to survive, not eating enough, not sleeping well, and being as miserable as the grass that no one cared about. If he didn't know that the big bump on the head of the pachycephalosaur was natural, he would have thought that a stupid dragon hit itself to death by hitting a tree. The big dragon tore off meat and fed it to Su Xing. The pachycephalosaur was not big, but it was enough for a young Tyrannosaurus Rex and its small brother to have a full meal. Su Xing enjoyed the meat that the big dragon fed him. Except for the absence of his parents, life seemed to be no different from before. If I had to say, it was probably that the diet had become more diverse. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's parents were only interested in Triceratops and Hadrosaurus. Their huge size also made them more suitable for hunting such bulky, large herbivorous dinosaurs. DeLong is different. It wants to catch and eat everything it sees. Sometimes it wants to take a bite of a passing bird. Its adolescent size also gives it more possibilities in hunting. It can ambush triceratops and hadrosaurs, and can also hunt more agile medium and small dinosaurs. In addition, after the Tyrannosaurus Rex's parents left, Dalong took on the burden of supporting the family. He was always worried that he was not fed enough, so he fed him 7 or 8 times a day. After living with Dalong, Su Xing not only had more diverse food, but also more meals. In the past, when he followed his parents, he ate big prey, usually 1 meal a day, or at most 2 meals. Although the prey has become smaller now, it starts with 5 meals. At most, Dalong can catch nearly 10 prey a day, and even no 2 are repeated. This is completely different from what Su Xing thought the 2 brothers were struggling to survive. Su Xing, who had already prepared himself for a hard life, was a little overwhelmed. But soon, he sank into it. After all, no one can refuse a life with meals, snacks, afternoon tea, supper, and small snacks, not even dinosaurs. In the dense woods, a dinosaur with feathers and sharp claws was hunting a pachycephalosaur. Su Xing and Dalong approached quietly, and they also took a fancy to the pachycephalosaur. This dinosaur with a big bump on its head is Su Xing's favorite dinosaur recently, second only to the Triceratops. It is delicious and easy to catch. How can there be such a perfect dinosaur in the world? Slurp. Although the prey has been taken first, they don't mind, because it will be theirs in the end anyway. The 2 dinosaurs in the fight knew nothing about it. The feathered dinosaur jumped onto the pachycephalosaur and kept stabbing its huge, sickle-shaped claws into its shoulders and neck. The hunting scene in front of him reminded Su Xing of some not-so-good memories. When they were cubs, they got separated from their parents and encountered an attacker with sharp claws. It bit off a tooth and left a bloody hole on Dalong's shoulder. A long time has passed, and his missing tooth has grown back, and Dalong's shoulder has also recovered, leaving only a faint circular mark. But Su Xing still remembers the panic and helplessness at that time. It was the first time he encountered a creature that could really threaten his life after coming to this world. He and Dalong were almost killed by the claws of the attacker. Fortunately, the heavy rain made the attacker retreat, which indirectly saved them. Suddenly, Su Xing noticed that the dinosaur attacking the Pachycephalosaurus in front of him had its tail bent to one side. This is a dinosaur with a broken tail. Su Xing's eyes widened with shock at this discovery. At the beginning, he bit off a tailbone of the attacker at the cost of losing a tooth. That position is exactly the same as the dinosaur in front of him. Could it be the same dinosaur that attacked them at the beginning? Su Xing turned his head to look at Dalong, wanting to know what it thought. Dalong's expression was unprecedentedly focused. No words were needed. The tacit understanding of living and hunting together for many years made Su Xing immediately understand what it meant. The Pachycephalosaurus can be caught later, but this dinosaur with a crooked tail must die today. Entering the hunting range, Dalong rushed up first and bit the dinosaur with a crooked tail. Su Xing followed closely and double-teamed from the other side. Su Xing may not be good at hunting alone, but he is very good at this cooperative hunting mode. The crooked-tailed dinosaur discovered them and abandoned the Pachycephalosaurus to escape, but it was too late. The dragon's big mouth full of sharp teeth bit its body. Su Xing had no place to bite and could only bite its tail. Then, the tail was bitten off by him. Su Xing? I bit it hard for a long time before the tail was broken, but now it breaks with just one bite? The dragon bit the dinosaur to death and only let go after the bones in its body were crushed. The dinosaur's body, feathers stained with blood, fell to the ground. Su Xing and the dragon watched in silence. The attacker in his memory was very big, with an unmatched size and strength. The dinosaur in front of him looked very small, just a little bigger than him, much smaller than the dragon. It turned out that he had grown so big. In the past, the reference objects were either huge monsters like the Tyrannosaurus Rex's parents, or the dragon that was bigger than him when he was a child. Su Xing always thought that he had not grown much, and was still as small as a cub, until he saw the dinosaur that almost killed them was easily killed by them. Seeing that its body was much smaller than he remembered, he realized that he was no longer as weak and powerless as before. Awoo! Su Xing raised his head and gently rubbed Dalong's chin. They are now very powerful and will no longer be bullied like they were when they were cubs. Dalong lowered his head and rubbed back, making a gentle but firm low sound in his throat, like some kind of promise. Su Xing didn't like to eat carnivorous dinosaurs. Their meat had a strange sour taste. After sticking with Dalong for a while, he turned around to catch the pachycephalosaur that took the opportunity to escape. He could handle the injured pachycephalosaur by himself, and Dalong didn't participate. Dalong ate the dinosaur with broken bones cleanly, and then went to help Su Xing tear the meat of the pachycephalosaur. Oh, whoa. Delicious. Su Xing, who once promised to overcome the psychological barrier of eating prey, is still a little dinosaur who needs his brother to tear meat to feed him. A drop of cold water fell on the tip of Su Xing's nose. Su Xing shook his head, and more water drops fell. It was raining. Dalong came over, protected Su Xing under his belly, and used his body to shield him from the rain. With his huge body, he was not afraid of hypothermia caused by the rain, but his small brother was not like that. The rain would accelerate the loss of his body temperature. Awoo! Su Xing raised his head and rubbed Dalong's jaw. The sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. In this kind of weather, standing in the forest and getting wet was not a good idea, especially since Dalong was so tall. If he was unlucky and got struck by lightning, it would be terrible. They had to find a cave to shelter from the rain. Su Xing still remembered the cave where they took shelter from the rain, which was nearby. Su Xing walked forward according to his memory, and Dalong followed him closely, always protecting him under his body. Raindrops hit the leaves in the forest, making a clacking sound, like a group of triceratops chewing grass leaves. Thunder rumbled, and the cave where he once took shelter from the rain appeared in front of him. Su Xing quickened his pace, ran into the cave, and urged the big dragon to come in quickly. The big dragon had grown almost as tall as the cave entrance, and he had to be extra careful not to hit his head. In a few years, he might have to lower his head to come in. Fortunately, the space inside the cave was large enough and not cramped. As soon as the big dragon came in, he sniffed in the stone cave, as if he was looking for something and judging something. Su Xing also sniffed. The smell of damp soil was mixed with the familiar smell of triceratops. A group of triceratops came here not long ago, but now they seem to have left. What did the triceratops come here for? Su Xing looked at the dark and deep passage in the cave, where there was also the smell of triceratops, and there seemed to be a subtle cry. It sounded like the sound of a triceratops cub. Su Xing looked at Dalong, whose sharp eyes confirmed his guess, and they walked into the passage together. They had strong night vision and excellent sense of smell, and they could accurately identify the direction in the dark passage. The ground under their feet was not flat, but full of stones and uneven. Dalong lowered his head, always paying attention to his feet, and walked very slowly. It was not that he was worried about stepping on air or falling. He was afraid of stepping on Su Xing. It was Su Xing who stepped on air. He fell into the pit with a whine when he turned. Dalong was startled and lowered his head to look for it. Su Xing groped in the dark and climbed up. It seemed that he hit something when he fell down. That thing was hot and seemed to be moving. Su Xing was not sure if it was his illusion. He was a little nervous and moved slowly along the stone wall at the bottom of the pit. Suddenly, he touched a warm object that did not look like a stone. The thing suddenly rushed out, accompanied by a terrified and tender cry, and rushed around at the bottom of the pit. The familiar cry made Su Xing immediately confirm its identity. It was a triceratops cub. At this time, the triceratops cub was panicking and bumping around, and there were constant sounds of banging against the stone wall. Su Xing was also hit twice and was hit hard. The big dragon stretched its head down. Relying on its strong hearing, it captured the running path of the triceratops cub and bit it to death. Roar? Letting go of the triceratops cub, the big dragon made a worried call. Awu Su Xing responded and told it not to worry. The triceratops cub only had a small round and blunt horn on its head. It was only a little painful after being hit twice, but it was not a big deal. Why did the triceratops group come to such a deep cave? And they left a cub behind. Su Xing approached the triceratops cub and stepped on something thin and hard, like the bones of some animal. Su Xing, who ate meat every day, was not scared by animal bones. He lowered his head to identify them, and when he touched the small skull shield, he confirmed the identity of these bones. The skeleton of a Triceratops cub. It seems that the Triceratops have come to this cave more than once, and even the cubs have lost 2 of their bodies here. At least 2 bodies. Su Xing is not sure whether there are other Triceratops skeletons in this pit. The big dragon is rubbing his body, trying to push him up. Su Xing, climbing. He climbed up along the stone wall, and the big dragon anxiously pushed him with his head. He finally stuck his upper body out of the cave, but his feet slipped and he fell down again. Roar? The big dragon asked concernedly. Wu Su Xing said it was okay, he could still climb, and he almost climbed out just now. Dalong thought of something, turned around, and put his tail into the pit. When Su Xing touched the tail, he understood what it meant, controlled the force of his bite, and opened his mouth to bite the tail. When he was a child, he climbed the hillside with his tail bitten, and now he climbed the stone pit with his tail bitten, as if nothing had changed. With a pulling force from above, Su Xing climbed out smoothly. Dalong gently rubbed Su Xing's head, and a gurgling sound came out of his throat, revealing a little fear and relief of regaining what he had lost. Su Xing was also a little scared, but fortunately the pit was not deep, and the pit was not an adult Triceratops. Dalong took the little Triceratops out of the pit and prepared to share it with Su Xing. But it was too dark in the cave, and Su Xing might not be able to see it when it tore off the meat. Dalong gently nudged Su Xing and pushed him back, signaling him to go back. Su Xing still wanted to go deeper into the cave to see why the Triceratops went deep into the cave. Su Xing crawled under the belly of the dragon and walked backwards, holding its tail. Facing his curious brother, the dragon turned around and followed. This time, it was his turn to walk in front, and Su Xing followed behind, biting its tail. The front became brighter, and the space suddenly became clear. A beam of light sprinkled from the top of the cave, and rain fell from the hole above, wetting the sand on the ground. Su Xing looked around. Except for the gray-white rock wall and sand, this was just a larger cave. This made him a little disappointed. He thought that this cave would connect to some secret place. A paradise on Earth, a hidden place. At the very least, there must be a spring formed by the gathering of groundwater, right? Otherwise, what would the Triceratops come here for? Mining? On the surrounding rock walls, there were indeed traces of the Triceratops' horns digging. Su Xing? Did they really go through the cave to mine? Su Xing walked to the stone wall with traces of digging by the Triceratops and sniffed the gray rock wall. There was a strange smell, which prompted him to open his mouth and lick the rock wall. Salty. Is this salt? Su Xing instantly understood why the Triceratops came here through the cave. For the rock salt here. Just like some herbivorous dinosaurs go to the seaside and eat plants splashed by seawater to replenish salt. These Triceratops living in the forest choose to eat salty soil to replenish salt. Su Xing has a bold idea. Dig the pit where he fell a little bigger and make it into a trap to catch adult Triceratops. Su Xing did it right away and pulled Dalong to dig the pit together. Su Xing has the longest arms in the family, and his hard claws can easily dig rocks, so digging a pit is not difficult for him. Although Dalong doesn't understand why he did this, he still digs with him. It's just that its tiny short arms are difficult to use to dig the pit, so it can only use its claws to dig. Oh wool, you kicked me, be careful. Su Xing howled in protest at the bottom of the dark pit, and was carried out of the pit by the big dragon that was carrying stones. Su Xing. Okay, he will carry the rubble piled outside the pit. The 2 dragons divided the work and cooperated. When they were hungry, they ate the little Triceratops and continued to dig after they were full. After a day's hard work, a pit that was big enough to trap an adult Triceratops was completed. There was no need to cover the hole with branches and sand, nor was there any need to put food in the pit to tempt. Darkness was the best camouflage. Su Xing left with the big dragon. Before leaving, he prayed to the rock salt in the cave. Please let the delicious Triceratops fall into the trap. He would come here every few days to take a look. It didn't matter if the Triceratops was not captured. He and the big dragon were both young and healthy predators who could hunt on their own and didn't rely on a small trap for food. If they are caught, it will be a pleasant surprise. It is like getting a big meal without any effort, enough for several meals. In fact, Su Xing has had even crazier ideas. For example, after the Triceratops enter the cave, block the entrance of the cave and catch them all in one fell swoop, harvesting dozens or even dozens of Triceratops. But with so many Triceratops, it is difficult to catch them even if they are all trapped in the cave. It is too dangerous to face a group of Triceratops in the dark and narrow passage. It is better to dig a hole and let nature take its course. The third time Su Xing took Dalong to see the trap, before entering the cave, he heard the cry coming from the cave. The noise made by an adult Triceratops is much louder than that of a cub. Su Xing excitedly ran into the passage, but was stopped by Dalong. Dalong pushed him to the back, walked in front, and stretched his tail in front of him. Su Xing knew that it was afraid that he would fall again. This time there was an adult Triceratops in the pit. If he fell in, he might die. Although he had memorized the location of the trap and would not make such a low-level mistake, he could understand that Dalong was worried about him. In order to reassure Dalong, Su Xing bit its tail and followed it closely. The dark environment seemed to have no effect on Dalong. As soon as it reached the location of the trap, it relied on its keen hearing and understanding of the body structure of its prey to bite the neck of the Triceratops. With a broken and shrill wail, the life of the Triceratops ended. The adult Triceratops was too big. Even Dalong could not drag it out of the pit. They could only eat it by the pit first, and then take the rest out of the cave after eating most of it. The next day, Su Xing went back and used branches to clean up the bloodstains and cover up the smell. He was worried that the strong smell of blood would scare away the Triceratops that were about to enter the cave, so he changed the salt ground. Then he couldn't get the Triceratops for free. Su Xing originally wanted to try to make fire by drilling wood and burn the few debris left in the pit. But he found that the debris had disappeared long ago. Then there were other things. Fallen feathers and traces of small animals climbing. Thinking of the little Triceratops that was eaten to only bones in the pit, Su Xing understood. There are still many small carnivores in this forest. As long as the Triceratops in the pit died, they would immediately follow the smell to find it and share it. They are smaller, lighter, and more sensitive, and this pit dug to capture adult Triceratops cannot trap them. This is also a good thing. I don't have to clean the cave myself in the future. I just need to put some strong-smelling plant leaves regularly to remove the blood smell. The successful capture of the Triceratops with a trap gave Su Xing inspiration. He began to try to make traps in places where herbivorous animals often appeared. Dig a big pit, put food that herbivorous dinosaurs like in the pit, and sprinkle some rock salt dug from the cliffs of the cave to guide them into the pit. This trap can be used to capture medium or large dinosaurs. The dragon accompanied him to dig the pit, using its huge claws to dig the sand. Su Xing didn't know whether it understood the use of traps from the Triceratops it captured last time, or simply regarded this as his game and played with him. Maybe it was both. The dragon was very smart and must understand that this pit was used to capture prey. However, for a very strong Tyrannosaurus Rex like it, digging traps to hunt was really unnecessary. But Su Xing liked this way of hunting, not only because he, who was small in size, could use traps to capture prey that was bigger than him. Also, it is really interesting that the dinosaurs of the primitive period were caught by the traps of human wisdom in later generations. Su Xing also found some tough plants to twist ropes and used them to make rope traps to catch small dinosaurs. Ropes can also be used in daily hunting. Tie the ropes to the tree trunks on both sides in advance, and he and Dalong drive the prey in the direction of the traps, tripping the prey with the ropes. Don't expect to hurt the prey. Just the moment of falling and getting up is enough for Dalong to catch up with the prey and bite it to death. It's time to shock the dinosaurs with human wisdom. 100 million years later, if archaeologists find these traces, will they also be shocked by the wisdom of dinosaurs? Su Xing wrapped the twisted rope around the tree and tied a knot. Although his arms were longer than the dragon's, he only had 3 fingers on each hand, just like the dragon, and one of them was so small that it could be ignored, which was equivalent to him having 2 scissor fingers that were always making a yes sign. Now, He needed to use these two scissor fingers to tie a knot. This was a bit difficult, as he could only tie the most basic knots, and at most add a half-bow knot. The height of the rope was also very important, as it had to be able to trip the Triceratops but not trap the dragon. Su Xing used his own height to measure on the tree. The dragon's legs were longer than the Triceratops, so it should be able to cross this height. Worried that the Triceratops would run in other directions, he tied ropes to the tree trunks in several directions around it. The Triceratops was still concentrating on eating grass, and had no idea what kind of surprise a cunning predator had prepared for them behind the grass and trees hundreds of meters away from them. After setting the trap, Su Xing sneaked up to the dragon and whispered to it to drive the Triceratops to the trap. He did the above preparations no less than 5 times, and failed every time. There are 2 main reasons for the failure. Either the dragon was too strong and killed the Triceratops in one move, or the dragon did not drive the Triceratops to the trap at all, fearing that they would destroy the trap he had worked so hard to set. Su Xing spent a lot of effort to let the dragon know that the ropes were prepared for the Triceratops. If he didn't let the Triceratops experience it, his arrangement would be meaningless. The dragon gently rubbed Su Xing's head, as if to indicate that it already knew. Then, it rushed out like a huge crossbow arrow. Su Xing hurried to catch up. Every time the dragon rushed so fast, he was afraid that the dragon would kill the prey again. Although this meant that today's meal was settled, it was a good thing. But his traps were not used all the time, which made it less fun. The appearance of the Tyrannosaurus rex alarmed the Triceratops. After discovering that this Tyrannosaurus rex was not hunting alone, but with a companion, the Triceratops chose to run away. Even if this companion looked like a larger cub, it was not suitable to stop and form a formation to drive away the Tyrannosaurus rex in the woods where it could attack from all directions. Su Xing and De Long drove the Triceratops from both sides, driving them to the pre-prepared trap. Closer, closer, success or failure depends on this move. Su Xing stared at the giant Triceratops running the strongest one, watching it rush towards the rope quickly. It was unaware and rushed over. Under the huge impact, the rope suddenly broke. Su Xing, the straw rope he twisted, so thick, broke? This Triceratops is too fierce, isn't it? Just when Su Xing's hunting plan was about to fail, the huge body of the Triceratops, carrying the broken rope, fell forward together. It fell to the ground with a bang. The Triceratops running behind it collided with it, and more Triceratops collided and squeezed together. This little delay was enough for the big dragon to catch up with them. The hunting instinct made it open its mouth and bite down. It bit the last Triceratops. The sound of bones breaking came, and the screams of the Triceratops resounded through the forest. The Triceratops were stimulated by the screams of their companions, and they squeezed forward more panic and eagerly, passing the fallen Triceratops and continued to run. Until their figures disappeared in the dense jungle, they could still hear the footsteps that shook the earth coming from afar. The group of Triceratops left, leaving only one Triceratops that was bitten by the big dragon, and another Triceratops that was bigger and stronger but fell to the ground. Su Xing ran to the side of the tripped Triceratops. He found that it was no longer breathing. Its body was covered with terrible scars from the long horns, but these were not fatal injuries. It died from its own and its companions' huge bodies. A nearly 10-ton big guy fell to the ground while running at full speed, and was hit and squeezed by a group of 5-ton companions behind him. Su Xing couldn't imagine how much force it had endured in such a short time. Anyway, his trap hunting plan was finally successful. Su Xing was very excited and kept circling around the Triceratops to measure its size. What a big Triceratops! The largest Triceratops that Tyrannosaurus rex's parents had hunted was only as big as this one. It was enough for them to eat for several days. No, in this weather, it can only last for 2 days at most, and then it will become bad. Although the Tyrannosaurus rex's strong constitution and powerful digestive ability can fully digest rotten meat, he doesn't like rotten meat. Dalong let go of the Triceratops that had been bitten to death, walked to Su Xing, and looked at the huge Triceratops with him. Its eyes moved away from the scars of the Triceratops and fell on the grass rope on the ground. Obviously, it knew what had brought this huge Triceratops to this point. A piece of grass. A huge piece of grass connected by many pieces of grass. It watched Xiaolong create these grasses with its own eyes. Although it couldn't understand how he did it, it knew how incredible and amazing it was. Howling, brother is really amazing. Dalong lowered his head and rubbed Su Xing's head wildly, using his big head to push him, letting him stand on the body of the Triceratops, and excitedly rubbed and shouted around him. Su Xing was a little embarrassed by the rubbing. Dalong himself has also caught many Triceratops, although not as big as this one, but they are enough for them to eat for a day or two, but he has never seen him so excited. It seems that his traps catching prey makes him happier than hunting prey himself. Remembering that Su Xing has not eaten meat today, Dalong barely suppressed his excitement and tore off the dinosaur meat to feed him. Su Xing swallowed hard. After all, this is the largest prey he has caught, and it tastes particularly delicious. In addition to this Triceratops, Dalong also caught another one. An extra-large Triceratops, plus a medium-sized Triceratops. The two of them can't finish it. Thinking that it would be a pity if they couldn't finish it and it went bad, Su Xing tried harder to stuff it into his stomach. The two dinosaurs, one big and one small, ate the food fiercely, as if they were back to the scene of fighting for food when they were young. The difference is that the two parties who used to fight for food have become the feeder and the fed. Even if the dragon eats in a hurry, it will not forget to tear meat for Su Xing. Su Xing couldn't hold on any longer, and he lay on a stone beside him to digest the food. He lay on his side, and his hard claws scratched on the stone, outlining a dragon in a simple style. The dragon has a huge head, thick legs, a strong tail, and small short arms. As soon as he drew the dragon's arms, Su Xing found it very interesting. Why does the strong and ferocious Tyrannosaurus rex have such cute and small short arms? On the contrary, those with arms and bodies in a harmonious proportion like him are outliers among Tyrannosaurus rex. The Tyrannosaurus rex parents with short arms must have had a genetic mutation to give birth to him. Su Xing drew his own appearance next to the dragon. A dinosaur with a smaller and more slender body, and arms and body proportions that are more harmonious. Thinking that a super-large Triceratops was captured today, it is worth commemorating. Su Xing then drew the Triceratops and the process of them hunting the Triceratops. First, he tied the rope to the tree. Then he and the dragon cooperated to drive the Triceratops away. Finally, the Triceratops was tripped, and the dragon bit the last Triceratops, harvesting 2 Triceratops. In the last picture, the Tyrannosaurus rex with short arms tore meat from the Triceratops and fed it to the smaller and more slender dinosaurs. If this stone is preserved and excavated by archaeologists 100 million years later, the content recorded on it will surely bring great shock to future generations of human beings. After drawing the last scene, Su Xing realized that this big stone was full of his paintings. Su Xing couldn't bear to lie down and destroy his work, so he took a walk around to digest his food. He walked in the direction where the Triceratops group left, passed through several bushes and grass, and suddenly heard a strange movement. Su Xing walked closer with light steps and looked through the gaps in the leaves. It turned out to be a group of small and medium-sized dinosaurs hunting an adult Triceratops. A group of dinosaurs that can hunt adult Triceratops is not easy to mess with. Su Xing wanted to leave quietly, but when he saw the appearance of the group of small and medium-sized dinosaurs, he stopped. They look very similar to the Tyrannosaurus rex cubs. No, they look very similar to him, almost exactly the same. The same slender body, the same slender arms and legs. No matter how many genetic mutations the Tyrannosaurus rex cubs have, it is impossible to mutate into a group of more than a dozen identical dinosaurs. They are an independent species, a dinosaur that is similar to but different from the Tyrannosaurus rex. The Tyrannosaurus rex is the largest and strongest Tyrannosaurus rex. They are likely another smaller and more slender Tyrannosaurus rex. With the experience of the previous life, plus these slender Tyrannosaurus rex in front of him that look extremely similar to him, Su Xing couldn't help but start to doubt whether he was really a genetically mutated Tyrannosaurus rex. Maybe he was not born by the Tyrannosaurus rex mother at all, but was picked up by it by mistake into the egg pit. Or maybe he traveled through time and went directly into the egg pit of the Tyrannosaurus mother and was mistaken for its egg. In this way, the huge difference between him and the Tyrannosaurus family can be explained. No wonder no matter how hard he tried to grab food and eat, he could not grow longer than the dragon. Because they are not the same species at all. Su Xing was shocked by this sudden discovery. He was too surprised and even forgot to be sad. But even if he recovered, he would not be too sad. He loved the Tyrannosaurus father and mother and the dragon, and never loved them because of blood relationship. He was just a little afraid. Afraid that his parents and the dragon would no longer love him and leave him. His parents had already left, and he only had the dragon. If one day, the dragon also left him. Whenever Su Xing thought of such a scene, he felt uncomfortable and couldn't breathe. A wow suddenly appeared beside his ear, and Su Xing turned his head sharply to look to the side. There stood a Tyrannosaurus that looked like him and was the same height as him. He was discovered. Su Xing stared at the Tyrannosaurus in front of him nervously, and the Tyrannosaurus stared at him vigilantly. It kept a certain distance from him and sniffed carefully. I don't know if it smelled the smell of the dragon on him. The Tyrannosaurus changed its face and took a few steps back in fear. The Tyrannosaurus did not attack him. Su Xing breathed a sigh of relief, and then heard it shouting loudly. That was the sound of calling its companions. The Tyrannosaurus that were preparing to share the Triceratops not far away turned their heads and ran towards this side. Su Xing was a little scared and turned around to run, but was blocked by the Tyrannosaurus. The group of Tyrannosaurus also rushed over. He was surrounded. Ao? Awu. Ao. Ao. The Tyrannosaurus sniffed the smell on Su Xing's body and communicated with each other. Some looked puzzled, and more had fierce expressions, constantly making threatening and expelling noises at Su Xing. Su Xing was so nervous that his heart was beating wildly. He wanted to leave, but only if they let him go. Most of them looked unfriendly and were about to attack him. In this case, he didn't dare turn around and leave his back to them. Su Xing kept glancing back with his peripheral vision, looking for the figure of the big dragon. He walked a little far this time, mainly because he didn't expect that there would be such a group of Tyrannosaurus in the hunting ground he was familiar with. He would not be afraid if there were only one or two of them acting together. But they were hunting in groups of more than a dozen. Now he could only hope that the big dragon could hear the movement here and come to save him. The largest Tyrannosaurus came out. It was taller than Su Xing and looked down at him. Su Xing understood that this was their leader, and its attitude towards him would determine how this group of Tyrannosaurus would treat him. But before the Tyrannosaurus leader expressed his attitude, a huge shadow loomed. The Tyrannosaurus looked up blankly, and then their faces changed suddenly. Dalong protected Su Xing under his body, looked down at the group of Tyrannosaurus, opened his mouth, roared and bit. The slender Tyrannosaurus were so scared that they rolled and crawled away, not even caring about the Triceratops they hunted. Dalong wanted to chase and bite, but was stopped by Su Xing. It is not suitable to exercise after a meal, so don't chase. Anyway, you can't catch up. The slender Tyrannosaurus is more agile than the strong Tyrannosaurus. As the size of the Dalong is getting bigger, it can no longer run faster than him. But its explosive power is very strong. When hunting, it rarely needs to race with its prey. As long as it lurks next to the prey, it can kill it with one blow. The previous chase with the Triceratops was purely for him to test the trap and pester the Dalong to cooperate. The situation just now is different. After the Dalong came to him, it did not attack the Tyrannosaurus immediately. It seemed to be stunned for a moment. Was it shocked by the similar appearance of the Tyrannosaurus and him? Su Xing looked at the big dragon nervously. It must have noticed that he looked so much like those Tyrannosaurus. Will it leave him? The big dragon lowered its head, rubbed Su Xing's head, and made a gurgling sound in its throat to comfort him. If a slender Tyrannosaurus saw this scene, it would definitely be shocked. The fierce and huge Tyrannosaurus Rex patiently comforted a slender little Tyrannosaurus with the most gentle movements and sounds. This scene is too magical. Although they are not in a relationship of predator and food, they are both carnivorous dinosaurs. In the case of living in the same habitat, they are natural competitors. If an adult Tyrannosaurus rex encounters a slender Tyrannosaurus rex, it will not show mercy. If a slender Tyrannosaurus rex encounters a Tyrannosaurus rex cub, it will also kill it to reduce a competitor in the future. But for Su Xing and the big dragon, this is just their most common way of getting along. The closeness and care of the big dragon made Su Xing feel less uneasy, but he didn't understand why it treated him the same way as before, even though it had seen the Tyrannosaurus. "Wu, don't you think I look like them?" Su Xing looked up and asked. The big dragon kept making gurgling sounds and stuck close to Su Xing. At first glance, they might look alike, but if you look closely, you will find that they are completely different. Its brother is unique. Su Xing originally thought that the big dragon was not affected by the Tyrannosaurus and treated him the same as before. Soon, he found out that he was wrong. The big dragon was in a high state of mind, always paying attention to every blade of grass around it. Once a dinosaur appeared, it would bite it to death immediately. Even if it was just a small crab crawling past Su Xing, it would not let it go. It always stayed by his side. Wherever he went, it would follow him. Even if he just went to the riverbank next to him to drink water, it would not leave him. It seemed like he was afraid that he would be hurt by the dinosaurs, and it seemed like he was afraid that he would leave. Just like Su Xing was afraid that it would find out that they were not brothers and leave him, the dragon was also afraid that he would want to return to a similar group of Tyrannosaurus rex and leave it forever. The dragon also cared about him very much and didn't want to be separated from him. Su Xing, who discovered this, hugged the dragon's tail tightly and stuck to it. Not apart, not apart. They would never leave each other. But sometimes, looking at the dragon entering a rapid growth period and faintly having the size of an adult Tyrannosaurus rex, Su Xing still felt a little worried. Of course, he would not leave the dragon. But would the dragon really not leave him? The slender Tyrannosaurus rex hunted in groups, and the entire group lived together. But the Tyrannosaurus rex was not. When they were young, the Tyrannosaurus rex lived with their parents and brothers and sisters in the same nest. After their parents left, they hunted with their brothers and sisters. When they became adults, they entered the breeding period. They should separate, find their own partners, and raise cubs, just like their parents. Late at night, Su Xing lay on the back of the big dragon lonely. He hoped that the big dragon would meet the female Tyrannosaurus rex he liked, but he didn't want to separate from it. What should I do? I don't know if they mind having another family member. I'm not here to break you up. I'm here to join you. I'll get beaten for this. Su Xing shook his head and threw all the messy thoughts out of his mind. Sure enough, when it's late at night, it's easy to have wild thoughts. No one can predict what will happen in the future. Maybe the female Tyrannosaurus rex will see the big dragon and him and think it's a Tyrannosaurus rex with cubs and directly exclude it from consideration. It sounds a bit miserable. Unable to stop the chaotic thoughts in his mind and unable to sleep, Su Xing simply got up, found a flat stone, and drew with the tip of his claws in the moonlight. Since drawing the process of hunting Triceratops, Su Xing has liked this way of recording. Every time he encounters something meaningful, he will draw it on the stone, just like writing a diary. He once used this method to record his encounter with the slender Tyrannosaurus. From watching the slender Tyrannosaurus hunting Triceratops, to him being surrounded by Tyrannosaurus and in danger. And finally the big Tyrannosaurus suddenly appeared, protected him, and scared off the Tyrannosaurus. Perhaps that stone slab will make future researchers mistakenly believe that he was originally a member of the slender Tyrannosaurus group, was excluded by the Tyrannosaurus, but was saved by the Tyrannosaurus, and lived with the Tyrannosaurus from then on. Although such speculation is also very interesting, Su Xing does not want to record his real experience. He decided to draw the past again. It started when he broke out of his egg and met the Tyrannosaurus rex father and mother and the Triceratops. Su Xing carved on the stone in the silver light of the moon. The Triceratops' head hung above his head, watching him outline the images with his fingertips. It was not until the sky gradually brightened and a slab of stone was finished that Su Xing realized that the Triceratops had been watching him from behind. Su Xing was startled. "Wu? When did you wake up?" The Triceratops lowered its head and rubbed Su Xing's head lightly, moving closer to see the content on the stone. Su Xing introduced it while gesturing. "This is you. This is me. This is the Tyrannosaurus Rex father. This is the Tyrannosaurus Rex mother. This is you snatching meat from me. Every time Su Xing finished painting, the Triceratops came over to see it, and he would introduce it to it. After Su Xing's explanations over and over again, it has remembered which image represents Su Xing and which represents itself, and also remembered the Triceratops they eat most often. But now the big dragon is obviously confused. It doesn't understand why it and its brother have become smaller. In its eyes, the two big Tyrannosaurus Rex next to it are it, and the two small ones below are its brothers. They have all become two, and the older brother and the younger brother are still fighting for meat. I understand. The younger brother is hungry. The big dragon got up and took Su Xing to hunt. There is a picky brother who doesn't eat carrion, and he has to hunt new food every day. And Su Xing and the big dragon are also growing rapidly in these huntings. They are already experienced and powerful hunters. The target this time is a group of Triceratops. Because Su Xing particularly likes to eat Triceratops meat, Triceratops is always their first choice for hunting. Su Xing and the big dragon ambushed separately. The big dragon sneaked close to the Triceratops group, and Su Xing supported on the other side. In most cases, Su Xing doesn't need to take action, and the big dragon can solve it alone. Su Xing hid behind the trees a few hundred meters away from the Triceratops, counting the leaves in boredom. Suddenly, he smelled a familiar smell. It was the smell of the Pachycephalosaurus and the slender Tyrannosaurus that he had seen that time. Was there a Tyrannosaurus nearby, hunting the Pachycephalosaurus? Su Xing became alert. He didn't want to encounter a situation like last time again, surrounded by a group of similar Tyrannosaurus, and could only hope that the big dragon would come to save him. If the big dragon hadn't arrived in time that day, he didn't dare to think about what would have happened. Small and medium-sized carnivorous animals are better at group cooperation, but they are also more repulsive to members outside the group. They are likely to attack him together and expel him. If he is lucky, he may escape with injuries. If he is unlucky, he may die. Su Xing stared at the direction where the smell came from and slowly moved away. The bushes he was staring at moved, and a slender Tyrannosaurus head popped up with a Pachycephalosaurus cub in its mouth. They looked at each other. Su Xing was instantly lifted up. Then, he found that there was only the scent of the Tyrannosaurus, and his companions were not nearby. If a group of Tyrannosaurus were nearby, Su Xing would definitely run away, regardless of whether it would alarm the Triceratops. After all, life was more important. But there was only one, and it was about the same size as him, so Su Xing felt that there was no need to be timid. Su Xing calmed down and stared at the Tyrannosaurus that came out of the bushes. It was alone, with food in its mouth, and it should not take the initiative to provoke him. At this time, nothing is more important than eating food. To Su Xing's surprise, not only did it not leave with the food, but it also walked towards him. Su Xing took an attacking posture. He leaned forward and showed his teeth. The Tyrannosaurus stopped immediately. It leaned down, put the Pachycephalosaurus cub in its mouth on the ground, and then slowly backed away. It retreated to the edge of the bushes, suddenly got in, and ran away. Su Xing, listening to the sound of the Tyrannosaurus leaving, and looking at the dead Pachycephalosaurus cub on the ground, Su Xing was full of questions. It came, left, and left food? What does this mean? No matter how you look at it, it seems to be sending food specifically to him. Is it sending a friendly signal to him? But why? The last time they met, their attitude was obviously very bad and they were very fierce to him. Did something happen in the meantime that could change their attitude? Su Xing recalled doubtfully. Did he stop the big dragon from chasing and biting them? This is mainly because they had just eaten and were not suitable for exercise, and they really couldn't catch up. Of course, there are also reasons that they are the same kind after all, and they didn't really hurt him. Or did he and the big dragon not touch the Triceratops they hunted? That day, they captured 2 Triceratops, and they really couldn't eat them all, so they had no interest in the medium-sized Triceratops left by the Tyrannosaurus. Or maybe he didn't eat carrion, and the big dragons also accompanied him to hunt fresh prey every day? Occasionally, there were unfinished prey left in the forest and became their food? Although he didn't know the specific reason, Su Xing was somewhat happy that the Tyrannosaurus had become more friendly to him. At least he didn't have to worry about being beaten up by the Tyrannosaurus when the big dragon was not around. However, Su Xing was not going to eat this Pachycephalosaurus cub. All children know that they can't eat food given by strangers, and the same applies to strange dragons. A slightly rapid breathing sound came from above his head. Su Xing looked up and saw the familiar chin of the big dragon. Only then did he realize that he was so absorbed in thinking that he didn't notice when it finished hunting and came to him. Su Xing rubbed its chin affectionately and greeted it. The big dragon did not rub back as usual, but sniffed around. It sniffed the Pachycephalosaurus cub on the ground and the bushes that the Tyrannosaurus left. It bit the Pachycephalosaurus cub, tore it in half, and abandoned it on the ground. Su Xing was startled by its sudden anger. Just as he was about to appease it, it lowered its head and gently nudged him, signaling him to follow it. The big dragon brought Su Xing to the adult Triceratops it had hunted, tore off piece after piece of meat, and fed it to Su Xing. While feeding, it kept making low roars. It was as if it was promising that it would hunt for his favorite Triceratops every day in the future, which would be bigger and tastier than the Pachycephalosaurus cubs given by the Tyrannosaurus. So, don't go with those Tyrannosaurus that even the Triceratops couldn't eat. Don't leave it. The Tyrannosaurus' behavior of giving him gifts seemed to make the big dragon uneasy again. In order to appease the big dragon, Su Xing used the best way to soothe his emotions, which was to stick to it. When eating meat, he would stick to it and rub it while accepting the feeding. He also stuck to it while walking. When walking in front of the big dragon, he could raise his head and gently rub the big dragon's chin. When walking beside the big dragon, he didn't forget to stick to its strong thighs. Even if he walked behind the big dragon, he could bite its tail and stick to it. Even when sleeping, he would not forget to cuddle with him. If Dalong slept on his side, he would sleep beside Dalong, leaning against his belly. If Dalong slept on his stomach, he would climb onto Dalong's back and sleep with him. Under such close cuddle method, Dalong's mood quickly stabilized. The sequelae was that Dalong became addicted to cuddle, and he needed to cuddle like crazy every day. Even in the hottest afternoon, he would sleep next to him. Since Dalong's body size was growing, he began to keep a distance from the Tyrannosaurus Rex parents and slept alone a little further away. Su Xing always thought that it was a cold dinosaur that became independent early and did not like to have physical contact with other dragons. Now it seems that independence is true, but coldness may not be. But Su Xing didn't quite understand. Since Dalong didn't object to physical contact with other dragons and liked to be close to him, why did he always keep his distance when his parents were around and didn't want to sleep together as a family when they were young? Is there any difference between him and his parents? Su Xing thought seriously. It seems that apart from the race, he is the only one who is smaller. Smaller? Su Xing seems to have realized something. Dalong and his mother are adult Tyrannosaurus Rex, with huge bodies. Dalong gradually grew up and began to have a sense of territory, and naturally kept a distance from the powerful parents. Not only did he do this, but during the last period of time, his parents actually kept a distance from the increasingly powerful Dalong. At the beginning, if it was only Dalong and his mother, they would probably have separated long ago. Perhaps because they were worried about his immature cub, the Tyrannosaurus Rex parents stayed for a long time, until Dalong became more fierce and strong, and the threat brought by the young Tyrannosaurus Rex became stronger and stronger. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's instinct urged them to separate. When they finally separated, his parents must have been worried about this skinny cub, so they went out hunting early in the morning and dragged back a Triceratops cub from a distant hunting ground to prepare his last breakfast. If the adult Triceratops was not too big and too heavy to be dragged, they might have brought back the largest Triceratops. Su Xing buried his head in the crook of Dalong's neck. He missed his parents a little. They're living well now. Dalong takes good care of him. He can hunt by himself and eat the freshest meat every day. If his parents knew this, they would be relieved. After understanding the reason why Dalong kept a distance from his parents and even separated, Su Xing also knew why Dalong did not resist his care. Because he was a slender Tyrannosaurus, small in size, even if he grew to the largest adult size, he was still a small one in front of the giant Tyrannosaurus Rex. Perhaps in the eyes of the Tyrannosaurus Rex parents and Dalong, he is just a cub that never grows up. A forever cub. Su Xing is carving on a stone. This is a stone that Dalong found for him, which is large and flat. After discovering that Su Xing likes to carve on stones with his claws, Dalong has developed the habit of finding stones for him. Every day, in addition to hunting and accompanying Su Xing, he finds stones for him. Su Xing records today's diary. The big Tyrannosaurus Rex lies on the ground and sleeps, and the small and slender Tyrannosaurus Rex lies on its back and falls asleep with it. This picture really looks like an adult Tyrannosaurus Rex with a cub. Who would have thought that they are actually brothers who hatched only a few days apart? Su Xing added a star on the head of the little one. He found that Dalong could not distinguish between him and the small Tyrannosaurus Rex on the stone painting, or himself when he was a child, and could not distinguish between himself and the Tyrannosaurus Rex parents on the stone painting. In order to help Dalong distinguish, he decided to add exclusive symbols to both him and Dalong in the painting. His symbol is a small star. What should Dalong use as his symbol? Sharp teeth? Cute mini short hands? Or a strong tail? Suddenly, Su Xing remembered another name of Tyrannosaurus Rex, Tyrannosaurus Rex. Su Xing's fingertips moved subconsciously, and he drew a crown on the top of the dragon in the stone painting. Tyrannosaurus Rex, the king of dinosaurs. Seeing that Su Xing had finished painting, Dalong came closer to watch. Su Xing put his paw on the little Tyrannosaurus with a star on its head and introduced it to it. "Oh, woo, this is me." Then, he took Dalong's paw and put it on the big Tyrannosaurus Rex with a crown on its head. "Oh, woo, this is you." Dalong looked at the top of Su Xing's head blankly, then looked up at the top of his own head. There was nothing. Looking at the stupid Dalong, Su Xing was amused. It didn't matter if he didn't understand it once. He would explain it to him every time he finished drawing. After seeing it more, it would remember and understand, just like how it remembered their stick figures. Dalong saw Su Xing laughing happily, so he also became happy and lowered his head to rub against him. He rubbed too happily and lost his strength, knocking Su Xing down. Su Xing protested when he was caught off guard and came into close contact with the ground. "Oh, woo, please pay attention to your huge body and great strength." Dalong, who is grown up, is as big as two super long buses stacked on top of each other. Su Xing, who is only the size of a small truck, feels under great pressure. Looking at such a huge dragon, Su Xing suddenly realized that the dragon had grown into the true king of dinosaurs, a predator at the top of the food chain. It was time to give it a more formal name. Dalong was just a nickname, not suitable for an adult Tyrannosaurus Rex that was already the overlord of a region. It needed a more domineering name. Looking at the crown on the head of the dragon on the stone painting, a name emerged in Su Xing's mind. Rex. Rex, the king. "Oh, woo, Rex." Su Xing called it excitedly. It was a little confused at first, lowering its head and looking at Su Xing seriously, as if to know what he wanted. Su Xing pointed at it and called Rex again. He patiently called it over and over again and taught it. When it understood that Rex was referring to it and began to respond to him, Su Xing hugged its head in surprise. Rex, who was easily infected by Su Xing's emotions, pushed him down and pressed him on the grass. "Oh, woo, it's so itchy." Su Xing struck while the iron was hot and pointed at himself to teach Rex his new name. "Oh, woo, Su Xing." Rex stopped and stared at him. With the experience just now, he quickly understood what Su Xing meant. The vocal organs of the roaring Tyrannosaurus Rex and the slender Tyrannosaurus Rex were constructed differently, so it was difficult for it to repeat the same sound as Su Xing. It could only achieve consistency in intonation, and the ending sound would habitually be prolonged, sounding like it was calling Su Xing. This already surprised Su Xing. Anyway, Rex's vocabulary was almost zero, and all its calls were used to express emotions. It was rare that a call with a specific meaning came out, and Su Xing immediately knew that it was calling him. Su Xing liked to hear Rex call him, and every time it called him, he would respond enthusiastically. And when Rex found out that it called Su Xing's name, Su Xing would happily stick to it. The ruthless predator who was originally taciturn and always appeared silently like a ghost around his prey has become the ultimate brother control who often mentions his younger brother's name. Of course, he will remain silent when hunting. Until the prey is captured, he will call his younger brother's name and call him to eat meat. Su Xing received another gift from the little Tyrannosaurus. This time it was an ornithomimus, a dinosaur that looks like an ostrich. It was the first choice of prey for Tyrannosaurus Rex parents to let them practice hunting. After their hunting skills were honed and they could participate in their parents' hunting, Su Xing never ate this dinosaur again. He missed its taste. The ornithomimus, which was several times larger than him, now looks about the same size as him. It's just that they are about the same size. As a dinosaur that looks like a bird, it weighs much less than him. Su Xing felt that he could finish it in one meal. Su Xing circled around the ornithomimus, wanting to eat it, and opened his mouth to bite it, but couldn't. He looked at Rex beside him for help. Rex, who received Su Xing's gaze, came over, removed the feathers on the ornithomimus that Su Xing didn't like, bit off a piece of meat, and fed it to Su Xing. This was not the first time that the Tyrannosaurus gave Su Xing a gift. To be precise, they would give it once every 1 or 2 days. At first, Rex's reaction was very big. Even if it was hunting at the time, it would immediately come back and rush to chase and bite the Tyrannosaurus that appeared. Even if Su Xing bit its tail to dissuade it, it would drive it away by roaring. In order to make Rex believe that he would not join the Tyrannosaurus group and would not leave it, Su Xing always followed it. Even when hunting, they hid behind the same forest, approached the prey together, and attacked together. In Rex's eyes, this is why Su Xing did not leave it after receiving the gifts from the Tyrannosaurus, and even got close to it. In addition, Su Xing gave it unlimited care and comfort, and called it by its name sweetly. In the stone painting drawn by Su Xing, they were together forever. Rex finally let go of his uneasiness. Knowing that Su Xing would not leave with the Tyrannosaurus would leave after delivering food, and would not approach Su Xing or hurt Su Xing. Rex gradually got used to the gift-giving behavior of the Tyrannosaurus. Of course, every time Su Xing was fed by the Tyrannosaurus, Rex would hunt a larger Triceratops to beat the gifts from the Tyrannosaurus. The uneaten Triceratops would become food for the Tyrannosaurus after they left. Then, Su Xing would receive better and bigger gifts. He fell into a strange cycle. In the feeding of both sides, Su Xing inevitably ate more and more, and he also began to have new troubles. He is a slender Tyrannosaurus. What if he becomes a fat Tyrannosaurus if he is fed like this? Roar, roar, roar. The two huge bodies collided with each other, opened their big mouths full of sharp teeth, and bit and attacked each other. The trees fell down in their fight, making a loud bang. Su Xing was awakened by the sound, raised his head nervously, and looked around blankly. What happened? What happened? He seemed to dream of 2 Tyrannosaurus Rex fighting. It didn't seem to be a dream. There were low-frequency roars and the sound of bodies hitting each other. The sound passed through the dense grass and trees and reached Su Xing's ears. Rex had stood up and looked solemnly at the other side of the forest. The sound sounded a little far away, not in their territory, but next door. Do you want to go over and take a look? Su Xing rubbed Rex's short forelimbs with his head to seek its opinion. Rex lowered his head, gently rubbed Su Xing's head, turned around with him, and walked away from the fight. He didn't have the strong curiosity of Su Xing, and didn't want to get involved. Well, I can't watch the fun. Su Xing followed Rex with some regret. It doesn't matter if he can't go. The weather is getting warmer, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex is particularly fierce and aggressive during this period. It's easy to get involved in the fight if you go to watch the fun, and it's not worth it if you get hurt. This is not the first time they have heard the sound of adult Tyrannosaurus Rex fighting. In every year in the past, there was a period of time when adult Tyrannosaurus Rex would be particularly restless. Some Tyrannosaurus Rex would leave their own territory and enter the hunting area of other Tyrannosaurus Rex, and friction and fighting were inevitable. Even Su Xing and Rex's territory had been visited by adult Tyrannosaurus Rex. Rex, who had just entered adolescence, could only hide with Su Xing to avoid those uninvited guests. In the past few years, Rex has grown rapidly, becoming stronger and braver. In every year in the past, there was a period of time when adult Tyrannosaurus rex would be Once an adult Tyrannosaurus rex enters their territory, Rex will immediately go to expel it. As for such fights outside the territory, Rex usually does not participate, unless they are too close to the territory and may invade the territory belonging to him and Su Xing at any time. At that time, Rex will go to the edge of the territory to deter and warn the two fighting Tyrannosaurus rex. Wu? Why do they always love to fight when the weather turns warm? Is it because it is hot in summer and easy to get angry? Su Xing doesn't quite understand. Both sides of the fight are Tyrannosaurus rex with high attack power. Their fight did not last too long and soon ended with one side being injured and leaving in embarrassment. Su Xing smelled the smell of blood on the wind. It was obvious that the defeated Tyrannosaurus rex was seriously injured, and even both of them were seriously injured. Adult Tyrannosaurus rex have no natural enemies. If anything, their natural enemy is another adult Tyrannosaurus rex. Su Xing and Rex have seen Tyrannosaurus rex die in this kind of fight between the same kind. The huge body fell to the ground, attracting many carnivores and scavengers to share the food. The stench in the air made Su Xing lose his appetite for several days. Su Xing really couldn't understand this behavior. Living in this world where the strong prey on the weak is already very difficult. Even the Tyrannosaurus rex cub, when it just hatched, was only a small one, and anyone could bully it. After living cautiously for so many years, he finally reached adulthood and became a predator at the top of the food chain. But he went to fight with his own kind and killed himself. What a pity. Su Xing admonished Rex. Wu, you must not learn to fight like them. Rex heard the seriousness and worry in Su Xing's voice. He lowered his head and rubbed Su Xing lightly, and a low roar came out of his throat, like comforting, but also like some kind of assurance. Tyrannosaurus rex came up? The ornithischians sent last time brought back Su Xing's memories. He wanted to change his taste today and let Dalong take him to find ornithischians. Rex took Su Xing to the riverbank. A large group of ornithischians gathered on the riverbank. They picked up branches around them and even fought to grab a branch. Su Xing was a little surprised. When he came here to drink water last time, there were no ornithischians here. Looking carefully, he found that those ornithischians were digging holes and building nests on the riverbank, just like what they saw when they were practicing hunting. It seems that they only gather on this riverbank when they are about to lay eggs. Ornithischians are small in size and agile in speed. Rex, who has grown into a giant, is not suitable for hunting this kind of prey. Su Xing asked Rex to stay in the forest and approached quietly. When he was about to lose the cover, he suddenly rushed out and pounced into the group of ornithischians. The ornithomimosaurs fled in panic, but Su Xing had already bitten the neck of an ornithomimosaur accurately, ending its life in an instant, and threw it away to chase the next one. When Su Xing first learned to hunt, he could only hang on the back of the ornithomimosaur and be carried around the river beach by it. Now Su Xing eats one child at a time. After the ornithomimosaurs were startled, the big dragon joined the hunt. It leaned down and bit down with its huge mouth, biting down an ornithomimosaur that was fleeing into the forest. In the end, Rex caught one ornithomimosaur and Su Xing caught 3. Su Xing only needed one ornithomimosaur to be full, and the rest was Rex's food. It felt like they were feeding each other. The ornithomimosaurs were delicious, the taste that Su Xing remembered, but it was a pity that there were no eggs. The ornithomimosaurs had just come to the river beach to build nests, and the pits had not been dug well, so it was normal that there were no eggs. Seeing Su Xing's regretful expression after looking at every nest on the river beach, Rex knew that he wanted to eat eggs. Although he didn't quite understand his hobby, Rex still took him to look for eggs after returning to the forest. Under Rex's guidance, Su Xing found several nests of eggs. There were soft shell eggs buried under leaves, and there were also eggs neatly placed in egg pits being incubated by dinosaurs. Su Xing didn't touch the nests with many eggs. Dinosaurs only lay 1 or 2 eggs at a time. The more eggs in the nest means that they have been born for a long time, and there is a high probability that there are formed dinosaurs inside. Su Xing can accept eating eggs and dinosaurs, but he can't accept eggs with formed dinosaurs. Rex found that his brother not only has strange hobbies, but is also picky about food. There is no way. His brother can only be spoiled. Fortunately, the forest now has no shortage of eggs. Rex took Su Xing to various places and found nests of eggs for him. Su Xing was shocked by the nest of eggs. Why do I feel like there are eggs everywhere? And they are all different kinds of eggs. It's as if all the animals in the forest have agreed to lay eggs together. Is this the breeding season for dinosaurs? If the weather gets warmer, it's the breeding season for most dinosaurs. Su Xing thought. He knew why adult Tyrannosaurus rex became irritable, left their territory, and fought with other Tyrannosaurus rex during this period. It's all because of the breeding season. Leaving the territory is to find a mate. Fighting with other Tyrannosaurus rex is a duel between competitors. This competition is too fierce. Su Xing originally thought that their way of pursuing a mate is to dance a courtship dance. Isn't it good to dance a courtship dance? Why do you have to fight each other? Let's go to the dance studio together. Oh no, find an open area together and dance together. How nice? Swinging its strong tail, moving its huge body, waving its short and tiny arms, it fully displays its body and dancing posture. The best dancers can get the priority to choose a mate or be chosen by a mate. Thinking of the fighting sounds heard today, the smell of blood in the wind, and the Tyrannosaurus rex that lost its life in the fight, and thinking that Rex would also face such cruel and bloody competition, Su Xing suddenly felt that the eggs in his mouth were not fragrant. The next day, Su Xing came to the cave where Triceratops often went. He was not looking for Triceratops, but picking blood tree leaves. Rex has grown up, and he might go to fight with other male Tyrannosaurus Rex one day. Su Xing didn't know how to help it. He wanted to build a suit of armor for Rex to protect it, but all he could do was collect some blood tree leaves that have a hemostatic effect and carry them with him. Rex went hunting nearby. Su Xing picked leaves, strung them together with tough grass stems, made a necklace, and hung it around his neck. Without pockets or other portable containers, stringing leaves together and tying them to the body was the best way to carry them. Su Xing made 2 leaf necklaces, one large and one small, and planned to let Rex carry the large one. Rex hadn't come back yet, so Su Xing followed its scent to find it. According to the direction of the scent, Rex should be at the riverbank yesterday. It actually went to catch the ornithomimus. The ornithomimus was never the first choice of Tyrannosaurus rex, and it was caught for him. The adult Tyrannosaurus rex was huge, and once it left the woods and entered the empty riverbank, it would be discovered by the ornithomimus. The agile ornithomimus could disperse in an instant, and the clumsy adult Tyrannosaurus rex would find it difficult to catch up with them. No wonder Rex had been gone for so long. Su Xing was touched and a little distressed. Silly Rex. He should have just hunted Triceratops, which were tasty and easy to catch, but because he wanted to try the taste in his memory, he went hunting ornithomimus, which was troublesome and difficult to catch. Passing through the dense forest, Su Xing saw a huge figure on the White River beach. It was Rex. It had 2 ornithomimus in its mouth and an egg at its feet. It wanted to take the egg with it, but its mouth was already full, so it could only lower its body as much as possible and use its 2 short arms to reach the egg on the ground and try to pick it up. Su Xing was ready to go over to help. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew from the other side. Su Xing smelled the scent of a strange Tyrannosaurus rex, just on the other side of the river. Rex turned around suddenly and looked at the other side with caution. The branches shook, and a huge adult Tyrannosaurus rex walked out of the forest. The strange Tyrannosaurus rex looked at Rex with the ornithomimus in its mouth, and Rex also stared at it, and the atmosphere was tense. Su Xing, who saw this scene in the forest, was very nervous. I didn't expect that this day would come so early. Will there be a fight? Can Rex win? The Tyrannosaurus rex on the opposite side looks a little smaller than Rex. Rex should be fine, right? Su Xing was downwind, and neither the newly appeared Tyrannosaurus rex nor Rex noticed him. Su Xing nervously grasped the blood leaf necklace in his hand and did not go out rashly. If he went out, it would only distract Rex. The strange Tyrannosaurus rex stepped into the river and walked towards Rex. Roar Rex gave a warning roar. But because he held 2 ornithomimus in his mouth, the voice was a little out of tune, and the deterrent power was greatly reduced. The strange Tyrannosaurus Rex paused, made a small circle, and went ashore from a little further away. Now, it and Rex were on the same beach. It walked towards Rex again. Rex followed it with a vigilant gaze. It came to Rex and looked at the ornithomimus in its mouth, showing a certain interest. When it approached, Rex roared intimidatingly again. The strange Tyrannosaurus Rex took a half-step back. It looked at Rex with a hostile attitude, hesitated to move its eyes away from the ornithomimus, and looked at the eggs at Rex's feet. It leaned over to the egg and opened its mouth to bite. Roaring Rex threw away the ornithomimus in its mouth and bit the strange Tyrannosaurus Rex. The strange Tyrannosaurus Rex barely avoided this bite. It was also enraged and roared at Rex. Rex was furious, guarding the ornithomimus and the eggs, and would not give an inch. It seemed that if the strange Tyrannosaurus dared to approach, it would fight to the death. The two sides confronted each other for a while, and the strange Tyrannosaurus chose to give up first. It turned across the river and disappeared into the forest on the shore. Seeing the strange Tyrannosaurus leave, Su Xing finally let go of his worry. But he always felt that something was wrong. When the strange Tyrannosaurus first appeared, it did not show much hostility to Rex, but rather had a certain interest in him. Whether it was interest in Rex or interest in food, Rex did not show great anger towards the Tyrannosaurus that invaded its territory as usual, rushing up to bite it when they met. Those two roars were just deterrent roars, which were really gentle compared to Rex's usual attitude. Wait, could that strange Tyrannosaurus be a female? Su Xing was stunned. Other male Tyrannosaurus fought to the death to obtain the right to mate. And Rex, for an egg, he drove away a female Tyrannosaurus that appeared in front of him and showed interest in him? What kind of behavior of a straight male destined to be alone? Rex's attitude towards females made Su Xing confused. Did he not like the female Tyrannosaurus? But this was the first time they met, so it should not be a matter of liking or hating. That was pure food protection or stinginess. I have never seen Rex so protective of food before. Rex picked up the ornithomimus on the ground again and tried to pick up the egg at his feet with his short arms. Su Xing walked over and felt very disappointed. Oh, well, how could you attack a female and drive her away for an egg? Tyrannosaurus often gave them gifts to show their friendship. Rex, on the other hand, would not give an egg to a female when she wanted to eat it. How can he find a partner if he is so stingy? Roaring Rex stuffed the egg into Su Xing's arms, looking at him with sparkling eyes. Su Xing actually saw a hint of pride in its expression and clearly asked for praise. It seemed very proud of its behavior just now and thought it could get praise from him. It was hopeless. Su Xing thought Rex's behavior was stupid, but he held the egg it handed to him and couldn't say anything to criticize it. Rex prefers meat to eggs. Big pieces of meat like Triceratops and Hadrosaurs, not meat like Ornithomimus, which is both small and troublesome to eat. It came to the riverbank to catch Ornithomimus and find eggs for him. It was also to protect the food given to it that it had a conflict with the female. It must be the stupidest male Tyrannosaurus Rex in the world. And the best brother. Roaring Su Xing raised his head and gently rubbed the dragon's chin, making a sweet cry in his throat, indicating that he liked this egg very much. I like my brother very much. Rex responded to him happily and rubbed against him. It plucked feathers from the Ornithomimus for Su Xing and tore off meat to feed him. The reason why Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't like to eat Ornithomimus was not only because it was small and not as enjoyable to eat as big dinosaurs like Triceratops, but also because it was covered with feathers, which affected the taste and flavor. Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't want to spend time plucking feathers. Rex never plucked feathers when he ate Ornithomimus because it was too troublesome. But when feeding Su Xing, it always cleaned the feathers. It took care of Su Xing much more carefully than it did itself. It even took care of it more carefully than the Tyrannosaurus Rex's parents. At first, it was because it had just left its parents and needed to take care of its young brother alone. It was always worried that it was not doing well enough and could not give its brother the same comfortable life as with its parents, so it could only be attentive everywhere. Later, it got used to it. After getting used to tearing meat and feeding it to Su Xing, if it missed this step one day, it would not be able to eat meat. During those days when Su Xing lost his appetite due to the smell of rotten meat, he ate very little. When Su Xing didn't eat the meat he fed him, he felt that the meat in his mouth had no taste. After getting used to sleeping next to Su Xing, he would wake up immediately when Su Xing left him. Occasionally, when Su Xing couldn't sleep at night and got up to carve on the stone, he would wake up and stay with Su Xing, watching him paint. Once a habit is formed, it is difficult to change. Rex didn't plan to change. Even if he changed one day in the future, it would definitely change to take better care of Su Xing. Rex didn't understand time. In his simple brain, this kind of life would continue, just like the carvings on the stone. Next to the big Tyrannosaurus Rex with a crown on his head, there will always be a small Tyrannosaurus Rex with a star on his head. Su Xing licked the egg liquid while eating the meat fed by Rex. 2 ornithomimus and an egg were not enough to feed the 2 brothers. Rex fed Su Xing first, ate the remaining ornithomimus, and took Su Xing back to the forest. It needed to hunt another Triceratops, which was both its food and Su Xing's dinner. Su Xing asked Rex to lower his head. He stood on tiptoe and raised his arm as high as possible. The second blood leaf necklace passed through Rex's huge head and was put on his neck. "Awoo, you must wear it with you. If you get hurt, chew the leaves and apply them to the wound." Su Xing demonstrated with the leaves he was wearing. Chew the leaves despite the bitterness and apply them on your body. The part he applied was Rex's shoulder. Rex, who had been injured in the shoulder and had been applied medicine by Su Xing, quickly understood his gesture. Rex gently rubbed Su Xing's head and let out a low roar in his throat, indicating that he remembered it. It likes the gift from its brother, especially after it found that its brother also wore the same leaf necklace around his neck. But why did its brother suddenly give it this? Rex naturally associated the leaf necklace with the female Tyrannosaurus Rex that had just appeared. The brother must be worried that it could not beat the other Tyrannosaurus Rex and would be injured by other Tyrannosaurus Rex. Alas, what should the brother do if he always thinks it is weak? It is obviously very powerful. When it was a teenager, it could drive away the adult Tyrannosaurus Rex that entered its territory. Now that it is an adult, it has become stronger and more deterrent. Just the smell it emits can make other males stay away. So far this year, no male Tyrannosaurus Rex dared to enter its territory. The only one that entered its territory was a female Tyrannosaurus Rex that was attracted to it. Rex thought that it must be because of his politeness to the female that his brother mistakenly thought he was weak and powerless. For the first time, Rex hoped that another adult Tyrannosaurus Rex would enter his territory. This time, it will attack fiercely and beat the intruder without any chance to fight back, so that his brother can see its strength and fearlessness. But Rex is destined to be disappointed. Until the end of the breeding season, no other adult Tyrannosaurus Rex entered their territory. After not hearing the sound of adult Tyrannosaurus Rex fighting for a long time, Su Xing suddenly realized that the breeding season was over. The ornithomimus left the river beach breeding ground with its newborn cubs. There were many small round Triceratops in the Triceratops group, and even in the Tyrannosaurus group, there were many small Tyrannosaurus cubs. And Rex, it became more and more fierce and strong, and its hunting ability became stronger. It could hunt Triceratops, duck-billed dinosaurs, and all other dinosaurs that Su Xing liked to eat faster and more skillfully. But it is still a single dragon. In addition to hunting and eating every day, it is to stick with his brother. Su Xing looked at Rex, who was digging a beehive for him in the distance. I don't know whether I should be happy that it survived the fierce breeding season without any injuries, or regret that it didn't find a mate. Forget it, let's worry about whether it will be stung by bees. Rex bit the beehive off the tree in one bite. The beehive fell to the ground with a snap, and bees swarmed out instantly, surrounding Rex. Rex was thick-skinned and didn't care about the small flies buzzing around him. It bit the beehive open, picked up a piece of honey, and walked towards the bush where Su Xing was. Su Xing looked at it admiringly through the leaves. What a warrior, surrounded by so many bees and still not panicking. Rex lowered his head and put the honey in front of the bush, turned around and went back to bite new honey. It accepted its brother's various strange preferences well. It just likes to eat sweet things made by small flies. No problem at all. After it left, Su Xing dared to poke his head out of the bush. There were only a few bees around the honey. Su Xing picked it up, hid behind the bush, and tasted it. It smelled so good and sweet. Su Xing hadn't tasted something so sweet for many years. His taste buds were awakened in an instant, and the sweetness penetrated his soul. He didn't expect that there was honey in the dinosaur era. When Su Xing saw it when he passed by in the morning, he thought about it. But the bees guarding the hive were too scary. A few of them were okay, and a few stings were bearable, but a large group was really scary. Rex found that he wanted to eat honey, so he placed him behind a bush, went up and bit him, and successfully brought honey back for him. It's okay to eat a few bites of honey at a time, but if you eat too much, you will feel unbearable. After Su Xing finished the first piece of honey, he called Rex to the river. Even if Rex was not afraid of bee stings, they had to get rid of these bees. Su Xing took Rex to the largest river in the forest. The water there was deep enough for Rex to bury his entire dragon in the water. Rex and Su Xing went into the water one after the other. Rex swam in front, burying his head in the water from time to time. Su Xing followed far behind him and swam down the river together. For a Tyrannosaurus Rex with hollow bones, swimming was not difficult. Su Xing thought he would be safe hiding in the water, but the patience of these bees was far beyond his expectations. When Rex buried his head in the water, the bees would hover over the water surface and wait. As soon as his head came out, the bees would surround him again. Rex didn't care about the stings of these small flying insects, but they kept following him, making it impossible for him to get close to Su Xing, which made him extremely irritated. Rex took Su Xing downstream, swimming from afternoon to evening, and the bees dispersed. Su Xing climbed ashore and collapsed directly on the sand. Although the current would carry him away, and he didn't need to spend much effort, it was tiring to soak in the water nervously for half a day. It was really not worth it for this mouthful of honey. Rex went ashore a little further away, and he looked around vigilantly, then walked to Su Xing, lowered his head and gently nudged him, and pushed him up. They have come to the edge of the territory, next to which is the territory of other Tyrannosaurus Rex. Rex has never brought Su Xing to such a dangerous place. It has smelled the scent of other adult Tyrannosaurus Rex, and it is not safe to rest here. Rex carefully distinguished the smell in the air. There were two strong Tyrannosaurus Rex smells, and some slightly lighter smells. It should be a couple of Tyrannosaurus Rex with cubs. Rex felt that the smell was somewhat familiar, as if it came from the depths of a long-ago memory. Two figures gradually emerged in its mind. Before the two figures became clear, the trees in the distance moved slightly, and two Tyrannosaurus Rex with cubs walked out of the forest and came to the downstream riverbank. Hearing the movement, Su Xing instantly got up from the ground, stuck close to the big dragon's legs, and looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex family swimming downstream. The two adult Tyrannosaurus Rex had already discovered them. They protected their cubs behind them, and the two sides faced each other in silence. This is the border of the two territories. Whether a fight will break out depends on their own thoughts. The atmosphere is tense. Su Xing stared at the Tyrannosaurus Rex opposite nervously. Besides being nervous, there was also a trace of confusion and doubt. The Tyrannosaurus Rex couple stood on the riverbank with a group of cubs. That scene reminded Su Xing of the way the Tyrannosaurus Rex parents brought them. The difference is that the Tyrannosaurus Rex parents only had two cubs, him and Dalong. On the other side, there were 1, 2, 3, 9, 10, a total of 10 little Tyrannosaurus Rex. After thinking of the Tyrannosaurus Rex parents, Su Xing felt that the Tyrannosaurus Rex couple opposite looked like parents. Do all Tyrannosaurus Rex with cubs look alike? Awu? Su Xing tentatively called out. The two Tyrannosaurus Rex looked at them, and their originally alert and vigilant expressions turned into confusion and surprise. Roar? The female Tyrannosaurus Rex responded to Su Xing's roar. The familiar voice almost made Su Xing cry. "Oh, Mom!" Su Xing called in a baby voice and ran towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex couple. Su Xing had just run a few steps when he was stopped by Rex's big head. Rex blocked him and let out a serious roar from his throat, as if saying that it would be dangerous to get close. How could it be dangerous? That's Mom and Dad. Awu? Don't you recognize Mom and Dad? Rex was unmoved. He firmly blocked Su Xing and prevented him from getting close to the Tyrannosaurus Rex opposite. The Tyrannosaurus Rex couple and Rex made eye contact and were wary of each other. The forest next door was originally the territory of a single male Tyrannosaurus Rex. Perhaps the male Tyrannosaurus left the territory during the breeding season this year. Or perhaps for some other reason, the lords of the forest have been replaced by this couple of Tyrannosaurus. Even Rex, who has a keen sense of smell, only knows that the territory next door has been replaced by a couple of Tyrannosaurus. It was not until today that it knew that the new Tyrannosaurus couple was its parents when it was young. But whether it knows this or not is not important to the Tyrannosaurus. Adult Tyrannosaurus Rex cannot coexist. The relationship between parents and adult children is not a cooperative relationship, but a competitive relationship. What's more, on one side, there is a couple of Tyrannosaurus Rex with their cubs, and on the other side, there is an adult male Tyrannosaurus Rex with his petite brother. They are both at their most alert to danger. At this time, even if a harmless small herbivorous dinosaur approaches, they will kill it to protect their cubs/brothers. What's more, the opposite side is an equally ferocious and strong adult Tyrannosaurus Rex. The best outcome would be to avoid a conflict and for both sides to leave safely. Su Xing made the same childish, coquettish noises as when he was a child, trying to awaken Rex's memories. Rex responded with a soothing gurgling sound, but still did not let him go. The mother Tyrannosaurus Rex was watching them. The two dinosaurs, one big and one small, were close together. Their cries reminded her of many things. She suddenly turned around and walked into the forest. The little Tyrannosaurus Rex followed closely behind their mother and left together. The little Tyrannosaurus Rex, who was walking at the end, glanced at the Tyrannosaurus Rex father who was standing still on the riverbank and made a childish cry, calling it to leave. Su Xing was so anxious that he cried, "Don't go, don't go." They just met, and he hadn't told them yet. He was living a good life. The big dragon took good care of him and would find all kinds of food he liked for him. His own hunting ability was getting stronger and stronger, so he didn't have to worry about them. The Tyrannosaurus father turned his head and looked at Su Xing, who was whimpering sadly, and then looked at the backs of his partner and the cubs leaving, hesitating whether he should follow. "Oh, wool." Su Xing opened his mouth and gently bit the big dragon's jaw, trying to push it away. But he couldn't push it away. Just when he was about to cry in anxiety, the Tyrannosaurus mother came back, holding a piece of Triceratops meat in its mouth. The Tyrannosaurus mother slowly approached with the meat in her mouth. She stopped about 50 meters away from Rex and the others, lowered her head, and put the meat down. The little Tyrannosaurus Rex poked their heads out from behind their mother. They wanted to eat the meat, but the meat was too close to the two strange dinosaurs. They didn't dare to get close, so they could only hide behind their mother's tail, looking out nervously and ignorantly. The three adult Tyrannosaurus Rex present were only slightly more nervous than them. Rex glanced at the meat on the ground, raised his eyes, and met the eyes of the mother Tyrannosaurus Rex. After a moment, he stood up, moved his head away, and let Su Xing pass. Su Xing didn't know what kind of confrontation or communication they had. As soon as Rex let him go, he immediately ran towards the mother Tyrannosaurus Rex. Wu Su Xing stopped in front of the mother Tyrannosaurus Rex, raised his head excitedly and nervously, and rubbed the mother's jaw tentatively, and received a warm response from the mother Tyrannosaurus Rex. The father Tyrannosaurus Rex also came over and rubbed against Su Xing, using the unique way of communicating feelings of the Tyrannosaurus Rex to share each other's thoughts and joy. Su Xing clung to his parents for a long time before he realized that Rex didn't come over. He looked back and Rex was still standing in the same place. "Wu, aren't you coming to cuddle with your parents?" Rex watched them quietly, without any intention of going forward. The Tyrannosaurus Rex parents stared at Rex in silence, without calling it or driving it away. Su Xing seemed to understand something, which made him a little sad. They separated because Rex grew up and became bigger. One territory could not accommodate many large Tyrannosaurus Rex. In order to avoid conflicts in the future, they had to separate. Now, Rex has become an adult Tyrannosaurus Rex, strong and ferocious, and they can't get close to each other anymore. Never go back to the close relationship when they were young. Su Xing wanted to cry a little, and the tears that he held back when he found that his mother didn't leave fell at this time. He also knew that this was just his sentimentality, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex parents and Rex didn't have such delicate thoughts. Meeting and parting in their eyes may be as common as the rising and setting of the sun. Grown-up children always have to leave their parents and start their own journey. Parents can't always be with their children. All they can do is teach their children skills so that they can survive after they leave. The mother Tyrannosaurus Rex found that Su Xing was in a low mood. She picked up the meat and handed it to Su Xing's mouth, making a gentle roar like when he was a child, urging him to eat meat. It seemed that in her eyes, he was still the little cub who needed his parents to feed him. Su Xing endured the bitterness in his heart and ate the meat with big mouthfuls. He was slightly smaller than the juvenile Tyrannosaurus Rex. In the eyes of Rex and his parents, he was probably a cub that would never grow up. So Rex took good care of him for many years, and his parents fed him food like they did when they were young when they met again. Even the meat they fed him was the firm and tight-neck meat of the Triceratops, which was his favorite part to eat. A little Tyrannosaurus Rex poked its head out from behind its mother's legs, sniffed the smell of the Triceratops meat, and opened its mouth unconsciously. Su Xing saw it, tore off a small piece of meat that it could eat, and held it in his mouth and handed it to it. The little Tyrannosaurus Rex immediately bit it and swallowed it down. More little Tyrannosaurus Rex approached tentatively, and Su Xing tore meat for them one by one. These are his younger brothers and sisters. At first, when he saw two adult Tyrannosaurus Rex with their cubs, Su Xing didn't feel anything special. He just felt that there were so many cubs, and they were very lively, unlike when they were just him and Rex. After recognizing that the two adult Tyrannosaurus Rex were the parents, the more he looked at these little Tyrannosaurus Rex, the cuter they felt. Su Xing tore the meat and fed them while introducing them. Awoo, I am your second brother, and the super large Tyrannosaurus Rex in front is your eldest brother. Remember? Roar, the meat is delicious. I want more. The Tyrannosaurus Rex parents were a little nervous at first, worried that the big little dragon would hurt the little cub, and worried that the little cubs would unite to bully the little dragon. After seeing that they got along well, they relaxed. The father Tyrannosaurus Rex entered the forest, dragged the body of the Triceratops out, and shared the food with the cubs. They hunted a Triceratops today, and were originally eating in the forest with their cubs. They smelled the scent of other adult Tyrannosaurus Rex, and they felt that the smell was familiar, so they came to the riverbank to check. Then, they saw the two cubs of their first litter. After many years, the two brothers still live together. The big dragon is now even bigger than them. You know, it is just a Tyrannosaurus Rex that has just grown up, and there is still room for growth. Although the big dragon has changed a lot, it is still within their expectations. After all, it has been particularly strong and brave since it was a child, and it can be predicted that it will become a strong Tyrannosaurus Rex that dominates the world. The appearance of the little dragon is completely beyond their expectations. The little dragon seems to be the same as in their memory, without any change. Oh, or it has grown a little bit, at least when standing, its head can touch their belly. He stood next to the big dragon, just like a cub. Not only is the size small like a cub, but even the body proportions are similar to those of a cub. It is not as strong and sturdy as an adult Tyrannosaurus. The big dragon is so big and strong. How could it raise its brother to be so thin and small? Did it eat all the food, and the little dragon was not full? Poor little dragon. It must be starving. Eat more. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's father and mother tore the meat together and fed it to Su Xing. The other little Tyrannosaurus Rex had already run to the Triceratops to start gnawing. Except for the first few days after they hatched, their parents took turns to bring meat back to feed them. After that, they could move with their parents and gnaw on the prey by themselves. Where have you seen such a scene where parents tore meat and fed it by themselves? Oh, well. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. Su Xing left a piece of meat, picked up the bigger piece, ran to Rex, and put the meat down. Oh, are you hungry? Mom and Dad gave it to you. Eat it quickly. Su Xing gently rubbed Rex's jaw. He was worried that Rex would be sad because he couldn't fit in and was excluded alone. Although Rex might not have such delicate emotions, he did. He would feel sad for Rex. Rex looked at Su Xing, who tried to take care of his emotions, and then looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex parents in the distance, lowered his head to pick up the meat, and swallowed it. The Tyrannosaurus mother saw Rex eating meat, silently tore off a larger piece of meat, and handed it to him when Su Xing ran back. When Su Xing saw the size of the meat, he knew it was for Rex. The meat was almost bigger than him, and he couldn't eat it. Although he couldn't be as close as when he was a child, in the eyes of his parents, Rex would always be their cub. All the low emotions were swept away at this moment, and Su Xing happily dragged the meat to Rex's side. "Oh, whoa, look, a super big piece, specially for you." Rex tore off the meat from the piece and fed it to Su Xing. Su Xing knew its habit, and he would have no appetite if he didn't eat it, so he ate it in cooperation. Rex didn't eat the rest of the meat until Su Xing was full. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's parents saw their interaction. They thought that the little dragon couldn't compete with the big dragon for food and couldn't eat enough, so it grew so small. Now it seems that this is not the case at all. The big dragon takes better care of the little dragon than they do their cubs. It takes good care of the little dragon. It seems that their little dragon is a little dinosaur that will never grow up. Poor little dragon baby. After Su Xing ate his fill at Rex's place, he came to his parents and was once again given loving care and feeding by his parents. He was already full, and in the face of his parents' insistence on feeding him, he could only try his best to continue eating. It was as if he had returned to the past. Rex gradually became independent and no longer ate the same prey as his parents. He began to hunt on his own. He ate from both sides and was fed by both sides. He was so full every day. The sun was about to set, and the orange-red clouds burned half of the sky. Roaring Rex called Su Xing and prepared to take him away. The Tyrannosaurus Rex parents were also about to return to the forest with their sleepy cubs. Su Xing returned to Rex and said goodbye to his parents happily, although reluctantly. He had no regrets to see his parents again, to know that they were all fine, and to let them know that he and Rex were all fine. What was even more surprising was that the territories of both sides were so close. Although Rex and his parents were both adult Tyrannosaurus Rex and could not live together, but since they all lived so close, there would always be a chance to meet. Even if they could not get close, they could still say hello from a distance with their eyes. For the Tyrannosaurus Rex, it was already very good to know that each other was living well. "Awu, are you hungry? Let's go catch a Triceratops. I'll help you catch it. You just wait and eat." Su Xing walked in front of Rex, eager to try. Rex lowered his head and gently rubbed Su Xing's little head. It could feel that Su Xing was very happy today. Although it didn't show it much, it was actually very happy. "So, catch a Triceratops to celebrate. Catch the biggest one." Many different voices entered Su Xing's ears, forming a sound like white noise. This did not affect Su Xing in his sleep at all. He closed his eyes and slept soundly. But the sound gradually became clear, and occasionally a few words familiar to Su Xing would appear, such as dinosaur, such as Rex. Su Xing opened his eyes instantly and looked at the skeleton of a Triceratops cub. Next to it, there was an even larger skeleton of an adult Triceratops. Su Xing slowly raised his head, and for the first time he found that the Triceratops was so big and so tall. No, it's not that the Triceratops has become taller, it's that he has become shorter. Originally, he was a slender Tyrannosaurus as tall as a small truck, but now, Su Xing looked down at his body, which was the limbs and body of a human child. On the back of his right hand, there was a small red dot, which looked like a mark left by an injection, but it was actually a birthmark that had accompanied him since childhood. This was his original body, the body of a 5-year-old boy. What had he turned back to? Where was this? Su Xing looked around. This was a huge palace-shaped building. In addition to the Triceratops skeleton in front of him, there were many dinosaur skeletons that he was familiar with, such as duck-billed dinosaurs, pachycephalosaurs. Many people walked past him and admired these dinosaur skeletons. They were men and women, old and young, speaking various languages, as if people from all over the world gathered here just to understand these prehistoric beasts. Is this the dinosaur museum in the human world? They come from the late Cretaceous period about 68 million years ago. The hunting process of Tyrannosaurus rex is depicted on it. The familiar language came into Su Xing's ears, coming from the next room, separated from him by a wall. Su Xing walked in and saw a young guide in uniform introducing a stone to a group of Huaxia College students. That was the stone he wrote his diary on. It recorded the process of Tyrannosaurus Rex's father and mother hunting Triceratops. Through the records on this stone, we can know that Triceratops was not powerless to resist the predation of Tyrannosaurus Rex. They would rely on the terrain, line up in a row, and point the sharp long horns on their heads at Tyrannosaurus Rex to make it retreat. But unfortunately, the terrain they relied on in the stone painting was a small river, not a cliff or other terrain that could block the attack from behind. And Tyrannosaurus Rex still had companions. Its companion, another adult Tyrannosaurus, rushed out from the dense forest on the other side of the river. The Triceratops facing away from it was a feast for it to prey on. It bit an adult Triceratops. Facing the front and back, the two Tyrannosaurus Rexes had no chance of winning and could only flee. A student asked, would a top predator like the Tyrannosaurus Rex actually cooperate in hunting? Of course, more and more studies have shown that Tyrannosaurus Rexes would cooperate in hunting. Moreover, the relationship between the two Tyrannosaurus Rexes recorded in this stone is not ordinary. They are partners and have a pair of cute cubs. The guide asked them to look down. In the last row of the stone painting, a Tyrannosaurus Rex cub rushed out of the bushes and flew towards the Triceratops. What's more interesting is that there is a smaller dinosaur cub hanging on its tail. The little cub bit the tail of the slightly larger Tyrannosaurus Rex cub. I don't know if it wanted to hold it or take a ride. Anyway, it was dragged out together and fell into the river. The students were all amused by this scene. So cute. I always thought that dinosaurs were scary monsters, but I didn't expect that they had such a cute side. It reminded me of when I was a kid. After getting lucky money, my sister dragged me to the canteen, because if I didn't spend it quickly, it would be gone. Especially when I saw the slightly older Tyrannosaurus cub behind. It left the little cub in the river and ran to chase the Triceratops. The little cub in the river could only swim by itself, and after finally swimming to the shore, it had to fight for food with the Tyrannosaurus cub that left it behind. The students all said, yes, my brother/sister is like this, and the fight for food is very empathetic. But some students wondered, who carved these contents on the stone? Could it be that our human ancestors had existed so early? Another person said, but I remember that early apes began to appear about 25 million years ago, and this stone tablet is from the end of the Cretaceous period about 68 million years ago. The time doesn't match at all. The narrator said, this is a good question. The academic community has been arguing about this. When they heard that some scholars thought these were all recorded by dinosaurs themselves, all the students laughed out loud. How is it possible? Can dinosaurs draw? If it was just a few simple scratches, they would still believe that it was drawn by dinosaurs. But everything carved on this stone is clear, and there is even a logical chain between each scene. Only an intelligent race that gave birth to civilization can record such content. Seeing them laughing, the narrator did not explain and just took them to the next stone exhibit. Su Xing followed them. Although it was embarrassing to have his diary exposed, no one at the scene knew that he had drawn these. He found it very interesting to listen to the speculation and discussion of his diary by later generations. This piece of stone is the most valuable exhibit in the entire museum, whether it is research value or the outside world's valuation of it. It records the process of a Tyrannosaurus Rex and its partner hunting a Triceratops. Some students were puzzled. They were both Tyrannosaurus Rex hunting Triceratops. What is the difference between it and the previous stone? Why is it the most valuable? I believe everyone will understand after reading it. It is definitely the undisputed first. The narrator pointed to the lines on the top of the stone and said, look, what is this? Wind? Rain? Grass? The students guessed. Through the previous stone painting, they already know that each graphic symbol on the stone has its own meaning, referring to something in nature, so they know to guess based on its appearance. Yes, grass, or some tough plant that looks like grass. Looking back, two grasses are woven into a slightly thicker grass, and two slightly thicker grasses are woven into thicker and longer grass, and the cycle continues, and a rope is obtained. The students were stunned. So long ago, there were creatures that could weave ropes? It looks like the red rope bracelet we weave. Who weaved this? The hands are quite skillful, someone said. The next line revealed the answer. A little dinosaur, holding the rope with its 2 finger claws. Grass, a plant. Sea. In the midst of the shocked sea language, the students stared in disbelief. Some people stared at their 5-fingered hands. Some people looked down in disbelief, hoping to find other evidence to prove that the rope just happened to fall into the dinosaur's hands, rather than being woven by the dinosaur. Then, they saw the little dinosaur tied the rope to the tree. It was surprising that the dinosaur could wrap the rope around the tree, but it could also tie a knot. Moreover, it tied both ends of the rope to different trees and tied a knot, and pulled it into a straight line in the middle. The little dinosaur tied ropes everywhere, tying that area like a dragnet. Seeing these ropes, the smarter students had already made some guesses in their hearts, but at the same time they were even more shocked. They looked down and saw that the little dinosaur had joined another huge Tyrannosaurus Rex, and together they drove a group of Triceratops to the area where the ropes were arranged. The Triceratops in the front was tripped by the rope, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex bit a Triceratops behind. After the Triceratops left, they harvested 2 Triceratops, one large and one small. Just as shocking as the fact that dinosaurs can twist ropes, dinosaurs can use ropes to set traps for hunting. I thought that Tyrannosaurus Rex relied on its huge size and sharp teeth to hunt. Shouldn't it be like this? Everyone's impression of Tyrannosaurus Rex hunting is similar to what is recorded on the first stone. Although most people don't think that they will cooperate in hunting, the general impression of hunting is similar. Pounce on the prey, bite the prey with teeth, and bite the prey to death, just like most large beasts hunting now. As a result, this stone painting says that dinosaurs can twist ropes to set traps, and they will cooperate with their companions to drive the prey to the trap. The students finally know why this stone is the most valuable. If the content recorded on this stone is true, then all their understanding of dinosaurs will be overturned. Dinosaurs not only hunt with their bodies, they may also be intelligent hunters. Dinosaurs may have wisdom beyond people's imagination. At least one of them has extremely high wisdom. Tyrannosaurus Rex has such a strong body configuration, but it is still so smart. How can other dinosaurs survive? No wonder they can become the overlord of that era. If they were allowed to live to this day, the one taking the college entrance examination in the same examination room with me might be a dinosaur man. Oh yes, I have seen this dinosaur. It sat next to me in the college entrance examination. It answered questions very quickly, which made the students in the same examination room very stressed. It was the first one to hand in the paper and leave the examination room, and it was even interviewed by the media. Fortunately, it handed in the paper early and quickly, otherwise it would be hungry after doing the questions and then choose a lucky candidate for a snack. Su Xing was confused when he heard it next to him. Seeing their serious look, he didn't know whether there was really a dinosaur taking the exam with them, or they were joking. "Awu? Are you telling the truth?" Su Xing asked. He hadn't used human language for a long time, so he knew what to say, but he stumbled when he really said it. The people around him were still discussing among themselves, and no one paid attention to Su Xing, as if they didn't hear what he said at all. Su Xing pulled the corner of the clothes of the person next to him, but found that his hand passed through the person's body. He couldn't touch them, as if he and they were not in the same time and space dimension. Huh. A student found a strange place. Why is the arm of this little Tyrannosaurus Rex twisting the rope so long? Compared with its companion with the iconic mini short arms of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the arms of this little dinosaur are particularly slender. We also noticed that the small cub's arms are longer on the previous stone painting. Could they be the same dinosaur? If it is really the same dinosaur, it is on 2 consecutive stone paintings. Does it have any special identity? Being able to twist ropes, tie ropes, and set traps is not considered special? Come and see. A student stood in front of another stone display stand and called out to his classmates. This stone also has it, the little Tyrannosaurus Rex with slender arms. Really, there is also a big Tyrannosaurus Rex following it. The big Tyrannosaurus Rex is bigger, and it is still small. Huh. Why does it have a symbol on its head, which looks a bit like a star? The big Tyrannosaurus Rex next to it also has a symbol on its head, but it is different from its own. This one looks like a crown. Does this have any special meaning? I guess the crown means king and leader, and the star probably means observing the starry sky. And it means priest? King and priest? It does look like it. In these stone paintings, this little dinosaur with slender arms is very smart and has the feeling of a priest. Someone was silent for a while and asked a soul-searching question. Why does the priest need the king to tear it off and feed it every time he eats meat? Why did he need to tear the meat and feed it to the king? Because he didn't dare to eat meat directly from the prey's body, and Rex indulged him, so that after many years, he didn't overcome this psychological barrier. Su Xing was embarrassed and ashamed to be seen by so many people. He silently covered his hot face and wanted to find a hole to hide himself. At this time, he was very glad that they were not in the same time and space dimension, and these people couldn't see him. The stones excavated in later generations were not complete, and only a dozen pieces were displayed in the museum. For dinosaurs, eating is the top priority, and many stones are depicted with scenes of eating. The students looked at the stones one by one and found that the little dinosaur really relied on the Tyrannosaurus Rex to tear meat and feed it every time it ate meat. Not only did the Tyrannosaurus Rex accompany it to hunt and tear meat to feed it, but there was also a group of smaller dinosaurs that often sent it food. What kind of dinosaur is this little dinosaur? A student asked. The narrator said, they are a kind of unnamed slender Tyrannosaurus species, belonging to the same genus as Tyrannosaurus or Tyrannosaurus rex, and are a relatively small Tyrannosaurus. They look similar to the priest. Some students found similarities. Both have slender arms and relatively small bodies. Are they a kind of dinosaur? Very likely. The narrator said, the academic community speculates that they are a kind of intelligent dinosaur, and the one following the Tyrannosaurus rex is the smartest of their clan and has a special status in the slender Tyrannosaurus clan. In the stone paintings, the little Tyrannosaurus rex often presents it with ostrich-like dinosaurs, dinosaurs with big lumps on their heads, triceratops cubs, and dinosaur eggs. It's like a kind of offering or sacrifice. The priest must be the priest of the Tyrannosaurus rex. It can even establish a friendly relationship with the huge Tyrannosaurus rex and let the king of Tyrannosaurus rex serve it. I really want to know how it does it. A student sighed. Su Xing thought about it seriously and didn't know how he did it. Maybe he was too young and useless in some aspects, so Rex took care of him more. These people guessed that the little cub in the stone painting of the Tyrannosaurus rex parents hunting the Triceratops was him. But they didn't realize that the big Tyrannosaurus rex who had been with him was the Tyrannosaurus rex cub, whose tail he bit in the original stone painting. Maybe Rex has changed too much since he was a child and when he grew up. Su Xing thought. If they recognized that the other cub was Rex, the king they thought of, they probably wouldn't be so surprised. Because brothers should support each other. What Su Xing didn't know was that after the Tyrannosaurus rex parents left, the young Tyrannosaurus rex did depend on each other and cooperate in hunting, but it was rare in the world to have such a good relationship that they would tear meat and feed it to the level of taking care of the cubs. They are a pair of unique dinosaur brothers. The students were attracted by the story recorded on the stone. Although the stone painting is not complete, they can still glimpse the world of giant beasts 100 million years ago and see the deep friendship between the Tyrannosaurus rex and the little Tyrannosaurus rex. The huge Tyrannosaurus rex king would hunt prey that was not suitable for its huge body for the little Tyrannosaurus rex priest, and look for dinosaur eggs that it never eats. It even went to pick beehives for the priest, was beaten by a group of bees, and had to hide in the river. The priest always accompanied the king. Although he was only small in size and did not like swimming, he accompanied the king into the wide river when the bees chased him, and went downstream into the territory of other Tyrannosaurus rex. It was also here that they met a pair of adult Tyrannosaurus rex with cubs. When the students saw this, they were still worried that the two sides would conflict. Although the king was larger in size, it and the priest swam in the river for a long time, and the physical strength was greatly depleted. It was definitely not the opponent of two adult Tyrannosaurus rex. What they didn't expect was that it was the priest who stood up to the two huge adult Tyrannosaurus rex. The next scene surprised them. The priest was indeed a priest, a wise man among dinosaurs. It easily won the favor of the two adult Tyrannosaurus rex, and they even hunted Triceratops to entertain it. Too strong. This is the top diplomat among dinosaurs. Not only can it make the king serve it, it can also receive offerings from the entire family of slender Tyrannosaurus rex, and it is also treated with courtesy by Tyrannosaurus rex in other territories. The students admired it. Su Xing? Can it be interpreted in this way? Is there a possibility that it is the father and mother? They just met their parents who had been separated for a long time and had a meal. Su Xing thought that after the stone painting was discovered, people in later generations might mistakenly think that there was a dinosaur with long arms among the Tyrannosaurus rex, or that he was the cub of Rex. It was not until he heard these outrageous speculations and interpretations with his own ears that he realized that he had underestimated human imagination. In the eyes of later generations, he has become a mysterious priest, a wise man among dinosaurs, and a diplomat treated with courtesy by all races. With all the previous shocks, when people saw the young priest using blood tree leaves to apply to the injured Tyrannosaurus rex companion to stop bleeding, they were no longer surprised. The priest knows how to use herbs, how normal it is. The priest picked the blood tree leaves and strung them into a necklace. He put one on himself and prepared another larger one for the king. But he saw the king and a Tyrannosaurus rex looking at each other by the river. This scene aroused the interest of the students. They keenly discovered that the newly appeared Tyrannosaurus rex was slightly smaller than the king and showed obvious interest in the king. And the king was also very friendly to the newly appeared Tyrannosaurus rex. Compared with the previous stone painting records, as soon as they appear in the king's territory, they are chased by the overlord dragon. The king is now only holding food and no immediately attacking. They must be friendly. Overlord dragon, but no one for everyone? When the female overlord dragon approaches the king's face, I think, when he wants the food in his mouth, Wang Lu showed his expression and retreated the female. The flames have not yet ignited, because the ownership of an egg is completely extinguished. It can easily prey on large triceratops and duck-billed dinosaurs, so it shouldn't care about these small snacks. You know, it used to leave some uneaten food for the slender Tyrannosaurus. When they looked down, they saw Wang trying to hold the egg with his short hands and hand it to the priest, and then plucked the feathers of the ornithomimus and tore the meat to feed the priest. Everyone understood at this time. It can share its own food with other dinosaurs, but no one can touch the food prepared for the priest. I understand. Wang is an absolute priest control. In front of the priest, everything has to be put in the back. Someone said, with Wang's priest brain, I'm afraid he will be alone. Another person retorted that animals look for partners just to hunt together and reproduce offspring. I think some of Wang's actions are equivalent to raising the priest as a cub, skipping the partner directly. In the eyes of the king, the priest is probably a cub that will never grow up, and it will always guard the priest. Is that so? Su Xing recalled. When other male Tyrannosaurus rex grow up, they often leave their territory to look for female Tyrannosaurus rex and fight with male Tyrannosaurus rex they meet. But Rex does not behave like this. It has always lived with him in the territory, and the few times it leaves the territory, it is also for food, and it always takes him with it. Sometimes they will encounter strange Tyrannosaurus rex, and Rex will always protect him behind him, fight with the approaching Tyrannosaurus rex, and drive it away. Su Xing initially thought that those were all male Tyrannosaurus rex, but now that he thinks about it, there may be female Tyrannosaurus rex among them, because several Tyrannosaurus rex did not show hostility to Rex when they first met. But when they tried to approach, especially when they approached him, Rex was instantly enraged and took the initiative to attack. Perhaps it is true as these people say that Rex not only treats him as a younger brother, but also protects him as a cub. How lucky he is to have such a good brother. After visiting all the stone paintings, the students found that most of these stone paintings were recording the experiences of the priests and kings. Whether it was twisting ropes to hunt triceratops, digging pits to capture triceratops, collecting blood tree leaves, accepting the sacrifice of the little Tyrannosaurus rex. Everything, the main characters in it are the priests and kings, or the priests, who are the core of everything. The students were silent for a while, and one of them said, if this is not a biography specially engraved for the priest, I can only think of a diary. They finally understood why the narrator said at the beginning that some scholars believe that these stone paintings were recorded by the dinosaurs themselves. Such content is too much like a diary. If there really was a race in the Cretaceous period that was more intelligent than the priests and had its own civilization, it was they who left these stone paintings. That would not explain why all the stone paintings were related to the priests, and no information about their own race was left. Instead, it was the various things that the priests showed in the stone paintings that made them believe that it had extremely high command, and that even painting was not difficult for it. It was it that left all this. It was really incredible. I didn't expect that before the emergence of human civilization, there were such intelligent creatures on our Earth. I really want to see it with my own eyes. If we traveled to the past, maybe we could communicate with it through paintings. Is there a possibility that it is actually a traveler, but it traveled through time and became a dinosaur? Isn't there a term called so? Soul travel? Ha ha ha. After the ancient intelligent race theory, the aliens' arrival theory, and the dinosaur records theory, there is the time traveler theory. You know what? Maybe it's the time traveler predecessor. Su Xing listened to their discussion and laughed unconsciously. The truth was too outrageous, but mixed with all the equally outrageous speculations, it actually seemed very appropriate. Su Xing faintly heard a call. It was Rex's voice. The scene of the dinosaur museum with people coming and going gradually dissipated, and the discussion gradually disappeared. Su Xing opened his eyes and saw the orange sun rising. Rex gently arched his body and called him to go hunting together. Su Xing climbed up from the grass. Let's go eat. What should I eat today? Triceratops? Hadrosaur? Ornithomimus? Pachycephalus? Or other dinosaurs or dinosaur eggs? It's so difficult. How about finding a stone to carve a recipe and prepare food according to the recipe every day? It can also show the recipes of Tyrannosaurus rex and Tyrannosaurus rex to future generations. It's so hot, and my head feels so heavy. Su Xing was awakened by the heat, and his throat was smoking with thirst. He opened his eyes groggily and went to look for water. It seemed like night, and the surroundings were dim. Only a little red light came in from the gaps in the curtains, covering the furnishings in the room with a faint crimson, like a dream. With the red light, Su Xing saw a glass of water on the crowded bedside table. His brain was so hot that he couldn't think. Su Xing instinctively propped himself up, stretched his head over, bit the edge of the cup, tilted the cup, and gulped down the water. The cold water flowed down his cheeks, slid down his neck, and sank into his collar. After drinking a glass of water, his dry throat was slightly relieved. Su Xing exhaled happily, lay down again, and soon fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, it was already the sun was rising. The delicious smell of food wafted into his nose, and Su Xing instantly sat up from the bed. Then, he was stunned. This is a modern room, a human room. Everything he saw in his drowsy state last night was not a dream, but a real existence. Su Xing looked around the simple but warm room, and then looked at his body. Whether it was everything around him, or his current body of a 5- or 6-year-old boy, it was telling him that the world had changed. But what made him feel strange was, Su Xing looked at the small red on the back of his right hand that looked like a mark left by an injection. This was his own body, his original body, and the table and chairs in this room, the color of the curtains, the fire-breathing dragon pattern on the quilt, and even the thick dinosaur books on the desk, all gave him a familiar feeling. It was as if he had really lived here. But this was not an orphanage or a hospital. It was more like a children's room carefully decorated according to the owner's preferences. How could he have lived in such a place? Su Xing turned over and got out of bed with confusion. There was only a pair of orange-yellow dinosaur slippers by the bed, the kind he would like. Since there was no other choice, Su Xing put on his shoes and stood up, happily stepping on the ground with these beautiful and comfortable shoes. But soon, Su Xing restrained this childish behavior. He needed to figure out the current situation, and he was hungry. After coming to this world, he only drank a glass of water in a daze, and now his stomach was rumbling with hunger. Su Xing inhaled and sniffed, trying to find the source of the aroma of food that woke him up. But he found that the smell came from next to him, on the bedside table. The bedside table was full of all kinds of food, including fruits such as bananas and oranges, and all kinds of packaged cakes and snacks. Su Xing even saw a box of cold medicine and a fruit knife with a sheath. He picked up the big bag of snacks on the top and moved it to the bed first, and then he saw the insulated lunchbox pressed underneath. The fragrance came from the lunchbox. It's so strange. Why are there so many foods next to the bed? Su Xing does have a habit of hoarding food, but piling it all up on the bedside table like this is definitely not his style. He prefers to store food in an inconspicuous corner, preferably in a storage space such as a cabinet. This way of placing it is more like someone deliberately prepared it for him, hoping that he will see it as soon as he wakes up. Preparing food can also be understood as that person is going on a long trip and will not be able to come back for a while, so they are afraid that he will be hungry. But why is there a knife? There is no fruit that needs to be cut in it. Su Xing moved the fruit knife on the outermost side to the side against the wall, and then took out the bucket-shaped stainless steel insulated lunchbox. These should be prepared for him, right? They should be edible, right? Just when Su Xing was hesitating whether to open the lid of the lunchbox, he heard a crisp metal collision and the sound of a metal chain being pulled. He turned his head sharply and looked at the door of the room. The sound came from outside the room. Is there anyone else in this room? Su Xing's heart was lifted, and his heart was pounding with nervousness. When he saw the insulated lunchbox and various snacks on the bedside, he had already assumed that everyone else in this family had gone away, so they prepared so much food for the children at home. But his guess seemed to be wrong. There seemed to be someone else in the family. Could it be his family in this world? Su Xing was nervous and expectant. He walked lightly to the door, slowly turned the doorknob, and opened the door. There was no light on outside, and the dark curtains in the living room were tightly drawn. But it was daytime after all, and the strong sunlight shone through the curtains, and a little light was enough to illuminate the room. No one. There was no sound in the living room, the kitchen separated by a glass door, or the bathroom with an open door. Only the door of the room opposite him was closed. Su Xing listened for a while, but heard no more sound. But he still walked forward and knocked on the door opposite tentatively. No one responded. Is anyone there? Su Xing asked in a low voice. Still no response. But he was sure that he heard the sound of metal colliding and chains pulling when he was in the room. And the sound was not far away. It must have come from the house. He put his hand on the door handle and whispered, "I'm coming in." Click, click. The door handle couldn't be pressed down. The door was locked from the inside. It seems that there is really someone there. But why didn't she respond to him? Did she fall asleep? Su Xing turned his head to look at the strong white light between the gaps in the curtains. It's noon now. Who would sleep so late? Suddenly, I remembered Su Xing, who had just woken up. No, he was sick and had a fever, which was different. However, adults seem to have to work overtime frequently, so it was normal for them to sleep late and wake up late. Moreover, the other party had specially prepared food for him, perhaps because he didn't want to be disturbed. Thinking of this possibility, Su Xing didn't knock on the door again. Just as Su Xing was about to leave, he smelled the smell of blood, which came from the room. Su Xing's face changed. In his previous life, he was a carnivorous little Tyrannosaurus Rex. He was very familiar with the smell of blood, and there was no way he could smell it wrong. The person inside was not asleep at all, but was injured and unconscious. No, it is understandable to lock the door when sleeping and not wanting to be disturbed, but why would he lock the door when he was injured? Could it be suicide? Su Xing anxiously pressed the door handle, but it couldn't be opened at all. He ran to turn on the living room light and bumped into the table during the process, but he didn't care about the pain and hurried to find a phone to call the police. He didn't see the phone or mobile phone, but he found a bunch of keys in the drawer of the TV cabinet. Su Xing grabbed the key and went to open the door. The first key he tried opened the door. As soon as the crisp, unlocking sound rang out, Su Xing pushed the door open. A stronger smell of blood and medicine hit him. The room was dark, and he could only see a mass of something on the bed. Su Xing fumbled on the wall beside the door, looking for the light switch. With a click, the room suddenly became bright. Su Xing saw the mass on the bed clearly. It was a quilt. Is there no one? Sweeping his eyes, Su Xing found a pair of metal shackles on the bedside frame. One end was handcuffed to the bedside frame, and the metal chain extended downwards and was blocked by the bed. Su Xing remembered the metal collision sound he heard at the beginning. He walked around the bed and saw a man leaning on the ground, with the other end of the handcuffs handcuffed to his left wrist. The door was locked, and he was the only one in the room. He handcuffed himself. Why did he handcuff himself? Everything in this room was strange. The locked door, the smell of blood, and the man who handcuffed himself. Su Xing did not see any obvious scars, whether on the man's neck or wrists. It was obviously not suicide as he thought. But the smell of blood was indeed there. It couldn't be that he didn't go for treatment after being injured, locked himself in the room, and handcuffed himself, right? Su Xing approached in confusion. As he walked in front of the man and saw the man's handsome and inexplicably familiar face, scenes emerged in Su Xing's mind. On the night of his 5th birthday, the director's grandmother told him a good news that a Mr. Su applied to adopt him. It seemed that Mr. Su was once a policeman who left due to injury. The memory of being adopted gradually became clear, and the figure in his memory who held him, carefully selected clothes for him, and read him bedtime stories gradually overlapped with the man on the ground. The man in front of him is his adoptive father? Dad, Dad, Dad? Su Xing tried to call out. The man frowned, without any reaction. His handsome and upright face had an abnormal flush, and sweat covered his forehead. Su Xing raised his hand and touched it, and was immediately burned. He also had a fever. Thinking of the cold medicine he had seen on the bedside table before, Su Xing ran back to the room and opened the medicine box, but found that there was only 1 pack of medicine in it. They both had a fever last night, and the adoptive father seemed to have left the remaining medicine to him. Su Xing felt sour in his heart, and he couldn't tell what he felt. He went to the kitchen to get a small bowl and a spoon, tore the medicine apart, poured it into the bowl, and got some water from the water dispenser in the living room. He only put a little water. According to his many years of experience in taking medicine, it is better to drink a mouthful of concentrated medicine than to drink a large bowl of diluted medicine that still tastes bad. Su Xing stirred the medicine evenly and poured all the medicine in the bowl into the spoon, just 1 spoonful. He came to the man, squatted down, and fed him with a spoon. Some medicine flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and Su Xing quickly wiped it with a tissue. He wiped it while feeding him, and it took 4 or 5 tissues to finish 1 mouthful of medicine. There was always a feeling that all the medicine had leaked out. This must be an illusion. The man was unconscious and half leaning against the wall. 1 hand was handcuffed and forced to lift it up. This posture was uncomfortable no matter how you looked at it. Su Xing stretched out his hand and pulled the handcuffs a few times, but couldn't pull them open. Looking around, he didn't see the key, so he could only take down the pillow and try to stuff it behind the man's head so that he could lean against it. The smell of blood was still strong at the tip of his nose, and Su Xing searched for it on the man's body. When his hand pressed on the other's waist, he felt something sticky. It was blood. Su Xing carefully lifted up his clothes. He saw a scar that tore from the waist to the abdominal muscles, and the skin and flesh turned outward, which was very scary. Fortunately, Su Xing had seen more horrible scars on the hunting triceratops, so he was still calm at this time. He checked carefully and found that the wound should have been simply washed and some brown medicine was applied. But now, the flesh and blood of the wound was faintly showing an abnormal black color. Must we go to the hospital? Su Xing fumbled around the man, looking for his cell phone. He didn't find the cell phone, but he found that his skin was no longer as hot as before. It looks like the fever is going to go down. This medicine works really fast. Su Xing breathed a sigh of relief. This was rare good news at this time. But soon, Su Xing found something wrong. Why was his adoptive father's face getting paler and paler? There was no blood at all. He reached out and touched the man's face, which was as cold as ice. Good news, the high fever was gone. Bad news, the body temperature was gone. Dad has no body temperature? No. It must be because his palm temperature is high, which makes his father's hand look particularly cold. Su Xing tried to calm himself down and put his hand on his adoptive father's left chest to feel his heartbeat. No matter how carefully he felt, he couldn't feel the heart beating. Was it because the chest muscles were too thick, or was he pressing in the wrong place? Su Xing kept adjusting the pressing position, and his fingertips suddenly touched a hard object, like a small bottle. Su Xing reached into his coat and took out a small white medicine bottle from the inner pocket of the other person's coat. The small medicine bottle was stained with blood, and the blood blurred the label on the bottle. Su Xing didn't know what medicine it was. It must be an important medicine to carry it on your chest like this. For example, a cardiotonic or a quick-acting heart-saving pill. Su Xing unscrewed the medicine bottle and poured the medicine into his palm. There was only a small transparent pill inside. It was called a pill, but it looked like a gem, crystal clear. Su Xing had never seen such a medicine before. It was so beautiful that he couldn't take his eyes off it and wanted to eat it in one bite. Su Xing shook his head and threw the strange idea out of his mind. He picked up the gem-like pill and stuffed it into his adoptive father's mouth. But his adoptive father's teeth were clenched tightly, and no matter how hard he tried, he could only stuff it under his lips and couldn't get it in at all. Su Xing was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. His eyes swept over the medicine bowl before. Su Xing picked up the bowl, ran to get some water, and used a spoon to feed the water into his adoptive father's mouth little by little. Even if the water couldn't send the medicine directly in, it could dissolve the medicine, and every bit that could be eaten was a bit. After feeding 2 spoonfuls of water, Su Xing stretched out his fingers and pressed around his adoptive father's mouth. He didn't touch the hard pill-like object, so he must have eaten it. Just as Su Xing withdrew his hand, a cold big hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. The unconscious man on the ground opened his eyes. The effect is so good. It works faster than the antipyretic medicine. Su Xing was surprised. Even though his adoptive father's eyes were a little dull and out of focus, he didn't think anything was wrong. No matter who wakes up suddenly after a fever, they will be confused for a while. Su Xing waved his hand in front of him. The man turned to his hand and opened his mouth suddenly. Su Xing thought he wanted to drink water, so he handed him the medicine bowl filled with water. But the man stretched his head over too quickly, and his teeth collided with the wall of the ceramic bowl, making a crisp sound. Roar, roar! The man let out an anxious roar in his throat, biting the edge of the bowl with a clanging sound, and the water flowed down his side face and wet his clothes. Su Xing quickly persuaded him, "Dad, don't be anxious, drink slowly." Hearing Su Xing's voice, the man suddenly stopped, and then stepped back suddenly, and his body hit the wall behind him heavily. If Su Xing hadn't stuffed a pillow behind his head before, he would have had a concussion from the collision. Most of the water in the bowl was spilled due to his sudden reaction, all over his clothes, on his waist and abdomen. You know, he had a tear on the side of his waist. Su Xing quickly put the bowl on the ground, grabbed a handful of paper towels, lifted the hem of his adoptive father's clothes, and wiped him carefully. Roar! The man hunched his body and stepped back to avoid Su Xing from touching his wound. "Did I hurt you?" Su Xing was a little at a loss and annoyed. "I'm sorry, Dad. Come on." Whoosh! It hurts. Su Xing lowered his head and moved closer, wanting to blow on his adoptive father's wound. The man's reaction was even greater. He suddenly raised his hand to block it, and his elbow hit the bed frame, making a loud noise that was painful to hear. Before he touched Su Xing's head, he immediately retracted his hand as if he remembered something and put it behind his back. He arched his body to avoid it. There was a wall behind him, and he had no way to retreat, so he shrunk his body under the bed. Unfortunately, his left hand was handcuffed to the bed frame, so he couldn't shrink his whole body under the bed and could only be stuck there in a weird posture. Su Xing was confused. He just wanted to comfort his father. Why did his father resist him so much? Did his father hate him because he accidentally hurt his father? Tears gathered in Su Xing's eyes. The man, who was still adjusting his posture and wanted to shrink his head under the bed, froze. "Shout! Don't cry! Xing, don't cry." The man spoke with difficulty. It was like trying to find words and pronunciations from a blurred and broken memory and piece them together. It would have been fine if the man didn't speak, but as soon as he started to coax him, Su Xing couldn't help sobbing and crying. "Woohoo, Dad doesn't like me anymore. I like Xing the most." The man said word by word, firmly. "Really?" Su Xing wiped her tears and looked at him with her wet, red rabbit eyes. Really? Then why are you hiding from me? You won't let me wipe you dry or blow on you? Su Xing asked. The man paused and said slowly, afraid of itching. Su Xing blinked his big eyes in shock. A tall, strong, serious man like his adoptive father is actually afraid of itching? Then, Dad, wipe it yourself. Su Xing handed over the tissue he was holding. If you wipe it yourself, it won't itch, right? The man bent his fingers, held the tissue with his knuckles, and took it. Facing Su Xing's sparkling eyes, the man held the tissue and said, "You, go out first." Dad is shy? Su Xing covered his eyes, opened his fingers, and said, "I don't want to see it. I'm going out now." Su Xing got up and left the room, closing the door intimately. The room fell into silence, and the fresh smell of flesh and blood was also blocked outside. The man tightly held the tissue in his palm, closed his eyes, and tried his best to restrain his manic and bloodthirsty instincts. Ding, ding, ding. Su Xing came to the door holding the insulated lunchbox. The lunchbox was too heavy. He had to hold it with both hands, and he couldn't knock on the door, so he could only dub it manually. "Have you finished wiping? Dad, can I come in?" Su Xing held the lunchbox and hooked the door handle. In the room, the man who was still in the same position opened his eyes instantly. "Yell, don't. Come in. Don't. Come in?" Su Xing repeated in a low voice, confused. Should I let him in or not? The man paused for a while, organized his words, and said, "Dad is a little tired. Xing can eat by himself, okay? Well, okay then." Su Xing turned around with the lunchbox in his arms and remembered something. He immediately turned back and said to the person inside the door, "Dad's injury needs to go to the hospital, right?" "No, just apply some medicine." "Really? I always feel that the injury is very serious." Su Xing hesitated for a while and chose to believe his father. He returned to the room and sat down at the small desk. He opened the insulated lunchbox. The food was still warm, and the heat and fragrance floated out together. It smelled so good, so good. Su Xing took a deep breath of the aroma of the food and almost drooled. His body in this world has been eating human food, but most of his soul has not eaten such food for a long time. He took out a plate of scrambled eggs with green onions, a plate of shredded potatoes, and a plate of stir-fried beef from the lunchbox. Su Xing hugged the lunchbox filled with rice, picked up the spoon and started eating. After eating all the rice, his stomach was so full that he couldn't eat anymore, and Su Xing sighed with satisfaction. "It's delicious. I want to eat such food for the rest of my life. This is what humans should eat." His adoptive father hasn't come out of the room yet. Su Xing cleaned up the debris on the table and put the lunchbox in the kitchen. After looking at the closed door of his adoptive father's room, Su Xing quietly returned to his room, picked up the dinosaur book on the table, and started reading. At first, Su Xing would unconsciously wonder when his father would come out. After reading half a page of dinosaurs, he was fascinated and gradually sank into it. He likes this kind of books. He has read all the books donated to the orphanage before. The dinosaur books and the popular science books about animals and plants are his favorites. The colorful animals in the books opened up a whole new world for him. Su Xing was so absorbed in reading that he saw the sunset and the light gradually dimmed. Su Xing rubbed his eyes, closed the book, and walked to the window to look out. Their home is on the 23rd floor, but the view outside the window is not good. A residential building in front of the left blocks most of the space, and there is also a building in front of the right that blocks it. Only through the gap between the two buildings can you see the green in the distance. It was almost dark, but the two residential buildings opposite were pitch black. Only a few rooms had lights on. Su Xing saw a figure with disheveled hair in one of the rooms with lights on, constantly walking back and forth, occasionally hitting the door and window, as if he was manic. Su Xing was startled by the strange person. He wanted to open the closed window to get some fresh air, but gave up when the strange person looked over. He drew the curtains to block the view from the opposite side. With the dim light, Su Xing walked to the door and turned on the light. The suddenly bright light illuminated the room, and the warm light passed through the open door and cast on the closed door opposite. Su Xing walked over and knocked on the door. "Dad, have you rested? Let's make dinner." After a long silence, a low and hoarse voice came from the room. "Xing, Eat the cake first. Okay? Su Xing was reluctant, but I wanted to eat hot meals. The food at noon was so delicious. The kind of food with all kinds of seasonings is incomparable to snacks like cakes. Humans should eat food with salt, oil, and all kinds of seasonings. That's the food that humans should eat. And Dad, aren't you hungry? You haven't been out for a day. Su Xing suddenly remembered that before he left, his adoptive father was handcuffed to the bedside frame, and he searched his adoptive father and found that he didn't have the key. Dad, did you uncuff him? Su Xing pushed the door open eagerly. Then, Su Xing saw his adoptive father, who was only handcuffed with his left hand exposed. Not only did his adoptive father not uncuff him, he didn't even come out from under the bed. Why? Is it comfortable to lie under the bed? Or is it that Dad is playing hide and seek with him? Su Xing walked to the bed, then lay on the ground, tilting his head to look into the eyes of his adoptive father under the bed. He smiled happily. Dad, I found you. The man lay under the bed, staring blankly at Su Xing, not knowing how to react. Su Xing felt the feeling of lying on the floor. He frowned slightly, moved uncomfortably, and put his hands under his waist to block the coolness from below. The floor is so cold. Isn't Dad cold? No, because his body is as cold as these dead things. But looking at Su Xing lying on the cold floor, the man still spoke word by word. Hurry up, get up. Dad, get up too? Su Xing asked. Seeing his adoptive father silent, Su Xing said, Dad can't get up, and I can't get up either. I will lie under the bed with Dad. As Su Xing said this, he moved his body and wanted to get under the bed. Don't. The man couldn't stop him and watched Su Xing crawl under the bed. The smell of fresh flesh and blood was getting closer and closer, tempting him to secrete highly infectious saliva in his mouth. The little head hit his chest. The man clenched his teeth and tried to hold his breath. But it was useless. He had not breathed in the physical sense for a long time, but he could still accurately sense the smell. It was as if he was receiving information from the outside world with his skin, his mind, in all the ways he could imagine or could not imagine. The man closed his eyes and tried his best to restrain his thirst for blood and the violent emotions in his body. He could hardly control the source of the fragrance and kept looking for a comfortable position beside him. Sometimes he rested his head on his chest, and sometimes he rested his head on his arm. He was tortured to the point of madness. But the pain of being tortured and the difficulty of fighting against instinct made him have an illusion that he was still alive. This was Xingxing, his son. He could not hurt him, no matter what. Xingxing needed him. Without him, a 5-year-old child simply cannot survive in this chaotic world. The man opened his eyes. He knew that he could not hide forever. He had to face it. In the blink of an eye, the man had made a decision. He organized his words and spoke slowly. Xingxing, Daddy will go out now. Can you help Daddy get the gloves on the table in the living room? And the mask in the drawer. Okay. Su Xing immediately stopped worrying about how to lie comfortably, because no matter how he lay, it was uncomfortable. He rolled out from under the bed, ran to the living room, picked up the black leather gloves on the table, opened the drawer, and found the same black mask. When he came back with the gloves and mask, his adoptive father had come out from under the bed and was sitting upright beside the bed, like a lifeless statue. He didn't know when the handcuffs on his hands were unlocked, and only the red marks left by the handcuffs on his wrists remained. Where did the key come from? Su Xing walked over and saw a semicircular metal object falling on the ground. It was part of the handcuffs, and the rest was still hanging on the bedside frame. The handcuffs that originally bound his adoptive father's left hand were split into two. The broken part was smooth as if it had been cut by a sharp weapon. Just put it on the table. The man picked up the metal ring and held it in his hand, blocking Su Xing's inquiring sight. He said, Daddy needs to change clothes. Xingxing will go out and wait for Daddy first. Okay? Oh, okay. Su Xing withdrew his sight with a little confusion, put the gloves and mask on the table, turned around and walked out of the room and closed the door. In the room, the man opened the drawer of the bedside table and planned to put the metal ring in his hand. Suddenly, he remembered something, closed the drawer, and turned his hand holding the metal ring, and the metal ring disappeared. He looked at the other half of the handcuffs handcuffed on the bedside frame and stretched his hand over. The handcuffs split instantly, as if they were divided into two different spaces. The next moment, they disappeared together. The man stared at his hands in a trance until he heard the sound of the glass partition door of the kitchen being pushed open, and then he stood up suddenly. He walked to the door, raised his hand to open the door and go out, but saw that he was covered with blood and dirty clothes. He paused and quickly took off his clothes. He walked to the closet and opened the door. First, he took out a white shirt, tore it into strips of cloth, and wrapped it around his waist to cover the blackened, torn wound. Then he took out a new set of clothes and put them on. The outer coat was a leather coat. Compared with other clothes, it has a better effect of isolating heat. Even if someone touched his body, they would only feel that the clothes were cold. It was a pity that there were no pants of the same material, but there were gloves. The man cut off his nails that had become hard and sharp overnight, put on gloves and a mask. The man held the door handle and opened the door. After walking out of the door, he was the human Su-jichin, Xingxing's adoptive father. "Dad, why can't this fire be turned down?" Su-xing stood in front of the stove on a chair, facing the blazing gas stove, sweating anxiously. Su-jichin, who had just left the house, changed his expression, walked into the kitchen in 2 steps, and carried Su-xing down. Su-xing was still blowing with his mouth open, trying to blow out the fire. Perhaps his idea was too strong. The flame shook and went out. Su-jichin paused while holding Su-xing's hand. Then, as if he hadn't noticed anything, he turned the gas stove switch again and turned off the gas. He moved Su-xing and the stool he had brought to the living room and closed the glass partition door. Su-xing, who was kicked out of the kitchen, could only lie on the door and watch his adoptive father busy. The fragrant fried eggs were served from the pan, and Su-xing was so greedy that he almost drooled. Su-jichin's movements were not skillful. Every time he did one, he had to pause and think, and then stiffly imitate the method in his memory. As a result, the egg was burnt, and he had to fry another one. But Su-xing, who had been away from human society for a long time and was completely focused on food, did not notice this. More than 10 minutes later, Su-jichin came out with a bowl of beef noodles with eggs. Su-xing followed him like a little tail. As soon as he put down the noodles, he immediately sat down at the table, picked up chopsticks and prepared to eat. Then he thought of something, looked at the empty kitchen stove, and then looked at the only noodles on the table. Only one bowl of noodles? Su-xing pushed the bowl of noodles to the middle and said, "Dad and I will eat together." Su-jichin paused slightly. "No, Dad is not hungry." "Liar. Dad stayed in the room all day and didn't eat at all." Su-xing didn't understand why his adoptive father said that. He thought of a possibility and said worriedly, "Dad, is it because you lost your job that we can't afford to eat?" Thinking of his adoptive father staying at home all day without going out, and even handcuffing himself in despair, Su-xing was more certain of his guess. After all, having lived in the primeval forest with nothing, Su-xing was very open-minded and said, "Even if this is the last food for the family, we will eat it together. I will go out hunting tomorrow." It seems that hunting is not possible, so I will go to pick up mineral water bottles to feed Dad. Su-jichin didn't dare to let him go out. He thought for a long time before making up an explanation and said, "Dad found a new job today, which is a night shift. We will go to the place where he works to eat later." So that's how it is. Su-xing believed it. He had seen this on TV, going out to work at night and sleeping at home during the day. Thinking of some plots on TV, Su-xing was a little worried. "Dad, be careful. There are many bad guys at night. If someone keeps following you, you must run to a crowded place, or pick up a brick. Smash his head." Su-jichin didn't know where the child learned these things from, so he could only say, "Dad knows. I will take a baseball bat with me when I go out, and if I meet a bad guy, I will smash his head." As he was talking, a scene emerged in Su-jichin's mind. At that time, Su-xing had a high fever, so he ventured out at night and exchanged food for 2 packets of medicine from the residents of another building. On the way back, he encountered a group of zombie-like monsters in the corridor on the 1st floor. Most of these monsters wandered alone, unless someone made a noise or bled heavily, attracting all the monsters nearby. They would not gather together. That day, They acted in groups contrary to their normal behavior, and even ambushed at the corner of the corridor. Fortunately, he smelled the strong stench and reacted quickly. With the baseball bat he carried and excellent physical skills, he dealt with the monsters and broke their limbs one by one. However, there was a special monster hiding in the group and plotted against him, leaving a scratch on his waist that tore his skin and flesh. Later, he smashed the monster's head with a baseball bat. A transparent crystal core flew out and landed at his feet. But in the end, he also turned into a monster like that. A zombie. Su Jichin imitated his previous appearance. After Su Xing finished eating noodles, he cleaned up the dishes, wiped Su Xing's hands and face, sent him to bed, covered him with a quilt, and read him a fairy tale. After completing all the procedures in his memory, he got up and told, "Dad is going out to work. Xing is sleeping at home. Don't open the window. Don't open the door. Don't open the door for anyone knocking, remember?" Su Xing nodded obediently. No, I won't open the door. Dad hasn't come back yet." "Yes, even if it's Dad outside. Xing shouldn't open the door. Dad can come in as long as he remembers the password." Su Jichin said. "What if Dad forgets the password?" Su Xing asked. Su Jichin smiled faintly. "Those who forget the password are all fake dads, monsters, pretending to be the big bad wolf, and they can't open the door. Once the door is opened, the big bad wolf will eat Xing." Su Xing understood and said seriously, "I won't let the big bad wolf disguised as my father come in." "Okay." Su Jichin tucked the corner of the quilt for him, turned on the night light, and left lightly. "Goodbye, Dad." Su Xing said. "Goodbye, Xing." Su Jichin closed the door. As soon as he left Su Xing's room, Su Jichin's eyes lost all emotions. He picked up the baseball bat behind the door, opened the entrance door, walked out, closed the door, and left. He needs food and crystal cores. The crystal cores in the brains of those special zombies. Inside the newly established oasis base, Xie Shiyan knocked on the office door of the Superpower Team 1. "Please come in." A female voice came. Xie Shiyan pushed the door open and entered. "Captain Xia, you are looking for me?" "Yes, sit down." The capable woman behind the desk said, "Are you from City C?" "Yes." "You will go back and pack up later and go on a field trip with us." "Field work? This base has just been established. Isn't it very short of manpower?" Xie Shiyan was puzzled. "There are more important things." "More important?" Just now, the prophet made a new prophecy. Xia Shang looked at him and said slowly, 5 years later, a powerful zombie will appear to unify the southern zombies, AS-level zombie with both spiritual and spatial systems. It first appeared in City C, and it must be completely eradicated before it grows up. The sound of slamming doors, crashing, howling, and objects breaking. As the sun sets, the sky becomes completely dark, and various sounds continue to ring out in the originally quiet community. The neighbor's nightlife was too rich, and Su Xing couldn't sleep at all. The neighbor upstairs seemed to be exercising, doing high leg running exercises, and the ceiling was banging. The neighbor downstairs was singing loudly, but Su Xing really couldn't hear what he was singing. The sound was like the howling of ghosts and wolves. There were also residents on the upper floors who were angry, throwing things and banging the door. It was so noisy. Su Xing rolled up his pillow and covered his ears. Gradually, the neighbors quieted down one by one. First, there was a loud bang like a crash from upstairs, and something fell heavily to the ground, followed by a sound like a sandbag being dragged on the ground, and the thing was dragged out of the room above his head. Su Xing guessed that the sandbag used by the upstairs neighbor to exercise was broken, fell to the ground, and was dragged away by the neighbor to be repaired. Soon after, the neighbors who smashed things, banged doors, sang in the middle of the night, and committed domestic violence all quieted down one after another. Su Xing guessed that someone must have been unable to bear the noise and knocked on the doors of those disturbing people one by one to reason with them, but he didn't know if there was any physical conflict during the process. Although there were still uneducated residents disturbing the residents downstairs and in other buildings in the community, they were far away, and the windows of Su Xing's room were tightly closed, isolating most of the sounds, so the impact was not great. Su Xing yawned and fell asleep peacefully. In the room of a resident on the second floor, Su Jichin dropped the baseball bat stained with black blood, leaned over, and picked up a red crystal the size of a small pill from the burnt black ground. The crystal was red and transparent, and it felt hot when held in the hand, as if there was a flame burning in it. This is a fire crystal core, and it is also the only one he has harvested tonight. After a night of cleaning, Su Jichin has confirmed that crystal cores are only produced in the heads of those special zombies. Most zombies are ordinary mutants. If there is a level division, they should be level 0, the most basic zombies. The zombies with crystal cores are level 1. They are stronger in all aspects, and even have special abilities. The level 1 zombie he killed in the corridor at the beginning has higher intelligence and can drive other zombies. The level 1 zombie he just faced has the ability to control fire. When Su Jichin came to the door of this room, he felt an extremely terrifying temperature. If he hadn't hidden in the space and time, the suddenly opened door and the flames behind the door would have made him suffer a great loss. But when he avoided the flames through space and appeared behind the zombie, he was the winner. Just looking at the fire crystal core in his palm, Su Jichin's hunger became unprecedentedly strong. Instinct was clamoring to eat it and devour it. But a scene flashed through his mind. The little Su Xing stood in front of the stove, puffed up his cheeks and blew air, trying to blow out the big fire on the gas stove. So, the fire went out. Fire system. Su Xing also awakened a superpower, and it was very likely a fire system. That's why he was so attractive in his eyes, just like the crystal core in his hand. Su Jichin cut off the thoughts that shouldn't have, restrained his instincts, and forced himself to look away from the crystal core. He took out a small medicine bottle from the inner pocket of his coat and put the crystal core in it. The hunger was tormenting him, making him almost crazy. Su Jichin pushed open the burnt kitchen door and entered the kitchen. The kitchen was not burned due to the door, but the wall next to the door was blackened. He opened the refrigerator that was still working diligently, grabbed a piece of frozen beef, and bit it directly. After a piece of frozen beef went into his stomach, his body felt full, but the hunger that seemed to come from the soul still existed. Perhaps only the crystal core can give him real satisfaction. Su Jichin put all the food in the kitchen into the space. Since he woke up, he has had a space independent of this world, about the size of a 20-square-meter room. Items placed in it will always remain in the state when they were placed. After he dealt with the zombie upstairs in his house, he took some frozen meat from the refrigerator in the other's house and put it into the space. They still remained frozen. He didn't know yet whether there would be any changes if living things were put into the space. After all, in a sense, he was also a dead thing. Su Jichin put all the frozen meat, instant food such as dumplings and wontons, rice, noodles, oil, salt, and vegetables into the space. Some of them were for him to relieve hunger, and more were for Su Xing. In such a world, it is not easy to raise a child well. He must hoard as much food as possible. Perhaps the living people in this family left in a hurry and did not bring these foods that needed to be cooked. The refrigerator door isolated the smell of meat, and the fire zombie had no interest in other food. In short, he gained a lot from this trip. Su Jichin searched the entire room and returned before dawn. When he arrived at the door of his house, Su Jichin raised his hand to enter the password, but his finger stopped before pressing it. He sniffed the smell on his body. There was some bloody smell and a strong stench from other zombies. The lower the level of the zombies, the faster they decay, and that is definitely not a smell that humans would like. He couldn't go back like this. Su Jichin used his spatial ability and appeared in the neighbor's house upstairs. The neighbor's house was empty, and there were no zombies. In order to prevent the smell of the zombies after death and decay from affecting Su Xing, Su Jichin had cleared the zombies on the surrounding floors. Some were killed and transported away directly. When he found that ordinary zombies had no crystal cores in their brains, he was too lazy to spend the effort and drove them away directly. Perhaps it was related to the crystal core that Su Xing fed him when he transformed into a zombie. He also possessed the ability of that zombie and could drive or even control other zombies. For the time being, it was limited to ordinary zombies with a lower level than him. Su Jichin entered the bathroom, took off his bloody clothes, and threw them into the washing machine to wash. Then he went to the shower and took a cold shower until there was no more odor on his body. After taking a shower, Su Jichin went back to his room directly through his space ability and changed into new clothes, masks, and gloves. He was not sure whether his contact would infect Su Xing, so none of these items could be missing. If conditions permit, he even wanted to get 2 sets of protective clothing, one for himself and one for Su Xing. The sky was completely bright, and the bright colors outside could be seen through the gaps in the curtains. Su Jichin walked to the window. His fingertips touched the sunlight, and then retracted after a moment of shock. He pulled the curtains tighter. He looked at his fingertips that still had temperature. Although he couldn't see it with his naked eyes, he could feel that the sunlight accelerated his decay. He didn't care about his body decaying, but he cared about Su Xing. If Su Xing found out that his body was decaying, he would be scared, right? Will he cry with red eyes out of anxiety, or will he stay away from him out of fear? Either way, he doesn't want to see it. If that day will come sooner or later, please let it come later. Su Xing was awakened by the smell of food. Hearing the sound of frying from the kitchen, he immediately got up from the bed, stepped on his favorite little slippers, and walked out of the room. At a glance, he saw a figure wearing an apron and cooking in front of the stove. Su Jichin heard the voice and turned his head and said, "Xing Xing, go wash up first. Breakfast will be ready soon." Okay. Su Xing entered the bathroom, stepped on his own little stool, picked up the little toothbrush, squeezed on the sweet children's toothpaste, and brushed his teeth carefully. When he came out after washing up, the food was already on the table. 4 dishes, 1 soup, and a plate of cute little buns. As a breakfast, it is considered rich. These dishes should be the new ones bought by his adoptive father,